Chapter 1. Elder 98, Be Cautious. Boom! In the boundless darkness, a figure clad in black extended his consciousness backward, his once imposing and aged visage now marred by fury. Another attendant blocked the onslaught unleashed by the enigmatic figure lurking further back, only to be torn apart by the howling surge of vital energy. Our clan shall never coexist with you, the man in black bellowed as he tore through the fabric of space, his immediate priority to ensure the safe passage of the young master back to their realm. Elder 98, please, you must help the young master escape, for the sake of our Lord. Upon traversing a segment of space, the black-clad man's expression soured at the sound of explosions echoing from several dozen miles behind. Those were the sounds of his last 8 followers self-destructing. Cradling an infant in his arms, the elder enveloped the child in all protective barriers. He himself exerted every ounce of strength to rend the fabric of space, each tear sending tremors through the essence of the world. Truly touching, yet regrettably futile. The man in black came to a halt, for in his perception, formidable waves of vital energy emerged from the front, rear, and both sides, all rivaling his own. Ah, I see. Our Lord was ambushed 2 months ago, and upon returning to the clan, both he and the Empress fell into a coma, all orchestrated by you. Before losing consciousness, the Empress had given Elder 98 a coordinating elusive refuge, where they concealed a child born 3 months prior to escape the encirclement. Ultimately, they returned to their realm but were gravely weakened, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, and could only send for aid. The black-clad man, fully aware that escape was no longer possible, held the cold infant tightly and uttered, "The truth will eventually come to light within the clan. I merely hope you can withstand our clan's wrath when that time arrives." Foolish talk. Before his words could fade, the black-clad man suddenly released a dense mist. "I shall sacrifice everything." Before the mysterious figures could react, Elder 98's body was engulfed in black flames. In his final moments, the man used the power gained from self-immolation not to attack, but to open a passageway, swiftly pushing the infant into it. The one who had spoken earlier reacted with remarkable speed, darting forward to seize the man in black, attempting to grasp the passageway, but it was too late. Boom! The black-clad man's body could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted with a powerful shockwave, the very sky seeming to shift slightly, obliterating life within a radius of several tens of millions of miles, and leaving a deep pit in the ground within the star realm. It nearly severed that portion of the star realm in two. The final remnants of power were devoted to guarding and sealing the spatial passage. As his consciousness faded, resentment mingled with profound reluctance. "I pray for the young master's safety. It will be a long time before our clan notices his growth. The path ahead is uncertain, and I, an old fool, cannot remain by the young master's side as he matures. I shall bind my remaining soul to this token, hoping it may assist the young master in overcoming danger in the future." The 3 great prophecies have confirmed too, according to the prophecies. The young master will possess unparalleled talent for our clan, enabling us to achieve true eternal prosperity. I beg for the latter's forgiveness. I am powerless, having failed to bring the young master back safely, and I cannot face her again. Protecting the infant had become his final obsession. The mysterious figure retracted his earlier Catan mouse demeanor, for closest to the center of the explosion, his arms and leg were now void of substance, his body nearly cleaved in two. What incensed him further was that, within his perception, he could find no trace of the spatial remnants, and even the weaker clan members had perished in the self-detonation, leaving only 5 survivors. What a sacrificial method! The soul shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation, a true death indeed. His strength was akin to that of Elder 98, both at the second level of the supreme realm. Ignoring the blood covering his body, his determination remained unyielding as he searched, his countenance growing grimmer. The most critical task of this endeavor was the infant. Return to the realm. With no fruitful leads, he could only issue the command. The 2 individuals beside him quickly constructed a spatial passage, and in an instant, the area was left devoid of life. Lanfeng Star, Zhanglan Zhondinin. Returning Star Kingdom, Zhu County, Zhu Guang City. In an ancient house worn by the passage of time, Su Jun gazed at his wife, Chu Xian Lu, who had discovered the infant in the courtyard the previous night. "Are you truly considering adopting this child?" Su Jun's face was pale, his eyes clouded, exuding a faint sense of weakness. "What else can I do? I cannot bear to watch an infant starve to death. I am soon to be a mother myself," she replied. "Moreover, this is a life. This boy could be a brother to our future child. Having a companion is a good thing." Seeing this scene, Su Jun understood his wife's kind and gentle nature. She could not bear to turn away. He sighed, "Let us consider this a compensation from the heavens, a new child." Chu Xian Lu was feeling rather downcast that evening. 7 months pregnant, she had witnessed her husband endure humiliation at the hands of the Tu family, one of the 4 great families of Zhuguang County. In public, they had ridiculed him, causing his vital energy to falter, reducing him from the late stage of the Yuan martial realm to the initial stage of the concentration realm. The Su family faced joint oppression in the commercial market of Zhuguang City, steadily declining, and it seemed they would soon be forced to withdraw from Zhuguang City altogether. Fortunately, the Chu family, also one of the 4 great families, maintained an alliance with the Su family. 3 years prior, while Su Jun competed with the Tu family and the Yin family for an opportunity in a relic, he was severely injured by Tu Lei of the Tu family and Yin Xiaotian of the Yin family, shattering nearly 30% of his vital meridians. The Su family had been seeking ways to help Su Jun recover his cultivation in the Yuan martial realm, made him one of the top powerhouses in Zhu County. Regrettably, despite their efforts, both spiritual herbs and medical treatment had yielded minimal results, although they had managed to halt the leakage of his vital energy. As Chu Xian Lu strolled through the flower beds to clear her mind, the very space before her seemed to warp. Before she could react, an infant, still in swaddling clothes, gently descended beneath the peach tree in the courtyard. Chu Xian Lu was taken aback, but instinctively approached the infant. After a gentle examination, she found he still had steady breaths. Cradling him lightly, she made her way to her husband's room. 15 years later, time flew swiftly, and the years slipped by like a stream. The once infant had grown into a handsome young man named Yuluo. As for why he did not carry the Su surname, it was simply because the infant had been found with a token bearing only one character, Yu. Yuluo sat cross-legged by a lakeside, and upon closer inspection, one could see tendrils of vital energy flowing gently into his being. This was a manifestation of the gathering Qi realm. It was noteworthy that the young man was only 15 years old, yet had awakened his abilities a year earlier than his peers, now standing at the late stage of the gathering Qi realm. The entire plane cultivated a form of energy known as vital energy, with all beings typically awakening their abilities around the age of 15. However, not everyone could awaken. Among 10 individuals, only 3 to 4 might exhibit elemental affinity. The ranks of cultivation are initially divided into gathering Qi realm, refining body realm, Yuan initial realm, and concentration realm. The first 4 major realms of the cultivators. Beyond the concentration realm lies the Yuan martial realm, the profound clarity realm, the Earth Yuan realm, the Sky Sovereign realm, and the Yuan King realm. The Earth Yuan realm is already sufficient to secure a position as the ruler of a county within this world. However, the pinnacle remains the Yuan King realm, with an even higher realm known as the Crossing Calamity realm. When awakening, the vital meridians within the body change color according to the elements they resonate with. Azure like the sky for wind, crimson like the sunset for fire, azure like the ocean for water, violet like the clouds for thunder, and golden like the earth, along with verdant like ancient forest for wood. There are also rumors of prodigies who can contain multiple elements, though none have ever appeared in the returning star kingdom. Upon completing his cultivation, the young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep like an abyss, yet in an instant it returned to clarity, as pure as the clouds. He lowered his head to grasp the token that had hung around his neck, since he could remember it was dim and dull, but appeared to be crafted from a special material. Su Jun's father, Yuluo's grandfather Su Ping Shan, who had achieved the completion of the Yuan martial realm, could not discern what lay within the token. With his hands tracing the token, the young man pondered his origins, displaying a composure that belied his age. My father said, I fell into the courtyard on a night like this. How exactly did I come to be here? There were no memories of that moment, only the token that had always accompanied him. Indeed, accompanied. In a manner incomprehensible to all. Whenever Yu Luo was 10 steps away from the token, it would instantly adhere to his chest. Even Su Pingshan could not perceive how it occurred fortunately. Aside from this peculiar behavior, the token posed no other harmful risks. Snap back to reality. A pair of delicate white hands waved in front of Yu Luo. It was Su Qingyao, the daughter of Su Jun and Chu Xian Lu. She sat down slowly beside Yu Luo. Did I.'s brother lost and thought about his origins once more? Su Qingyao blinked her beautiful eyes, her fair and delicate face resembling a finely crafted painting, a true beauty in a making, with exquisite features, long eyelashes, and a visage reminiscent of art. Her rosy lips slightly parted as she spoke softly. Indeed, this matter is likely to become my primary objective for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, I have already met the qualifications to enter Zhuguang Academy. Now we merely await the enrollment of new students in a month. Zhuguang Academy is the sole institution in Zhu County, admitting 16-year-olds who have reached the mid-stage of Qi gathering, thereby infusing fresh blood into the county's future. You have already reached the Qi gathering stage. While I have yet to awaken my abilities, the girl pouted. What if I am unable to awaken my powers? Yu Luo looked at her with affection and replied with a smile. This year, Qingyao, you shall find out. Even if you remain an ordinary person, I will ensure your protection. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Additionally, Father mentioned that in half a month, the county lord will host a hunting competition to hunt some wild beasts. I would like to join you this time. Me? But I'm still an ordinary person. Would it not be inappropriate? Su Qingyao inquired, puzzled. The hunting competition is divided into 3 tiers based on strength. Uncle Su Hu and Aunt Su Qiuming, along with those who have reached the perfected stage of spirit gathering, will venture deep into the hunting grounds. Father is at the initial stage of spirit gathering, and they will head to the central region, while brother Su Ming and sister Suya, being at the body refining stage, will go to the outer regions. We shall hunt some common wild beasts in the most peripheral areas. That sounds acceptable, but I wish to remain with brother. Of course, I would never allow you to go alone. I will ensure you encounter no danger, Yu Luo assured, patting his chest. Knowing brother is the best. Let's go, the sun is nearly setting. Su Qingyao giggled, covering her mouth with her hand before tugging at Yu Luo's arm, who was a head taller than her. Upon arriving home, the two made their way directly to the main hall, where Su Jun and Chu Xinyu had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting the 2 children. Xiao Luo, your cultivation progress appears to be remarkably smooth. It seems you may reach the perfected stage of Qi gathering in less than a month, with the body refining stage already within reach, Su Jun remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Su Jun used his spiritual sense to probe Yu Luo's aura. Pondering, Xiao Luo possesses such extraordinary talent. To which faction does he belong? His aura is human, yet not entirely so, with a portion that eludes detection, and his progress is alarmingly rapid. The races are divided into human, beast, demon, fairy, divine, and demon. Su Jun was concerned that such swift advancement could attract the attention of some terrifying entities. It seems I must find a way to acquire some mundane-grade spirit stones to conceal his aura, Su Jun discussed with Chu Xinyu. To obtain mundane-grade spirit stones capable of masking one's aura, we would need at least 200,000 essence crystals, equivalent to 200 pieces of heavenly crystals. That amount represents the income of the trading guild for an entire year. If it comes to that, shall I borrow some essence crystals from the Chu family? Chu Xinyu suggested, glancing at Su Jun, who appeared troubled. Su Jun shook his head. Tomorrow, I will discuss this with father. Although Xiao Luo is not my biological child, he is as dear to me as one, and I cannot allow him to be exposed to those with ulterior motives. Su Qingyao was sipping on a bowl of beast meat soup, utterly content, oblivious to her parents' conversation, while Yu Luo listened intently. A warm sensation filled his heart, soon followed by a surge of motivation. He must grow quickly to protect those he wishes to safeguard. Turning to Su Jun and Chu Xinyu, he stated, "Father, mother, there's no need to worry. I have accumulated some essence crystals myself, albeit a modest sum of 27,327. A small portion of this was earned through hunting and small jobs over the past year, since my awakening." Upon hearing that Yu Luo had been hunting alone at the age of 15, Chu Xinyu immediately felt anxious and shot him a disapproving glance, patting his back as she scolded, "You foolish child, venturing out to hunt wild beasts at such a young age, aren't you afraid of injury? What if something unfortunate were to happen?" As she spoke, her concern intensified, leading her to pat him more forcefully. Su Jun chuckled, "Enough, Xinyu. It is commendable that the child is responsible. For a boy, sustaining a few injuries is quite normal. Facing danger while hunting can also provide valuable practical experience. However, Xiao Luo, you must not venture too deep. Ordinary beasts and those at the Qi gathering stage pose no threat to you, but you must avoid any ferocious beasts at the body refining stage. Exercise caution, as it is better to be safe than sorry. Keep those essence crystals for yourself. Tomorrow, I will inquire whether the Su family has any such spiritual treasures available in the market. I understand, father and mother. There is no need for excessive concern. I will ensure my own safety." Su Qingyao stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Brother is already quite formidable. Father, mother, may I join brother in the upcoming hunting competition? You need not worry, we will remain in the safest outer area." Hearing this request, Su Jun frowned, but upon realizing the children intended to stay in the periphery, where the beasts were mostly devoid of essence and comprised of young creatures at the initial and mid-stages of Qi gathering, he relented. Before Su Qingyao could begin to plead further, Su Jun, recognizing her expression, resignedly said, "Very well, Qingyao and Xiao Luo may participate, but only in the outermost area, absolutely no deeper. Xiao Luo, you must ensure Qinjiao's safety." Yu Luo nodded emphatically and replied, "Rest assured, father and mother, I will undoubtedly protect Qinjiao. She shall not suffer even the slightest harm." Su Jun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. It is precisely due to your confidence and determination. Xinliu, perhaps in the future, we might entrust Qinjiao to Xiao Luo." Yu Luo, evidently oblivious to the underlying implication, continued to ponder how to safeguard Qinjiao from wild beasts, fully aware that she possessed no practical combat experience and would likely panic in the face of a ferocious creature. Su Qinjiao, on the other hand, lowered her head, her face flushed, stealing a furtive glance at Yu Luo. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Jun confided in Chu Xinliu, Xiao Luo, in terms of appearance, talent, and sense of responsibility, seems to be an exceptionally good choice. However, it remains uncertain whether Xiao Luo harbors feelings for Qinjiao that transcend mere familial affection, especially considering their lack of blood relation. Since the incident when Qinjiao was 12, it appears she has developed feelings for Xiao Luo. Or perhaps she had already felt something prior. After 3 years, how could we not discern the authenticity of such sentiments? Regardless, Qinjiao must never marry the son of the Yin family, Yin Jin, who dared to propose to us last month. Last month? Ha! Yin Shengfeng brought Yin Jin over to pay a visit to the Su family. Your daughter must be over 15 by now, yes? My nephew Yin Jin has also reached 18 and has begun his initial foray into body refining. He is soon to advance to the intermediate stage. Chu Xinliu, what do you say? If you agree to let Su Qingyao marry my nephew Yin Jin in 3 years, we will unite the 4 great families of Zhu County in kinship, living in harmony and sharing prosperity. Before he could finish his proposition, he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Xinliu's furious retort. Get lost. Humph. Do not be foolish enough to refuse a toast, and instead partake in punishment wine. Our Yin family is only looking out for your Su family. Think it over. With that, he burst into laughter, swaggering out of the Su residence. Chu Xinliu fumed, believing that in every conceivable aspect, Yin Jin paled in comparison to Yu Luo, especially considering that her husband's injuries were inflicted by the Yin family. Thus, the mere mention of a marriage proposal incited her ire, for only the Yin and Tu families could provoke such anger in the otherwise gentle Chu Xinliu. There was another matter she had yet to disclose to Yu Luo and Su Qingyao, the fact that during Su Qingyao's pregnancy, the Su family had maintained a close relationship with the Lu family from Guwu County. She recalled how, before Yu Luo's appearance, the head of the Lu family had jokingly conspired with Su Jun, suggesting that since Chu Xinliu was bearing a girl and he was expecting a boy, They might as well arrange a betrothal at that time. Su Jun had indulged in alcohol and, in his stupor, had agreed to the engagement. However, with Yulua's emergence, that engagement was set aside, leading to a cooling of relations between the two families. After Yulua returned to his room, he retrieved some chi-gathering powder he had purchased and sprinkled it into the bath. Subsequently, he immersed himself halfway in the water, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to cultivation even during a bath. Typically, after finishing cultivation, one would restore their meridians through sleep, rather than engaging in such practices, as the meridians could only bear so much strain. Forcing cultivation could lead to blockages, yet Yulua felt no such discomfort. Cultivation had always been a pleasant experience for him, and soaking in the chi-gathering powder felt like warm currents flowing through his meridians as he contemplated the hidden treasures of the spirit token. Yulua pondered whether he could create one himself, which would alleviate a significant financial burden for Su Jun. He then picked up the token resting on the chair and meticulously cleaned it. As he did so, it seemed to emit a formless light that swept over him. After finishing his cleansing and donning his attire, Yulua reclined on his bed, gazing at the character Yu inscribed on the token, and whimsically decided to connect with it using his spiritual awareness. In the next moment, Yulua's consciousness was engulfed in darkness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a peculiar space surrounded by stone pillars adorned with flickering runes, with an array formation at the center and a meditation mat positioned in the heart of it. Yulua was slightly taken aback, for while others had previously touched the array with their chi or spiritual awareness to no effect, he had experienced something entirely different today. Could it be that he had achieved a breakthrough? Yulua mused, and then stepped forward. "Young master, you have arrived." The words gradually materialized in the air. Yulua inquired, "What is this place?" "This is the unique destiny space of my clan, where the master is known as the son of the emperor, referred to as the Emperor's Gateway. Emperor's Gateway. Do you know who my parents are?" Yulua asked anxiously. Unable to answer, "Young master." Discovering such knowledge too early may invite peril. Yulua felt a wave of frustration. It was indeed not so easy to uncover the truth of his lineage. He then queried, "What is the purpose of this space?" "This space contains the foundational techniques of your esteemed lineage, as well as methods for cultivating spiritual awareness and various chi techniques, albeit limited to your current realm." "Foundational techniques. Allow me to see them," Yulua exclaimed in delight. Given the rarity of such techniques, Yulua had already perfected the Su family's techniques a year prior, having opened 45 meridians since awakening. The strength of foundational techniques is gauged by the speed at which meridians are opened. The human body possesses 72 meridians. The more that are opened, the swifter the cultivation progress, with faster chi circulation and greater intensity. Very well. The destiny token seemed to refrain from unnecessary chatter, adhering to Yulua's commands. Yulua closed his eyes in concentration, and a name gradually surfaced in his spiritual sea. Treading the Sky Emperor's formula, Yulua was visibly taken aback by this name. Treading the sky. What kind of technique dares to claim such a title? He silently absorbed the essence of the technique, becoming engrossed in its cultivation as he read through its contents word by word. The following morning, Yulua slowly opened his eyes. A surge of black radiance that seemed capable of tearing through space flickered momentarily. Upon regaining his senses, he immediately sensed changes within his body, only to freeze in astonishment. The number of meridians he had opened had reached 55. Stunned, Yulua erupted into joyous laughter. He could hardly contain his mirth. Even attempting to restrain himself proved futile. Before long, a knock resounded from outside his door. "Brother, what are you laughing about? You've woken me up." Su Qingyao's slightly disgruntled voice drifted in, without needing to see her. He knew she was pouting and grumbling. "Silly brother, naughty brother, foolish brother. Cough. It's nothing, Qingyao. Please come in." As the door swung open, the young girl stepped in gracefully, her figure delicate and alluring. She wore a simple white dress at home, which did nothing to diminish her pure and ethereal aura. Yulua found himself momentarily entranced, shaking his head to regain composure. What is happening? Could it be that with the addition of 10 meridians, I now perceive the world with greater clarity? He pondered inwardly. Su Qingyao, initially pleased to see her brother, noticed his rapt attention and felt a surge of pride. But this quickly dissipated when she realized Yulua's expression returned to its usual coolness. Frustrated, she thought. No way, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Time to unleash a beating. With that thought, she clenched her little fist and swung it at Yulua's back. Ow. Why are you hitting me? I haven't offended you, Yulua exclaimed, utterly bewildered. You dare say you haven't offended me? Just look at what you've done. Su Qingyao retorted, delivering a few more punches before turning on her heel and storming out. Baffled, Yuluo shrugged it off, realizing that with this new technique, his cultivation speed would surely accelerate significantly. He nodded, then noticed that he had gone an entire night without sleep on the path of cultivation. Upon reaching the Xianxing realm, one no longer required sustenance, and upon attaining the Duan realm, sleep became unnecessary. Fatigue washed over him. In the afternoon, at the hour of shun, Yuluo sprang from his bed and noticed steaming food laid out on the table. Realizing it was delivered by Qingyao. That little girl, he mused, shaking his head in exasperation before diving into the meal. After finishing, Yuluo picked up the destiny token and resumed his cultivation of the technique. Destiny token, can this technique be imparted to others? Yuluo recalled the current situation of the Su family and the potential awakening of Qingyao. Cannot. This technique relies on bloodlines, without a special method. It cannot be comprehended without the appropriate lineage. What is the special method? Young master currently has no destined individual. It is not appropriate to disclose. 50-6.50-7.50-8.as an increasing number of meridians were opened. Yuluo's sensitivity to the primordial energy of heaven and earth became more refined. As if she could discern the various elements surrounding her, it was time for dinner, and Yuluo calculated the time before heading to the front hall. Upon arriving, Su Jun immediately sensed that Yuluo was somewhat different from usual. Father, mother, I practiced all night and have yet to sleep, so I am resting during the day, she explained. As Su Jun responded, cultivation must be approached gradually. There is no need to rush, and as he spoke, he began to stutter. Chu Xin Lu, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? Is something amiss with Xiao Luo? The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content." Having reached the perfection of the Qi-gathering realm, Su Jun snapped back to reality and quickly approached Yuluo, firmly grasping her arm. "Indeed, you have reached the perfection of the Qi-gathering realm." After carefully sensing her aura, he could not contain his laughter. Chu Xin Lu was equally astonished and soon joined in the laughter. It was only then that Yuluo realized she had unconsciously broken through the previous night, with only half a month left until a year had passed. Achieving 4 minor realms in a single year was indeed a testament to extraordinary talent. Su Jun's face flushed with joy. Su Qingyao also felt a genuine happiness for Yuluo. Yet soon her expression turned contemplative, and she pouted. Su Jun nodded at Chu Xin Lu before heading to the back room for something, with Chu Xin Lu following closely behind. Su Qingyao, observing Yuluo's unwavering gaze fixed on the table, coldly asked, "Why aren't you looking at me?" Yuluo felt troubled yet dared not speak. "Didn't you say that looking at you would offend you?" Come look at me." Su Qingyao smiled faintly. Only then did Yuluo shift her gaze, but the smile on Su Qingyao's lips did not warm her. Instead, it sent chills down her spine. "If looking at me offends you, does that mean you intend never to look at me again?" Su Qingyao approached with a light smile. Suddenly, she pinched Yuluo's waist, twisting it. "Ouch!" Yuluo's face contorted in pain. "How could you be so foolish?" Su Qingyao huffed lightly, pouting and stepping aside. "All right, Qingyao, I apologize. I was wrong." Yuluo could only lower his head in resignation, though he did not comprehend where he had erred. "Humph. To make amends, you must treat me to peach blossom pastries later." "Understood. Your command has been received." Only then did Su Qingyao turn back around. At that moment, Su Jun and Chu Xin Lu returned. "Haha. We want to be dining at home today. Let us go to the most luxurious restaurant in Zhuguang City, the Tianao restaurant, for a feast." Su Jun waved his hand grandly. The servants had already prepared the carriage, which was drawn by a Xianjiao horse. A fully grown Xianjiao horse is a formidable beast at the pinnacle of the Yuan Chu realm, a feat unattainable by ordinary families. The 4 of them boarded the carriage, setting off towards the Tiandao restaurant. Upon reaching their destination, Su Jun alighted and immediately spotted the fire scale steed parked nearby, realizing that the Yin family was also present. However, after some contemplation, he chose to proceed, not wishing to let those matters disrupt the family's mood. The 4 descended from the carriage and approached the grand entrance. The reception staff swiftly approached upon recognizing the Su family. "May I ask if you are President Su and Madam Chu?" Su Jun nodded slightly. "Indeed, we would like to reserve the 5th floor for our family." "Certainly, please come in." The attendant then took out a sound transmission jade, saying, "The esteemed guests from the Su family have arrived. Please prepare the 5th floor." The jade shimmered lightly, indicating acknowledgement. As the 4 entered through the doors, the restaurant exuded opulence, resembling a small palace. there were already a few patrons inside, who were not surprised to see the Su family. If the first 3 floors were a gathering of various factions, then the floors above were reserved for the 4 prominent families. The 4th floor belonged to the Yin family, the 5th to the Su family, the 6th to the Chu family, and the 7th to the Tu family, which was also the highest level. The Tu family was currently the most prosperous in Zhu County, followed by the Yin family, then the Chu family, and lastly the Su family. However, no one dared to look down upon the Su family, for the current head, Su Qingshan, was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Yuanwu realm. The Tu and Yin families also refrained from completely severing ties with them. The Su family slowly ascended to the upper levels, and upon reaching the 4th floor, they indeed heard some commotion. The Yin family also noticed the Su family, with Yin and I squinting at Su Jun. What brings you to the Tiandao restaurant today? Why didn't you inform us? It would have been nice to discuss the market together. Haha, Su Jun replied with a straight face. No need to join us. It would only serve to raise suspicions in certain individuals. Yin and I laughed heartily. Su Jun, that doesn't sound very pleasant. Our 4 families ought to. At that moment, Yin Jin, Yin Ni's son, was fixated on Su Qing Yao, his gaze revealing unrestrained desire. Su Qing Yao sensed a lingering gaze and felt particularly uncomfortable, leaning closer to Yu Luo. Her little hand brushing against his. Yu Luo also sensed something and grasped Su Qing Yao's small hand. This scene was precisely captured by Yin Jin, who glared at Yu Luo with malice. Yu Luo remained undaunted, casting a cool glance at Yin Jin. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yin Jin's eyes as he quietly whispered something to Yin and I. Su Jun stated, "Let us go. Today, the children can order whatever they wish." Upon reaching the 5th floor, the space opened up significantly, with only a few attendants present. As the 4 sat down, a young lady approached, holding a sound transmission jade. "May I ask what the guest would like to order?" Su Jun glanced at his wife before turning to the children, asking, "Xiao Luo, Qing Yao, what would you like to eat?" "I'm fine with anything. Just don't order anything too expensive," Qing Yao. Su Jun declared with a flourish. "No worries. Today you can order whatever you desire. It's all on me." After pondering for a moment, Su Qing Yao looked at the menu and said, I do like the golden pear jade soup, the Yuan fresh king prawn, and the myriad beasts mystic meat. That should be all. Su Qing Yao smiled slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. Su Jun nodded. "Let us go with those, and also bring a good wine. Little master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting parts." Another round of drinks. Chu Xian Lu shot a glance at Su Jun. "Are you happy?" "No problem, haha. Just 1 jug." Su Jun could only nod in resignation. "All right, just 1 jug. Xiao Luo, being with our Su family may have caused you some grievances. With such exceptional talent, you should not be hindered by the lack of cultivation resources." After a drink, Su Jun spoke meaningfully, to which Yu Luo replied, "Meeting father and mother is my greatest fortune. I have never felt wronged." "Haha, it's wonderful that you think this way. We will provide you with everything we can. So just focus on your cultivation. In 3 months, when Zhuguang Academy enrolls students, with your talent, you will surely gain admission. Yes, father, when I return after my studies, I will no longer fear the Tu and Yin families." "Fear the Yin family? Be cautious with your words, young man. Mind your tongue, or the wind might carry it away. At that moment, Yin and I approached with Yin Jin and several others. Su Jun frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" "No need to be tense. My son merely wishes to spar with you, Luo." Su Jun replied coldly, "Spar? Why should Xiao Luo spar with your son if there's nothing else to do?" Yin and I feigned a sigh. Who could blame the young lad for feeling a bit restless? Or is it true what they say, that you truly intend to marry Su Qing Yao to a wild boy? Upon finishing, Yin and I furrowed his brow, for he could not discern Yu Luo's cultivation level. None could see, as the talisman quietly emitted an invisible and colorless barrier. Su Jun slammed the table angrily. "What does it matter to you whether it's true or not? Mind your own business." Yu Luo turned to Su Qing Yao and gently asked, "Are you all right, Qing Yao?" Su Qing Yao seemed lost in thought regarding the notion of marrying Yu Luo, her face flushing red as she shook her hand. "I'm fine, really." Yin and I shot one last glare at Yu Luo before leading his group away. "Father, what do you think?" Yin Jin inquired as he approached. Yin and I furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, saying, "This lad is rather peculiar. I cannot sense his cultivation at all. It is true that he awakened at the age of 14, and a year has passed since then. There should be some aura to detect. However, there is no need for concern. There is absolutely no way he could surpass you, Jinner. Just make sure to trample him during the hunting competition. Yes, father, I shall not disappoint you, Yan Jin said with a somber smile. Dare to touch Su Qingyao in my presence. You are doomed. Undoubtedly, when Yu Luo merely took Su Qingyao's hand, it ignited an insatiable killing intent within Yan Jin, for in his eyes, Su Qingyao was solely his. In the dead of night, Su Qingyao lay in bed, her thoughts drifting back to a particular morning 3 years prior. Brother, I heard from the proprietress of the Qinghua Merchant Association that just a few miles from Zhuguang City, there lies a gorge in Wumian Mountain that if we head north, we will find a cave, and upon passing through, we can behold a breathtaking waterfall if luck is on our side. We might even see a rainbow. Come with me. Yu Luo's hand was being shaken incessantly. Why Yu Luo replied, then pondered aloud, but it seems there are ferocious beasts of the gathering Qi realm in Wumian Mountain. I heard from father that deeper within, there are even ferocious beast lords of the Xianqing realm. Shouldn't we take some guards? Su Qingyao shook her head, saying, the proprietress mentioned that only 2 people can see the rainbow, and we aren't going deep in. Father would surely disapprove, and mother is out of the question. After much thought, you are my only option. Why Yu Luo contemplated for a moment, ultimately conceding, knowing it was better to accompany Su Qingyao than let her venture forth alone. Thus, the 2 stealthily slipped out of the city, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. By the time they reached Wumian Mountain, it was nearing noon. Here, have some water. Why Yu Luo handed his gourd to Su Qingyao. However, Su Qingyao turned her head away, defiantly declaring, I don't want to drink from yours. She then produced her own gourd. Why Yu Luo shrugged in resignation before taking a sip himself. Wumian Mountain, perpetually shrouded in mist, earned its name from this very phenomenon. The 2 tread carefully, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might attract the attention of wild beasts. Yet, in their youth, they remained unaware that most beasts relied on scent to hunt their prey. Found it. This entrance looks just like the one the proprietress drew, Su Qingyao exclaimed excitedly. Shoo, be quiet, we're about to go in. The entrance seems to allow only 1 person at a time. I'll go first, and you follow behind. With that, the 2 entered the passage, oblivious to the figure watching them from a small hill outside the gorge. Almost time. When they emerge, I'll sprinkle the beast-attracting powder. And then we shall await the spectacle. Perhaps I should call a few younger ones to witness this. The figure chuckled ominously. With luminous stones in hand, the 2 progressed through the narrow passage. And after nearly half an hour, they finally glimpsed the light of the exit. Upon emerging, they were greeted by a magnificent waterfall. Sunlight cascaded down at noon, revealing a slowly materializing rainbow. Wah! Su Qingyao exclaimed in sheer delight, for it was her first encounter with such a sight. Why Yu Luo, equally awestruck, marveled, such beauty amidst the mountains. Didn't I tell you? Su Qingyao joyfully bounced around, but then her stomach audibly protested. Oh, you have anything to eat? Brother, she asked, her cheeks flushing slightly. I knew you wouldn't bring anything. I have some dried meat and yuan fruits. Let us eat here. We must head back before noon is over, or father and mother will worry. Yu Luo handed the dried meat and yuan fruits to Su Qingyao. You're the best, brother, Su Qingyao teased with her usual charm. I will always remember this day, for I have seen the beautiful rainbow for the first time. I've heard tales of its beauty, but witnessing it for myself is an entirely different experience, Su Qingyao said, her beautiful eyes fixed on the rainbow amidst the waterfall. All right, it's time to go. Qingyao. Why Yu Luo nudged Su Qingyao. Fine, but if father and mother ask, you must cooperate with me. Su Qingyao replied with a mischievous smile. Of course, I will cooperate with you. I won't betray you. Rest assured. He chuckled. However, this time, I'll go first, and you'll follow. It should be safe now. Hopefully, our return will be smooth. The 2 then retraced their steps through the passage. As they neared the entrance, Yu Luo detected a peculiar scent, though he couldn't quite place it. The moment he caught sight of the entrance, realization struck him. It was beast-attracting powder, highly alluring to carnivorous beasts, and often used in traps to capture dangerous creatures. For he had already spotted the ferocious flame-patterned tiger lurking not far from the entrance. This moment, Su Qingyao inquired, "What's wrong?" Yu Luo remained calm, saying, "Qingyao, you should slowly head back and use the communication jade in my pack to call father and mother to come get you." "What? But we were supposed to," she began. But upon seeing the flame-patterned tiger standing at the entrance, her mind went blank, and her heart raced. Why Yu Luo shouted, "Run!" and dashed outside. Su Qingyao finally snapped back to reality. But her complexion turned pale, Cold sweat dripped from her body, and her legs felt unresponsive, refusing to obey her. The figure atop the hill not only remained but had also summoned a few more companions, stating, "Look, the show is about to begin. Let us mourn for these two youngsters." A.S.U. Luo burst from the cave. The flame-patterned tiger's gaze locked onto him, eyeing him as a delectable meal. Yu Luo analyzed the situation calmly. Recognizing that the tiger's attention was solely on him, I could attempt to divert its focus, he mused. But what if I fail, or the beast attracting powder draws in other predators? Qing Yao would be in even greater peril. Thus, he resolved to stand his ground, intending to lead the tiger into a charge that would collapse the entrance, temporarily securing Qing Yao's safety until their parents arrived. Having made his decision, he prepared to take a risk. Yu Luo picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the flame-patterned tiger. The impact was inconsequential, merely causing the beast to regard him with disdain. Roar! The flame-patterned tiger growled. Moving with a speed Yu Luo could hardly comprehend, it lunged at him with a vicious strike. Yu Luo coughed up blood as he was sent crashing against the mountain wall, his mind swirling in confusion and his vision blurring. That blow had likely broken several bones. Little master, there is still more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Brother! Su Qingyao cried out as she witnessed Yu Luo being thrown against the wall of the cave. The very passage shaking from the ferocious beast's power. In her panic, she reached for the communication jade, but the flame-patterned tiger had already spotted her. Oh whoa. It roared into the cave, the confined space causing Su Qingyao to cover her ears. Her head pounding painfully. Yu Luo sensed Su Qingyao's despair and, drawing strength from an unknown source, staggered towards the flame-patterned tiger. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. The tiger merely turned its head and swiped at him with its paw. Buzzing, this was the last sound Yu Luo heard. His vision faded to darkness. His body was raked with wounds, blood gushing forth in torrents. The figure on the hill clapped in delight at the scene. Such a spectacle. So moving. I almost feel reluctant to continue. Haha. Inside the cave, Su Qingyao could only collapse in tears, helplessly watching as Yu Luo charged toward death to protect her. The flame-patterned tiger seemed uninterested in swiftly dispatching its prey, instead circling the fallen Yu Luo, as if to savor the moment. The token was smeared with Yu Luo's blood, and just then, it appeared to emit a faint glow. A wave of oppressive energy descended upon the mundane world. In an instant, Wumian Mountain resonated solely with the sound of the girl's weeping, and all creatures within, from the flame-patterned tiger to the figure atop the hill, began to lose their luster. Their eyes growing vacant. Boom! The flame-patterned tiger collapsed, and Su Qingyao lifted her head, but before she could process anything, she scrambled to Yu Luo's side. Su Qingyao knelt beside Yu Luo, her heart racing with fear that he had lost his breath. Yet amidst the chaos, she felt a flicker of life because Yu Luo's fingers twitched. In that moment, Su Qingyao found her resolve. She swiftly opened her pack and, in a flurry, scattered every medicine she could find onto his wounds. However, the damage was extensive. Several claw marks marred his body, and blood flowed from his head. With trembling hands, she seized the communication jade, crying out, "Father, Mother, hurry, come to Wumian Mountain and save brother." Upon hearing Su Qingyao's desperate cries, Su Jun's face turned ashen and he immediately bellowed at the top of his lungs for the guards to assemble. Chu Xinliu was equally distraught, having believed the two children were merely frolicking in the city. She was eager to understand how they had ended up on Wumian Mountain and what peril they had encountered. Su Jun hurriedly led a large contingent of Su family guards toward Wumian Mountain. The townsfolk, witnessing the Su family's formidable procession, were left in a state of confusion, having never seen Su Jun's countenance marred by such distress. The token continued to emit a faint glow, mending internal injuries at an incomprehensible pace before swiftly staunching the bleeding from Yu Luo's wound, then dimming once more. "Qingyao, are you all right?" Yu Luo attempted to open his eyes, but found himself utterly fatigued. Su Qingyao, upon hearing Yu Luo's faint utterance, became agitated, disregarding her bloodied state as she clung tightly to him. Fearful of losing him, she wept softly, oblivious to the fact that Yu Luo's bleeding had ceased. "I'm sorry, brother. I promise I won't be willful again. Please, please don't leave me." Su Qingyao trembled as tears streamed down her face, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Woo. It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on coming to see the colorful ribbons, you wouldn't have been so severely injured." The young girl's cheeks glistened with tears, her heart tumultuous, unaware that the world around her seemed to dissolve into nothing but her quivering sobs. Yu Luo could hear her, yet lacked the strength to respond. ultimately summoning his remaining energy to gently caress her face amidst the tempest of her emotions. After a while, "Brother, drink some water," Su Qingyao said, holding her gourd to nourish the weary Yulou resting in her embrace. Though her eyes were red and swollen, they could not conceal the affection they held. She gazed quietly at his face, wishing to etch his likeness into the deepest recesses of her heart. Never to be forgotten, Su Jun arrived in haste, utterly oblivious to the multitude that had entered Wumian Mountain. Encountering not a single living creature along the path, which was littered with the carcasses of savage beasts, upon seeing Yulou and Su Qingyao, both drenched in blood, he struggled to catch his breath. He rushed forward, and the surrounding guards quickly formed a protective circle around the two after a swift examination of their condition, discovering that, despite their bloodied appearances, they bore no wounds. Su Jun let out a profound sigh of relief. He picked up the communication jade and spoke. "Madam, the children are safe now. I have received them." On the other end, Chu Xinliu collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, with the nearby maidservants hastily assisting her. Heaven knew how frantic she had been. Any mishap involving her children felt akin to the collapse of her world, let alone the peril faced by both. This sentiment was universal among mothers. "Quickly, let us return. Prepare the carriages outside. The children need rest," Su Jun commanded loudly. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao clung to Yulou's hand, unwilling to let go, her small fingers feeling the warmth of his gradually reviving body. Which was the most reassuring response for her. Su Jun carefully placed the two in the carriage, gently laying Yulou on a small bed while Su Qingyao sat beside him, quietly watching over him. Then, she softly spoke. "Father, the responsibility for sneaking out lies entirely with me." As she spoke, tears began to flow anew. "And I insisted on bringing brother to Wumian Mountain to see the colorful ribbons that I couldn't help but cry again after hearing what the owner of the Qinghua Merchant Association said. The tears she shed that day far exceeded those of her 12 years of existence." Su Jun patiently comforted her. "No matter what, it is enough that you both are unharmed. Remember this lesson well. You must never sneak out again. Your safety is all I desire." After a while, Su Qingyao began to feel fatigued, having endured such a significant shock, her eyelids growing heavy. Su Jun noticed this and suggested she rest beside Yulou, assuring her that he would remain vigilant. The subsequent events became a blur. All that remained clear was that after that day, the name of the Qinghua Merchant Association was never heard again in the city. Yan Jia's patriarch, Yan and I, also roared in anger within the hall. As for her, Su Qingyao's feelings for Yu underwent a profound transformation. What had once been playful cunning turned into fierce protection, even daring to retort against their father's reprimands on behalf of her brother. This realization did not escape Su Jun and Chu Xinliu, though they were still reluctant to fully believe it given their children's youth. It was only after a year, 2 years, and 3 years, with no change in her unwavering devotion, that they became convinced Su Qingyao's heart could hold but one person. Yulou. 1 Early morning, Yulou stretched lazily, his joints cracking. After donning his clothes, he pushed open the door. Stepping into the sunlight that kissed his face, he squinted momentarily before making his way to the adjacent room. He knocked on the door, calling, "Qingyao, it's time to get up." A soft voice came from within. "No, I want to sleep a little longer, just a little while." With no choice but to proceed to the back hall, he entered and immediately sensed something amiss. Besides his parents' presence, there were several unfamiliar auras. Squinting, he discerned, "Grandfather?" Su Pingshan nodded, laughing heartily as he opened his arms. Upon entering, Yulou sensed his grandfather's profound aura and, as Su Jun had said, he had indeed stepped into the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm. Good, good, Xiao Luo. You will be the pride of our Su family. In perhaps a decade, you may venture beyond the Huaxian kingdom to explore a broader world, Su Pingshan declared, nodding repeatedly. He had a premonition that the Su family might indeed prosper for a millennium through Xiao Luo, who might not belong to their world at the normal age. Attaining the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm at 15 existed only among the top empires. At least, the Huaxian kingdom had never produced such a prodigy. In the 7 counties of Huaxian, Su Pingshan had never heard of a 15-year-old genius at the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm. Most youths at 15 were still awakening, exploring the initial stages of cultivation. With guidance from elders, they would progress somewhat faster, but merely marginally so. Those from affluent backgrounds with ample resources, even with slightly better talent, would only reach the later stages at 16. Awakened at 14. and Su Pingshan had personally come from the family headquarters to confirm this. More than once, he had mused, if this child truly bears our bloodline, how wonderful that would be. Perhaps he could lead the Su family out of Zhu County. Fortunately, although this child was not of Su lineage by birth, he had been raised by them and possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Since childhood, he had always stood up for Su Qingyao at the first sign of her distress. Even if she suffered the slightest injury, he would immediately seek out pain-relieving medicine for her. He was dutiful at home, shouldering family burdens at a young age, and never retorting when reprimanded, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Xiao Luo, when it comes to cultivation, do not rush. Take each step steadily and lay a solid foundation to achieve greatness. Rest assured, Grandpa, I have never felt any hindrance in my cultivation journey. Haha. Then I shall be at ease. Additionally, I am aware that you and Qingyao wish to participate in the hunting competition. Very well, I shall take you two to experience it. Su Pingshan spoke with warmth. Yuluo promptly inquired, Grandfather, what are the specific rules for the hunting competition? The hunting competition is divided into 3 major areas, and this time it will take place in the Heiyuan mountain range. Located in the northwest of Zhu County. It serves as a training ground for the younger generation. The rule is that those who have entered the Yuanwu realm cannot participate within a span of 24 hours or 2 days. All means are permitted to hunt Yuan beasts. However, one cannot acquire them through theft. Only the final blow counts as the kill, and the specifics will depend on how the county lord evaluates the performance. Su Pingshan cast a deep glance at Yuluo. Yuluo immediately comprehended that while one could not steal from others' kills, there was no restriction against preemptively striking down a Yuan beast before another could claim it, necessitating vigilance against external competitors. What about fighting? Yuluo pondered and finally asked. Fighting is permissible, but it must not result in death, Su Pingshan replied, then inquired. What is it? Have the yin or two families' brats provoked you? Neither. I simply wish to protect Qingyao if others do not provoke me. I shall not harm them, Yuluo asserted resolutely. Su Pingshan nodded slowly. As long as you have that mindset, it is sufficient. The hunting competition occurs only on the periphery, with only minor beasts involved. Consider it practical training. Qingyao is still asleep. Should I wake her? Yuluo glanced toward her room. Let that girl sleep. She may awaken her Yuan pulse at any moment. But Su Jun, you must be fully prepared, Su Pingshan stated before preparing to rise. Grandfather, are you leaving already? Yuluo calculated the time, noting it was still an hour short of noon. Yes, the Su family has many branches that require my attention. The next time we meet should be at the hunting competition. Xiao Luo, work hard in your cultivation. Su Pingshan gently patted Yuluo's shoulder and solemnly said, Yes, Grandfather, please take care. After performing a customary gesture of respect as a junior, Yuluo intended to return and seek out the fate plate for some techniques, for until now he had yet to acquire even a single method of attack. He relied solely on his experiences from battling ferocious beasts before his cultivation. Upon returning to his room, Yuluo sat cross-legged on his bed, and with a flicker of thought, he entered the so-called Emperor's mystical gateway. The fate plate present. Gradually, a single character appeared in the center. Yes. Show me the fire-type techniques. Understood. Why Yuluo beheld approximately 20 techniques before him. Flame Breath Blade, mid-tier of the common grade. Leaving Fire Fist, low tier of the common grade. Leaving Fire Palm, low tier of the common grade. Which is a combination technique with the Leaving Fire Fist, 10,000 Fire Shield, mid-tier of the common grade. Gathering Flame Steps, high tier of the common grade. P.S. Technique grades. Common, Spirit, Profound, Earth, Heaven. Currently, he had only focused on these 5 fire-type techniques, which encompassed offensive, defensive, and movement skills. After briefly examining the cultivation manager for the Flame Breath Blade, he couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that a technique from the Gathering Qi realm could evolve into such a complex method. Many techniques were still being refined. This was merely a small fraction. Are these techniques accessible? No. Only those of our bloodline can comprehend them, except for the special methods of the fated individuals. The fate plate had learned to respond to him preemptively. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent content is even more thrilling. All the techniques and skills within the fate plate are the culmination of our clan's efforts, and outsiders have no possibility of comprehension. Well, this clan hoards so many valuable treasures for themselves. Even sharing a few would likely stir up a storm in Zhu Jun, unable to respond. Young master. It is advisable for you to check on the human girl who has been by your side. She is about to awaken her abilities, due to your aura's lingering influence over the years. Her talent in this world will be exceptional. Yu Luo's consciousness swiftly returned, and he promptly headed to the adjacent room of Su Qingyao. Arriving at her door, he knocked and inquired, "Qingyao, are you awake?" Receiving no response, he declared, "I am coming in." Upon pushing open the door, he was immediately seized by a chill, turning to see that the bed was covered with a thick layer of frost. "Qingyao," Yu Luo hurried over, retrieving the essence crystals and the prepared high-grade qi-invoking pill from his spatial ring. He surrounded Su Qingyao's body with 2 essence crystals and fed her the high-grade qi-invoking pill. Subsequently, he picked up a communication jade and called for his parents, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, Qingyao has begun to awaken her abilities. Come quickly." After completing these actions, he frowned as he gazed at Su Qingyao's face, which was tinged with pain and becoming increasingly frosted. Su Qingyao struggled to open her beautiful eyes, sensing Yu Luo's presence beside her. "Brother, I am so cold," she managed to utter before being unable to form another complete sentence. "It's all right, I am here." Yu Luo, disregarding everything else, took her small hand in his, which felt as icy as a block of ice upon contact. However, he dared not use the fire element within him to dispel the cold. Fearing it might affect Su Qingyao's awakening, that he observed icy blue lines beginning to manifest within her body, even penetrating through her clothing and bedding, visible to him as he sat by her side. "This quality of ice vein cannot be low. It must be stronger than my nearly second-tier fire," Yu Luo murmured, his heart aching as he realized that the stronger the quality, the more intense the pain during awakening. As the ice veins grew brighter, the temperature in the room continued to drop, and thick layers of ice began to form throughout the chamber. "Qingyao, I am right here with you. It will be over soon." Yu Luo silently encouraged her. The increasingly frigid hand gripped his even tighter. Suddenly, with a crack, Su Qingyao's ice blue eyes finally opened, and for the first time, Yu Luo sensed her vital energy. Yet, in that instant, the bedding and clothing were shattered into fine ice shards. Yu Luo was momentarily stunned, and Su Qingyao appeared equally bewildered, staring at him for a moment before letting out a piercing scream. Yu Luo quickly regained his composure and turned to flee in panic. Just as Su Jun and Chu Xinyu arrived, they heard the scream and the door being violently pushed open from the inside, nearly toppling Yu Luo to the ground. "What is happening?" They both paused, and Chu Xinyu promptly nudged Su Jun, saying, "Let me check inside." She then entered the room and closed the door behind her. However, she emerged shortly after, casting a complex glance at Yu Luo. Calmly addressing Su Jun, she said, "Jun, you wait a moment before entering," and then she retreated back inside. Su Jun looked at Yu Luo with suspicion. Unable to contain his curiosity, "What has you so flustered? You didn't seem this anxious when I took you hunting before. Why Yu Luo had been in a daze since he exited. No, it's nothing. I am fine." He fervently shook his head, feeling that he could never dare speak of such matters. Soon, Chu Xinyu reappeared, signaling Su Jun that he could enter. Upon entering, Su Jun shivered and gasped. He saw his daughter, clad in a white dress woven with golden threads, seated at the edge of the bed with her eyes closed, seemingly calming the turbulent cold energy within her. His daughter's entire demeanor had transformed completely. "Qingyao, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? The nature of this cold energy, what tier of vital energy could it be?" Su Qingyao slightly sensed within herself and saw the icy blue veins manifesting 7 star-like points. "Father, it is 7th tier." Su Jun's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though his jaw might drop to the ground, his mind spinning and nearly causing him to faint. 7th tier ice veins. He had never dreamed that the Su family would produce a genius who awakened with 7th tier ice veins. This single condition was enough to draw the attention of academies from other realms, for no one in the Guatian kingdom had ever awakened with 7th tier ice veins. Excitedly, he said to Chu Xinyu, "Take good care of our daughter. I must inform father." With that, he swiftly exited, seizing the largest communication jade. "Father, your granddaughter Su Qingyao has awakened her abilities, now possessing 7th tier ice veins." Upon receiving the message, Su Pingshan could hardly believe his ears. "What? Please repeat that." "Father, you heard correctly. Qingyao has awakened with 7th tier ice veins." Moments later, laughter erupted from the other end of the communication jade. "Ha ha 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 ha. Truly. The heavens favor our Su family. 2 prodigies. Our Su family will surely thrive in the future. Ha." Tears streamed down Su Pingshan's face from his laughter, leaving those around him in shock. "Master, may I inquire what has transpired?" A loyal bodyguard, who had followed Su Pingshan the longest and was most trusted, approached and clasped his fists in inquiry. After a while, Su Pingshan finally regained his composure, exclaiming, "Ha, it's nothing. It's a tremendous joy. Come, let us return to Zhuguang City." Su Pingshan hurriedly made his way, while at that moment, Su Qingyao had already calmed the cold energy surging within her. Her aura had transformed, becoming somewhat less spirited and more serene. "Grandfather, you have arrived." She greeted him with a gentle bow. Su Pingshan gazed at his granddaughter, his heart brimming with excitement. He had thought that learning of Xiao Luo's completion in the Gathering Qi realm would be wonderful news. Yet he was unexpectedly met with double happiness. The talent displayed by his granddaughter nearly overwhelmed him. "Dear granddaughter, perhaps our Su family shall rely on you and Xiao Luo in the future. But do not bear too heavy a burden. Even if the heavens fall, we elders will stand firm." Su Pingshan, as he spoke, could not help but shed tears. A decade ago, Su Qingyao's great-grandfather fell victim to a treacherous ambush by foreign powers during the last trial of purgatory, leaving the vast Su family entrusted to Su Pingshan's care. Tragically, 7 years ago, his wife succumbed to a grave illness, and now, at the age of 76, Su Pingshan knew he could endure at most another 200 years. While cultivation can extend the lifespan of humanity, within the confines of the mortal realm, such enhancements are rather limited. The average human lifespan is around a century. Reaching the Yuanwu realm can extend it to 300 years. The Xianqing realm to 500, the Diyuan realm to 1,000, and at the pinnacle of the Pingtian realm, it can reach 2,000 years. However, even the upper limit of the Dur realm barely touches 5,000 years. Unless one transcends to the status of the revered, that is an entirely different world. Though he mourned deeply, Su Pingshan understood he could not falter. His children had yet to fully mature. His eldest, Su Huan; second, Su Ning; third, Su Jun; and fourth, Su Qiuming, were scattered throughout Zhu County. Presently, his granddaughter's talents were sufficient to herald the swift rise of the Su family. The grievances endured at the hands of the Tu and Yin families now seemed trivial in comparison. Gradually calming himself, Su Pingshan took up the communication jade. "Xiao Huan, Xiao Ning, Qiuming, put aside your tasks. Today is a day of great joy for the Su family. Come to Zhuguang City, and together we shall head to Tianzhu City." 2 hours later, Yuluo had regained his composure but was uncertain how to face Su Qingyao, remaining seated in his room. Yet, at times, one must confront reality, for the sound of the communication jade had summoned him to the guest hall to prepare for their journey to Tianzhu City. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself mentally for the impending confrontation with Su Qingyao. Glancing at the few remaining yuan crystals in his possession, he shook his head with a rueful smile. Recalling that he had awakened with merely 1,200 crystals, the majority had been utilized to support Su Qingyao, as external forces could only be balanced through yuan crystals, slightly suppressing any volatile energy fluctuations, thereby mitigating some of the pain she endured during her awakening. Superior qi-inducing pills could assist in stabilizing her internal state. Once he tidied his room, Yuluo stepped outside, only to find Su Qingyao at the door of the adjacent room. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that she could not conceal. Memories of the enchanting scenery he had glimpsed in his room rushed through his mind, prompting him to shake his head and suppress his restless thoughts. Su Qingyao pouted slightly and approached Yuluo. "But don't slap my face. We still have to see grandfather." As she drew near, this was the last thought Yuluo dared to voice before he covered his face with his hands, bracing himself for a reprimand. "Who is going to hit you?" Su Qingyao murmured softly, pulling him into an embrace. Yuluo opened his eyes, momentarily stunned, as Su Qingyao stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Instinctively, he encircled her with his arms. Su Qingyao' complexion was a delicate pink, and the chill she had felt 2 hours prior during her awakening had vanished. She held him tightly, her delicate frame pressed against his neck, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Indeed, her awakening had rendered her body even colder. Her temperature had always been lower than that of ordinary individuals. Yuluo pondered to himself. After a moment of comfort, Su Qingyao released him, gazing quietly into his eyes. "Shall we go?" Yuluo suggested. "We don't want to keep grandfather waiting." Su Qingyao touched his hand, and he understood her meaning. Skillfully, he took her small hand. But this time their fingers intertwined. Thus, they made their way to the guest hall, walking in silence, with Yuluo, despite his usual reticence, able to discern that Su Qingyao did not regard him merely as a brother. The warmth radiating from her hand warmed his very soul. Meanwhile, Su Qingao silently absorbed his essence, familiar yet profoundly etched in her heart. Following her awakening, her spiritual perception had awakened as well, and indeed, the world appeared distinctly different. Upon reaching the entrance to the guest hall, just as Yu Luo was about to release her hand, he noticed Su Qingao had no intention of letting go. She looked at him with unwavering determination. With a sigh, he realized that words would be futile. Only actions would suffice. Why Yu Luo fixed his gaze upon Su Qingao, as if they were engaged in a silent communion of souls. Eventually, he resolutely led her into the guest hall. As they stepped inside, their fingers remained entwined, palms pressed together. Within the guest hall, Su Pingshan observed their tightly clasped hands, stroking his beard with a contented smile. Though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, Uncle Su Huan, accompanied by his wife Tu Wan, beamed at the scene, as if witnessing a reflection of their own past. Uncle Su Ning displayed a look of astonishment, glancing left and right, as if struggling to believe the sight before him. Having resided near Yanfeng County in Xianhui City for an extended period, he was not particularly familiar with their circumstances. Su Jun and Chu Xinliu exchanged glances. Genuinely happy for the children, Su Jun discreetly observed his father, Su Pingshan's expression, noting the absence of anger, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Aunt Su Qiuming could not contain her curiosity, inquiring, Xiao Luo, Qingyao, what is this? As Yu Luo prepared to respond, he was interrupted by Su Qingyao's slightly anxious voice. I like Yu Luo. Slowly, Yu Luo turned to her, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. After expressing her feelings, she gazed at him with eyes full of affection, as if he were the son that belonged solely to her. 3 years prior, before she had secretly slipped out of the city, her emotions had lingered between kinship and love, fully aware that they shared no blood ties. After all, they had grown up together, knowing each other inside and out. An accidental spark had ignited. It was the profile illuminated by the setting sun, the instinctive act of shielding her in moments of danger and the nights when, unable to sleep, she would tap on the wall to signal him, and he would come to tell her stories, lulling her into peaceful slumber with his voice. All of these moments were indelibly etched in the young girl's heart. Yet, fear lingered within her, fear of her parents' disapproval, and trepidation that Yu Luo might see her merely as a sister. It was a day she would never forget when her dreams, once filled with colorful ribbons, had resolutely transformed into a singular vision of Yu Luo. He had sustained grievous injuries, blood flowing freely, for claw marks across his chest to abdomen, each nearly 2 fingers wide, incurred while protecting her. Yet, she had emerged unscathed, not a single bruise to be found. This made her realize that his feelings for her were not rooted in familial affection. He simply struggled to articulate his emotions, preferring to express himself through actions. That day, her world had been enveloped in silence. The sounds of insects and birds had vanished, leaving only the echo of her shattered heart, between life and death. A tumultuous wave had surged within her soul. When she saw his finger twitch, the clouded world around her seemed to brighten in an instant. She had never been so terrified of losing someone. He was so radiant, yet so foolish enough to risk everything to protect her. The clever tricks he had once played seemed trivial in comparison. He was also foolish, allowing himself to bear the brunt of blame, taking responsibility for a millennium-old vase he had inadvertently shattered, while she had cleverly coaxed him into accepting the fault. Yet now he boldly declared it for all to hear. They were both foolish. Indeed, ha ha. Su Pingshan's quiet chuckles erupted into hearty laughter. Yu Luo and Su Qingyao tensed, realizing the implications for their future hinged upon his approval. As for their father, Su Jun hurriedly knelt before Su Pingshan, followed closely by Chu Xinliu. Xiao Luo, what do you think? Su Pingshan's gaze sharpened, fixating on Yu Luo, the pressure of his Yuanwu realm mastery weighing upon him. Su Qingyao sensed it too, gripping his hand tightly, acutely aware of the intensity of the pressure enveloping him. I also like Qingyao, Yu Luo declared through clenched teeth, each word deliberate, his body trembling yet his gaze unwavering as it met Su Pingshan's. The oppressive aura lingered around Yu Luo for nearly 100 breaths, yet he perceived the steadfastness in Yu Luo's eyes, a resolve that had never wavered. That was a commitment that transcended even death itself. As the pressure dissipated, Su Pingshan calmly nodded, saying, I shall inform the Chu family later. However, this matter is of great significance. Concerning the futures of these 2 children, we must not act in haste. Let it be after the hunting competition, allowing them time to adapt. As Yu Luo and Su Qingyao came to understand the outcome, in the next moment, Su Qingyao lunged towards Yu Luo, revealing just how anxious she had been, completely disregarding the gaze of her family. "Ah, father, do you not oppose this?" Su Jun asked nervously. "Get up first. Oppose? Who says I am opposed?" Xiao Luo and Qingyao share no blood ties. The entire family is aware of this, and they have been childhood sweethearts. More importantly, I believe that aside from Yu Luo, I cannot entrust Qingyao to anyone else, Su Pingshan stated in one breath, then closed his eyes, sitting in silence. A closer look would reveal that his fingers were trembling. "Thank you, father. But isn't this a bit too hasty? Both children are just over 15. Su Jun and Chu Xinliu stood up, sighing in relief as they spoke. "Hasty? I see no haste. It is merely an engagement. Once the engagement is established and the name is set, they can choose a date for the wedding once they turn 18, Su Pingshan remarked, shaking his head and casting a glance at Su Jun. No sense of observation. Indeed, you are right. It should be settled first. After all, a son-in-law like Xiao Luo is exceedingly rare. Ha ha. Su Jun nodded, laughing. Congratulations, third brother. We are undoubtedly well aware of Xiao Luo's character. They truly are a match made in heaven. Ha! Today's joyous occasion is plentiful. Is it a blessing from above? Uncle Su Huan said to Su Jun. "Thank you, eldest brother. Let us gather properly this time." Su Jun replied, his face glowing with evident joy. "Congratulations, master." The guards in the hall echoed in unison. "All right, do not worry. It is all settled now. There is nothing in this world that can obstruct us any longer." That Yu Luo swept Su Qingyao into his arms. Su Qingyao tilted her head, her lips gently brushing against Yu Luo's, and as he stood there, dazed and smiling, the infatuation in her eyes became increasingly evident. At that moment, the previously silent token detached itself from Yu Luo. Slowly rising, Su Pingshan was taken aback and quickly approached, with Su Jun and the others following suit. In their memory, this object had never emitted any light. This was the first time it had behaved in such a manner since it accompanied Yu Luo, compelling them to exercise caution. It was also Yu Luo's first encounter with the token exhibiting other behaviors. Yet in his perception, the token harbored no hostility towards Su Qingyao. The character for feather on the token seemed to flicker. And suddenly, everyone found themselves rendered speechless and motionless, though their capacity for thought and sight remained intact, as if they had entered a different realm. A beam of black light emanated from the token, slowly advancing towards Su Qingyao, merging with her heart, after which the token trembled slightly, sending another beam of black light towards Yu Luo's heart. What on earth is happening? Su Jun wanted to shout, but found himself unable to control his body. This was the question on everyone's minds. The two slowly separated, standing face to face, as the character for feather on the token flickered once more before gradually returning to Yu Luo. In the next moment, everyone regained their ability to move. Yu Luo hurried to Su Qingyao's side, urgently asking, "Qingyao, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" He was equally eager to learn what the token had done to her. Su Qingyao shook her head, gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, her lips parting slightly. "I only felt a warm light sweep through my soul's sea. There was no other discomfort." Yu Luo took Su Qingyao's small hand, sensing that her aura had not significantly changed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Qingyao had encountered any issues, he would have discarded that cursed token. The token. It is good that nothing is wrong. You startled me. But what exactly happened just now? Why were we unable to speak? Su Jun patted his chest and said that I am uncertain, but it seems the token was merely confirming something. Our inability to speak could only be attributed to the token's powers. Yu Luo replied, contemplating asking the token about the incident later. What kind of divine object is this? Su Pingshan reflected, feeling a wave of fear. If the token bore even a hint of hostility towards them, the Su family would likely have faced annihilation today. Su Jun recalled the day 3 years prior when Xiao Luo and Qingyao had run away together. He had been anxious to pursue them, and in hindsight, he felt a chill. What kind of force could render an entire mountain devoid of life? Further investigation revealed that not only Wu Mian Mountain, but also nearby Wu Ning Mountain and Wu Ming Mountain were lifeless, strewn with the corpses of beasts and primal beasts. The county prince had found no answers and ultimately let the matter rest. Su Jun pondered. It must have been the token's doing. To protect Yu Luo, perhaps it was because Yu Luo and Qingyao had lived together for 12 years, their auras closely aligned, that the token did not eradicate Qingyao. Another wave of fear washed over him. Fortunately, this divine object seemed to possess some intelligence. Well, since Qingyao is unharmed, I shall go find old Chu. "Ah, it is time for a good chat," Su Pingshan said, relieved, as he picked up a piece of sound transmission jade and walked out. A voice followed. "Old Chu, I shall come to you tomorrow. I have something to discuss." "What matter? You old fellow always seeks me out for something troublesome, though. Must it not be a happy occasion? A grand celebration?" "Ha!" Yu Luo and Su Qingyao found a moment of tranquility as their grandfather prepared to visit the Chu family, while uncle and second uncle began to drink nearby. Su Qingyao looked at him and softly said, "Brother." The moment those words left her lips, they bestowed upon Yu Luo a sensation of unparalleled uniqueness. Is this what love feels like? Yu Luo pondered, only aware that the promise he made to her in their childhood had added a line: "I will surely protect you, ensuring you suffer no harm for a lifetime." "Qingyao, I wish to return to my room to cultivate. I feel I am close to advancing to the second tier of the fire vein," Yu Luo said, holding her small hand. "But I don't want to part from you yet," Su Qingyao replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, wearing a look of vulnerability. Why? Yu Luo smiled helplessly and said, "We are merely next door. How can we truly be apart? Be good." Saying this, he pulled her closer. Su Qingyao nestled her head against his chest, her lips curling into a slight smile. This was the sense of security and satisfaction she longed for. "All right, just a brief separation. You are too clingy," Yu Luo said with a gentle smile, tenderly stroking her hair. "Hey, brother, let us return together," Su Qingyao replied, her lips curving into a smile, the joy dancing at the corners of her mouth. "Let us go." Yu Luo naturally and skillfully took Su Qingyao's hand and led her out of the hall. As they walked hand in hand through the corridor, the surrounding guards had grown accustomed to the sight. Moreover, they had already received the news. Young Master Luo and Miss Qingyao are to be engaged in 2 months. Upon this announcement, the entire Su family was enveloped in jubilation. Of course, not everyone shared in this joy. Some of the more distant young members of the family wore expressions of envy. On what grounds does a wild boy get to be engaged to the pearl of the Su family? Exactly, it is truly beyond my comprehension that I thought last month's rumor was true. Yin Jin would be engaged to Su Qingyao, and I wasted some spirit crystals and elixirs to establish a connection. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Alas, allowing Su Qingyao to marry a wild boy is simply disgraceful for our Su family. In the Yin family, Yin and I looked at Yin Jin and slowly said, "It has been confirmed. In 2 months, that young girl from the Su family will be engaged to that wild boy." Bang! Yin Jin smashed the stone table before him with a punch, his face contorted with rage. "How dare he? How dare a wild boy, an unknown beast, snatch my woman?" Yin and I cast a calm glance at him. "You have one last opportunity. During the hunting competition, kill him, even if it violates the rules. You can simply claim it was an accident. I asked for the county prince. I will handle that. Offering some heavenly crystals and spiritual grade yuan treasures should suffice to quell his anger." Yin and I had already devised a strategy. Yin Jin spoke fiercely. "Father, you must help me. I wish to refine that Yin Yu flower. But that Yin Yu flower has yet to mature. I intended for you to refine it at the mid-stage of body refinement, so that by then, the flower would be matured, hastening your advancement to the late stage of body refinement. That I cannot wait. I want to tear him apart with the most brutal force." "Ha! Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall prepare accordingly, enough to elevate you to the mid-stage of body refinement. Surely, that boy cannot possibly reach the late stage of body refinement within a year." Upon returning to the room, Yu Luo's consciousness entered the life plate space. "Life plate? What just transpired? What did you do?" "When the bloodline of my clan intertwines with that of an outsider, engaging in a kiss, we delve into one another's hearts to discern any malice or deceit. Should such malevolence be detected, the soul is immediately obliterated. If not, after observing memories, the technique of concealment is inscribed, subsequently merging the essence of one's blood with that of the life plate holder, etching it into the life plate space. Concealment technique? What is that, and what happens when it is inscribed?" Yu Luo inquired, feeling utterly perplexed. "The concealment technique is a secret art of my clan, capable of safeguarding the soul sea from intrusion, while also allowing one to obscure their cultivation at present. There is no one in this realm who can breach it. However, should one be attacked or utilize their vital energy, it will temporarily become ineffective. Once the essence of blood is inscribed, your name shall be etched upon our clan's original life plate. In an unknown space, Your Excellency." The elder knelt respectfully, Bowing his head, the essence of the prince's blood has manifested upon the original life plate, signifying that the prince is still safe. Moreover, there is a fated maiden, named Su Qingyao, whose essence must belong to the human race. The elder spoke softly. Before him lay a massive crystal mechanism, within which two figures remained obscured. A thought resonated. Haha, I knew it. My son would not perish so easily. Humans, await my child. In 5 years, I shall restore myself and will search the world to find you. And as for the grudge against you, Hongji, is that so? Will there be any repercussions from the essence of blood inscribed? After digesting this information, Yu Luo immediately probed further. This was his first sensation of a connection with his kin. No repercussions. It merely informs the clan that you are still alive and cannot be used to locate your position. Regarding the incident 3 years ago, is my survival attributed to your influence? Yu Luo had long wished to inquire about this, for in his estimation, such grievous injuries would have surely led to his demise within mere moments. Yet upon awakening, all traces of his wounds had vanished, and his vitality remained stable. It was not my doing. I am merely the life plate itself, and it was the residual soul of my clan's elder that intervened. The elder? Residual soul? Can he recover? Yu Luo asked. 15 years ago, he perished to protect you. His residual soul ultimately binding to the life plate. He will awaken only when you face mortal peril. His residual soul is not boundless. After awakening 2 more times, or in 30 years, it will dissipate and cannot return. Died to protect me. Yu Luo contemplated this statement, realizing that without that elder, he might have long ceased to exist. A sense of gratitude welled up within him, yet words of thanks felt utterly inadequate. He knew he had been bestowed with immense kindness. Thank you for answering so many of my questions. The fog of confusion in Yu Luo's heart dissipated considerably, and he began to comprehend how he had arrived at the Su family. As his consciousness withdrew from the life plate, he felt considerably disheartened. The realization that his life had been exchanged for that of a clan elder weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, the soul sea revealed the words of the life plate. There is no need for such distress. Young master, Elder Yu Hongji acted entirely of his own volition. Compelled by circumstances, he would not wish for your sorrow. The name Yu Hongji resonated in Yu Luo's mind. Suddenly, he recalled an important question that remained unasked and returned to the threshold. Life plate, can you convey your awareness to Qin Yao and my grandfather? Since the essence of blood has been inscribed, it can certainly be done. Then that is settled, just as he prepared to exit. He tapped his forehead, remembering yet another inquiry. Is there a technique to advance my vital channels? Yu Luo's own vital energy had stagnated at the first tier due to a lack of abundant vital crystals. His self-cultivation had progressed slowly, taking a year to merely touch upon the second tier. Indeed, but you need not practice it. Why is that? Because your vital channels are in a state of recovery, not advancement. Even in the absence of a technique, you will still return to form. It merely requires time and will coincide with your breakthrough. Recovery? Yu Luo queried in confusion. He had been at the first tier since his awakening. What was there to recover? This matter pertains to the life plate. The concealment technique will expose your cultivation when you exert your vital energy. Based on the life plate's millions of years of experience, certain individuals among the human race possess a strong malevolence. Prematurely revealing your gifts could place you in peril. Moreover, that human girl requires your protection. A year ago, when you awakened, the life plate sensed the talent she developed from exposure to your essence. As long as she refrains from using the concealment technique, it will safeguard her from being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. Reflecting on this, Yu Luo recognized the prudence of such an approach, for if he were to manifest vital channels exceeding the world's limits, concealment would be impossible. There is another reason. This comes from his command. The life plate could not divulge this to Yu Luo. The 7th-tier ice channel of Qin Yao was known only to the core figures of the Su family. The patriarch Su Pingshan, Uncle Su Huan, second Uncle Su Ning, as well as his parents and Aunt Xiaoming. Furthermore, Qin Yao currently bore the concealment technique. It was only upon entering the academy, acquiring student status as a protective charm, that she could freely showcase her talents. Hardly any family would dare offend an academy. Prior to joining the academy, she could rely solely on him for protection, and Yu Luo thought of the upcoming hunting competition next month. As his consciousness returned, Yu Luo let out a soft sigh, contemplating how to explain the life plate matter to Qin Yao without alarming her. Brother, the light, ethereal voice of Su Qingyao rang from outside. "Come in, Qingyao," Yuluo said, realizing he had no time left to ponder. Creaking open the door, Su Qingyao swiftly leapt into his arms. "That I missed you," she exclaimed, knocking Yuluo back onto the bed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at him. "Hasn't it been less than half an hour?" Yuluo gently lifted her up, their noses nearly touching, their warm breaths mingling in the air. "What are you doing?" Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. And then, with slightly parted lips, she lightly nibbled at his. Taken aback by her boldness, Yuluo regained his composure and asked, "How many vital channels have you opened?" 39 channels, Su Qingyao replied, closing her eyes to sense her progress. "Yuvi never told me before." She pouted. "That I opened 40 channels upon awakening. I now have 55. "What? How can it progress so rapidly?" Su Qingyao gasped in astonishment. "Because this token is called a life plate. My parents placed it beside me at birth, allowing me to cultivate the Imperial clan's innate techniques from within." The Imperial clan? If you find your true parents in the future, will you still regard me a mere commoner? Su Qingyao's expression darkened with concern at the mere mention of the Imperial clan, as she anxiously questioned him. Though she was unaware of which clan it might be, she understood it was an existence far beyond her comprehension. After all, she was simply an ordinary human, lacking formidable strength or a powerful background, and felt ill-equipped to confront the lineage of her beloved. How could that be? Do not fret unnecessarily, even if I were to discover my true belonging. You will always be you, and your place in my heart will never waver, Yuluo asserted with a serious countenance. "It's possible that they are merely members of some imperial family. Rest assured, even if the entire world opposes us, I will stand by your side. Remember your words. You have already filled my heart. I truly cannot do without you," Su Qingyao replied, her voice softening. Hearing this, Yuluo slowly wrapped his arms around the slightly anxious girl, gently patting her back as he comforted the unsettled maiden, saying, "Am I not the same? Do you remember what I once said? No one can prevent us from being together." "Emichim," Su Qingyao murmured softly, her delicate head pressed tightly against his chest, feeling his heartbeat as it eased her worries. "The life plate is conscious. This afternoon. It was the life plate that drew upon our essences and inscribed them together. The life plate mentioned that our names would appear on the clan's original life plate." "What? Does that mean my name is already known to your kin?" Su Qingyao exclaimed, her surprise evident. While it was not a major issue, a hint of shyness still crept in, indeed. Returning to the matter of the vital channels, the life plate is rather stingy in imparting knowledge to you. Claiming you cannot cultivate without my clan's bloodline, we have lived together for 15 years, never straying more than a mile apart. According to the life plate, our essences have become significantly aligned. Yulu pursed her lips and remarked, "It's all right, dear brother. I can also cultivate our Su family's fundamental techniques. Young master, one can engage in interactions to have human girls roll back to you." Yulu's facial expression twitched rapidly as she internally roared, "Are you even human? Received? I am not." "Hiss, young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling." "Huh? What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Su Qingyao sensed a momentary disturbance in Yulu's aura. "No worries. That cursed fate token is just acting up," Yulu replied calmly. "Qingyao, take your time with your cultivation. There's no need to rush. Even if you participate in the academy entrance test with the strength of an initial gathering chi realm, I estimate that every academy on Lanfeng Star would be clamoring to admit you." "Absolutely not. I don't want to see you always standing in front of me. I hope that one day I can protect you when you need it." Su Qingyao stubbornly shook her head. "You little girl, when would I need your protection?" Yulu said indulgently. "Who knows? When danger strikes, don't expect me to plead. Su, young lady, please protect me." With that, she couldn't help but chuckle. How much longer will these two little ones be all sweet and cozy? "It's time for dinner." A voice from outside interrupted. Belonging to Chu Xinyu, Su Qingyao's face flushed, and she struggled to rise, pulling Yulu's hand as they headed outside. "So, does that mean the fate token has been observing little Luo and the Su family all this time?" Su Jun looked at the token on the table in amazement. "Yes, it can be understood that way," Yulu replied. Su Jun stood up and bowed to the fate token. "Esteemed fate token, if there has been any disrespect in the past, please forgive me. Father, there's no need for such formality. The token does not mind these things, Yulu said promptly. No, I must express my gratitude to the fate token for saving your and Qingyao's lives 3 years ago. It deserves a bow. 13 days later. The Duke of Zhu County, Shiman Anda, announced the commencement of the hunting competition and notified all participating families to proceed. The heads of the 4 prominent families, Tu Ming of the Tu family, Yen and I of the Yen family, Chu Duan of the Chu family, and Su Pingshan of the Su family, gathered simultaneously. Following them were the Ling family, Xia family, and other smaller families. Yulu and Su Qingyao followed behind Su Jun. Whispering to each other, the rules are as follows. Each pair consists of 2 individuals, with each family sending 7 groups from 3 designated areas that I want to elaborate further. I trust everyone is clear on this. Now, let us discuss the rewards. The first place in this hunting competition will allow the family to reduce its taxes by 30% for 5 years and will bestow upon them a Tianshan Snow Heart Lotus for 300 years. The second place will reduce the family taxes by 20% and grant a mid-grade ordinary technique. The third place will reduce the family taxes by 10%. But a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Su Pingshan's eyes lit up. If the Tianshan Snow Heart Lotus could be given to Qingyao, it might swiftly elevate her realm to the mid-gathering Qi stage, saving an immense amount of time. Shiman Anda waved his hand, signaling for silence. The hunting competition will commence in half an hour. I look forward to your performances at the Su family camp, Su Pingshan sternly declared from a makeshift platform. In any case, we must secure the first prize. I cannot afford to be disappointed by you younger generations. Yes, we will spare no effort to compete. The participants below the stage responded in unison, clasping their fists. Yulu was also gearing up, cracking her knuckles. Su Qingyao leaned lazily against him, closing her eyes to rest, clearly not fully awake. Half an hour passed swiftly. Little Luo, you must protect Qingyao well. Do not take risks that I want to care if anyone else is injured. I only hope you and Qingyao can return unscathed. Su Jun and the others lowered their heads in understanding. After the competition began, those at the Yuan martial realm needed to keep their distance from the arena, thus unable to witness the unfolding events. Understood, Grandpa, Yulu nodded, glancing at Su Qingyao, who smiled warmly at her as the hunting competition commenced. Shiman Anda activated his energy, slowly ascending into the air, demonstrating the capabilities of the Earth Yuan realm, allowing for prolonged flight. Upon entering the Heiyuan mountain range, Yulu and Su Qingyao gazed at the mountains shrouded in black mist. Let us prepare to set off. Qingyao, I'll introduce you to some Yuan beasts. Yulu took her hand and, after selecting a direction, began walking into the northern mountains. That is a flame lizard, a Yuan beast of the initial gathering Qi realm. Seemingly able to only breathe fire from its mouth. Do you see over there? That is a golden mountain leopard, a mid-gathering Qi Yuan beast, incredibly fast and well-adapted to mountainous terrain. Yulu, with Su Qinyao's arm linked with his, pointed out the Yuan beasts within his line of sight. This is a golden armored turtle, a mid-gathering Qi Yuan beast, with low aggressiveness. The one on the ground is a poison-scaled python. A late-gathering Qi Yuan beast, with poisonous scales. It must not be touched unless one has reached the body refinement stage. Up in the sky, that is a fire hawk, mid-gathering Qi. I've heard it can even snatch human children. And over there is a fiery striped tiger. Su Qingyao, initially smiling and quietly listening to Yulu's explanations, gradually released her grip upon seeing the fiery striped tiger, her eyes turning icy as she raised her hand. Channeling her energy, glinting with cold light. A series of ice spikes slowly materialized around her. 2, 3, until 12 ice spikes formed. She waved her small hand, directing all the ice spikes toward the fiery striped tiger. The fiery striped tiger, indulging in its meal, felt its fur bristle as it turned to see an ice spike approaching. Before it could roar, the ice spike had already pierced through its head, leaving a few frozen droplets of blood in its wake. Subsequently, the 11 other ice spikes riddled its body with countless holes. With a flick of her jade hand, Su Qingyao redirected the penetrating ice spikes until the entire tiger was reduced to ice shards. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more captivating. Phew, I'm so tired. Dear brother, Su Qingyao's cold light receded, and she linked her arm with Yulu again. Her lips curling into a smile as she gazed at Yulu, who was staring at her in astonishment. This was the first time Yulu had witnessed Su Qingyao take action, the fiery striped tiger. Upon reaching adulthood, could attain the body refinement realm. The one just now, although not fully grown, was likely very close. Yet, Su Qingyao was merely at the initial gathering chi stage. She had nearly annihilated it. Swallowing hard, Yulu said, Qingyao, that fiery striped tiger was at least at the peak of the gathering chi stage. You truly surprised me greatly. It wasn't too difficult to breach its defenses, but controlling the yuan energy is indeed, as you said, somewhat profound. However, it might be due to my low realm. I felt my yuan energy deplete quickly. Su Qingyao's lips pressed together, displaying a weary expression. Let me carry you, Yulu offered, sensing her thoughts. You're the best. Brother, Su Qingyao's expression brightened instantly as she climbed onto his back. After hoisting Su Qingyao onto his back, he intended to head toward the mountain peak, to eye in the sky. Shiman Anda's gaze flickered before he nodded. On the other side of the Heiyuan mountain range, Yin Jian of the Yin family sat upon a large rock, accompanied by Yin Xian, who was the son of Yin Kuang and had half a year of strength at the mid-body refinement stage. He had arranged for personnel in the primary area to disperse and search for Yulu and Su Qingyao from the beginning. At this moment, his mind was occupied with devising plans to trample Yulu beneath his feet, incapacitate him, and then Su Qingyao would be easily within his grasp. Report, young master. We have news. Someone spotted Yulu and Su Qingyao in the north. A disciple of the Yin family conveyed the message to Yin Jian. It's time to hunt. Yin Jian licked his lips. In the afternoon, Yulu carried Su Qingyao through the deep mountains, searching for suitable terrain for a campsite, as they would need to spend 2 nights there. Selecting a relatively safe location for their camp was undoubtedly the best choice. Brother, how about that over there? Su Qingyao suddenly pointed with her jade finger. Yulu looked in the direction she indicated, and his eyes brightened at the sight of a cave perched on a steep slope. This place is indeed suitable. The steepness will help slow down the yuan beast's approach, and we needn't worry about yuan beasts suddenly emerging from all sides, making it easier to defend. Due to the fact that the primal beasts in this area do not manifest the primal beasts of the Yuan initial realm, the 9 formidable warriors from the Su family, including their grandfather, had already captured all the primal beasts of the Yuan initial realm and above in this vicinity before the hunting competition commenced. Shall I carry you up? Yuluo inquired as she turned her head. No need. I can walk down by myself. I don't want to burden you. Su Qingyao playfully made a face before gracefully dismounting from Yuluo's back. At that moment, 2 boys appeared nearby, and upon seeing Yuluo and Su Qingyao, especially the latter, they were visibly taken aback. Who are you? Yuluo had already sensed the 2 approaching presences and was not surprised. We apologize. We got lost and are trying to head west, as our family is located on the western side of the Black Abyss mountain range. Could you please point us in the right direction, big brother? One of the slightly frail boys mustered his courage to say. You are currently facing east. Just retrace your steps to D. Oh, you have any food? Would you like some? Yuluo noticed their weakness. Really? Thank you, big brother. The frail boy exclaimed. We are from the Ming family in Shitsu City. You must come visit us when you have the time. After listening, Yuluo nodded and handed them some provisions. And this sister is so beautiful, the shorter boy behind the frail one chimed in. The former nodded in agreement, clearly impressed, as it was their first encounter with such a lovely girl. Thank you, Su Qingyao replied lightly. We're off now. Thank you, big brother and sister. After the 2 boys walked away, Yuluo took her hand and began heading towards the cave, treading carefully along the uneven mountain path. Upon entering the cave, they found it surprisingly spacious, resembling the former lair of a primal beast, with no foul odor as anticipated, but rather a subtle fragrance. After pondering for a moment, Yuluo remarked, this cave might belong to a Xianbai rabbit. Upon maturity, it can reach the condensation realm. Wow, that's impressive. You figured it out, Su Qingyao giggled. Before I began cultivating, aside from playing with you, I either trained my physique or watched the records of primal beasts that I recall you sometimes accompanied me. Why didn't you remember many of them? Yuluo reminisced about their childhood and then asked, because most of my attention was on you. Su Qingyao replied, sticking out her tongue, then began to retrieve some blankets from her spatial ring to spread on the ground. Meanwhile, Yuluo took out some candles, arranged them inside the cave, and ignited them with elemental fire. After thoroughly inspecting the cave to ensure there were no hidden dangers, he said, Are you hungry? I'll light this branch I picked up earlier. He placed the branch on a small flat area outside the cave and set it ablaze before asking Su Qingyao, What do you want to eat? I want roasted beast meat. It's been ages since I've had what my brother made. All right, it will be ready soon. You take care of things inside, and I'll call you when it's done, Yuluo replied, retrieving a beast leg from the primal beast they hunted earlier that morning. He skillfully skinned and deboned it, then manipulated the primal energy to roast the meat in no time. A savory aroma wafted into the cave. That it smells so good, Su Qingyao exclaimed as she rushed out and immediately spotted the beast meat in the stone bowl. Wow, brother is the best, she declared, unable to resist devouring it eagerly. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Yuluo said, propping his head up with his hands, watching her indulgently. Brother, water. Su Qingyao seemed to have choked. Yuluo handed her his water gourd. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Finally, Su Qingyao shook the gourd, realizing it was empty, and sheepishly said, I accidentally drank all your water. You can have mine. Yuluo took a couple of sips before saying, It's all right. Once you've rested, I'll go fetch some from the spring at the mountaintop. I'm full now. I'm going to take a nap, brother. I didn't get enough sleep last night. She yawned and headed into the cave. It was likely around noon now. Yuluo calculated the time and finished the leftover meat Su Qingyao had left behind before sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance. He scrutinized the scenery of the forest, noticing nothing unusual, and then raised a barrier of primal energy. He entered a state of cultivation, ready to awaken at the slightest disturbance of the barrier. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Yuluo sensed a familiar aura approaching, the aura of Yanjin. What was he doing here? Yuluo halted his cultivation, pondering as he recalled the disdainful glances Yanjin had cast towards Su Qingyao. Realizing his intent was likely directed at her, glancing back at the peacefully sleeping Su Qingyao, he stepped out of the barrier. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Yanjin was tirelessly using his spiritual sense to search for living beings around him, completely unaware that the person he sought was rapidly closing in. The concealment technique is truly effective. He doesn't sense me at all, while I can clearly detect his position. Yuluo was now within striking distance. Yet Yanjin remained oblivious. Waiting for the opportune moment, he prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Yanjin's gaze was cold, filled with thoughts of capturing Yuluo and shattering his dignity at that point. Su Qingyao will have no choice but to marry me, he thought wickedly. As Yuluo caught sight of the malevolent glint in Yanjin's eyes, he decided the moment had come. Flame gathering step. In an instant, Yuluo sprang forth from behind Yanjin, drawing his Qiyang sword, flame breath blade. In a mere fraction of a second, searing flames enveloped the blade, and Yanjin, sensing something amiss, began to turn. But it was too late. A sword pierced through the center of his chest. Fire's severing fist, Yuluo shouted, flames entwining around his fist as he struck Yanjin's back with tremendous force. PFF. Yanjin coughed a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward and rolling several times before looking up at Yuluo with disbelief. You dare to ambush me? Yanjin screeched as he quickly regained his footing, preparing to unleash his primal energy against Yuluo. However, Yuluo regarded him with a look as if he were already deceased, then snapped his fingers. Yanjin's vision darkened, and as he slowly lowered his gaze, he saw his heart cavity had been rapidly caved in, clearly burned by the heart flames. Yuluo. Yanjin's vile expression marked the end of his existence, sensing another aura rapidly approaching. Yanxian's eyes blazed with fury. In just a few breaths, his cousin had lost his life. Yanxian charged over, roaring in anger, while Yuluo calmly turned to face him, delivering a fire-severing fist. Their fists collided with a thunderous boom. A wave of heat pushed them both back. Yuluo staggered 5 steps while Yanxian retreated 9, staring at Yuluo in disbelief as if he were a monster. In his perception, there was no mistake. His opponent was merely at the peak of the gathering Qi realm, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to eliminate Yuluo before he fully matured. The two engaged in battle, Yanxian strikes failing to find Yuluo's weaknesses, his incredulity intensifying. Superior grade, flame spirit fist, he shouted, channeling all his primal energy into a devastating punch aimed at Yuluo. Believing this strike would leave him too weak to continue, why Yuluo had to die. 10,000 fire shield. Yuluo spread his arms wide, conjuring a protective barrier. With a thud, Yanxian felt as though he had struck an impenetrable iron wall. A dark glimmer flashed in Yuluo's eyes as he unleashed a violent recoil that surged into Yanxian's body. Suddenly, Yanxian collapsed, and Yuluo stepped forward. With his final consciousness, Yanxian cast a glance at him, his eyes brimming with regret. Why had he followed Yanjin to seek out this calamity? Soon, he would no longer be able to move. The backlash had utterly shattered his internal organs. After a fleeting glance, he realized this was his first act of killing. Yet he felt no fear, for this was their destiny. Tio set their sights on Su Qingyao was to provoke his most profound anger. He quickly turned to head back. Eye in the sky, Shimen Ondao remarked. Incredible, truly incredible. What sort of little monsters have emerged from the Su family? Haha, it seems the dynamics of the four great families will undergo a dramatic transformation. His attention was first captured when Su Qingyao effortlessly dispatched a fully realized Liwen tiger with the strength of an early-stage gathering qi realm. He then witnessed Yu Luo, with the prowess of a completed gathering qi realm, triumph over two mid-stage body refining scions from the Yin family. He felt no fondness for that Yin scion. As Yanjin had harbored malicious thoughts towards his daughter, he merely refrained from acting out of pride. If he perished, so be it. He understood what must follow. After all, the events of Misty Mountain 3 years prior were still vivid in his memory, where not a single creature survived across several ranges. Leaving only 2 little ones, he could not fathom any existence behind them. He remained unconvinced, for in his eyes, the Su family was the one entity that must not be provoked. Brother, where have you gone? Su Qingyao had already awakened, and upon finding Yu Luo missing, a void filled her heart. Upon seeing the barrier outside, she understood it was Yu Luo's doing, and thus obediently awaited him within the cave. It's nothing, just dealt with a few troubles. Yu Luo waved his hand dismissively. You are injured. She had already noticed the wounds on his hands, and her gaze turned icy. It's merely a slight injury. He began to explain, but upon seeing her increasingly frigid expression, he faltered. I'm sorry, Qingyao. I just didn't want to worry you. Give me your hands. Yu Luo obediently extended both hands. Su Qingyao retrieved a healing salve from her spatial ring, meticulously applying it, fearful of missing even a tiny area. Clearly, I could help you too. Why didn't you call me? Do you find me bothersome? After applying the salve, Su Qingyao's voice of reproach reached him. How could that be? I merely wished for you to rest more, Yu Luo replied in a low voice, lacking confidence. He did not want her to encounter any potentially dangerous situations. I don't care. From now on, wherever you go, you must take me with you. If you're not by my side, I will be anxious. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll beat you. The corners of Su Qingyao's lips trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of crying. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Understood. I am truly sorry. It will never happen again. Seeing her distress, Yu Luo quickly pulled her into his embrace, softly comforting her. That evening, Su Qingyao lay her head upon Yu Luo's thigh, quietly drifting into slumber, while he cast a soundproof and light-blocking barrier to prevent the night-esque cries of the elemental beasts from waking her. Yu Luo then entered a state of cultivation, knowing that sleep would be elusive for the next 2 days, and that he must remain vigilant during the night. 2 days swiftly passed. On the 2nd day, Yu Luo hunted down 6 elemental beasts of the body refining realm, while Su Qingyao cheered him on, even though the hunts were effortlessly accomplished. Ding, 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 the bell tolled, signaling the conclusion of the hunting competition. All right, now I shall announce the results. Shimen Ondao gently descended, 16th place. Wu family. 7 gathering qi realm beasts, 16 initial realm beasts, 15th place. Ming family. 10 gathering qi realm beasts, 18 initial realm beasts, 14th place. 4th place. Yin family. 130 gathering qi realm beasts, 82 body refining realm beasts, 43 initial realm beasts, 5 concentration realm beasts. 3rd place. Chu family. 170 gathering qi realm beasts, 101 body refining realm beasts, 52 initial realm beasts, 6 concentration realm beasts. 2nd place. Tu family. 210 gathering qi realm beasts, 139 body refining realm beasts, 86 initial realm beasts, 10 concentration realm beasts. 1st place. Su family. 160 gathering qi realm beasts, 108 body refining realm beasts, 50 initial realm beasts, 5 concentration realm beasts, 3 martial realm beasts. Yan Ni's murderous gaze bore down on Yu Luo. Chu Duan laughed heartily. Tu Ming, upon hearing the results, walked away with an impassive expression. Su Pingshan spoke up. Haha, splendid. We actually secured 1st place. However, how did you manage to hunt down the martial realm beasts? Su Hu stepped forward, saying, It is indeed quite strange. We encountered 3 severely injured martial realm beasts, all huddled together in a life-and-death state, and we immediately rushed in to finish them off. Truly peculiar. It must be considered a coincidence. Father, I killed Yinjin during the hunting competition. Yuluo informed Su Jun beside him. Is obits for the matter with the prince. I will discuss it with your father shortly to see how we can make amends. As we have violated the regulations, Su Jun pondered before approaching Su Pingshan. Upon hearing this, Su Pingshan went to consult the prince regarding the situation. After a while, Su Pingshan returned, exhaling deeply, likely having grasped the prince's stance. If the Su family were to be punished for Yu Luo's violation, such news would have surfaced during the announcement of the rankings. Let us depart and head home. Su Pingshan gestured, his face flushed, a sign that his heart was far from tranquil, for soon would be his granddaughter's engagement banquet. Su Qingyao also recalled this, tugging at Yu Luo's sleeve as they walked forward slowly in Zhuguang City. At the Su family residence, as soon as Yu Luo returned home, fatigue washed over him. After 2 sleepless days, all he desired was a good night's rest. Meanwhile, Su Jun and others busied themselves preparing the necessary arrangements for the engagement. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared at the Su family's doorstep. The prince, Shimin Ondao Su Jun, was taken aback, hastily rushing to the door and clasping his fists. Prince, what brings you here? It was my oversight not to greet you from afar. I beg your pardon. Haha, I merely came to see how things were going. That I heard 2 little ones are to be engaged, so I brought the hunting competition's rewards along. Shall we discuss this indoors? Shimin Ondao chuckled nonchalantly. Please, come in. Upon entering the guest hall, Shimin Ondao presented a gift box, saying, this shall serve as a gift for the 2 little ones. He opened it to reveal a Tianshan snow heart lotus. Yet its aura far surpassed that of the so-called first prize, which was merely 300 years old. This isn't right, is it? Su Jun inquired, puzzled. He then took out a communication jade to summon the 2 little ones to the guest hall. Before Su Qingyao could arrive, she sensed the presence of the Tianshan snow heart lotus, her elemental veins dancing with delight. But Yu Luo took her hand, and upon hearing the prince's arrival, they hurried over. As soon as they entered, Yu Luo spotted Prince Shimin Ondao and clasped his fists in greeting. Your Highness, Shimin Ondao nodded. No need for formalities. That I came mainly to check on you 2 little ones, and to inform you that you need not concern yourselves with the Yin family. I will handle it. Yu Luo immediately understood what the prince meant. Thank you, Your Highness, for your forgiveness. There's no need for such formality. Here, this millennium-old Tianshan snow heart lotus is to be entrusted to your little fiancé. He had acquired it at great expense from Tianshan County after the competition, treating it as an investment in the Su family. Su Jun promptly expressed, thank you, Your Highness. Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue upon hearing this, and she respectfully bowed, saying, thank you, Your Highness. Shimin Ondao carefully observed the 2, nodding in approval. Indeed, a match made in heaven. I shall make an effort to attend the engagement banquet if time permits. Now, I must take my leave. With that, he exited, soaring into the sky. Su Jun and Yu Luo promptly called out, farewell, Your Highness. Phew, it was my first time encountering the prince at such a close distance, and thankfully, nothing went amiss. Su Jun sighed in relief. Yu Luo examined the Tianshan snow heart lotus, truly a treasure of nature, its vitality exceedingly vibrant. Su Qingyao said, I will refine this item. You should rest, brother, get a good night's sleep, and don't overexert yourself. Is there any risk in her refining this item? Yu Luo inquired. There is no risk. With 40 meridians and 7th-tier ice energy, refining this item will not cause her any pain. The Tianshan snow heart lotus is inherently gentle, and the process will be smooth, though it may take longer. Subsequently, her prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of the young master. As long as there were no risks, all would be well. Ahem. There was no need to articulate the latter part of my thoughts, as it instantly filled me with immense pressure. With the assurance of no risks, my sole concern dissipated, allowing me to rest peacefully. All right, dear brother, you should retire for the night. I shall prepare myself to commence the refining process. Even though I am uncertain how long it will take. Su Qingyao, holding the Tianshan snow heart lotus in one hand and leading him toward the room with the other, arrived at their quarters. Once inside, Yu Luo could no longer withstand the fatigue and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Observing this, Su Qingyao set down her belongings, fetched warm water, and proceeded to cleanse his body and change his clothes. After completing these tasks, she returned to her own chamber, her cheeks tinged with red. Taking a deep breath, she began the refining process. One lay on the bed in peaceful slumber, while the other engaged in the alchemy of rare materials. The two young souls found tranquility at last. Su Jun turned to his wife and remarked, "It feels rather unfamiliar without the laughter of our two children." Ha ha ha. Chu Xinliu nodded in agreement, realizing that the two children were on the verge of their betrothal. Reflecting on the beginning of their journey, she felt relieved that they had not given up on Xiao Luo. Indeed, with such a favorable outcome now, had they abandoned the endeavor back then, the conclusion would have been vastly different. For now, they needed to prepare for the engagement banquet. There was no time for sentimentality. Let's hasten our efforts. The couple promptly resumed their busy tasks. The following night, Yu Luo gradually opened his eyes and immediately recalled that Su Qingyao was likely still immersed in her cultivation. He hastily rose, only to discover that he had been dressed in a new set of clothing. Without further thought, he gently pulled at the door, only to find it resistant. With some effort, he managed to open it, causing a layer of ice to shatter and fall to the ground. Upon exiting, he turned to see that Su Qingyao's chamber, including its door and external walls, had formed a thick layer of ice, as had the door and walls of his own room. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Su Jun and Chu Xinliu awaited by her door, with Su Jun pacing anxiously, while Chu Xinliu occasionally made gestures of prayer. A warmth blossomed in his heart. He had been too fatigued last night to inform his parents. "Do not worry, father and mother. I consulted the fate tablet, and Qingyao's refining of the Tianshan Snow Heart Lotus poses no risks. It merely requires more time." "That is reassuring. Your mother has been exceedingly worried." Su Jun sighed in relief. "Why didn't you tell us earlier that you had consulted the fate tablet?" Chu Xinliu chided gently. "I was too sleepy yesterday and neglected to mention it to you. My oversight." Ha ha ha. Yu Luo chuckled at that moment. The ice layer ceased its advance, and Yu Luo sensed that Su Qingyao had completed her cultivation. He then said, "Mother, please go in and check. If all is well, call for us." Clearly apprehensive from the previous incident, he feared that Su Qingyao might harbor resentment toward him. "All right, wait for me to come out before you enter." Chu Xinliu responded, glancing at the unmelted ice layer before the door with a furrowed brow. "Ah, allow me," Yu Luo exclaimed as he clapped his forehead, using a small flame to melt the ice. Once it was sufficiently melted, Chu Xinliu opened the door and stepped inside. Su Qingyao sensed her mother's arrival and quickly opened her beautiful eyes, raising her hand to absorb the cold air within the room. By the time Chu Xinliu entered, the chill had been entirely dissipated. "How are you, Qingyao? Do you feel any discomfort?" Although she was aware that the fate tablet had assured them of her safety, as a mother, she could not help but worry. "I am perfectly fine, mother. I feel splendid with no discomfort whatsoever," Su Qingyao replied, standing to assist her mother. Outside the door, Yu Luo inquired of the fate tablet. "What realm has Qingyao reached now, young master?" "She has already reached the pinnacle of the early stage of body refining, and her ice meridians have reached the 8th tier, with 9 new pathways opened within her body." This revelation left Yu Luo feeling overwhelmed, the pressure descending upon him like a mountain. Chu Xinliu perceived none of this. She merely sensed that the temperature around Qingyao seemed even colder. She then called out, "You may enter now." Su Jun immediately recognized Su Qingyao's realm, early stage of body refining. Father, why are you not astonished?" Yu Luo expected a reaction akin to the previous instance. "To be honest, I have grown somewhat immune to your antics. Nothing you two little prodigies do surprises me anymore." Su Jun calmly shook his head. Su Qingyao could not hold back her laughter at this. "Haha. Well then, Qingyao, are there any other changes?" Su Jun inquired with a smile. 8th tier ice meridian, Su Qingyao slowly articulated. "Though, 8th tier? Wait, 8th tier?" Su Jun stood there, stunned. "See, I knew he would react this way," Chu Xinliu remarked helplessly, while Yu Luo approached to grasp her hand, asking, "Are you hungry?" Su Qingyao nodded, looking at him with a hint of grievance. "Let us go. I shall take you to the city for a meal." Yay! The two boarded a carriage and headed toward some bustling food stalls. Reminiscent of a time long past. 8 guards, arranged by grandfather Su Pingshan, followed closely behind. 6 of them were at the pinnacle of the concentration realm, while the other 2 were in the Yuanwu realm. As they strolled and sampled food, they laughed and playfully teased one another, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Who does not yearn for happiness? After satisfying their appetites, they returned home, where Su Jun approached to inform them. The engagement banquet can be held tomorrow. What are your plans? Engagement. The two exchanged glances, and Su Qingyao, with a flushed face, suggested, let it be tomorrow. Well, whatever Qingyao decides, I shall follow suit. Yu Luo chimed in. Very well. Then it shall be tomorrow. Ha ha ha. I shall notify your father. You two should retire early, for tomorrow is a significant occasion. Indeed, we must sleep early today to gather our spirits, Su Jun agreed. Qingyao, return now. It is time for rest. All right, see you tomorrow. After a brief embrace at the door, the two reluctantly parted ways. On the following day, they rose early. Yu Luo chose a remarkably formal outfit, meticulously checking her appearance. Su Qingyao selected a golden fishtail gown, adorned with a hairpin, lacking additional jewelry, yet radiating purity and natural beauty. Su Jun and Chu Xinliu awoke even earlier, having notified numerous friends and relatives the previous night. Many were likely en route to Tian's hutching. Xiao Luo, Qingyao, are you ready? Chu Xinliu called from outside their door. The two emerged, and even as their mother, witnessing their current appearance, her eyes brimmed with tears. After today, the two children would be bound by a betrothal, and she would no longer worry about Qingyao being bullied, harmed, or betrayed. Mother, we must head to Tian's hutching. Yu Luo gently took Su Qingyao's hand and addressed Chu Xinliu. Very well, I shall summon him. He is still conversing with the Qian family, Chu Xinliu replied, moving toward the main hall while Yu Luo and Su Qingyao followed closely. All right, enough of this. The children have arrived. We shall discuss the merger of the Western trading market another time. Su Jun spoke into the communication jade. Understood. Please extend my blessings to the two children, he added as he turned to gaze at the youngsters. Momentarily taken aback, he then sighed. It truly feels like a dream. How fortunate my Su family is to have found Xiao Luo after cultivating good fortune for generations. Let us depart. The carriage is ready. And we shall reach Tian's hutching within 2 hours. Your grandfather has already made all necessary arrangements there. The four of them climbed into the carriage, and this journey gathered all the forces of the Su family in Zhuguang City. Even though the county prince had assured him that the Tu family and Yin family harbored no ill intentions, he remained wary, fearing any unexpected occurrences that a grand procession set forth, with passers-by occasionally shouting blessings. Su Jun opened the small window to respond to each 1.2 hours later. Tian's hutching loomed far larger than Zhuguang City. As it was the main city of Zhu County, a magnificent convoy appeared before the southern gate, prompting the guards to dismount and inquire, might I ask if this is the Su family of Zhuguang City? Indeed, we are here to host a banquet in Tian's hutching today, Su Jun replied. Very well. We have received notification from the county prince. You may proceed. The guards called out to their comrades behind them as the convoy slowly entered the city gates. A broad street gradually unfolded before them. The street is both spacious and straight, flanked by towering edifices and bustling shops, teeming with people and exuding an extraordinary vibrancy, far surpassing the lively atmosphere of Zhuguang City. The convoy continues onward, traversing several thoroughfares before finally arriving at their destination, a grand hall situated 10 miles beyond the Duke's residence. This majestic hall, with a history spanning 6 centuries, commands an impressive presence. Su Pingshan called out to Yu Li, urging, let the two children enter quickly. Some guests have already arrived. Yu Luo's arm was linked with Su Qingyao's as they slowly made their way into the hall. A long carpet, woven from the fur of a mystical black jade rabbit, extended from the entrance to the elevated platform at the front of the hall. The ground beside the carpet was pristine and smooth, resembling a solid piece of crystal, reflecting their figures from the side. The hall's decorations were meticulously overseen by Su Pingshan and Su Qiuming. After completing their walk, the two arrived at the back hall, where the elder members of the family had been waiting for some time. Grandfather, granduncle, they greeted as they stepped into the back hall, where they encountered Su Pingshan and Chu Anda's voice boomed like thunder. Xiao Luo, you must not bully Qingyao. She is my only treasured granddaughter, cherished since childhood. His robust voice directed towards Yu Luo. Rest assured, granduncle, I will continue to treat Qingyao with utmost care. Yu Luo replied with unwavering determination in his gaze. All right, Xiao Luo and Qingyao, the time has not yet come. You should rest and tidy yourselves in the back hall after such a long journey, Su Pingshan advised with a pat. The announcer at the entrance proclaimed loudly, the head of the Ming family from Shizhou City. Ming Haoqing arrives with his 2 sons. The lord of Nanwan City, Shi Fan, has arrived. The head of the Du family from Niliang City, Du Ziding, has arrived. The head of the Guan family from Riyun City, Guangsu, has arrived. Half an hour later, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao were attending to each other. Brother, please braid my hair, Su Qingyao suddenly requested. Of course, Yu Luo replied gently as he carefully removed her hairpin and set it aside. He then took up a comb and tenderly began to braid her long, ebony locks. This was the first time he had styled her hair. Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes, the smile at the corners of her lips betraying her inner joy. After finishing her hairstyle, he took the hairpin he had gifted her on her 13th birthday and placed it back in her hair. The guests have all arrived. In a quarter of an hour, it will be the auspicious moment. Prepare yourselves, Su Jun announced from behind the curtain. Understood, father, Su Qingyao replied, leaning against Yu Luo's embrace. A quarter of an hour later, as the gongs rang out, the announcer ascended the stage. Just as he was about to speak, a voice boomed from the entrance. The Duke of Zhujun, Shimin Ondao, arrives with his daughter, Shimin Tingwan. A wave of astonishment swept through the guests. None had anticipated that a royal would attend a mere engagement banquet for the younger generation. This seemed to be an unprecedented occurrence. Haha, I apologize for my tardiness, head of the Su family. Please do not take offense, Shimin Ondao exclaimed. Not at all, Your Grace, please take a seat. With the Duke's arrival, the ceremony commenced in earnest. Now, may I invite the 2 betrothed, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao ascended the stage slowly, their hearts racing with each step. Once positioned, the announcer recited loudly, "Today, a joyous occasion is upon us. A beautiful union is forged. Let us recite poems and sing praises. May prosperity flourish for 5 generations. And auspiciousness open the path for 2 southern lands. United in heart and spirit, may your home be harmonious. Respect one another as guests and assist each other with sincerity. Let us vow in the name of the Mandarin ducks." This is the testimony. He then produced a piece of red paper embossed with golden phoenixes and presented it to Yu Luo and Su Qingyao. They exchanged glances before picking up the vermilion pen to begin writing. Thus, the ceremony is complete. Congratulations to the 2 betrothed. May you never part and grow old together. The guests below observed the pair, unanimously acknowledging their perfect match. Joyous today as the red thread binds. A match made in heaven. May you both grow old together and share fragrant memories. The delight of engagement shall intertwine your fates. A heavenly bond has been established, deepening affection on this engagement day. From now on, united in heart until old age, may happiness be everlasting and never part. The blessings from the guests flowed into their ears, yet at that moment, the only thing in their eyes was one another. Su Qingyao walked slowly towards him, and Yu Luo opened his arms to her. She gently leaned against him, gradually embracing him. Good. I have a premonition that I am witnessing a remarkable tale. Duke Shimin Ondao clapped in approval. Su Jun's eyes shimmered with tears, as if lost in a dream. Su Pingshan nodded repeatedly, a smile illuminating the creases of his face. Chu Andu sat beside Chu Xinliu, conversing with his daughter after the ceremony. Shimin Ondao approached Yu Luo and Su Qingyao. Su Jun promptly bowed, and Shimin Ondao waved his hand, saying, "To the 2 young ones of the Su family, I present you with an engagement gift. In a few days, the academy will begin enrolling students. Are you planning to attend Zhuguang Academy? I can recommend you to the Aurora Academy, which is located 300,000 miles from Huaxian country. At the heart of the Kanglan continent. It is the most renowned academy on the continent, standing alongside several other prestigious academies across different lands, known as the 7 Great Academies of Lanfeng Star. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn the page to continue reading. Our Emperor Qin Tian learned about you from me and has obtained 2 slots for you. He has instructed me to escort you there. However, this comes with strict expectations. So what is your decision?" Su Pingshan never imagined that the emperor of a nation would take notice of 2 young individuals and secure 2 precious spots for them, something that could not be achieved even with vast riches. "You 2 should go. It's a bit far from home, but the resources available will undoubtedly be the best. You must not refuse the kindness of the emperor and the duke," Su Jun urged eagerly. "Your Grace, may I consult with Qingyao?" Yu Luo replied after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, I shall wait outside. Come out when you've made your decision." Shimin Ondao nodded and walked out. Su Pingshan and Su Jun dispersed, allowing the two young ones some privacy. Qingyao, what are your thoughts? Yu Luo inquired, gently caressing her delicate hand. I am fine with whatever you choose. As long as you are there, I will be there too. I will follow your lead, Su Qingyao responded softly, her lips parting slightly. Although it would take her far from home, the opportunity for both her and Yu Luo to grow rapidly was worth enduring the pangs of homesickness. Then it is decided why Yu Luo sensed the energy within him. He felt that a breakthrough was near, his vitality brimming. I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Brother, I am close as well. Su Qingyao smiled gently, as she was already at the pinnacle of the initial stage of body refinement. With the engagement approaching, she had little time to cultivate, but she anticipated breaking through soon after returning home. The two then conveyed their decision to Shimin Ondao, who left afterward. Su Jun and Chu Xinliu soon exited as well. Let us return home. When do you plan to depart? Su Jun asked, his eyes tinged with sadness. For both children would soon leave home for an extended period, but Chu Xinliu's eyes were red, clearly having just wept. Reason told her that her children needed a broader sky to soar, but it was difficult to let go. The Duke mentioned he would come to pick you up tomorrow, as the journey will take some time, Yu Luo stated. Chu Xinliu approached her daughter, guiding her towards the convoy, while Su Jun conversed with Yu Luo from behind. Xiao Luo, remember to take good care of Qingyao on this journey. She has never been far from home, and out there, she cannot behave as freely as she does at home. You know her character well. She can be a bit mischievous at times, so keep a close eye on her. The higher the academy, the more rules there are. Be sure to look after Qingyao, and take care of your own safety as well. After all, you will be her only source of trust and reliance out there. In a few days, I will gather some celestial crystals to provide you for your sustenance, as I trust that with the Duke's protection, there should be no issues. If Xinliu truly misses you, she will find a way to visit. Take your time with your cultivation. Do not rush and harm your foundation. Lay a solid groundwork with every step. By the time you return, perhaps our entire Su family will fall short of your achievements. Furthermore, if anything happens or you encounter troubles, remember that you can always return home. As long as you are home, no matter what, you must first pass through me. The Su family will forever be your safe haven. Su Jun spoke at length to Yu Luo, who frequently nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, I understand, father. Rest assured, even outside, I will do my utmost to protect Qingyao. It will just be the two of us by each other's side, and no one must dare bully her. While we are well aware of your nature and can assume you would never harm her, as you are now betrothed, you must not be swayed by the allure of more beautiful women. How could that be, father? In my heart, no one can compare to Qingyao. She is my one and only, an irreplaceable presence. You may rest easy. Yu Luo stated with a serious and resolute expression. Not only must you assure this, but you must also act upon it as you have in the past. Su Jun patted his shoulder and said, let us return to Zhuguang City. As the convoy set off, Su Qingyao rested on a small bed, while Yu Luo sat cross-legged, meditating. Su Jun and Chu Xinlu quietly conferred beside them. Do not be too sorrowful. Qingyao and Xiao Luo will certainly return. Children must venture out to broaden their horizons. We cannot keep them sheltered forever. Initially, I thought the two of them would attend Zhuguang Academy and return each night. But now they are headed so far away. If we wish to visit, it will take us several months. After all, the Su family does not possess swift means of travel, unlike the swift mounts or treasures that can cover 1,000 miles in a day. Rest assured, with Xiao Luo by her side, what is there to worry about? Moreover, you are aware of our daughter's circumstances. Only at that level of academy can they truly soar to great heights. I understand, but still. All right, while we still have time, let us spend it with the two children, especially Qingyao. The next time they return, they may have grown so much that we might not recognize them. Su Jun gestured to comfort his wife. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Pingshan and Chu Endu also arrived, for if they delayed any longer, they might not see their beloved granddaughter for years to come. The Su household buzzed with activity as everyone gathered, and as the maids served the dishes, the laughter and joy were tinged with an undercurrent of reluctance. The following day, the two had grown stronger than the previous day. Having both made breakthroughs. Yu Luo had advanced to the body refinement realm the night before, given that the admission requirement for Aurora Academy began at the late stage of the Qi gathering realm at 15 years of age. Su Qingyao had also broken through to the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Shi Min and Dao arrived punctually. Chu Xinlu repeatedly advised Yu Luo, and Su Qingyao, her voice trembling with emotion, while Su Jun gazed at the two children with reddened eyes. Let us set off. It is time. Shi Min and Dao sighed, feeling somewhat helpless as he interrupted the poignant atmosphere. Then summoned a piece of treasure, which, upon activating its energy, expanded several times in size, resembling a flying vessel. Father, Mother, we're leaving. Please take care of yourselves until we return, Yu Luo said, his voice thick with emotion. While Su Qingyao hugged him tightly, unwilling to look up. Go now. You two must return safely. That is all we ask. As the distance widened, Yu Luo heard the voices of concern floating through the air. As time passed, when he glanced back, the familiar outline of the Su family courtyard had long vanished from view. This was the first time he and Su Qingyao had left home without their parents, and his heart was filled with myriad sentiments. Su Qingyao leaned her head on Yu Luo's shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Duke, how do we get to Aurora Academy? Yu Luo inquired of Shi Min and Dao, who was seated at the front of the vessel. We will travel by this means. This treasure can traverse 5,000 miles in a single day, allowing us to arrive in 2 days. There remains half a day before the assessments commence. If you feel tired, you may rest in the lower cabin. Yes, thank you, Duke. Yu Luo carried Su Qingyao toward the lower cabin. Brother, please practice with me. Only when you are by my side can I feel at ease, Su Qingyao said, her beautiful eyes gazing at him. All right, if you grow weary, you can sleep. I shall rest on the floor. Yu Luo replied, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. That you're awful. Just because we are leaving home, you want to think of bullying me, will you? She feigned annoyance, yet her eyes betrayed her feelings. His face reflected in her gaze, as if she saw him in every corner of her world. Upon opening the door, they discovered the cabin was well equipped for their needs, with enough space for 2 on the bed. Out of respect, Yu Luo decided to sleep on the floor. Let us begin our practice, solidifying our realms. Afterwards, I will inquire of the Duke regarding the assessments. He said that I will accompany you. Su Qingyao immediately chimed in. Very well, together then, my little clingy one. If clinginess were a realm, you would likely be at the pinnacle, Yu Luo teased, eliciting a smile from her. The two then entered a state of cultivation, but suddenly, the chilling energy radiating from Su Qingyao startled Yu Luo, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. He noticed wisps of icy mist rising from her fair skin, as the elemental energy of ice visibly converged towards her. Life token, what is the upper limit of beings on this planet? Yu Luo focused his mind and entered the life token space. Master, the upper limit on this planet is the completion of the crossing tribulation realm. Why? Because there is no true essence energy here. Naturally, no one can survive the heavenly tribulation. Does the crossing tribulation realm require overcoming tribulations? What is true essence energy? I always thought only the beast mounts possessed lightning tribulations. This question shall be answered when you grow. Discussing it now is of no benefit. Very well. Let me see the techniques. Yu Luo selected several techniques and prepared to begin his cultivation, but suddenly recalled that Su Qingyao seemingly possessed only the ice techniques provided by the Su family. He contemplated making a trip to the auction house before the assessment at Aurora Academy commenced. His current supply of heavenly crystals was quite ample, as the Su family had gathered 10,000 heavenly crystals for them, equivalent to 50 years of revenue from the Zhuguang City Chamber of Commerce, translating to 1,010 million crystal units. Yu Luo then focused on Su Qingyao's cultivation, and she seemed to sense something, her complexion gradually turning rosy. She then opened her beautiful eyes and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Yu Luo appeared entranced, only realizing after a moment and chuckling. "I'll hit you." Upon hearing this, Yu Luo immediately became serious, cleared his throat, and turned away, slowly circulating his energy, thinking he probably wouldn't be able to withstand too many hits. Su Qingyao let out a soft huff and resumed her cultivation. Later, Yu Luo wished to ask about the assessment methods, but the Duke stated that he was also uncertain, as the methods varied slightly each year. 2 days swiftly passed, and Yu Luo indeed slept on the floor. Taking his bedding and lying down, Su Qingyao looked at him helplessly, wanting to say something but feeling shy. "Now, little ones, take this item. The next part depends on you. We look forward to your glory for the Xing Kingdom." "Thank you, Duke, for your escort. We will do our utmost," Yu Luo said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Before receiving 2 jade tokens and alighting from the flying vessel, the two gazed at the immense city before them. Known as Aurora City, the nearest city to Aurora Academy, where elders of the academy also resided to maintain order, As they slowly entered the city, they were taken aback by the bustling streets and throngs of people. Yuluo held Su Qingyao's hand as they ventured deeper into the city, drawing many gazes, most of which were directed at Su Qingyao, who held his hand, stirring feelings of envy in those who lamented that it was not them. An elderly man was tending a small stall, awaiting customers. Yuluo approached him, still holding Su Qingyao's hand, and asked for directions. "Hello, Grandpa. May I ask where the largest auction house in Aurora City is located?" The elderly man, initially irritated by the lack of business that day, was about to wave him away when he looked up and saw Su Qingyao, and his demeanor immediately softened, for beautiful things invariably uplift the spirit. "Ah, you've come to the right person. I've been here for over 10 years. Go northwest, cross 4 streets, and head towards the largest tower structure. The Aurora auction house is right next to it." "Thank you, Grandpa." After expressing his gratitude, Yuluo led Su Qingyao northwest. Along the way, Yuluo attracted many resentful gazes. At the entrance of the auction house, Yuluo looked at the large sign before entering with Su Qingyao. The interior was surprisingly spacious, with people seeking various grades of treasures and others coming to auction their items for heavenly crystals. After inquiring with the staff, Yuluo entered an auction that was about to begin. Upon taking their seats, Su Qingyao nestled against Yuluo, lazily resting her head on his shoulder while closing her eyes to rejuvenate herself, clearly displaying little interest in the auction. Meanwhile, in the upper box, a somewhat effeminate gentleman was flanked by 2 strikingly beautiful maidens, who were drawing close to him in an ambiguous manner. As he squinted his eyes in pleasure, his hands roaming, suddenly, he seemed to catch sight of something. His upper body lifting slightly, his eyes widening in astonishment. The scene unfolded as he gazed at Su Qingyao's stunning visage, swallowing hard. His attention then shifted to Yuluo, his eyes narrowing. To him, Yuluo's attire looked like that of a rustic bumpkin. Likely hailing from some forgotten corner, Yuluo sensed a gaze upon him, and sighed helplessly. "Please, don't provoke me. Go. Find out where those 2 down there come from," the effeminate gentleman instructed his attendant. Soon, the auction commenced, and a somewhat rotund man cheerfully took the stage. "Greetings, everyone. Today marks the day of admissions for the Aurora Academy. I trust that those participating in the assessment aspire to join our esteemed institution. The items we present today may very well aid you in successfully navigating the evaluation." Yuluo, feeling rather bored, held Su Qingyao's small hand, patiently awaiting the start of the auction. Having said so much, "I am sure you're all eager, so let's proceed." As an appetizer, our first item, the Antarctic Helmet, a low-grade spirit tier protective talisman, capable of safeguarding the head with no risk of being breached below the Yuan initial realm. Starting bid at 200 heavenly crystals. 1 wondrous treasure after another appeared before Yuluo, who refrained from bidding, waiting instead for the ice-based technique he sought. The 9th item, an ice-based movement technique. An upper-grade spirit tier skill known as Xianon Lingbu. Starting bid at 1,000 heavenly crystals, with increments of 100. Yuluo's eyes brightened instantly, and he promptly raised the first paddle. 1,100 heavenly crystals. As few present required ice-based techniques, the price rose slowly. 1,100 heavenly crystals. Does anyone offer higher? If not, it shall belong to this young man. Just then, a voice from the upper box chimed in. 1,200 heavenly crystals. Yuluo frowned slightly, his expression remaining impassive as he raised the bid again. 1,300 heavenly crystals. 1,400 heavenly crystals. He followed suit. 1,500 heavenly crystals. 1,600 heavenly crystals. The effeminate gentleman chuckled darkly. 1,700 heavenly crystals. Yuluo remained unfazed and continued to raise the bid, just as the gentleman contemplated another increase. An elder behind him interjected, "Young master, our goal is that item. Let us not play around." He appeared indifferent, reclining back. 1,700 once, 1,700 twice, 1,700 thrice sold, with the gavel's descent. The technique was successfully claimed by Yuluo. Su Qingyao pouted. "He is so annoying." Yuluo's expression mirrored her displeasure. It was apparent to him that the individual above sought merely to irritate him. The auction continued, yet no further ice-based techniques emerged. Eventually, the final item was presented. A pair of jade pendants graced the display. This is an upper-grade spirit tier talisman known as Yin Yang Jade. By allowing both parties to drip their blood upon it, it can be activated, enhancing the speed of meridian opening, cultivation speed, and even the advancement of the yuan vein, starting bid at 3,000 heavenly crystals. With increments of 200, Yu Luo could only watch helplessly as his 1,000 was evidently insufficient in the eyes of the affluent present. The price quickly escalated to 8,800. With the effeminate gentleman as the sole bidder, as the auction concluded, the crowd dispersed, while the participants went backstage to collect their acquired items. After securing the technique, Yu Luo handed it to Su Qingyao, saying, "For you." "Hee. Thank you, brother," Su Qingyao replied playfully, knowing from the very start that it was intended for her. This scene was precisely observed by the effeminate gentleman, whose eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he whispered to the maidens beside him. Upon exiting, Yu Luo discreetly conversed with Su Qingyao that it's all fine. You decide that if you wish, you can give him a good beating to vent your frustrations. Su Qingyao smiled gently. The two then made their way out of the city. While the effeminate gentleman, having received the news, ventured forth alone. "Young master, do you not wish to bring anyone along? What is there to fear from a bumpkin? I am already in the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. He likely maxes out at the late stage of chi gathering at best. Do not follow me. I wish to enjoy this beauty," he declared before departing. Outside the city, indeed, he took the bait, and he comes alone. One must say he possesses quite a bit of courage. "Wait here, and do not peek," Yu Luo instructed Su Qingyao. "Brother, you go ahead. I will return shortly." Su Qingyao understood his intentions, hoping that the man carried the yin-yang jade with him. The effeminate gentleman, noticing that the bumpkin was heading towards him, was momentarily stunned, pondering whether he intended to block him so that the girl could escape. He relished the thrill of the chase. Yu Luo gradually appeared before him. How touching! Risking one's life to intercept me for a girl. That Yu Luo regarded him with a complex expression. "Do you have the yin-yang jade on you?" The effeminate gentleman chuckled, slowly approaching. "You still desire the yin-yang jade? Have you been frightened to the point of losing your wits?" Yu Luo sighed. "It seems this fellow is not very bright." He then delivered a light yet forceful punch. The gentleman, initially grinning sinisterly, realized something was amiss only as the fist neared his chest, his pupils dilating in alarm as he instinctively prepared to shout. Boom! Blood erupted from his back, and he was sent flying, collapsing on the ground, utterly incredulous. Yu Luo stepped forward, bringing his foot down forcefully. "No!" The effeminate gentleman's scream echoed, startling even Su Qingyao, who had not witnessed the scene. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page for more excitement." Yu Luo extended his hand. "Hand over the yin-yang jade, and I shall spare your life." The gentleman's eyes were filled with terror as he stammered. Here, I will give it to you. Please do not kill me." He hurriedly retrieved a pair of pendants from his spatial ring. Upon receiving them, Yu Luo sensed their authenticity and turned without a backward glance, heading towards Su Qingyao. After all, despite his foolishness, this man had casually offered 8,000 heavenly crystals, indicating a background beyond their comparison. It was prudent to blend into the crowd before they could react. The two swiftly entered the city and found an inn, examining the yin-yang jade. "Did that host mention we need to drip blood to activate it?" Yu Luo inquired. "It seems so. Let us do it together." Su Qingyao responded, extending her hand as she drew a trace of blood with her vital energy. Yu Luo mirrored her actions, both of them dripping blood onto the pendants before promptly sealing the wounds with their vital energy. After all, being in the body refinement realm, such minor injuries were easily manageable. The jade pendants shimmered slightly, exuding a breath of talismanic energy. "Qingyao, allow me to put this on you," Yu Luo said. "Huh? Do you truly want to give this to me? I don't particularly need it. It would look better on you." Su Qingyao chuckled, covering her mouth. Turning around, she allowed him to proceed while Yu Luo gathered some of his hair and tied it with a red string. Attaching the jade pendant, he then positioned himself behind Su Qingyao to adorn her with it. The length was just right, neither too revealing nor too deep. Yu Luo surveyed his handiwork and nodded slowly. Su Qingyao's laughter flowed gently as she embraced him. Calculating the time, the entrance examination for the Aurora Academy was set to commence in half an hour. "Let us go, Qingyao. We must find the Aurora Academy," Yu Luo declared as he and Su Qingyao departed the inn, making their way to the central square. The square was already bustling with numerous individuals, and the two did not rush to push their way in. Opting instead to observe from the periphery, not wishing to draw too much attention, As Su Qingyao had already accumulated enough enmity for them both as the teleportation array activated, several middle-aged individuals emerged. Appearing to be instructors from the academy, as we commence this recruitment. Let me clarify the conditions. Candidates must be 15 years old and at the late stage of qi gathering at a minimum. 16 years old must be at the initial stage of body refinement, and 17 years old must have perfected the body refinement stage. Shortly, the teleportation array will open, and those holding credentials will enter the assessment venue, where you will naturally learn the specifics. Furthermore, those who do not meet the criteria and lack credentials for entering the teleportation array will be sent back to the secondary array, a middle-aged man proclaimed loudly. Yu Luo initially hoped to glean some insight into the assessment from his words, but eventually shook his head in resignation. It seems that we will have to wait until we enter to find out. Are you nervous, Qingyao? Yu Luo inquired. Not at all. With you here, what is there to be nervous about? Su Qingyao replied, then nestled into his embrace, wishing to bury her face in his chest as she felt the gaze of others upon her. The assessment begins. Those wishing to participate, step into the array, the middle-aged man announced. The first group had already become impatient and rushed towards the teleportation array, while Yu Luo and Su Qingyao walked leisurely behind. The teleportation array resembled an abyss, swallowing one group after another. Occasionally, individuals emerged from the side secondary array, likely those who were overly confident and sought to test their luck, only to be ensnared and subjected to scorn upon their exit. Finally, the two arrived at the front of the teleportation array. Let us go. Qingyao. Su Qingyao nodded obediently, and together they stepped into the array. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yu Luo opened his eyes, but was taken aback to find Su Qinyao's figure missing, which felt somewhat unsettling. He observed the small platform they stood on, where a segment of vitality projection flickered. Greetings, children. I am the instructor responsible for the assessment, and I will briefly explain the rules here. This place is known as the Aurora Mountain Range, established by the Aurora Academy. Upon your entry, a jade token will appear on your chest, containing a small teleportation array. The points on the jade token correspond to colors. Red indicates 10,000 points, purple 5,000, orange 2,000, blue 1,000, green 500, indigo 300, silver 100, and white 10. Red is the highest level, while white is the lowest. Shortly, by touching the vitality monument, you will channel your full strength to impact it, and it will assess the color you can achieve, granting you corresponding points. This is quite a valuable asset within the academy. There are a total of 100 such small platforms, each accommodating 200 individuals. We are situated in the Xuanwu battle zone, while there are also the Qinglong, Zhuke, and Baihu battle zones. Here comes the crucial part. Only when 3 individuals reach the red level can the main teleportation array at the summit be activated, thereby granting true entry into the Aurora Academy. Those who fail to attain 1,000 points will be eliminated. Should anyone suffer severe injuries here, the Jade token will automatically activate, transporting the injured party away, signifying elimination. The higher the point level, the greater the benefits upon entering the academy. Points on the Jade token can be earned by hunting primordial beasts, with higher level beasts yielding more points, considering your strength as new students. The minimum is late gathering chi stage, and the maximum is mid-origin stage. To put it simply, hunting a mid-origin stage primordial beast will yield 2,500 points. Additionally, there are various heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the assessment area. While they do not contribute to points, they can enhance your strength. Lastly, before the main teleportation array activates, you may choose to challenge others. Defeating someone allows you to seize their Jade token points. Be mindful, however, that once 3 individuals with 10,000 points appear, an immediate settlement will occur, and those with fewer than 1,000 points will be directly teleported away. Being injured by another or a primordial beast will trigger the teleportation array. Even if your points are reduced to 0, as long as you do not choose to withdraw, there is still an opportunity. The figure projected then vanished, leaving only a stone tablet visible below. A rather robust young man approached to touch the stone tablet, and his Jade token gradually transformed from colorless to white, evidently the lowest ranked. He shook his head in frustration and huffed before departing. As one after another, individuals activated their Jade tokens. Yu Luo noticed that none of the 200 present achieved silver or above. Most were white, with only a few attaining silver, including a pair of twins. As the crowd began to disperse, Yu Luo finally approached to touch the tablet. As the color shifted, It ultimately settled at 500 points. Not bad. About what I expected, Yuluo nodded. The surrounding individuals took notice of him. Casting wary glances, clearly uninterested in plundering others, Yuluo simply walked away. In another small platform in the northern region, Su Qingyao pouted in annoyance at being separated. As she did so, several young men began to approach her. "Excuse me, miss, would you care to join me? I possess an indigo jade token. With my assistance, you will surely meet the qualification standards. Fairy sister, you need not concern yourself with them. I am the most suitable choice to assist you. Little sister, do not listen to them. Stay with me, and I shall share the primordial beasts I hunt with you." Su Qingyao showed little interest in their words, striding directly towards the stone tablet. A beam of light shot forth from the tablet and entered her jade token. The entire venue fell silent. Both those who had just spoken to her and those preparing to leave froze in place. 5,000 points. Purple. I heard the instructor mention seizing others' points, so I believe I shall take all of yours. Su Qingyao finally spoke, but her response was not an invitation. Rather, a glint of frost appeared in her eyes. As someone attempted to flee, they discovered their legs had been encased in ice without their notice. This fate befell not just him, but every individual within the small platform who had approached her. None were spared. Meanwhile, Yuluo was diligently searching for primordial beasts, appearing somewhat detached from the world. He had no interest in provoking others unless it pertained to Su Qingyao or his family, in which case he became exceedingly obstinate. Spotting a late refining body stage Shinjin bear, Yuluo's gaze sharpened. He was uncertain of his limits at the early refining body stage, and since the physical strength of primordial beasts typically surpassed that of humans at the same stage, it was a perfect opportunity to test himself. He made no effort to conceal his aura, allowing the Shinjin bear to detect him. As the vitality surged, it seemed to challenge him, and the bear, feeling offended, charged at Yuluo with a roar. Upon their palms colliding, a shockwave erupted, bending nearby trees. While Yuluo felt the impact and then suddenly exerted himself, surprisingly forcing the Shinjin bear back. Roar! The Shinjin bear was furious. Typically, humans would avoid it, yet today it had been repelled by one. Refusing to back down, it charged again. While Yuluo prepared his technique at spirit-grade low-tier, Burning Mountain Fist. With a powerful punch, the Shinjin bear was met with a massive wave of force. Roar! Its paw was crushed under his strike. In pain, the Shinjin bear finally regained its composure and turned to flee. While Yuluo, unwilling to let it escape, utilized the gathering flame step to swiftly close in on the bear's front and unleashed another flame breath blade. Cleaving through its body, the Shinjin bear collapsed with a thud, and at that moment, a light burst forth from within it, merging into Yuluo's jade token, increasing his points by 30. It now appeared that he could easily handle a late refining body stage adversary. Yet he remained uncertain if he could contend with those at the perfected stage. While Yuluo pondered as he continued forward, after crossing a small stream and washing his face, he suddenly unleashed a blast of black fire, striking down a black-striped snake that had been poised to ambush him from the trees. He wondered how Su Qingyao was faring and whether she might be facing any trouble. After contemplating, he instructed his jade token to keep a close watch on Su Qingyao's aura. If he located her, he would rush over. However, the reality unfolded contrary to his expectations. A small team of over 50 individuals had set their sights on Su Qingyao's jade token. But the outcome was catastrophic. The entire group, regardless of whether they were at the perfected gathering chi stage or late refining body stage, was encased in ice, subsequently teleported out. Su Qingyao, meanwhile, was also in search of Yuluo. Feeling uneasy without him by her side, coincidentally, that group had unfortunately crossed paths with her wrath and became the target for her frustrations. The Aurora Academy, a projected map, displayed the progress of the 4 major regions. With Su Qingyao drawing the attention of those instructors at the pinnacle stage, they were astonished to witness her freezing so many individuals in mere moments, unable to comprehend what had transpired. As the projection could not convey any aura, they sensed that the rankings within Aurora Academy were likely to undergo a significant change. "What sort of little monster has arrived?" one instructor lamented. Just then, a figure slowly materialized in the room, prompting the others to exclaim, "The Dean." The man casually nodded before turning his attention to Su Qingyao. That moment, Yuluo was engaged in a fierce physical battle with a fully formed Yuan beast. The silverback ape, the two, one human and one beast, were locked in a fierce struggle, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. How could a mere initial stage human in the body refinement realm be grappling with a fully formed yuan beast? The bystanders thought that if such a punch connected with them, they would likely be eliminated on the spot. This must be a trick, they mused, feeling as if all their training had been futile compared to this scene. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. Yuluo seized upon a flaw and unleashed a burning mountain fist that struck the silverback ape's chest, hitting its heart. The beast let out a mournful howl and slowly collapsed, causing the jade token to change color to blue. Nearby, someone remarked, "Should we give it a try? He just finished battling a yuan beast. We could snatch his jade token." "Are you foolish? He must be aware of our presence. He even glanced at us during the fight. Let's leave quickly." Su Qingyao sat cross-legged on a massive rock, her jade token already boasting 6,000 points, just a step away from reaching 10,000. Those who dared to covet her jade token had all been sent packing, leaving her increasingly irritated as she resolved to continue her search. Just then, a few individuals emerged beside her, with one in the center clasping his fists in greeting. "Sister, we have discovered a yuan beast at the initial stage of the yuan realm. You must be aiming for 10,000 points, right? We can assist you. A group is far more efficient than a single person. However, once you reach 10,000, could you lend us a hand? Many in our team have been bullied, and we simply wish for your assistance in helping them." Qualified, Su Qingyao listened quietly to the first half of his words, preparing to shake her head in refusal, but her heart softened upon hearing the latter part. Perhaps she could help these individuals while also venting her frustrations on a sturdy yuan beast. She inclined her head slightly in agreement. The leader's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, sister. My name is Su Ming," he exclaimed, extending his hand towards Su Qingyao. Unfortunately, she ignored him and walked past without a word. Su Ming awkwardly scratched his head and continued, "Sister, please follow us. We found what seems to be an initial stage flame dragon lizard at the foot of the northern volcano." The group hurried forward, while Su Qingyao trailed leisurely behind. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Su Qingyao carefully sensed her surroundings and discovered there were actually two mid-stage yuan beasts, one hiding beneath the volcanic lake, with only one visible above the surface. Two would yield just enough for 5,000 points, Su Qingyao mused. She then soared into the volcanic lake. "Sister, be careful," Su Ming shouted from behind, quickly retreating. Their group, the strongest being at the peak of the gathering Qi realm, could do little to assist, as even a whiff of yuan energy could lead to their elimination. As she circulated her yuan energy, a glint of cold light appeared in Su Qingyao's icy gaze, and a wave of chill surged towards the volcanic lake. With a hiss, a gigantic lizard, its scales resembling molten lava and head akin to a dragon's, emerged from the magma. Upon spotting Su Qingyao, it unleashed a fiery breath towards her. With one hand, she gathered her energy, while the other conjured an ice shield. The fiery breath struck the ice shield but failed to melt it. Instead, the flames dimmed and dissipated entirely after 2 breaths. Subsequently, she retaliated with a burst of yuan energy that struck the flame dragon lizard, covering its scales in a layer of ice that could not melt even in the volcanic lake. The flame dragon lizard screeched violently, and Su Qingyao sensed that the one below would soon emerge as well. She swiftly concentrated her yuan energy into ice spikes and thrust them towards the screeching flame dragon lizard. The creature retaliated by expelling a massive flame in an attempt to melt the ice spikes, but it was futile. The spikes pierced its body directly. Hissing in agony, the flame dragon lizard plummeted into the lava lake. And the other one soon approached. Su Qingyao retaliated with a burst of icy mist that she hurled downwards. The newly emerged flame dragon lizard was met with a punishing blow, letting out an enraged scream. Both flame dragon lizards fixed their gaze on Su Qingyao, who remained unfazed. With a delicate gesture of her hand, a wave of cold air transformed into a palm-shaped strike, and both beasts expelled their fiery breath simultaneously. Yet it proved ineffective. They were still sent crashing into the lake, their icy layers thickening as if they were submerged in an ice lake rather than a volcanic one. Sister, be careful. Wow, that's impressive. A slender boy shouted from behind. The emergence of the other flame dragon lizard startled them, and they feared for Su Qingyao's safety, though they did not fully comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Those from the academy certainly did. Isn't that the pair of flame dragon lizards from the north? I recall they are mid-stage yuan beasts. Good heavens, what kind of unparalleled genius is this? The dean watched Su Qingyao's every move with intense focus. After a series of strikes that forced the beasts deeper into the lake, Su Qingyao seemed to feel that her energy was nearly spent. Spirit grade, superior. One tune of ice heaven that a violent gust of cold wind howled towards the flame dragon lizards. As they prepared to counterattack, before they could even open their mouths, a layer of frost began to creep along their bodies until they were completely encased, with a gentle press of her jade fingers. The two beasts shattered into fragments as two radiant orbs of light flew into Su Qingyao's jade token. Its glow gradually shifted to red. She then returned to her team, where the group of boys were clearly awestruck by her prowess. Su Qingyao pointed at their jade tokens, signaling that she could assist them in upgrading. What followed was a swift harvest. Although Su Qingyao walked ahead, the surrounding yuan beasts were already frozen in place, allowing the boys to shatter them until everyone reached 1,000 points. Noticing this, Su Qingyao nodded at Su Ming and then casually chose a direction to depart. "Thank you, sister. We will find a place to hide until the assessment concludes." Su Ming shouted after her. Meanwhile, Yuluo had just dispatched a small team, the leader of which was a fully formed body refinement practitioner, and he had enjoyed the battle. Some individuals fled, and he found no desire to pursue them. Yuluo's jade token had reached 1,000 points, a blue hue indicating his progress. He estimated that defeating 20 more fully formed body refinement practitioners would elevate him to 2,000 points. He assessed that, excluding Su Qingyao, he likely had no rivals below the Yuan realm. Yet he felt it was still insufficient as he prepared to set off again. His command token suddenly announced, "Master, a 500-year-old heavenly material has been discovered to the north. It bears the aura of the opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng." "What is that?" he inquired. "It can assist individuals in opening their meridians. Such a boon." He pondered, considering how to help Su Qingyao further open her meridians. He promptly made his way there. Relieved to encounter few individuals along the route as he drew nearer, he discovered that the heavenly material was located within a valley, and he followed the command token's guidance closely. At that moment, another small team was also searching for the heavenly material within the valley. "Found it!" Yuluo exclaimed as he forcefully shook the roots of the opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng free. He realized he needed to act again, but he was unaware that his actions had drawn the attention of a group of people who quickly approached as he continued to shake it free. The ginseng was dislodged, and he seized it in one swift motion. This scene was precisely witnessed by the group. That the opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng? One exclaimed. This person looks familiar though. I remember. He was on the bounty list I saw outside Aurora City today. I believe his name is Uluo. Yuluo thought. This is bad. Too many people make it difficult to act. If I run, I won't find peace. It seemed best to flee. He swiftly flew in another direction. Quick, pursue him. They spread the word, their excitement palpable. A throng of people followed Yuluo in a grand procession. Yuluo sensed the growing crowd behind him. At least 70 individuals had gathered, with no choice but to escape. He resolved to secure the opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng. Engaging in combat was not an option now that as more and more people joined the pursuit. Yuluo felt increasingly overwhelmed. It was as if the entire world had learned of his possession of the opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng. Have you heard? There is someone named Yuluo who possesses a 500-year-old opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng. Let's go. We might find a windfall. Boss, there's someone named Yuluo who has a 700-year-old opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng to the north. Should we head over? It's confirmed that Yuluo has a 1,000-year-old opening meridian's Tianyuan ginseng. We must have it. Everyone, follow me. Su Qingyao was contemplating where Yuluo might be at that moment. Her red jade token instilled fear in others, and no one dared to set their sights on her. As she strolled along the edge of a forest, she overheard a conversation that to the north, a person named Yula was being pursued by 200 to 300 individuals. It was rumored that he possessed a millennium-old Kai Mai Tian Yuan Shun. Let us go join the chase, someone uttered, but before he could finish his thought, he found himself rendered speechless. The sudden surge of energy echoed through the air. And Su Qingyao, her expression as frigid as ice, soared northward at breakneck speed. Are you done yet? If you continue to pursue me, I shall summon assistance, Yuluo shouted back at the throng behind him. Naturally, the pursuers paid him no heed, their attention solely fixated on him. When they reached a cliff, Yuluo found himself utterly exhausted, surrounded by the swarm of pursuers like bees encircling their queen. Why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you quite the sprinter? A voice jeered from the front. Yuluo could only wear a look of helplessness. With such a multitude chasing me, do you expect me to stand still? As he contemplated his next move, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura that sent a chill down his spine. Instantly, he felt reassured and said, "Take my advice. It's not too late to leave now, Ta. You must have lost your mind." "We re the ones fleeing." The taunt faded abruptly, for his jade token had shattered, and the teleportation array enveloped him, whisking him away. "Who goes there?" Su Qingyao approached slowly. The crowd gasped in horror at the sight of her crimson jade token. As she drew closer to Yulao, she noticed the marks of injury on his arms and body, her heart aching at the realization that it had been 2 full hours since they last met. Yet it felt as though 2 months had passed. In the eyes of the terrified onlookers, Su Qingyao gently collapsed into Yua's embrace, oblivious to those around them, yearning to release the pent-up feelings within her. At Aurora Academy, the mentors and the dean exchanged odd glances at the unfolding scene. "Now, this is intriguing. It's evident that the one being hunted belongs to this young lady," they mused. Yulao, however, cared little for their observations and embraced Su Qingyao tightly. The surrounding crowd dared not move. Haunted by memories of the earlier transformation, they had no desire to be eliminated without cause. They could only watch helplessly. After a prolonged moment, Su Qingyao gently pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Realizing the multitude surrounding them, she inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress her emotions with her energy, but to no avail. She slowly turned to face the crowd, who were caught in a state of indecision. "Was it you who were pursuing him?" Su Qingyao's icy voice resonated. "This fairy, he possesses the Kai Mai Tian Yuanshan. We merely wish to discuss matters with him," one of the pursuers stammered. Su Qingyao chose not to respond further. Instead, she summoned her energy, and those present felt as though mountains bore down upon them. She clearly saw the injuries Yulao had sustained and, having made her decision, resolved to send them all back. "Run," someone shouted, but before he could take a step, the teleportation array activated. The space warped chaotically as the arrays swiftly engaged, many rendered speechless by fear. Without the protection of the teleportation array, the ground would surely be littered with ice shards. Externally unchanged, they felt a chilling force surging violently within them, their severe injuries sufficient to trigger the activation of the array. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of the 300 pursuers remained. Su Qingyao slowly turned to Yulao, who was still with his eyes closed, tending to his wounds. Silently, she knelt beside him, gently wiping his injuries. As his breath steadied, Yulao opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. "Where did they all go?" he asked in astonishment. "That I'm not sure." Su Qingyao replied with a playful smile. "Brother, I missed you so much." "I missed you too," he responded, taking her small hand in his that moment. The young man and woman embraced on the cliffside. After their tender moment, Yulao retrieved the Kai Mai Tian Yuan Shun and offered it to her, saying, "Here, this is for you. Refine it here while I guard you. Don't you need it?" Su Qingyao felt a warmth in her heart. It was this very item that had drawn the pursuit upon him. Yet he selflessly offered it to her first. "I have no need for it. Focus on your refinement," he insisted. "We shall walk this journey together." Returning to that familiar figure, Su Qingyao resumed her previous role, opting to remain quietly by his side unless absolutely necessary. As she began to refine the precious resource, Yulao stood guard beside her. Though he could briefly soar in the realm of physical enhancement, he could not maintain it for long like those in the realm of celestial balance. After confirming that the surroundings posed no unusual threats, he descended, just as Su Qingyao opened her eyes. "Brother, I have opened 6 meridians," she announced after a brief moment of sensing. "Very good. Combined with the previous 49, that makes 55, Yulao responded, swiftly lifting her in delight, spinning her around as she gasped in surprise. His own meridians numbered 67. Once completed, he could refine the intensity of his energy. But why is it that, aside from you, no one else has reached 10,000 points? Yulao pondered aloud, having realized that the primary teleportation array had yet to activate. "I am not sure. After I interacted with the stone tablet, I had 5,000 points. After that, I primarily sought out energy beasts. Someone helped me find 2 mid-tier yuan beasts. They can certainly take a beating. After defeating them, I reached 10,000 points." Su Qingyao replied with a playful stick of her tongue to mid-tier yuan beasts. "And you used them as punching bags?" Yulao thought to himself, realizing he was still not strong enough to contend with those in the yuan realm. The two exchanged tales of their experiences over the past 2 hours. That MY points are a bit lacking. "Let us start hunting yuan beasts," Yulao suggested after a moment of contemplation, knowing that the more points he accumulated on his jade token, the better resources he could acquire at the academy. Thus, they embarked on a path of hunting, with Yulua often leading the charge and Su Qingyao only intervening when he was injured. Brother, this is too slow. Let us seek out higher-tier Yuan beasts, Su Qingyao encouraged, leading him toward the ferocious creatures of the Yuan realm. Yulua's jade tokens swiftly progressed, though this time their roles had reversed. He became the observer. Unable to strike at the tough-skinned mid-tier Yuan beasts, yet he remained vigilant, ensuring no unexpected incidents occurred. Is this what it means to live off someone else's prowess? I really need to step up my strength. Yulua mused. In this manner, Yulua's jade token gradually transformed into a crimson hue, signifying 10,000 points. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the northern region, a battle erupted between a young man and woman. Both wielding purple jade tokens. It was evident that this clash would determine who would claim the coveted 10,000 points. The boy, named Mo Qian, was a royal prince from the nearby Mo kingdom. The girl, stunningly beautiful, exuded an ethereal grace, her porcelain-like skin glowing in the moonlight. Her long silver hair flowed in the wind, and her slender form moved with a delicate elegance, radiating an aura of nobility and mystery. Though Mo Qian was at the initial stage of the Yuan realm, the girl posed no less a challenge. Her demeanor relaxed, seemingly unperturbed by the impending conflict, which only intensified the tension in his gaze. As time passed, the girl appeared to grow serious, summoning a long sword, its blade a mesmerizing ice blue, rippling like water, alive with breath. That moment, Mo Qian's pupils constricted in alarm, for he recognized two distinct powers converging upon her sword. Playtime is over. With one strike, I shall end this. The girl's languid voice rang out. Yet Mo Qian did not dare underestimate her, sensing the true strength she possessed. Come now, let me see if you truly wield the dual powers of ice and water. With a grave expression, he activated his defensive techniques, Heavenly Frost, Ethereal Sea. With a swift stroke, the girl unleashed a beam of sword light aimed directly at Mo Qian. The front of the beam bore ice, while the rear flowed with water. In that instant, Mo Qian realized defeat was inevitable. He was teleported away. The girl's jade token transformed from purple to crimson. The chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Boom, boom, the bell tolled, signaling that 3 individuals in this area had achieved 10,000 points. A radiant glow illuminated the mountain's peak, drawing a throng of people toward it. This 10,000 points hasn't even had a chance to settle before it's already concluded. Yulua chuckled, as Su Qingyao lazily rested on his back. Let us head to the summit. As the feathers fell, Yuluo lifted Su Qingyao and hurried towards the radiant pillar of light. With a multitude of individuals arriving, the colossal teleportation array atop the mountain activated. However, none dared to depart. As the 3 individuals with 10,000 points had yet to appear, they were eager to discern who those 3 might be. Yuluo and Su Qingyao gradually approached, drawing the attention of those behind them, who parted to create a pathway. Meanwhile, the enigmatic girl had also arrived, and upon their meeting, the surrounding onlookers gazed at the red inscriptions on their jade tokens with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and trepidation. I am called Yuluo, and this is Su Qingyao, Yuluo introduced, directing his words towards her. The nearby individuals silently committed their names to memory. The mysterious girl smiled faintly as she regarded the two, perceiving Yuluo as rather unremarkable aside from the ominous aura emitted by the other girl. I am Jiang Wan, she declared before stepping into the main teleportation array. Let us proceed as well, Yuluo said, taking Su Qingyao's hand as they entered the main teleportation array. The others followed suit in succession. Once again, they experienced the familiar sensation of dizziness, though it quickly subsided this time. Su Qingyao remained hand in hand with him, undisturbed by the throng of individuals gathering in a square. That moment, an elderly man gradually materialized. Welcome, new students. On behalf of Aurora Academy, I extend my greetings. I trust you all endured countless hardships to pass the assessments. Allow me to briefly outline the regulations of Aurora Academy. The academic term lasts 4 years. Here at Aurora Academy, we do not utilize elemental crystals, but rather points, which serve the same purpose as the elemental crystals outside. You may select your mentors, choose your accommodation areas, and freely determine your training schedules. Within Aurora Academy, there exists a 9th-tier gathering array, 2 8th tier, 3 7th tier, 5 6th tier, 25th tier, 54th tier, and 103rd tier arrays. All mentioned require points. Points can be exchanged for the jade tokens you receive during assessments, and the amount of points you possess is contingent upon your achievements. There are numerous ways to earn points, such as performing menial tasks for the Academy, accepting and completing missions from the task hall, or through the bounty board. Should you wish to leave the Academy, you must report to the administration office. That will be all for now. Let me reiterate. Welcome to Aurora Academy. It was only after hearing this that Luo realized he had acquired a point token displaying 10,000 points, while the jade token on his chest had vanished without a trace. Let us go, Qing Yao, to explore the accommodation area, he said, leading Su Qing Yao towards the new student lodging quarters, ignoring the envious glances from several girls, who felt inexplicably inferior upon seeing the captivating pair. They arrived to find themselves at the periphery of a third-tier gathering array. The deeper they ventured, the higher the tier of the gathering arrays became. With the innermost row of buildings situated within the realm of a fifth-tier array, Luo immediately set his sights on a cave dwelling by the lakeside, which required 25 points per day. If one were to stay for a year, it would amount to over 9,000 points. Without hesitation, he activated it and turned to Su Qing Yao, asking, "Shall we reside together?" Su Qing Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. After some contemplation, she agreed that sharing a cave dwelling would indeed be more economical. Upon entering through the main door, Luo discovered the space was divided into 2 levels. "Qing Yao, you take the upper level, and I will occupy the lower level." "All right, I'll head up to take a look," Su Qing Yao replied as she ascended. After surveying the layout, she nodded in satisfaction. After all, better living conditions often lead to improved moods, which could potentially aid in their cultivation. Luo sensed the rich vitality of the aura present, affirming the Academy's esteemed reputation. "Qing Yao, shall we visit the points hall?" he inquired, glancing upwards. "Let us go. It's the perfect opportunity to see if there's anything useful," she responded, swiftly descending the stone staircase. Soon, they arrived at the points hall, where an array of treasures, techniques, and rare materials was on display. Luo immediately focused on ice-type techniques, scrolling through the options with his fingers. Spirit rank middle grade. Cold Shadow Stab, 500 points. Spirit rank middle grade. Shin Ice Wall, 500 points. Spirit rank upper grade. Ice God Slash, 1,000 points. After acquiring these 3 items, he turned to Su Qing Yao, who was examining the rare materials, and suggested, "Let us find suitable weapons." Su Qing Yao nodded in agreement. "What type do you prefer?" "A light sword will suffice." Luo began to browse through the sword-type treasures. Spirit rank upper grade. Tiger Soul Sword, 1,000 points. Spirit rank middle grade. Graphite Sword, 500 points. Spirit rank lower grade. Gentle Breeze Sword, 300 points. He continued to scroll down. Spirit rank upper grade. Cold Shadow Sword, 1,000 points. Just as he was about to purchase it, he noticed a pair of symmetrical swords further down. Xian rank lower grade. Yin, 3,000 points. Xian rank lower grade. Yang, 3,000 points. Below, a line of text read, "According to the Mentor's empirical tests, this pair of swords requires 2 individuals with closely aligned auras and exceptional synergy. Otherwise, their power will be halved. They are forged from a rare celestial metal, not rejecting any elemental vitality." Luo decisively made the purchase, recalling the nameplate indicating a significant affinity between him and Su Qing Yao. "Qing Yao, let us head to the training ground to test out these swords. Quite expensive. Isn't it? 6,000 points, Su Qing Yao remarked, squeezing Luo's hand as she glanced at the price. "No worries. I have a feeling this pair of swords is worth every bit of that price," he reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek before leading her towards the training ground. Upon their arrival, Su Qing Yao spotted a figure, none other than Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan recognized them as well. "What a coincidence. Have you come to test your weapons?" she inquired, looking at Luo. "Indeed. Are you here for the same purpose?" Luo countered, "I don't need to. I've been practicing with my sword since childhood." Jiang Wanwan then turned her gaze towards Su Qing Yao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Qing Yao, "May I have a spar with you?" she suddenly proposed. Luo observed her without sensing any hostility and, after a moment's thought, handed her the sword Yin, nodding in agreement. Simultaneously, he drew the sword Yang, and both blades began to emit a faint glow, their auras surging significantly. Such an exquisite pair of swords, Jiang Wanwan remarked, aware of their profound resonance after having accompanied her own sword through many battles. Let us settle this with one decisive move. They distanced themselves from one another. Jiang Wanwan made the first move, summoning the frost of time. Heavenly frost, ethereal seed. A gust of sword energy shot directly towards Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao did not employ any sword techniques, instead channeling her vitality into the blade and executing a simple yet unadorned swing forward. The clash of sword energies was silent, yet the resulting wave of vitality drew the attention of those around them. Whether engaged in sparring or studying weapons to their senses, this sword energy seemed insurmountable for all the new students combined, while the seasoned students felt its sharpness, with some exclaiming how strikingly beautiful and formidable the new students were. As the sword energies dissipated, Jiang Wanwan declared, "There's no need to continue. I already know the outcome. This sword truly possesses remarkable qualities. May I give it a try?" Su Qingyao asked, offering the sword to her. However, the aura of yin, which had been so vibrant moments earlier, dimmed upon entering Jiang Wanwan's grasp. How intriguing. If I am not mistaken, this pair of swords consists of a female and a male sword. The female sword is the one in my hand, while the male sword is in Yu Luo's possession. However, with your current cultivation levels, you are yet unable to unleash their true forms. One must reach the Xinqing realm to wield Xian rank items effectively. As yin was held by Jiang Wanwan. The sword yang in Yu Luo's hands similarly lost its luster. All right, here you go. And Su Qingyao, you are utterly adorable, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, giving Su Qingyao a hug. Su Qingyao stood momentarily stunned, perhaps taken aback by Jiang Wanwan's unexpected gesture. Yu Luo scratched his head and said, "Well then, from now on, we shall refer to you as Wanwan. All right, that works for me. What is your relationship with each other?" Jiang Wanwan inquired. In terms of relationships, we are betrothed. Engaged already, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, gazing at Su Qingyao in astonishment. Such a fine cabbage has been claimed by a pig. Pfft, not a pig. I hold a great fondness for him. As Yu Luo observed, two girls had struck up a conversation, leaving him standing nearby feeling somewhat superfluous. He then glanced at the scorecard in his hand. The 10,000 points he had just acquired that day had dwindled to a mere 2,175. It seemed he would need to not only cultivate, but also pay a visit to the mission hall to earn some points. Yu Luo thought to himself that he couldn't afford to run out of accommodation points later on. Although Su Qingyao had plenty to spare, he did not wish to use hers. It was better for her to spend her own. After a while, noticing that their conversation was finally concluding, he said, "Let us go. It's time for a meal. Wanwan, would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyao leaned over to, "I won't be joining. The food I brought from home is more than enough for me." "Then we shall take our leave. Farewell." Yu Luo and Su Qingyao waved goodbye to her. "Farewell," Jiang Wanwan replied, before resuming her observation of the swordsman in the training ground. Upon returning, Yu Luo presented the meticulously selected techniques to her. "Jiang Wanwan seems to possess dual attributes. I can sense not just ice," Su Qingyao remarked to Yu Luo. I have sensed it too. The aura entwined around her weapon, Suan, is indeed both ice and water. Her background is equally remarkable." The two then prepared to enter a state of cultivation. Yu Luo, currently at the initial stage of body refinement, felt the urgency to advance swiftly. "Brother, this is for you." Su Qingyao handed him a pill, having one for herself as well. "What is this?" Yu Luo inquired, gazing at the pill in his hand. "I purchased it from the points hall. It aids in body refinement and can accelerate cultivation speed." Soon, the two entered a state of cultivation. Yu Luo reflected, "Indeed, this is a 5th-level gathering essence array. At this rate, I might break through to the mid-stage in less than 2 months after the first day." Yu Luo intended to visit the mission hall to see if there were any tasks he could undertake. Su Qingyao originally planned to accompany him. "Qingyao, there's no need for you to follow me constantly. Focus on your cultivation. I'll go check things out. If you end up in seclusion for months or even years, how will you manage? Be good. All right, I'll listen to you." After all, they had spent over a decade together, and the inertia of habit can be quite formidable. Yu Luo felt a pang of reluctance, but adaptation was necessary. Upon arriving at the mission hall, he perused the available tasks. Eliminate the 7 notorious bandits in Nanning County. Strength, full body refinement. Reward, 100 points. Evidence of the meteorite mountain ruins discovered. Bring back information. Strength, Late Yuan initial stage. Reward, 500 points. After a cursory glance, Yulua noted that none of the tasks were suitable for his current cultivation level. Although he could contend with an average full-body refinement practitioner, he remained cautious due to his apparent strength. Rather than engage in these miscellaneous tasks, he preferred to find a quiet place for focused cultivation. After observing briefly, he approached an elderly man. "Good day, sir. I would like to inquire if there are any locations within our Aurora Academy that can enhance cultivation speed." The elder, puffing on a pipe and sweeping the area, turned to Yulua. "You must be a newcomer, correct? Then it's a discount, 10 points. Yulua was taken aback, then chuckled wryly as he swiped his scorecard towards the elder. "In our academy, there are places known as the Windcatcher Pavilion, the Heavenly Fire Realm, the 10,000-year Snowfield, the Thunder Domain, the Dew Tide, the Serene Mountain Forest, and the Rock Abyss. You may choose any that suits you. However, entry also requires points. There is a hall behind those two mountains to the west." These unique locations were crafted with great effort by past deans and are perfect for young individuals to explore. Of course, they come with risks. Don't overexert yourself if you can't handle it. "Thank you, Elder." Yulua expressed his gratitude before heading towards the newcomer area. Upon returning, just as he was about to go back, he spotted Jiang Wan in front of their cave dwelling. "If I'm not mistaken, you and Qin Yao are living together, right?" Jiang Wan teased. "Yes, if you reside here, then our 3 top contenders from the Xuanwu battle zone will be gathered. Speaking of which, have you considered the freshman competition a month from now?" There's such a competition?" Yulua scratched his nose and asked. "You two are the most free. The freshman competition will determine who is the top freshman. I have also gathered the 9 top scorers from the other 3 battle zones. The Qinglong battle zone is the most intense. It's all about combat rather than hunting Yuan beasts." Jiang Wan shot him an exasperated glance. "Lin Shun, strength at the initial Yuan initial stage. Lin Xiu, strength at the initial Yuan initial stage. Lin Fan, at the peak of body refinement, nearly stepping into the Yuan initial stage. All 3 are 16 years old from the same family. The other 2 battle zones pose little threat. They are merely full-body refinement practitioners." Yulua observed her expression and noted that there was no change when she spoke of anyone. He then inquired, "What about your cultivation level?" "Me. Mid-Yuan initial stage." "What? Do you want to challenge me?" Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, for in her perception, Yulua was merely at the initial stage of body refinement. How could he have amassed 1,000 points? She could understand Su Qingyao, but could Yulua possibly be living off her? "I think I'll pass on the challenge. I need to prepare for my cultivation. Thank you for the information. I plan to break through to the mid-stage as soon as possible." Yulua waved his hand and pushed open the entrance. Jiang Wan returned to her cave afterward. Yulua ascended the stairs and opened the door. Su Qingyao was not asleep, but sitting cross-legged in meditation. Upon the door opening, Su Qingyao opened her beautiful eyes. "Brother, you're back." "Qingyao," I asked an elder, "let me take you to a cultivation realm." He took Su Qingyao's hand and led her out. Along the way, he mentioned the newcomer competition set for a month later. Su Qingyao seemed relatively uninterested, perhaps due to the influence of her ice element Yuan pulse, which caused her heart to remain relatively unperturbed by many matters. Fortunately, her feelings for him remained fervent. "Qingyao, I need to focus on my cultivation. My goal is to break through to the mid-stage within a month. If you finish your training and have nothing to do, feel free to explore. You needn't stay confined to the newcomer area." Yulua gently brushed his fingers through her hair as he spoke. "All right, I feel the same, since brother has decided to break through within a month. I will too." Su Qingyao clasped his arm, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance to the Yuan realm. The entry fee was 50 points, and staying inside for a day would automatically deduct 50. Yulua calculated his points and found them sufficient for a month, deciding to remain there for the next 30 days. After they entered, several shimmering doors of different colors lay before them. Nearby, a mentor sat in meditation. Evidently a guardian. If students were injured within the cultivation realm barriers, they would promptly bring them back. "Qingyao, that white light door leads to the 10,000-year snowfield, which is perfect for you." Yulua pointed to it. Su Qingyao, understanding the urgency of cultivation, refrained from being frivolous, knowing that only by becoming stronger could she face Yulua's family with confidence in the future. "I'll go in." "Brother, please be cautious and don't overexert yourself." Su Qingyao waved goodbye and stepped into the snowfield. Yulua then turned his gaze towards the red light door, noticing a Yuan monument beside it. Seemingly recording something. First place, Su Tianpian, 7th layer, 304 hours. Second place, Huiyan, 7th layer, 300 hours. Third place, Duan Qin, 6th layer, 307 hours. It appeared that the inside was divided into layers. He wondered if there were rewards for climbing the ranks, ideally some points. Yuluo thought to himself. As points were currently in short supply for him, he then stepped through the light door and found himself at the foot of a volcano. A wave of heat washing over him, causing him to frown slightly. The fire element on the first layer is not too dense. Let us check the second layer. Yuluo quickly located a circle with a barrier, shattered it with a punch, and proceeded to the next layer. This layer is manageable. Most are at the body refinement stage, but it still feels insufficient. He continued searching for the entrance to the next layer. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the barrier significantly sturdier than the previous layer. Yuluo gritted his teeth and unleashed the burning mountain fist. The barrier held for 20 breaths before finally shattering. Upon entry, a scorching aura surged into his body. After stabilizing himself, he decided to remain in the third layer, finding a small platform to sit down. Command token. What is the matter with multi-elemental attributes? Young master, this is divided into innate and acquired. You possess it too. Though it has been sealed, Dai was left by your master for your protection. That as the father's feathers fell, his mind sank deeply. Indeed, at the very depths of the Yuan vein, there lay a seal. When the opportune moment arrived, it would naturally be unsealed. The young master need only focus on his cultivation. After casting a glance at the seal, Yuluo commenced his training, realizing that pondering this matter was ultimately futile. Meanwhile, in the snowy expanse, Su Qingyao, having effortlessly passed through the second layer, proceeded to the third. The requirement for entry to the fourth layer was the condensed spirit realm, a feat she likely could not yet achieve, though she sensed that upon reaching the Yuan initial realm, opportunities might present themselves. Subsequently, she found a small platform to sit cross-legged. All present were seniors of the Yuan initial realm, and upon seeing such a beautiful newcomer possessing the strength of merely the body refining realm, curiosity bloomed in their hearts. A few cultivation enthusiasts occasionally cast glances at Su Qingyao, their eyes flickering with admiration. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Some self-proclaimed distinguished seniors approached the platform besides Su Qingyao, quickly surrounding her, hoping to leave a good impression on the junior. Su Qingyao feigned indifference, then closed her eyes and entered a state of cultivation. A barrier automatically rose from the small platform, isolating her from external sounds and sights. After all, being disturbed during a critical moment of breakthrough could be quite serious. After 28 days, as Yuluo opened his eyes, he found himself nearing the peak of the mid-body refining realm. With the abundant fire element aiding him, coupled with his unique physique, he had achieved an extraordinary breakthrough. Upon completing his advancement, Yuluo glanced at the Yuan vein. He noticed that the 2 star points behind it had begun to flicker with a faint light, indicating that it would not be long before he reached the third tier of the fire vein. Regrettably, he lacked the time and points to pursue this further. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the third tier. Emerging from the confines, he did not see Su Qingyao, suggesting she was still inside. After pondering for a moment, he decided to wait here. It shouldn't take long by the afternoon of the hour of Shun. Su Qingyao had also advanced to the late body refining realm, her skin appearing even fairer, akin to snow adorned with rouge. Glancing at her points token, she realized that 28 days had passed. The freshman competition was merely 2 days away. She then made her way towards the exit. Disregarding the eager gazes of the surrounding seniors, upon stepping out, she spotted Yuluo, and the two exchanged smiles. They then headed towards the newcomer area, their hands tightly clasped, imbued with longing. Qingyao, let us go ask Jiang Nuan about the process for the newcomer competition later, Yuluo suggested. They were aware that the competition commenced in 2 days, yet they remained oblivious to the challenges that awaited them, confident that Jiang Nuan had gathered ample information. Arriving at the newcomer area, Yuluo knocked on the door, and Jiang Nuan's voice resonated from within. You two finally remembered to return. I thought you had forgotten and was about to come looking for you. Su Qingyao entered, while Yuluo said, you should just return obediently. Let Qingyao explain it to you later. With a resigned smile, Yuluo nodded at Su Qingyao and retreated to his own cave dwelling. Qingyao, you've broken through? Jiang Nuan inquired as she pulled Su Qingyao to sit beside her on the bed. You could actually go cultivate at the 10,000-year snow mountain, Su Qingyao noted, to which she nodded in affirmation. And what of your sword? It seems to possess both ice and water attributes. Indeed, when I awakened, I bore both ice and water, both at the 5th tier. Consequently, my family upgraded my sword, reforging it to manifest these two attributes. However, there is a seal on it, as my current strength is insufficient to wield its full form. I see. What is the grade of your ice vein? It gave me a sense of suppression at a certain level. Jiang Wan expressed, clearly intrigued by this matter. Originally, her family had sent her to the mortal realm for training. She had thought little of it, believing she would not encounter any rivals. Upon arriving here and seeing the academy, she felt it was promising, prompting her family to secure her a spot. Of course, her own talent was undoubtedly formidable. At least among the newcomers, she was among the best, having reached the mid-yuan initial realm at the tender age of 15. With both ice and water veins at the 5th tier, most newcomers were only at the 1st or 2nd tier, and as far as she knew, there was not a single 3rd tier among them, making her stand out in stark contrast. 8th tier, Su Qingyao replied slowly. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she had evidently underestimated the rarity of such a young 8th tier individual in her family's world. At least, I have never encountered one. Everything I possess now is thanks to my brother. He always prioritizes me, thinking of me first in all his endeavors. We grew up together, and the longest we have been apart is this month of training. Oh, you grew up together? Jiang Wan asked, puzzled. My brother appeared in our family when I was still in my mother's womb. I understand now. You were inseparable. No wonder those two swords appear to have reached their utmost enhancement. He seems to be someone not to be underestimated. The one who has brought about such significant change in you is beyond my comprehension. Moreover, she had clarified the details of the newcomer competition. It would unfold in 4 assessment zones, each competing against another, culminating in a showdown between the remaining 2 zones, followed by an internal battle within the same zone, seeing that you've both broken through. It seems you are prepared, she remarked. I must take my leave now. See you at the newcomer competition. Goodbye. Upon returning, Su Qingyao found solace in Yu Luo's embrace. In public, it felt awkward and inconvenient, but when alone, it was time to relax. Why Yu Luo gently stroked her hair, saying, in these next 2 days, I'll take you around the academy. We shouldn't need a mentor, right? After all, we have the life tokens. Which saves some points. Brother, how many points do you have left? Just a little bit. I'm unsure how the newcomer competition rewards will be. Otherwise, I might have to take on external tasks to earn points. Yu Luo lamented, glancing at his points token. The initial 1,000 was nearly depleted, and now that he had reached mid-stage, he could only undertake the lowest level tasks. Do you want me to give you some? Su Qingyao offered, no need. I have no desire to rely on others. I'll wait to see what rewards I can earn from the newcomer competition. But if there are no point rewards, then I'll have to take on tasks and see the world beyond Zhu County. In the remaining 2 days, they idly wandered through the academy, garnering waves of envy and admiration. Lin Shun was in high spirits, having successfully advanced to the mid-yuan initial realm just before the newcomer competition. Thus feeling more confident in his pursuit of the title of newcomer champion, concurrently, he began to gather intelligence on the other 3 battle zones, discovering that only the Xuanwu battle zone had a mid-yuan initial realm competitor, whom he regarded as his sole opponent. Why are there 2 girls among the 3 in the Xuanwu battle zone? Lin Xiu mused, scrutinizing the information, which even included projections of the individuals. TSK. Both girls are quite pleasing to the eye. What a pity there's a guy. Otherwise, we brothers could each have one. However, their strength seems lacking. One is in the early body refining realm, while the other is in the mid-body refining realm. How did they manage to obtain 1,000 points? Has the Xuanwu battle zone become so weak? To him, encountering Su Qingyao seemed improbable. They might be eliminated before even crossing paths. What? Are you interested in that Su Qingyao? Lin Fan remarked, noticing the peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Such a girl is hard not to be tempted by. Though her strength is somewhat lacking, she is undoubtedly the most beautiful I have ever seen. Lin Xiu admitted candidly as the 3 brothers shared an open rapport. If we encounter her in the 1st division, I'll leave her to you. I'll just have to make do with bullying that early body refining realm fellow. Lin Fan and Lin Xiu discussed, akin to distributing their quarry. Lin Shun, however, remained silent, merely gazing intently at Jiang Wan's information. He sensed that the Xuanwu battle zone posed the greatest obstacle to their aspirations of securing the title of first newcomer. As the horn sounded, signaling the commencement of the newcomer competition, the newcomers began to assemble, with the barrier activated. A tower loomed atop Naifeng Mountain. Yu Luo and Su Qingyao walked side by side, while Jiang Nuan leisurely trailed behind. The Xuanwu Battle Zone currently boasted over 14,000 participants, while the Zhuke Battle Zone had more than 18,000, making it the most harmonious of the four zones. The Qinglong Battle Zone had just over 11,000, known for its fierce and combative nature. The Baihu Battle Zone had around 15,000 as the newcomers gathered. A mentor began explaining the rules of the newcomer competition. Newcomers, this year's competition introduces a new process to the traditional rules. The red jade tokens from the four zones will only match opponents through a draw at the end, while the remaining participants will not encounter the holders of red jade tokens. The holders of the red jade tokens shall remain at the summit of the tower, refraining from participating in your battles. If you achieve a continuous series of victories, you may choose whether or not to challenge the holder of the red jade token. If you prevail, you shall take their place in the competition for the championship, which will similarly be determined by lottery. The holder of the red jade token may initiate the final duel only when the remaining 10 individuals in their designated area have opted not to challenge them. At the tower's pinnacle, there are 3 circular discs, distinguished by gold, silver, and bronze. Those who seize them shall be recognized as the top 3 newcomers. Naturally, should the third-place winner be dissatisfied, they may challenge either the second or first place. Likewise, the second-place contender may challenge the first. The first place shall receive 20,000 points, along with the privilege to select any spiritual grade treasure of a millennium's worth. The second place shall be awarded 15,000 points, and may choose any spiritual grade treasure of 500 years. The third place shall earn 10,000 points, and may select any spiritual grade treasure of 300 years. Having conveyed all this, I now declare the novice competition officially commenced. With that, he gestured for the holders of the red jade tokens from the 4 major regions to step forward. Lin Xiu beheld Su Qingyao for the first time, his gaze becoming increasingly entranced. She surpassed her projection in beauty, only to see her hand intertwined with Yu Luo's. Just wait, I will prove that I am 1,000 times stronger than him. Lin Xiu vowed silently. Brother, it seems I've caused you trouble again. At such a close distance, Su Qingyao could naturally sense both goodwill and malice. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to the fact that her beauty has taught him a term. A femme fatale, Yu Luo said earnestly. Subsequently, the mentor escorted them to the tower's summit, while the others entered the tower to commence the chaotic battle. As the number of participants dwindled, the event approached its final showdown. The scale was ultimately determined, and one of the 10 from the Zhuke Battle Zone took the initiative, drawing the name of their desired adversary for vengeance. Offense: Ling Su. Defense: Feng Chu. You stole my points in the assessment area and insulted me while stepping on my head. You won't forget that so easily, will you? Today, I am here to seek revenge. The sight of an enemy ignited their fury. The two immediately engaged in combat, and Feng Chu found himself retreating at every turn, while Ling Su grew increasingly exhilarated. For such progress indicated he had reaped significant benefits within the academy. Ultimately, a moment of carelessness led to Feng Chu being knocked to the ground by a single punch, clutching his abdomen in pain, before being transported down by the tower, allowing Ling Su to take his place. Offense: Ling Su replaces defense. Feng Chu, becoming the new holder of the red jade token, thus qualifying for challenges to in the Xuanwu Battle Zone. Another individual chose to challenge, and the first draw was Jiang Nuan. Offense: Bu Yuan. Defense: Jiang Nuan. What terrible luck to draw the most formidable Bu Yuan. He grimaced. Jiang Nuan, however, did not even glance at him, unsheathing her sword before resuming her meditative state. Offense: Bu Yuan challenges unsuccessfully. He retreated to his original position. I will go. Gu Xining immediately stepped forth to draw. Offense: Gu Xining. Defense: Yu Luo. Upon seeing that her opponent was a girl, Yu Luo assessed her strength to be approximately at the perfected body refinement stage. My apologies. Before the duel commenced, Yu Luo clasped his fist in a gesture of respect. Before we even begin, why do you appear so confident of victory? Gu Xining scoffed. Alas, further discussion is futile. Why Yu Luo summoned his energy, launching the burning mountain fist directly at her, while Gu Xining, undeterred, countered with her palm against his fist. Crack. Gu Xining's hand was painfully injured, and she gingerly laid it down, crying out, I don't want to fight anymore. Whoa, send me back. I'm sorry. I inadvertently miscalculated my strength. Yu Luo reflected before extending an apology. Whoa, this hurts so much. You are hardly a gentleman. Fortunately, at that moment, the three individuals from each of the four regions could not see the circumstances in the others' areas. Otherwise, Yu Luo might have prematurely revealed his strength. Sometimes, disguise is a strategic maneuver. Soon, another person opted to challenge and drew Su Qingyao. However, unlike before, he bore no hostility. Offense: Su Ming. Defense: Su Qingyao. Sister Qingyao? Thank you. Su Ming exclaimed excitedly as he clasped his fists in greeting. Su Qingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thanks to Sister Qingyao, I was able to enter the academy smoothly. This past month, I have trained tirelessly. Sister Qingyao, do your best. All of us down below are cheering for you. Let's show those Easterners who look down on us. Oh, Su Qingyao was unaware of the conflict between the freshmen of the Xuanwu battle zone and those from other zones. Last time our people went to do menial work, they were humiliated by those from the Qinglong zone that we couldn't take it anymore. So we challenged them, only to be defeated. Su Ming lamented. He had already reached the perfected body refinement stage in the assessment area and subsequently advanced to the mid-level body refinement stage upon entering the academy. Yet unfortunately, his opponents were all at the late body refinement stage. Your aura is unstable. You must solidify your realm, Su Qingyao advised him. All right, Sister Qingyao, I will remember that and will solidify my training after returning. I won't disturb you any longer. Please give it your all. With that, he chose to withdraw. The individuals from the four major regions decided to halt their actions, and the final battle commenced. The mentor's voice resonated within the tower. Yu Luo drew Zhao Wu from the Zhuke battle zone. Su Qingyao drew Qin Yu Ran from the Baihu battle zone. Zhang Wan drew Ling Su from the Zhuke battle zone. At this moment, the external projection displayed the 6 battles. Yu Luo observed his opponent, who was also scrutinizing him. Mid-level body refinement. Zhao Wu furrowed his brow, his robust physique indicating his eagerness for combat. Please, enlighten me. Yu Luo signaled for the duel to commence. Zhao Wu summoned his energy. A golden hue indicative of Earth-type energy, and with a low roar, charged at Yu Luo. Unfazed, Yu Luo enveloped his fist in flames, meeting Zhao Wu's iron fist head-on. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Yu Luo did not falter. While Zhao Wu staggered back several steps, Zhao Wu was taken aback, igniting a fervent battle spirit. Let's make this a thrilling fight today, he exclaimed, laughter erupting from him. Haha, I am more than willing to oblige, Yu Luo responded with a hearty laugh. Charging towards him as they clashed, fists, arms, legs, elbows, and knees all transforming into weapons, the sounds of collision echoed continuously until Zhao Wu, utterly exhausted, chose to concede, yet his eyes held no trace of despair. Instead, he laughed heartily. Yu Luo, familiar with such battle enthusiasts, knew how to handle the situation. He could have opted for a decisive strike to eliminate him, but that would not be wise, as they belonged to the same academy and bore no enmity towards each other. Thus, he allowed Zhao Wu to revel in the fight. Earth-type energy excels in defense and strength. My assumptions were indeed correct, though his movements are somewhat sluggish, Yu Luo pondered. Meanwhile, Zhang Wan and Su Qingyao were quietly conversing. I suspect the finals will likely feature those 3 from the Qinglong zone. Just as I anticipated, Zhang Wan remarked, her eyes half closed, displaying her boredom. You finished so quickly? Yu Luo inquired. Yes, unlike your slow pace. We could hear the commotion from such a distance, Zhang Wan retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Haha, isn't it just to maintain goodwill? The next match won't afford such leisure. Just as those words left his lips, the mentor's voice rang out. The final battle commences. Let the drawing begin. Yu Luo found himself facing Lin Xiao. Su Qingyao was pitted against Lin Chun, and Zhang Wan faced Lin Fan. Both sides entered the arena. The outside crowd grew lively, predominantly cheering for Su Qingyao and Zhang Wan, while Yu Luo garnered the applause of a few junior female students. You are unworthy of her, Lin Xiao stated coolly. Are you referring to my fiancée? Yu Luo replied with a faint smile. You will come to regret this. Lin Xiao's expression darkened swiftly. While Yu Luo regarded him, sensing yet another fool, windblade. Lin Xiao swiftly unleashed several blade-shaped gusts of wind. Yu Luo merely tilted his body slightly, evading them effortlessly. Windstorm kill. Lin Xiao conjured 2 small tornadoes aimed directly at Yu Luo, who calmly formed a shield of flames, standing still with his eyes half closed, as if enjoying a gentle breeze. The small tornadoes whipped up fierce flames, yet accomplished little. How can this be? He is just at the mid-level of body refinement. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, realizing he must resort to that technique. Bone-eroding wind. Unbeknownst to the origin of the wind, it did not drift towards Yuluo, but rather towards Lin Xiu. Yuluo, on the other hand, leisurely observed, curious about what he could conjure. Whispers of chilling winds howled past, and Lin Xiu's body was adorned with scars. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that these ominous gusts did not simply dissipate, but rather infiltrated his wounds, leading to a surge in his vitality. Was this a method to temporarily enhance his life force? Yuluo suddenly realized that this world indeed harbored peculiar techniques that could amplify one's power at a cost, some through self-infliction, others through the aftermath of fortification. You truly believe you can overpower me in this manner? Yuluo promptly shifted into a serious mode, unleashing the blazing sun that a colossal fireball materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Lin Xiu, who inhaled deeply and summoned a wind shield. Boom! The fireball erupted, shattering the wind shield and sending Lin Xiu crashing backward, his upper body now stained with blood. Trembling slightly, he grappled with the incomprehension of why he could not contend with a mere mid-stage body refinement fool. Windfall. A tempest swirled into existence, resembling a dragon of wind, accompanied by booming sounds resonating through the air. Die. Lin Xiu bellowed in fury. This chapter does not end here. Please click the next page to continue reading. Alas, it would not. Yuluo swiftly gathered a concentrated mass of flames, igniting the heart-burning flame shield. The clash between fire and storm intensified the fluctuations in the space around them. Boom! A violent wave of vitality radiated outward, knocking Lin Xiu to the ground, where he coughed up blood incessantly. Yuluo remained steadfast in his position, like an unyielding mountain. As the tempest of vitality gradually subsided, he advanced towards Lin Xiu, remarking, "In my eyes, you are quite lacking in intelligence." With that, he delivered a kick that sent Lin Xiu sprawling, landing in a heap like a lump of mud. You still refuse to concede. Just as Yuluo contemplated imparting further lessons, Lin Xiu was enveloped by a teleportation array and whisked away. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao cast a calm glance at Lin Shun before turning her gaze towards the direction of Yuluo. Why not concede? I have no fondness for ruthless destruction of blossoms, Lin Shun jested. However, seeing that his opponent remained unresponsive, he frowned slightly. In that case, I shall grant you this, though it pains me a bit to do so. But for the sake of victory, I can be ruthless. Wind extreme gathering. A whirlwind, far more potent than Lin Xiu's, surged towards Su Qingyao, who finally turned her face, displaying no emotion, with a slight lift of her hand. She summoned the Xianbing wall. The hurricane collided with the icy barrier, yet contrary to Lin Chen's expectations, it did not shatter effortlessly. Instead, it remained intact amidst the howling winds. This caused the disdain on Lin Chen's face to freeze in place. What is happening? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of unease. That moment, distant rumbling sounds echoed toward them, and Su Qingyao's expression revealed a hint of concern. Though I know not what sorcery you employed. That little man of yours is likely being beaten to a pulp right now, Lin Chen remarked, intending to strike again. But Su Qingyao's eyes turned icy upon hearing his words, an ice melody. A chilling gust surged forth, and as Lin Chen prepared to raise his shield, the ice was already upon him. How could this be? He found his hands and feet encased in ice, his face paling to a shade reminiscent of liver. Unsure if this was intentional, as his mouth was deliberately sealed by frost. The frigid sensation coursing through his limbs was beyond his comprehension. Cold shadow stab, more lethal and consuming less energy than the previously simple ice needles. Several slender ice spikes glimmered with a ghostly chill, hurtling toward Lin Chen. He attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as he was pierced, even catching a glimpse of his own despair reflected upon the ice spikes. Whoosh! With the activation of the teleportation array, Lin Chen was defeated. How could this be? Lin Chen, my brother, cannot possibly lose. It must be that Su Qingyao cheated. Qi Ruo, from the Qinglong battle zone, protested indignantly. The mentor shot her a glance before saying, all cheating methods within the tower are monitored. Any consumption of vitality-enhancing pills will result in disqualification. He then turned to Su Qingyao, thinking to himself that she was indeed the most favored newcomer by the dean. Lin Fan, the last hope of the Qinglong battle zone, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as their attention shifted. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuan's situation was the simplest. Lin Fan, regardless of the technique employed, could not breach the sword chi. While Jiang Wanwan yawned in boredom, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Wanwan inquired. "I concede," Lin Fan declared without hesitation, as he recognized that they were not on the same level. Continuing to fight would only waste time. For a single strike from her would seal his fate. The stage concluded, and the Xuanwu Battle Zone was awarded first in this round. All Xuanwu students would enjoy a 10 discount on points until graduation. The mentor announced, "That's incredible. I knew Sister Qingyao could do it." Su Ming led his small group in a jubilant cheer, while others joined in celebrating the trio as their performance brought honor and tangible discounts to the entire Xuanwu Battle Zone, allowing them to save points for personal enhancement. The next order of business would be to discuss who would claim the title of top newcomer, be it through discussion or combat. The three quickly gathered. With Su Qingyao hastily approaching, "Are you uninjured, brother?" After inspecting him, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Dealing with Lin Shou poses no threat to me. What about you?" "I'm fine, quite easy, as no one could touch me aside from you and Wan." Su Qingyao smiled, naturally taking Yu Luo's hand in hers. Jiang Wanwan interjected, "Hey, there are others present. Have you considered my feelings? Qingyao, do you not care about me?" With a chuckle, Su Qingyao responded, "Apologies, Wan. You're not hurt. Are you? Why don't you take this first place?" She chuckled softly, realizing that with only 3 of them present and their good rapport, there was no need for a ruthless snatch, especially as she held no interest in first place. "I was not injured initially, but now I am." Jiang Wanwan feigned pain, adding a unique flavor to the moment. All right. I'm sorry." Su Qingyao released her hand and turned towards Jiang Wanwan, who then took her hand. "It's a bit chilly and so soft." Jiang Wanwan immediately sensed it, casting a glance at Yu Luo that seemed somewhat unkind, feeling a twinge of discomfort at how easily he held such a pleasant hand. "Ahem, should we first discuss who claims first place?" "Ladies first," Yu Luo suggested, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their stares as he rubbed his nose. "I'm not particularly interested. My points are ample. At home, I treated a millennium's worth of precious materials as mere candy, so their value is minimal to me." Jiang Wanwan stated, slightly exaggerated. "I don't need them either. Brother, you should take them, as you currently lack points the most." "Very well then, I shall respectfully accept this first place." Yu Luo then proceeded to retrieve the golden disc. "Wan, you take the silver disc," Su Qingyao suggested to Jiang Wanwan. "No need. You go ahead. I'm not particularly interested in these rewards. My opponents are too weak, and I'm tempted to take on a task instead." They ceased their mutual refusals, confirming the results. First place to Yu Luo, second to Su Qingyao, and third to Jiang Wanwan. The outside world, evidently caught off guard, did not anticipate that the seemingly strongest, Jiang Wanwan, would end up in third place, while the weakest emerged as first. Su Qingyao's reputation spread, as she had decisively crushed Lin Chun, the strongest of the Qinglong Battle Zone, a formidable mid-stage Yuan Chu realm cultivator, showcasing her prowess and beauty to a wider audience. Upon exiting, the mentor informed them that they could collect their rewards from the points hall and nodded approvingly at the trio. Satisfied with the caliber of this year's newcomers, ensuring a promising future for the next academy competition, "Shall we? Let us see which precious materials we might select," Yu Luo suggested to the 2 women. "You both go ahead. I'm in no rush. I'll check out the task hall first," Jiang Wanwan said, contemplating before turning towards the task hall. The 2 watched her briskly depart before making their way to the points hall. Upon arriving, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao were approached by a middle-aged female mentor. "You are the top 3 newcomers of this year, correct?" "Indeed. Here is my identity token," Yu Luo replied, presenting the jade token that contained not only points but also the student's identity information. Su Qingyao followed suit, offering hers as well. "I never expected this year's apparent strength to be so different, in contrast to previous years, where each cohort began at the peak of body refinement. Now even those in the Yuan Chu realm have been defeated." The female mentor fixed her gaze upon Su Qingyao, having heard of the recent battle in which Su's performance had astonished all present. Should this young woman mature, she could indeed suppress an entire generation of prodigies. Similarly, Yu Luo's astounding display of prowess, despite being in the mid-stages of body refinement, allowed her to contend effortlessly against Lin Xiu, who was at the early stage of the primordial realm and wielding secret techniques. Although Lin Xiu's use of such techniques was noted, he still lagged far behind the mid-stage in terms of true strength. The mentor speculated that Yuluo's combat capabilities might allow her to engage with the peak of the early primordial realm that it is generally deemed impossible for an ordinary individual to challenge one's own realm, as each stage represents a fundamental transformation. Little did they know, though Yuluo's primordial vein appeared to be merely at the second tier, its potency was undoubtedly superior to that of a typical second-tier vein. Nearing the density of fourth or fifth tier, they had pondered on numerous occasions how an ordinary nation, like the Return Star Kingdom, could produce such an exceptional pair of talents for the mentors. This was undeniably advantageous, especially considering that their academy had not performed well in recent competitions. Should they find themselves at the bottom again in the next session, larger academies might start coveting their position among the 7 great academies. As it had become evident that the Aurora Academy was in decline, the chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for continued reading. Come, let us retrieve your rewards. Each of you may select one corresponding to your year. The female mentor promptly led the two to a secret chamber. Upon entering, Yuluo and Su Qingyao were awestruck by the rows of rare materials and treasures laid before them, undoubtedly impressed by the Academy's profound heritage. They then began to select their treasures, with Yuluo making a beeline for the ice-type materials. After surveying the items, she found herself grappling with the difficulty of choice and resorted to her final tactic, her fate plate. Which of these would be most suitable for Su Qingyao? My master, from my perception, the Earth's heart-cold dew would be the most fitting that it can enhance the intensity of her ice energy. While it may not reach the 9th tier, it can elevate her realm while aiding in the cleansing of her marrow, allowing for a higher potential. Thus, Yuluo decisively selected the Earth's heart-cold dew and turned to return. Su Qingyao, on her end, faced her own dilemma, as the abundance of fire-type materials was overwhelming. After careful consideration, she chose the one that would most significantly elevate Yuluo's realm. The two had tacitly selected gifts for one another. After a quick verification, they were sent on their way. Qingyao, this is for you. With your 16th birthday approaching, consider it a gift. Yuluo presented her with a vial containing a deep blue liquid. Thank you, brother. Su Qingyao beamed, appreciating the sentiment that was solely directed towards her. And this is for you. I took quite a while to choose it. Su Qingyao then revealed her meticulously chosen treasure, a 500-year-old burning soul flower. Thank you, Qingyao. Let us return and refine these together. A wave of warmth surged through Yuluo's heart as she took Su Qingyao's hand, leading them back. Along the way, they were recognized by many. And naturally, their relationship became public knowledge. The first and second new students of the Xuanwu Battle District are a couple. It seems to be the first time in many generations, doesn't it? Indeed. How could such a beautiful junior have already found her match? I refuse to accept that. I must find someone to you. Give it a rest. You've been at the academy for 3 years and haven't bloomed yet. Get lost. Yuluo, overhearing the various comments, could only chuckle at the absurdity. Eager to return to their little world. Once back at their dwelling, they immediately set about preparing to refine their treasures. Free from distractions within the academy, they immersed themselves in closed-door cultivation. The fervor for the new student competition only intensified. With the release of battle projections, many older students expressed astonishment, particularly since the eastern region had previously garnered much attention. After all, most of the older students at the mid-stage of the primordial realm had not participated during their new student competition. The majority were at the pinnacle of body refinement or the early primordial realm, yet now the newcomers surpassed all expectations. A day later, as both Yuluo and Su Qingyao achieved breakthroughs, they hurriedly brought forth the provisions they had prepared in advance to indulge in a hearty meal. While Yuluo was now at the late stage of body refinement, having a second-tier fire vein, while Su Qingyao had reached the pinnacle of body refinement with an 8th-tier ice vein. After their feast, Yuluo suddenly recalled something. The fate plate. I remember that it can be used to cultivate soul power. What are its specific benefits? Soul power is categorized into several levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, divine, and imperial. My master, you awakened at the late stage of the mortal level. The benefits of soul power include an expanded and refined range of mental probing, as well as precise control over one's primal energy. The higher the level, the more accurate the control, ensuring that energy is not wasted during combat. The imperial level of soul power can no longer be cultivated. Why is that? Yuluo inquired further. Approximately 59 million years ago, a cataclysmic event transpired, annihilating 90% of all life, with only a small fraction surviving. The world we inhabit is known as the Zhou. Due to that calamity, Nearly 70% of the spatial realm was destroyed, resulting in a decline in the world's spiritual energy. How do you know this? Yuluo asked, perplexed by the mention of events spanning millions of years. It is recorded in our clan's ancient texts. Fine, I won't dwell on that. I wish to cultivate my soul power. After pondering without resolution, Yuluo discreetly noted the calamity for future reference. Yes, simply sit in the center of the soul disk. Yuluo promptly approached and took her seat. A sudden, intense sensation of tearing engulfed her. Bang! Her soul shattered and was then restored. How is this any different from dying once? Yuluo grimaced. This method tears the soul, and upon restoration, it becomes more resilient. It does not truly annihilate the soul, but there is a daily limit to how many times one can endure it. Fine, then I shall continue. Bang, 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 bang. Yuluo remained seated, her physical body showing no signs of disturbance, while Su Qingyao quietly observed her from the side. My master, you have reached your limit. You cannot continue cultivating today. Yuluo remained silent, silently withdrawing. Upon returning to her physical body, she sensed a difference, though she could not articulate it, only that she felt stronger. What's wrong, brother? Su Qingyao sensed a warm wave of soul power wash over her. It's nothing. I was merely cultivating my soul power and experienced a slight enhancement. Brother, you are amazing, Su Qingyao exclaimed wide-eyed, her earnest praise making her appear exceedingly adorable. All right, Qingyao, it's time for us to venture out and see what Jiang Wanwan is up to. Knocking on the door, there was no response from within. Could she be absent? Su Qingyao speculated. You two have finally emerged. What a rare sight. Jiang Wanwan's somewhat indifferent voice drifted from behind. No. We thought of you immediately upon coming out. Su Qingyao replied. Enough teasing. I just completed a task these past couple of days. It was quite engaging, and I even made a breakthrough. You broke through? Congratulations. Speaking of which, we were also considering taking on a task. Would you like to join us? Yuluo pondered, realizing that remaining at the academy to cultivate was impractical. They needed to engage in real combat outside. Perfect. I returned just to see if you had completed your seclusion. I found a task that requires 3 people, Jiang Wanwan said. Then let us go. What is the task? You'll find out once we arrive, Jiang Wanwan replied mysteriously, upon their arrival at the task hall. The trio caught the attention of the task hall's head mentor, for these 3 youngsters were the top new students, and their arrival together suggested they intended to team up for a task. Jiang Wanwan guided them to the task monument, where they read a notice that displayed, suspected ruins of the ancient sect Xianling sect, required strength, mid-stage primordial realm, investigate or retrieve spoils. Reward, 500 points. My instincts tell me this ruin is not simple, which is why I sought you out, Jiang Wanwan remarked. Then let us take it. We have no issues with that. Yuluo decided after glancing at it. Are you all planning to take on this task? A middle-aged mentor approached, his jade token revealing his identity. Qin Dongxian, mid-stage Ping Tian realm, head of the task hall. Yes, head Qin. Yuluo cupped her fists in respect. Is it wise to accept a task of this level? Any mishap involving the 3 of you would be a significant blow to the academy. Rest assured, if it is merely the mid-stage of the Yuan initial realm, it poses no threat to us. Jiang Wanwan also stepped forward to pay her respects. Qin Dongxian furrowed his brow and sighed, saying, Then you may proceed. Wear the jade pendant. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can seek assistance from the academy. Upon receiving your message, we will come as swiftly as we can. Yes, thank you for your concern. Qin Hall Master. The 3 then confirmed their plans. The task location is situated in a lake within the Huai Mountain County, for 37 miles northwest of the Aurora Academy. It only surfaces in the present world and is said to be concealed in a spatial node beneath the lake. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Vice Dean Wan. With key students, and all 3 together undertaking an external mission, should we arrange for an elder to accompany them discreetly? Qin Dongxian addressed the message Jade. Alas, I say, you are still young yet so obstinate. Let the children gain experience. You can't keep them locked in an ivory tower forever, can you? If something truly happens. It is the fate of our academy. No need to force it. Go on. Do not trouble me. Qin Dongxian helplessly pocketed the message Jade, having known from the outset that the vice dean in charge of the task hall possessed an exceedingly peculiar character. Which was no surprise. Thus, Yuluo, Su Qingyao, and Jiang Wan formed a trio. After completing their departure formalities, they began their trek towards the northwest direction of Huai Mountain County, which also served as a form of cultivation for them. Upon stepping beyond the academy's boundaries, the first nation they entered was Mingzhou Nation. Once they left the academy, they changed into casual attire instead of the academy's garb. To avoid trouble, Jiang Wan donned a veil she always carried, while Yulua handed Su Qingyao a veil she had prepared earlier. The beauty of both women was indeed breathtaking, and covering their exquisite features with veils certainly helped avert some complications during their journey. The trio encountered numerous events, the first being a band of ignorant robbers who had set their sights on them, believing that with Yulua's youthful appearance, they could easily seize several pieces of celestial crystals, alleviating their food concerns for the next month or two. Hey, kid, hand over all your yuan crystals and celestial crystals. Otherwise, my sword here is not to be trifled with, shouted a middle-aged man with a fierce demeanor, his right eye covered by a patch. Behind him trailed four others, all identifiable by the black headscarves they wore, their eyes glinting like those of hungry wolves, fixated on the trio. Those two girls looked quite appealing. One of the robbers remarked to the leader, "But we primarily need yuan crystals and celestial crystals. What's the use of women? They can't be eaten. Remember how we starved for days last time?" The man with the eye patch grew increasingly irate, slapping the speaker. Observing the gang, Yulua approached them with resignation, knowing they were mere commoners and that a lesson would suffice before they could react. They were already brought down to the ground by Yulua. After enduring a long journey, Su Qingyao felt the world's darker aspects, realizing that their comfortable life in Zhu County was entirely due to the support of the Su family and Yulua's protection. Upon arriving at their destination, several camps had already been established near the lake, indicating that the news of the impending emergence of the ruins had likely spread. The trio chose to stay in the city closest to the lake, Linshui City, for if they were to set up a camp like others, surrounded by groups of dozens, they would appear outnumbered and easily targeted. Although most individuals seemed to possess either a perfected body refinement stage or the Yuan initial realm, one must consider whether the forces backing them were something the trio could withstand. Thus, Yulua deemed caution to be the wisest course. Consequently, they booked 3 rooms, Su Qingyao in the middle, Jiang Wan on the right, and Yulua on the left, near the staircase. After returning to his room, Yulua took out the life token and began to cultivate his soul power. Su Qingyao, meanwhile, lay on the soft bed, drifting into slumber. After all those days of travel, she had only managed to sleep on the hard ground covered by 2 or 3 layers of bedding, with Yulua and Jiang Wan taking turns keeping watch at night. She wished to participate, but was dissuaded by both. Life token, could you share more about ancient matters? I am quite curious, Yulua inquired as he recovered from the excruciating pain. The life token responded, in ancient times, there existed true gods, unlike the so-called divine clan of today. Records indicate that when calamities befell the world, the supreme gods, 9 in total, arose to resist and fiercely protect this realm, for beneath them lay countless living beings. After enduring hundreds of thousands of years of war, 8 of the supreme gods perished, and the last god expelled the calamity from this world. Ultimately, the last god, having eradicated the remaining remnants of the calamity, exhausted their divine power and fell. In other words, without those gods, this world would have been utterly destroyed. Yulua felt a chill, pondering the true nature of the calamity that could lead to the god's demise. Should it return, and this world be devoid of gods, young master need not worry. This world has existed for several 100 billion years, and calamities have occurred only once. There is always a way out. For now, focus on your cultivation. Without clarity on your origins, contemplating these matters is indeed somewhat alarmist. Yulua's consciousness returned, and he exhaled a breath of despair. After a moment's respite, he ventured out alone, seeking to gather intelligence regarding the ruins and the forces present, as foreknowledge would provide some assurance. Hey, young man, in need of information, a man cloaked in a robe observed Yulua, who had passed by twice, sensing an opportunity. Is the source of your information reliable? Yulua approached nonchalantly. Absolutely accurate. It's first-hand information. I wouldn't dare mislead you. The man, an ordinary person, recognized Yulua as a cultivator upon noticing the flames flickering at his fingertips. Speak. The value of your information will be judged by me. Yulua whispered. This time, it is indeed the ruins of the immortal spirit sect, which will emerge within 2 days. However, during the first wave of entry, do not rush in. Last time, Many perished upon entry due to the array's ambush. The second secret entrance is located in the lower right corner of a square protrusion. My grandfather once entered through there. The most powerful forces arriving are the Ming Snake sect, led by sect master Ming Qi, who is at the initial stage of the Xianqing realm, along with 3 elders at the late stage of the Yuan martial realm. These 4 will not enter the ruins, but they are likely to await outside since the immortal spirit sect only permits those below the condensing spirit realm to enter. Ming Qi's son, Ming Zhou, will attend, possessing the perfected Yuan initial realm. Additionally, the allied force, the Heavenly Sword sect, will also send their eldest disciple, Su Huichuan, who is likewise at the perfected Yuan initial realm. These 2 are the most likely candidates to obtain the immortal spirit sect's most precious Yuan spirit tree fruit. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect are all at the late stage of the Yuan initial realm. Thus, these 2 sects are the strongest in Huai Mountain County, while the rest comprise individuals at the early to mid stages of the Yuan initial realm. How does that sound, young man? The merchant asked respectfully. Agreed. Here you go, Yulua replied, handing over 2 pieces of celestial crystals before heading back. Haha, young man, you're generous. The merchant quickly pocketed the celestial crystals, glancing around cautiously before stealthily departing. Yulua proceeded to the inn, knowing Su Qingyao might already be awake and concerned if she couldn't find him. Zhang Nuanwan contemplated whether they could achieve any gains this time, as obtaining results would undoubtedly allow her to break through to the perfected Yuan initial realm. After all, since their first meeting, both Yulua and Su Qingyao had advanced 2 minor realms, while she had only advanced 1, stirring her competitive spirit. Upon returning, Yulua found Su Qingyao waiting by the door. He quickly approached, playfully pinching her cheek. Why are you out here? Have you rested well? I've rested well. Brother, you went to gather intelligence, didn't you? Why didn't you call for me? Su Qingyao, understanding him well, sensed his absence from the adjacent room and deduced he had gone out. Yulua chuckled helplessly, leading her back into the room. That I didn't call you so you could sleep longer, and besides, it wasn't a dangerous matter, so there's no need to worry. That I also gathered quite a bit of information regarding the local sects of Huai Mountain County. He then summoned Zhang Nuanwan and shared the information with both of them. Now that we understand the situation, let us await the emergence of the ruins. The Yuan spirit fruit should enable me to break through. After listening, Zhang Nuanwan nodded in satisfaction, as she believed that the 2 individuals at the perfect Yuan initial realm did not pose a threat to her. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Everything can be discussed later once we enter. What if the Yuan Ling tree bears no fruit? Yulua remarked. Close your crow's mouth. Zhang Nuanwan retorted, making a motion as if to draw her sword. Ahem, I will be cautious over the next few days. If anything happens, I will inform you both, Yuluo hurriedly said as he dashed out. He runs so fast. Qingyao, what will you do if he disappears in the future? Zhang Nuanwan asked, looking at Su Qingyao with a bemused expression. That won't happen. I trust him that he has never broken a promise to me. I wish for him to be the same in the past, present, and future. Su Qingyao said earnestly. That you've clearly fallen for him, Zhang Nuanwan observed, acknowledging that the bond between these 2 was perhaps unbreakable even by death. I willingly have, Su Qingyu smiled, her lips pressed together. She gazed out the window at the sky, her silent wishes as a young girl. Meanwhile, Yuluo remained vigilant by the lakeside, knowing that with Zhang Nuanwan by Su Qingyao's side, he felt reassured. He also witnessed the arrival of the Ming Snake sect alongside the Heavenly Sword sect. The oppressive aura from the Xianqing realm caused his gaze to sharpen, sensing a dangerous presence that was beyond any means he could currently oppose. A day and a half later, with a surge of yuan qi erupting from the lake, a small palace emerged, reportedly much larger on the inside than it appeared from the outside, thanks to the use of spatial techniques. Following the reaction caused by the yuan qi explosion, Yuluo immediately took out a communication jade to inform the 2 women that the ruins had manifested. As they arrived, the protective formation surrounding the palace began to gradually turn transparent, clearly indicating that it would not be long before it vanished entirely. At a certain moment, as the ground trembled, the protective formation faltered and ultimately could not withstand the pressure, crumbling apart. The ruins of the immortal spirit sect have appeared. Charge! A throng of individuals from the Yuan initial realm rushed towards the entrance, while Yuluo kept a close watch on the entrance's changes alongside the 2 women, just as the vendor had predicted. As the first person stepped through the door, a flash of red light appeared, followed immediately by a phantom that struck him with a palm. The man had no time to react, as he attempted to defend himself. He was sent flying, spitting blood, and subsequently plunged into the lake, his fate unknown. A subsequent group was then shredded by the red line formation. Those who had not yet entered halted in horror, and then called for concentrated fire to break the phantom, leading to a standoff. Seizing the moment of chaos, Uluo and the two women slipped into the water from the distant lakeshore. And as they drew closer, Uluo began searching for a hidden entrance. He found it. With a firm press, a concealed door that could only accommodate one person opened. I'll go in first, once I confirm it's safe. You two can enter, Uluo stated before slipping inside. Once within, he enveloped himself in yuan qi to guard against any dangers. After 2 breaths, he signaled for the 2 women to enter the palace as well. Before them was a side chamber, and upon pushing the door open, they found themselves in an expanse much larger than the exterior of the small palace. Indeed, it was a space crafted by a master. Uluo then began searching for a path to the innermost steps. On the other side, standing on the shore, Mingzhou and Su Huichuan watched as those at the entrance battled with phantoms. Brother Su, we should also head to the hidden door. Let those fools tire themselves out, Mingzhou remarked, clearly indifferent to the lives of these individuals, viewing their deaths as a means to reduce variables. Su Huichuan nodded, signaling to his disciples to follow, and they proceeded to the side door. The 5 of them activated their yuan qi and swiftly dashed toward the palace's side, while the entrance was still under siege by various techniques. Mingzhou and his companions approached the hidden door and, following Ming Qi's instructions, opened it, quickly locking it behind them. So this is the immortal spirit sect, truly mysterious. The ability to construct such a space is something our Ming Snake sect lacks. Mingzhou observed after surveying his surroundings. Brother Su, let us search together. We will start from the central section, leaving the front for those fools, he added, evidently hoping that the people outside would remain excluded. If we find the Yuanling fruit, we shall each take one, and if there are any leftovers, my disciples will also require some. Su Huichuan, tall and with a deep, steady voice, stated, rest assured, after our years of collaboration, I would never consider hoarding it, Mingzhou replied, patting his shoulder. The 5 then began to scour the area, indiscriminately collecting anything that seemed unique, regardless of its utility, as long as it exhibited any trace of yuan qi fluctuations. Several astute individuals also managed to enter through the hidden door. One particularly unfortunate soul stumbled into a small elixir room where Mingzhou and his group were currently scavenging, only to be swiftly encircled and slain. Meanwhile, Uluo, Su Qingyao, and Jiang Nuan had already traversed the front hall and entered the rear corridor, navigating through several traps before encountering a maze of intersecting passages. Where is the Yuanling tree located? Uluo paused to inquire, as their trio alone could not sense its presence. The immortal spirit sect's rear was akin to a labyrinth. In the lower right passage, enter through the second small door on the left. Then at the third fork, turn right, and break through the barrier to enter, came the response. We've located the Yuanling tree's position. Follow me, Uluo declared, his eyes widening. The 2 women trailed behind him. And after a winding route, they indeed came across a barrier before them. Let me handle this. Jiang Nuan summoned Su Han, executing a high-grade ice-slashing technique, shattering the balance of the yuan qi sustaining the barrier, which then split open a gap. The 3 peered inside, revealing a grand hall dominated by an immense tree, its leaves seemingly alive and breathing, suffused with yuan qi. Even the surrounding streams occasionally wafted with wisps of energy. To their delight, they noticed 6 round, purple fruits hanging from the tree. Uluo's yuan veins pulsated as if encountering an oasis in the desert. Let us each take 2 and store them away to prevent later discoverers from finding them. Uluo suggested. Su Qingyao nodded, and the 3 cautiously channeled their yuan qi to collect the yuanling fruits above. At that moment, Uluo also noticed a small sapling next to the massive yuanling tree, so inconspicuous that it was nearly invisible. Is this a sapling of the yuanling tree? Uluo exclaimed in surprise. Unlike the fully grown yuanling tree that could not be moved, this sapling could be taken along without damaging its roots. This is indeed a valuable find. You 2 take it, and I only require 2 when it is harvested, Jiang Nuan said to Uluo. Very well, I will certainly invite you when the time comes, he replied, beginning to investigate the extent of the roots to avoid inadvertently severing them. Brother, I will plant this sapling when we return. I can take care of it at home, Su Qingyu quietly expressed as she gazed at the small sapling. All right, I have nearly assessed the area. You two keep an eye on the entrance, Yu Luo instructed, carefully separating the soil with his yuan qi and gently cutting downwards. Su Qingyao then returned to the entrance and ascended. Having faintly heard some footsteps approaching, this chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. At this moment, Ming Zhou had also begun searching for the Yuan Ling tree. Although they were unaware of its precise location, he was not concerned, believing no one would find it before them. They bypassed anything that was not particularly valuable during their passage. The small patch of land slowly rose. Yu Luo placed the sapling into his spatial ring. Let us go. We can explore other areas. Just as they emerged, they encountered Ming Zhou and his group head-on. Yu Luo's gaze sharpened, his yuan qi surging. Ready for battle. Ming Zhou squinted, having not anticipated this situation. Someone had managed to arrive before them. Yet, sensing the dangerous aura surrounding the two girls, he decided to prioritize finding the Yuan Ling tree, as the fruits were of utmost importance to him, potentially allowing him to break through to the condensing spirit realm. Point 3. A pleasure to meet you. I am Ming Zhou, the young master of the Ming Snake sect. It seems you are unfamiliar faces. You must not be from Huaishan County, am I correct? Ming Zhou said, feigning humility. We are students of the Aurora Academy, here in Huaishan County on a mission. A pleasure to meet you, came the reply. As Yu Luo advanced to confront Ming Zhou directly, he felt a shiver run through him upon hearing the name of Aurora Academy. His pupils constricted, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. For 2 years prior, he had been rejected from their assessment on the grounds of inadequate conduct. How could he not harbor resentment upon encountering true members of the illustrious Aurora Academy? It appears we have the fortune of meeting a few students from Aurora Academy, Ming Zhou remarked with a smile that belied his intentions, exuding an air of amiability. With that, he led Su Huichuan and the others past the trio of Yu Luo, his mind already plotting to return and eliminate them after securing the Yuan Ling fruit. Surely, during the execution of their mission, the Aurora Academy would not trace the incident back to the Mingxi sect. Moreover, within this confined space, even if the soul C bore a soul imprint, the imprint's creator would be unable to witness the events leading up to a death, once they had distanced themselves. Su Qingyao whispered, Ming Zhou harbors malevolent thoughts upon discovering we are students from Aurora Academy. Brother, what should we do? Let us be prepared to defend ourselves. He will inevitably realize we are the ones who took the Yuan Ling fruit. We must not scatter. Let's search for other locations with caution against ambushes, Yu Luo replied, taking Su Qingyao's hand. Zhang Nuan rolled her eyes at the exchange. Nuan, if a confrontation arises, may I leave the matter of that disciple from the Tianjin sect in your capable hands? Yu Luo inquired, uncertain of Zhang Nuan's true capabilities. That all. You think I am beneath you simply because I am at the pinnacle of the Yuan initial realm? Zhang Nuan narrowed her eyes at Yu Luo. By no means. Who would dare to underestimate Miss Jiang? Yu Luo hastily shook his head with a smile. With a huff, Zhang Nuan turned and hurried ahead, eager to find treasures before those in front of them had the chance to secure them. As the illusion shattered, the protective formation dissipated along with them, allowing a throng of Yuan initial realm cultivators to surge in, shouting for their companions as they formed groups. This spiritual grade Yuan Bao was discovered by us first. I advise you to relinquish it, lest you face the wrath of my allies when they arrive. 4 individuals huddled together, tightly guarding the Yuan Bao they had just acquired. Your name is not inscribed upon it. I could just as easily claim it for myself. Surrender it. You're not the only one with allies. Then come and try. Thunderclap fist. The previously united front now succumbed to their true natures, and chaos ensued as shouts and sounds of conflict filled the air. Ming Zhou and his companions, having sensed the shattering of the illusions, hastened their pace, deciding to split up in search of the Yuan Ling tree. Where the hell has the immortal spirit sect hidden my Yuan Ling tree? Ming Zhou's frustration mounted as he smashed through barriers in his search. Suddenly, Su Quan, the 4th disciple of the Tianjin sect, detected a surge of energy to his right and followed it, only to find a shattered barrier. His heart sank as he approached to discover a Yuan Ling tree, but it bore not a single Yuan Ling fruit. Master brother, I found it. Ming Zhou, Su Huichuan, and the others rushed over, only to be met with the disheartening sight of an empty tree. Ming Zhou's face darkened, resembling that of a pig's liver, as he struck the wall in fury. It was those Aurora Academy students who took it. Su Huichuan shot a cold glance at Ming Zhou, irritated by his leisurely pace that had led them to fall behind. Chase them. We must find them before they settle in to refine the fruit. Ming Zhou hissed, setting off toward the location they had previously encountered the others, disregarding all else in his path. Meanwhile, Yu Luo and his companions were busy gathering treasures. While Yu Luo and Su Qingyao worked together, while Jiang Wanwan scoured another section for various recovery elixirs and energy-enhancing items, though many had lost potency due to age. Brother, there are Tian crystals over there. Su Qingyao pointed to a location she sensed. Yu Luo promptly shattered a wall tile, revealing a hidden compartment. Remarkable, nearly 100 Tian crystals. Qingyao, collect them, he instructed, handing her a small box to store the crystals, after ensuring no other valuable items remained. They prepared to exit, noting that many rooms had already been stripped clean during their last visit. Wanwan, how fares your search? Su Qingyao called out toward Jiang Wanwan. Hurry over. I found a large alchemy room. Jiang Wanwan's voice rang out, prompting Yu Luo and Su Qingyao to exchange knowing glances before rushing in her direction. As they approached the entrance, they spotted Jiang Wanwan and were about to inquire when they noticed two pills in the center of the alchemy room, one radiating a faint blue glow and the other a soft green, releasing a fragrant aroma. That the recovery spirit pill and the snow rain pill, Yu Luo exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. The injury to his father had led to a decline in his energy realm, a lingering concern for both him and Su Qingyao. The recovery spirit pill could restore their meridians, a treasure the Su family had sought fruitlessly in Zhu County years ago, yet here it was. The other pill was suitable for both ice and water elemental cultivators, a perfect fit for Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, the recovery spirit pill is essential for us. The snow rain pill is yours. What do you think? Yu Luo urged. If it means that much to you, then take it. I had no intention of claiming it. The snow rain pill suffices for me, Jiang Wanwan replied, surprised by Yu Luo's reaction. Our father's severe injuries forced him down to the condensing spirit realm. With this, he may regain his former strength in the Yuan martial realm. Su Qingyao explained to Jiang Wanwan. Ah, I see. Then you should take it for safekeeping to avoid detection. Jiang Wanwan nodded, understanding. The three swiftly stored the pills, knowing that having them could turn the tide in their favor. They began collecting scattered elixirs around them. While not as valuable as the two pills, they could still fetch a good price at auction or serve practical purposes, as neither Yu Luo nor Su Qingyao came from affluent families. Meanwhile, Ming Zhou's group was seething with anger. They must not have exited yet, right? Ming Zhou thought, his fury reaching a boiling point at the mere possibility that I found them. To the right, Su Huichuan declared, having released the person he had just captured, who revealed that he had seen a man and two women near the entrance. Let us go, Ming Zhou thundered, moving with the speed of lightning, the air around him resonating with a deafening roar. Just as the three had finished collecting their items and were about to investigate another area, Yu Luo's senses detected 5 figures rapidly approaching. Be cautious. His instincts took over, and he conjured the burning heart flame shield, forming a barrier to shield the two women behind him. That a powerful force slammed against the shield, sending waves of heat rippling through the air. That you've made it easy for me to find you. Hand over my Yuan Ling fruit. Ming Zhou's sinister voice echoed as 5 figures materialized, confronting Yu Luo and his companions. Young master, this chapter continues on the next page. Please click to continue reading. As there is much more excitement ahead, as the shield dissipated, it became evident they had been discovered. Yu Luo sighed. Qingyao, those 3 in the late Yuan initial realm are yours to handle. I will. Brother, please be careful. Su Qingyao nodded, her hand tightening around her weapon as she prepared to engage Ming Zhou and Su Huichuan. Wanwan, before Yu Luo could finish, Jiang Wanwan had already summoned Su Han, aiming her attack at Su Huichuan. Have you arranged your plan? If so, prepare to meet your demise. Here, neither of you can transmit messages even with soul imprints in your sea of souls. How dare you steal from me? Ming Zhou sneered, his face twisted with rage as he turned to Yu Luo. A mere mid-stage body refinement cultivator attempting to thwart me. He charged forward, and Yu Luo took a deep breath, feeling the fire of battle ignite within him as he faced off against a complete Yuan initial realm cultivator for the first time. With a tremor, he summoned the yin, its energy radiating in tandem with Su Qingyao's weapon. As they approached Ming Zhou with purpose, Flame Emperor Slash, Yu Luo swung his blade fiercely toward Ming Zhou's face, who met the attack with a disdainful glint in his eyes, summoning a sword to parry the strike. Boom! The clash of blades forced them apart momentarily, revealing Ming Zhou's dark tier sword. Once I eliminate you, this will rightfully belong to me. He licked his lips, channeling energy into his weapon to launch an assault on Yu Luo. Soul-shattering sword technique. A layer of black flames enveloped the sword as he swiftly swung it toward Yu Luo's. Waves of sword energy surged forth. Yu Luo adeptly wielded his sword as a shield, cleaving through the onslaught. If you believe that possessing a single profound tier sword grants you the audacity to challenge me, then you are sorely mistaken. With a swift motion, Ming Zhou lunged forward, aiming directly at Yu Luo's chest. The first level of the soul-shattering sword technique, body slash. Observing this, Yu Luo immediately gathered all his vital energy, recognizing that if struck, he would likely face death or grievous injury. Yet, he resolved to adopt an offensive stance. The first level of the Burning Heaven sword technique, scorching breath. The blade of his sword ignited with a golden flame, standing in stark contrast to the black flames emanating from Ming Zhou's weapon. Clang! The two swords collided with force as Ming Zhou pressed forward relentlessly, while Yu Luo responded with equal vigor, their gazes locked in fierce intensity. Clang! Boom! The two combatants were forced apart once more, with Ming Zhou stumbling back 5 steps, while Yu Luo was driven back 30 steps, a sweet taste rising in his throat. How intriguing! A mid-stage body refining realm cultivator can achieve such prowess. He must be eliminated. A murderous intent swelled within Ming Zhou's eyes. You certainly speak too much, Yu Luo remarked, taking a deep breath. To withstand such a blow from a perfected Yuan initial realm cultivator and still stand is a feat that would leave many in disbelief. Still clinging to bravado, come and receive another strike from me. The second level of the soul-shattering sword technique. Annihilate the soul. The blade's menacing aura grew even more potent as it surged towards Yu Luo. The second level of the Burning Heaven sword technique. Infernal Sea. Yu Luo poured every last ounce of his remaining energy into his sword, fearlessly charging ahead. Die, you little wretch. Ming Zhou envisioned a genius from the Aurora Academy falling beneath his might. Who do you think you are? Yu Luo retorted angrily, and once again their swords clashed, producing a shrill sound. Clang. A fierce sword aura erupted, sending waves of terror rippling through those above and below. Who is engaged in this duel? Those above gasped in shock. We must flee. If this escalates further, we may all be in peril. Yu Luo's gaze hardened as he gritted his teeth, blood surging within him. Meanwhile, Ming Zhou, with a twisted expression, forcefully infused his vital energy into his sword. The overflow of sword energy left deep gashes upon Yu Luo's body, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Then, with a fierce swipe to the right, Ming Zhou instinctively blocked, his left hand gathering a mass of energy, a superior-grade martial technique. Black Flame Fist. Sensing this, Yu Luo's eyes narrowed, Burning Mountain Fist, in the brief moment of their swords colliding. Both unleashed a punch at each other. Bang! Clang! Yu Luo's sword, slipped from his grasp as he coughed up blood, hurtling backward. Ming Zhou staggered as well, revealing a layer of protective armor beneath his outer garments. You poor fool. Unaware of the protective armor, you should be more cautious in your next life. Ming Zhou's gaze turned sinister, clearly intent on seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. In a flash, Ming Zhou closed the distance, launching a powerful punch toward Yu Luo. Yu Luo, rising to his feet, raised a feeble shield, one far weaker than usual. As Ming Zhou's punch struck the shield, it barely held for a moment before shattering, hurtling toward Yu Luo's chest. Gritting his teeth, Yu Luo summoned all his strength for a counterpunch aimed at Ming Zhou's head. Bang! Both fighters were sent reeling, with Yu Luo again spitting blood. Is this the resilience of an indestructible cockroach? He still hasn't fallen. Ming Zhou's head throbbed, stunned that Yu Luo had endured 2 punches without collapsing. I told you, you're not worthy, Yu Luo said slowly, retrieving a pill and popping it into his mouth. As he felt his depleted energy gradually returning, he inhaled deeply. Now, shall we go another round? Ming Zhou advanced rapidly, unleashing the Black Flame Fist once more, while Yu Luo prepared to counter with the Burning Mountain Fist. With a crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed as blood seeped from Yu Luo's arm, sending him flying once more. Ming Zhou too felt the backlash, sustaining internal injuries, but he was beyond caring. He was determined to eliminate this prodigy. If Yu Luo were at the same cultivation level, or even at the early Yuan initial realm, the consequences would be dire. Just as Ming Zhou prepared to land a fatal blow on Yu Luo, an ice wall appeared before him. His fist struck the wall, but it remained unscathed. Turning slowly, he beheld Su Qingyao, her eyes radiating an unparalleled chill, accompanied by 3 figures behind her transforming into ice dust. You. Ming Zhou felt an oppressive weight bearing down upon him, and hastily retreated. He was already in a weakened state, and the clash with Yu Luo had drained much of his energy. Su Qingyao dashed forward, her eyes filled with concern as she observed Yu Luo's injuries. Brother, you need to rest. Don't move. In her moment of panic, she produced the healing elixirs collected earlier and began feeding them to Yu Luo one by one. Qingyao, be cautious. Let me recover first, Yu Luo instructed, his weakness rendering him unable to rise. Just focus on healing. Leave it to me. Su Qingyao wiped the blood from his face, then slowly rose to confront Ming Zhou, who gulped nervously, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as Su Qingyao's gaze sent shivers down his spine. Stop with your theatrics, Ming Zhou bellowed, rallying his courage. He drew his sword and unleashed the 2nd level of the soul-shattering sword technique. Annihilate the soul. With a fierce swing, he aimed at Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao brandished her sword, striking at Ming Zhou from a distance, a superior-grade martial technique. Ice God slashed. A razor-sharp beam of icy sword energy surged toward Ming Zhou's sword energy, which crumbled like paper before her onslaught. The cold beam of energy, unaffected, cleaved toward him, prompting Ming Zhou to roar. Medium-grade martial technique. Dark Flame Barrier. Rip. The sword energy effortlessly shattered his shield, striking Ming Zhou directly. He lowered his gaze, witnessing his protective armor shattered, followed by a searing pain as cold energy surged through his body. Ming Zhou cried out in agony. I concede. He was baffled as the energy within him rapidly froze, leaving him without a shred of resistance. Su Qingyao offered no reply, her cold demeanor unwavering as she approached him. As she drew nearer, the latent murderous intent within Ming Zhou resurfaced, summoning a mass of fire to ignite his heart. He felt the surge of power from his impending demise, and in a moment of desperation, hurled the sword he had dropped earlier at the recuperating Yu Luo. Yet Su Qingyao did not look back. Instead, she unleashed a wave of frost, encasing the ferocious Ming Zhou in ice, which began to shatter from the extremities. Just as the sword was about to pierce Yu Luo, a cerulean blade intercepted it, shattering upon impact and dispersing into chilling winds that swept towards Yu Luo. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Meanwhile, Su Huichuan found himself utterly defeated by Jiang Wanwan. His body riddled with sword wounds, rendered motionless as if struck dumb. Do you have any last words? Jiang Wanwan asked, summoning her sword, pointing it at Su Huichuan. Defeat is defeat. You can kill or torture me as you wish. But you won't escape either. The sect leader is waiting outside, and in less than an hour, the ruins will vanish. You must leave, whether you want to or not. Su Huichuan closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Yu Luo's injuries could not be healed within an hour, and if he emerged bearing the wounds inflicted by Ming Zhou, the leader of the Ming Snake sect would undoubtedly sense it. With a single sword cry, all 5 perished. Su Qingyao returned to Yu Luo's side, cautiously using her energy to alleviate his suffering. You've really had it rough, but I must admit, your endurance has exceeded my expectations. Jiang Wanwan remarked, observing Yu Luo. I can't help it. The perfected Yuan initial realm is still too taxing for me. My limit is likely mid to late Yuan initial realm, Yu Luo replied with eyes closed, while Su Qingyao gently covered his mouth, urging him to conserve his strength. That guy mentioned we have an hour left. Are you planning to sneak out now, or wait another half hour? Jiang Wanwan recalled a more pressing concern. Outside, Ming Qi, in the early profound clear realm, posed a significant threat, and even she was uncertain if she could hold him off, especially with several late and perfected Yuan martial realm cultivators alongside Su Huichuan and the others from the Sword Sect. The master of the Tianjin sect is also in the early stages of the Xianqing realm. When considering this, it becomes evident that they have incurred the wrath of numerous formidable foes. Allow me to recuperate for a while before venturing out. After speaking, Yu Luo produced a celestial crystal and medicinal pills, swiftly restoring his vitality. Su Qingyao quietly tended to his external wounds, gently applying ointment after removing his outer garments. Jiang Wanwan, on the other hand, wandered into a nearby alchemical chamber, searching for any peculiar trinkets. To her, elixirs seemed less valuable. What intrigued her was the camaraderie with her friends and the thrill of exploration that the ruins offered. Outside, upon sensing the disintegration of Ming Zhou's spirit, an oppressive force akin to a heavy mountain enveloped the surroundings. What has transpired, Brother Ming? After a brief silence, Zhao Wuan, the master of the Tianjin sect, suddenly paled, for he had inscribed a soul mark within his eldest disciple Su Huichuan. The death of Su Huichuan was something he could feel. No matter who it is, once they emerge, I shall ensure they suffer every torment this world has to offer. Mingqi slowly closed his eyes, patiently waiting. His first instinct was to suspect Su Huichuan, only to be shocked by the realization of his demise. Who, then, had the audacity to slay Mingqi's son in Huai Mountain County? Half an hour later, as dozens of celestial crystals dimmed, Yuluo's internal meridians gradually filled with vitality once more, and his external injuries had healed over 70%, exhaling a breath of foul air. Yuluo contemplated during his recovery. Their greatest trump card was the life token, yet he did not wish to activate its protective measures due to his entrapment, which would hasten the dissolution of the elder's lingering soul. There might still be a chance for recovery later. It was evident that Ming Zhou and his associates would not let them off easily. Even if they did not kill them, they would undoubtedly ensure that the Ming Snake sect and Tianjin sect surrounded and captured them upon their exit. If it were merely a matter of concealing their presence, the life token could suffice. Thus, should they choose to exit through the main gate or a secret passage, they could either leave openly alongside the treasure seekers, blending in, or choose the covert route, descending slowly and retreating in the opposite direction, sending a distress signal with the Academy's Jade token, setting aside whether it could even transmit in this confined space. Sending it outside would likely expose them. The deaths of Ming Zhou and Su Huichuan would undoubtedly put the Ming Snake sect and Tianjin sect on high alert. If they attempted to sneak out and were discovered, it would lead to their exposure, and Mingqi would certainly pay close attention to any furtive figures. Thus, mingling with the crowd seemed to be the best option. The disparity in strength was too great, forcing Yuluo to exercise utmost caution that a single oversight could lead to irrevocable consequences. Qingyao, Wan, let us proceed through the main entrance. Yuluo resolved to exit through the front, for his external injuries had nearly vanished, leaving only some internal damage. As the small space began to tremble, it signified that this ruin was about to revert to its original state. As the trio approached the main door, the oppressive atmosphere outside weighed heavily upon them, for they faced formidable adversaries of the Xianxing realm, clearly beyond their capabilities. Yuluo quietly took Su Qingyao's hand, finding solace in this gesture amidst such dire circumstances. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves in a sealed area, unable to escape, yet none dared voice their grievances, for Mingqi stood upon the lake's surface. Ming Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? Someone mustered the courage to inquire. Someone has slain my son, and he is concealed among you, Mingqi replied, his expression calm, obscuring his emotions. Yet such individuals were often the most terrifying, possessing profound cunning. How could someone commit such a heinous act? Let us all assist in the search. Some sects, already friendly with the Ming Snake sect, seized the opportunity, recognizing that identifying the culprit could curry favor with Mingqi and ensure a more comfortable existence in Huai Mountain County. As the crowd began to stir, exchanging glances and evaluating the severity of injuries among those present, it was clear that anyone capable of slaying a consummate Yuan initial realm practitioner would not be easily subdued. Yuluo and his companions remained silent, opting to observe the unfolding situation before deciding on their course of action. Regardless of the outcome, Yuluo would not abandon Su Qingyao and Jiang Wan. Su Qingyao silently adjusted her breathing to mask any signs of weakness, while Jiang Wan wore an indifferent expression, their veils concealing their true emotions from the prying eyes of the crowd. I shall offer you a chance to confess. Perhaps I might consider sparing you. However, if I must personally seek you out, you shall face severe consequences. Mingqi's voice resonated, clearly hoping to draw out the perpetrator. The three remained silent, though Yuluo released Su Qingyao's hand, contemplating the worst-case scenario. If discovered, he would first ensure the two women were safely set aside, allowing them to escape should the situation deteriorate. Still unwilling to reveal yourselves, then I shall commence my search for you. Little mice, Mingqi raised a hand and clenched it. Instantly, wisps of black smoke began to materialize around Go. He whispered urgently, but Su Qingyao resolutely stood by his side, while Jiang Wan appeared unfazed. Her eyes half-lidded. Qingyao, stop this. You must leave. I will be fine. As the black smoke intensified, it became increasingly oppressive. Absolutely not. You cannot abandon me. Facing challenges together is what I should do, brother. Su Qingyao grasped his hand tightly. No more buts. I refuse to abandon my companions and flee. Point one mere Xianqing realm practitioner is nothing. Let us see if I can strike him down with a single sword. Qingyao, we shall join forces. Jiang Wanwan declared, turning to him. Very well. Will the life token be able to restrain Mingqi and Zhao Wuhan? Will it lift the restrictions on me? Su Qingyao and Jiang Wanwan. Yulu reluctantly inquired of the life token. Yes. Upon hearing the response, Yulua began to gather his strength, preparing to strike Mingqi with the sword as soon as the life token intervened. Escape was not an option, even if the token could restrain them. It would only be within a limited range. Once they left, it would not be long before they regained their strength, and given their speed, that time frame would not suffice for a safe return to the academy. As the black smoke became increasingly visible, Mingqi's sinister smile revealed his intent. Found you, little mouse. At that moment, the life token's suppression field manifested, causing Mingqi to feel as though he was facing an ancient beast. Instinctively withdrawing all his energy, everyone within the vicinity found themselves immobilized, unable to speak. Now, after a prolonged build-up, Yulua and Su Qingyao unleashed their most potent sword techniques, while Jiang Wanwan launched her spell. Heaven Frost and Ghostly Sea, directly targeting Mingqi. With 3 resonant sword cries, a thin line of blood appeared on Mingqi's neck. Though it was minor, it was still a wound inflicted upon Mingqi, the most formidable being in Huai Mountain County. Second only to the county lord. Without delay, the trio swiftly made their way towards the academy, realizing that even their strongest attack had dealt minimal damage to Mingqi. Given the 3-realm disparity, they had only succeeded in leaving a mere scratch. This is one tough opponent that we need to leave. The situation is dire. Yulua swiftly activated the Jade token to summon aid from the academy. As they fled, the suppression field gradually began to weaken. The first to regain consciousness were Mingqi and Zhao Wuhan. Feeling the slight sting on his neck, Mingqi was consumed by rage. What manner of being was he, to have been wounded by 3 mere juniors? These little mice have truly surprised me, he mused, recalling the feeling of suppression. Clearly, this was not the doing of those 3. With that thought, he turned to pursue Yulua and his companions, while Zhao Wuhan, noticing the bloodstain on Mingqi's neck, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had it not been for 3 juniors, they might have perished here. Quickly, we must flee. Mingqi's speed is astonishing. You two should separate from me. He is primarily targeting me. Yulua sensed 2 powerful auras rapidly closing in from several miles away. No. I absolutely refuse to leave your side. Stop trying to push me away. You fool, Su Qingyao exclaimed, pulling his hand as they swiftly flew low towards the front. Meanwhile, Mingqi closed in rapidly. You little juniors, hand over that treasure, and I might just show mercy and let you go. His voice resonated through the air. Clearly eyeing the life token, for its ability to instantly suppress so many individuals was no small feat. Even Earthgrade treasures would struggle to achieve that. Greed flickered within him as he pursued. Yulua and his companions continued to distance themselves from him, and Mingqi couldn't help but chuckle. Did they truly believe that 2 practitioners in the body refinement realm and 1 in the Yuan initial realm could outrun a Xianqing realm master? Such stubbornness was futile. Mingqi, without the slightest restraint, unleashed his overwhelming presence, enveloping the trio of Yuluo in an instant. They felt as though the vital energy within them had solidified, as if they were being targeted by a malevolent specter. With a swift motion of his hand, Mingqi sent the 3 plummeting towards the ground. Zhao Wuhan, too, erected a protective barrier, encasing Yulua and the others within. Who killed my sect's esteemed disciple? If you confess, I might consider sparing you, provided you remain in my sect for a decade, he declared. Now in his 50s, Zhao Wuhan had believed himself to be beyond worldly concerns, devoted solely to his swordsmanship. Yet, even with Su Qingyao and Jiang Wan wearing veils, the mere sight of their eyes ignited a fervent desire within him. Yulua was evidently connected to Mingzhou, so he would leave that matter to Mingqi. As for Su Huichuan's demise, it seemed trivial in light of the 2 young women before him. He had ample time to cultivate the next generation of disciples. The Tianjin sect in Huaishan County was revered as a place of righteousness, worshipped by thousands, a sacred sanctuary in the hearts of cultivators. Even an alliance with the Ming Snake sect was portrayed as a necessary act to maintain peace in Huaishan County, while secretly, elders and disciples of the Tianjin sect engaged in sordid dealings with the Ming Snake sect, who were tasked with capturing beautiful women in exchange for resources like Tianjin. Are you ready to fight? Are you scared, Qingyao? Yulua whispered to Su Qingyao. With you here, there's nothing to fear, she replied softly, her eyes betraying no panic. Even if death awaited, she felt content as long as Yulua was by her side. And she believed he was fully prepared. Yulua disregarded Zhao Wuhan's words, instead focusing on the jade tablet in his hand, its flickering frequency increasing with intensity. Have you prepared your last words, boy? Once you have, you may proceed to your demise. Mingqi cared little for such trivialities. Having slain his only son, he could not allow Yulua to escape unscathed and was eager to shred him into pieces. Suddenly, a profound technique was unleashed, drawing the elements of heaven and earth frantically towards Mingqi. Yulua lifted his gaze, feeling the oppressive force emanating from the Xianqing realm powerhouse. In response, all 68 meridians within him opened, and the seal deep within his energy veins sensed the provocation from the ant-like presence, quietly releasing an imperceptible aura. The moment that aura flowed forth, it resonated with the very heavens, causing both Mingqi and Zhao Wuhan to feel a soul-stirring pressure from another realm. Under the influence of this aura, Yulua's blood seemed to ignite, his body fracturing into numerous gashes, transforming him into a figure of blood, which horrified Su Qingyao. Second layer of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, Burning Sea. Yulua, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, made a desperate slash forward before losing consciousness and collapsing backward. Su Qingyao, frantic, caught him in her arms, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she attempted to staunch the wounds on his body. Zhang Nuan, meanwhile, fixed her gaze on the sword light, for its aura was beyond the reach of even her father. Mingqi, incredulous, felt the crisis brought forth by that sword light prickling against his skin. In a flurry, he concentrated all his vital energy into a ground-level technique and thrust it forward with great force. Zhao Wuhan let out a strange cry, rapidly erecting a defensive sword array. Crack! The formidable attack of a Xianqing realm cultivator was shattered by a mere body-refining youth. The sword light then struck Mingqi, who let out a low growl and retreated hastily. Yet, the speed of the sword light exceeded his expectations, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Thud! Mingqi felt that the vital energy had inflicted little harm upon him. The true threat lay in the hidden power beneath the sword light, which was beyond his comprehension. He was sent flying by the strike, tumbling through the air several times before finally coming to a halt. Zhao Wuhan turned slowly to look back, only to be struck with horror. A long gash appeared before his eyes, extending from Mingqi's abdomen to his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Mingqi, in disbelief, felt the agonizing pain radiating from within, and as he attempted to suppress it with his vital energy, it dissipated like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Mingqi roared at the heavens. How long has it been since I've suffered such an injury, especially from a mere body-refining junior? I will have you dead. He was nearly driven to madness. If word of this got out, how could he hold his ground? Just then, the barrier created by Zhao Wuhan was effortlessly torn asunder. A figure descended slowly, standing before the fallen Yulua in Su Qingyao's embrace. He appeared to be a middle-aged man. Hey, you've made quite a mess of our academy's students. The man spoke slowly, his gaze locking onto Mingqi and Zhao Wuhan with an intensity that pinned them in place. Who are you? Mingqi managed to stammer, sensing that this person's aura surpassed even that of the county lord, filling him with unease. They had paid little heed to the affiliations of Yulua and the others. However, the next words from the man sent chills down his spine. Wan Fuyin, you may also refer to me as the vice president of the Aurora Academy. His words reverberated like thunder in Mingqi's mind, and he understood that killing Yulua was now impossible. Rather, he had to consider whether he could leave alive. It is the vice president Wan. Which progeny do these youngsters belong to? Mingqi muttered, lost in despair. Not anyone in particular, just new students, Wan Fuyin replied, glancing briefly at the two girls before looking up at the others above. Haha, so it is the esteemed vice president Wan visiting Huaishan County. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Ming Ju, the county lord, interjected as he appeared alongside Mingqi and Zhao Wuhan. With that, the strongest figures in Huaishan County had gathered. Ming Ju was in the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, while both Mingqi and Zhao Wuhan were at the initial stage of the Xianqing realm. However, Wan Fuyin felt no pressure at all, as he himself was in the early stage of the crossing tribulation realm, the pinnacle of strength on Lanfeng Star. Ming Ju felt helpless, as trouble had arisen from below. If it were merely ordinary individuals, it would have been simple to resolve. Yet, the target was a student of the Aurora Academy. If they succeeded in killing him, it would be one thing. But now not only had they failed, but the vice president had also come knocking. In this world, strength was paramount. Had the intruders been weaker, he would have eradicated them without hesitation. After all, the Ming Snake sect and Tianjin sect had made considerable efforts to curry favor with the county lord's residents in recent years, and he had largely turned a blind eye to their misdeeds. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Wan Fuyan's voice, tinged with anger, only increased Ming Ju's pressure. This incident is ultimately a case of our elders bullying the juniors that I will order both the Ming Snake sect and Tianjin sect to provide 30,000 Tianjin each to these 3 young friends. And I will ensure that no further grievances are pursued, Ming Ju stated to Wan Fuyan, while also addressing the 2 young women behind him, though he understood that Yua and the others had slain Ming Zhou and Su Huichuan. He could only swallow this grievance with Wan Fuyan present. Moreover, given the cruelty Ming Zhou had previously inflicted on others, they could only blame themselves for encountering this misfortune. What do you think? Wan Fuyan asked the 2 women. Su Qingyao remained silent, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, as she checked Yulua's internal injuries, gradually calming down. After all, while his external wounds were severe, the internal injuries were not grave. I am agreeable, and I believe Qingyao and Yulua feel the same, Jiang Nuan replied, relieved that the vice president was present. Then it is settled. Wan Fuyan nodded, then looked toward Yua, who appeared to be in no serious danger. Ming Qi and Zhao Wuhan had no choice but to begrudgingly comply, each retrieving 30,000 Tianjin and presenting it to Ming Ju. Ming Ju accepted the Tianjin, storing it within a crystal card before transferring it to Jiang Nuan. If so, we shall take our leave, Ming Ju said, cupping his fists in respect to Wan Fuyan before departing with the 2 women. Wan Fuyan then approached Yua and the others. Jiang Nuan bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your rescue." Vice President Su Qingyao followed suit. "There's no need for such formalities. That sword strike from the young lad was quite remarkable," Wan Fuyan remarked, exhibiting an unexpected levity, unlike the authoritative demeanor one would expect from a vice president. He playfully poked Yulua, causing Su Qingyao's expression to darken. "Senior, please refrain from jesting." "Haha, I'm quite curious about this young lad." Wan Fuyan laughed heartily, appearing rather unrestrained, even as he drew a disapproving look from Su Qingyao. "By the way, I have something important to discuss with both of you." Wan Fuyan quickly assumed a serious expression. "Vice President, please, go on." Su Qingyao responded blandly, "Well, don't say I've been out. You've never seen me." "Understand." Wan Fuyan spoke with a serious expression. Su Qingyao continued, "Jiang Nuan. All right then. That settles it. You may return, and I shall escort you." Wan Fuyan clapped his hands together, evidently pleased with this outcome. Subsequently, he transformed a traveling talisman into a golden ingot, sending the 3 of them off before swiftly heading towards the Aurora Academy. Upon arrival, Yuluo was discovered by the Academy personnel and taken to a cave dwelling. While Su Qingyao remained behind to care for her, Jiang Nuan proceeded to the task hall to submit her mission and claim her rewards, as she, too, needed to prepare for her breakthrough to the perfected Yuan initial realm. Su Qingyao initially believed that Yuluo would recover after merely 1 or 2 days of rest. However, to her dismay, after nearly 7 days, she remained in a state of unconsciousness, which only heightened her anxiety. Day by day, she felt increasingly restless, occasionally probing her internal energy. Could it be that she had to pay a price for utilizing some kind of power, or had her soul been injured? Rendering her undetectable, Yuluo's consciousness gradually returned, and at first, he was bewildered by his surroundings. Slowly, he opened his eyes and propped himself up, his hand brushing against his soft hair. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao, whose nerves had been particularly sensitive these days, sensed a change and looked up in surprise to find that Yuluo had awakened. "Brother," Su Qingyao's gentle voice reached his ears that while Yuluo quickly assessed his condition and found no abnormalities within. Then, at the sound of Su Qingyao's soft sigh, he pulled her into an embrace. "I've worried you again." Qingyao at Yuluo gently pinched her small face. Noticing her expression indicated she and T slept well for days. "Are you feeling all right now? Is there anywhere that still hurts?" Su Qingyao inquired as she leaned against him. "I'm fine now, but I'll need to consult the life token later," Yuluo replied thoughtfully. Recalling that he had lost consciousness immediately after unleashing that strike, and was unaware of how they had escaped, that it was Vice Dean Wan who brought us back from Huishan County. He clarified, "I see. With the Vice Dean present, they surely wouldn't dare harm us." This mission can be considered a complete success. And we still have the sapling of the Yuan spirit tree. Yu Luo suddenly realized that Su Qingyao had already fallen asleep, resting peacefully in his arms, her eyelashes undisturbed, indicating her anxiety had vanished. With a soft sigh, he gently laid Su Qingyao down beside him before getting up to check on the sapling and other items. 2 Yuan spirit fruits, a Yuan spirit tree sapling, and some elixirs. Despite the risks, the gains were substantial. After confirming everything was in order, Yu Luo nodded and then allowed his consciousness to sink into the life token space. Life token? What was that aura? Yu Luo had been asking for quite some time without receiving a response. Life token, are you asleep? Hey. Yu Luo was at a loss, and just then, the life token briefly displayed a few words. Young master, I have absorbed 70% of that aura and will soon enter a slumber. Please take care of yourself. Entering slumber. Huh. Yu Luo withdrew from the space. His instincts told him that whatever was sealed deep within the meridians was not of this world. Yet he could not ascertain its true nature. Reluctantly, he decided to wait until the life token awakened to inquire further. He then sensed his own cultivation level, now at the peak of the later stage. After undergoing a mysterious energy cleansing and a fierce battle with the netherboat, he had reached the brink of a breakthrough. He then set up a soundproof barrier in the cave dwelling to avoid disturbing Su Qingyao during his breakthrough. Of course, just to be safe, he took out 300 pieces of heavenly crystals and placed them beside him before commencing his breakthrough. The elemental energy of heaven and earth gradually flowed towards him, and his meridians greedily absorbed it as if they had been starved for a millennium. As he prepared, he consumed 2 Yuan spirit fruits, causing the energy within him to swell, while Yu Luo sealed off any outward flow of energy. Striving to absorb it all. A resonant hum echoed within him, the sound of energy colliding, as Yu Luo seized the most potent energy to cleanse his body, with the cave and heavenly crystals' energy being fervently absorbed. He fully stepped into the final minor realm of the body refinement stage, perfection that he sensed that he could even break through to the Yuan initial realm, but doing so might jeopardize the perfect foundation he had established, risking a tenuous realm that could potentially regress. Achieving the Yuan initial realm would take twice as long to cultivate again, which would be counterproductive. After careful consideration, he chose to restrain himself at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. With the breakthrough complete, Yu Luo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, glancing at the grime on his body before heading off to cleanse himself. After freshening up, he noticed Su Qingyao was still sound asleep and stepped out of the cave. Upon exiting, he encountered many people. Several junior sisters greeted him warmly, and out of courtesy, he responded to each that you've broken through. I thought you would be unconscious for quite some time. A familiar voice rang out from beside a large tree. It was Jiang Wanwan. Turning to her, he noticed she seemed to have also made a breakthrough. Her gaze sparkled with sword intent, and her aura was significantly stronger than before. You've broken through too. Congratulations, he exclaimed. That I've reached the perfected Yuan initial realm. The next step is the concentration realm. Jiang Wanwan casually acknowledged. By the way, what are the graduation standards at the academy? Yu Luo realized he was rather uninformed about the academy's requirements. There are no standard graduation requirements. The period is 4 years, and wherever you reach is considered your completion, Jiang Wanwan explained, pointing to the jade token at his chest, obviously indicating that it could be used to check the rankings. Currently, the top of the ascending heaven list is a girl named Su Qian, who is in the late stage of the Yuan martial realm. The rest you can see for yourself. All right, I'll take a look when I return. By the way, does the academy have any upcoming arrangements? Yu Luo asked. You just recovered, and you're already thinking about the next. Also, what was up with that sword strike of yours? Even my Su Han showed abnormal reactions. Jiang Wanwan frowned, recalling the piercing sword energy from days prior. Why Yu Luo truly found it hard to explain, as he himself was quite muddled. I'm not sure about that. I only know there's a seal deep within my meridians left by my biological father. Jiang Wanwan nodded thoughtfully. I have the task points with me. Should I give them to you now? No need. Those points are trivial for me and Qingyao now. After all, we can already be considered among the wealthiest of the new students. Yu Luo noted, glancing at the points he had accumulated from the new student competition, which he had hardly spent. Jiang Wanwan then headed towards her cave dwelling, while Yu Luo picked up the jade token to review the information. Having already seen the first name, he shifted his focus downward. Second place, Qi Bufan, mid-stage Yuan martial realm. Third place, Elan, mid-stage Yuan martial realm. Fourth place, Pan Yin, mid-stage Yuan martial realm. Fifth place, Ling Xingtian. Early stage Yuan Martial Realm. After a brief glance, he noted that all the top 10 were in the Yuan Martial Realm, while the top 30 were all at the perfected concentration realm, and the top 100 were in the late stages of the concentration realm. It was evident that the competition was fierce. This list must serve as motivation for the students, for an academy without encouragement would struggle to endure in this world. After reviewing the top contenders, Yu Luo headed towards the points hall, for Su Qingyao should be nearing her breakthrough, and he needed to prepare heavenly materials and treasures to assist her. His gaze fell directly on the 1,000-year grade superior spiritual materials. Deep Cold Feather Flower, 8,000 points that he immediately purchased the Deep Cold Feather Flower, as it seemed most suitable, having been harvested from a place where ice elements were densely gathered in the depths of the polar snowfields. He then hurried back, knowing that Su Qingyao might have already awakened. "Brother, you're back." Upon his return, a familiar voice greeted him. Su Qingyao was sitting on the edge of the bed, stretching lazily. "Have you rested well? You've worked hard these past few days." "Qingyao," Yu Luo said softly as he approached her, "wasn't I worried about you? But you seem lively and well now. Come here for a hug, and I need to prepare for my breakthrough as well." Su Qingyao said with an expectant smile, opening her arms wide that Yu Luo smiled gently and stepped forward to embrace her. Inhaling the fragrance of the young girl, Yu Luo felt that there was no moment more blissful than this. After a long while, he said, "You should prepare for your breakthrough to the Yuan initial realm. I even went to the points hall to buy a deep cold feather flower, as it's important to take care during a major breakthrough." He lifted her and placed her gently on the edge of the bed, then took out the heavenly materials and treasures he had purchased. "You're the best, brother." Su Qingyao's countenance was not as frigid as it appeared before outsiders. Rather, it bore a delicate blush that evoked a sense of tenderness, compelling one to protect her. Just as Yu Luo was about to retrieve the celestial crystals, Su Qingyao, with a mischievous smile at the corner of her lips, clanged out nearly 1,000 celestial crystals that Yu Luo was taken aback. When did she amass such wealth? Previously, the resources given by Ming Qi and Zhao Wuhan amounted to merely 10,000 for each of us. And here were your 20,000 celestial crystals. "Dear brother, as she spoke, Su Qingyao intended to hand the crystals to Yu Luo. No need. Keep it for yourself, we need not divide anything between us." Yu Luo replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. "All right, since you are well prepared, focus on your cultivation, that I shall find a suitable place to plant the Yuanling tree sapling to prevent it from withering." With that, Yu Luo proceeded to the garden behind the cave abode, seeking a spot rich in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao began her preparations to break through to the Yuan initial realm. Lacking any knowledge of horticulture, Yu Luo recalled how, in their childhood, he had inadvertently caused the small flowers and trees Su Qingyao nurtured to perish, leaving him no choice but to search for a place where the elements converged using his spiritual sense. "This spot seems ideal. I shall plant it here." Carefully, Yu Luo inserted the sapling's roots into the soil. Just as he was about to return, a sudden buzzing filled his mind, transporting him into a dreamlike realm. Upon awakening, he realized he was no longer in the garden behind the cave. His perspective uncontrollably expanded, revealing a distant planet, followed by a vast expanse of starry space. The breathtaking sight left him in awe, with countless stars twinkling in a myriad of colors, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. The cosmic realms began to contract, unveiling a grand nebula before him, making Yu Luo feel as insignificant as a speck of dust adrift in the boundless universe that he witnessed beings awakening on various planets, only to fall to ruin in the wake of warfare, and glimpsed imagined elven tribes dancing with the trees and the winds. Gazing further, he noticed that behind the layers of nebulae lay walls undulating like waves, seemingly inscribed with markings that resembled delicate strands of grass swaying gently, though upon closer inspection, they appeared as colossal patterns akin to nebulae. Suddenly, time began to reverse, revealing uncharted realms, as if he were regressing to the so-called calamity of millions of years ago. Everywhere Yu Luo looked, he saw dark torrents engulfing the vast universe, leaving him in a state of sorrowful helplessness, akin to being mired in mud. Yet, as the river of time flowed backward, the black torrents gradually receded, revealing even larger nebulae. Only when the black torrents had completely withdrawn from this realm could Yu Luo finally discern the universe at its zenith, where some nebulae resembled butterflies, while others took on peculiar forms, each glimmering with brilliant starlight, each point representing a world, a myriad of lives. He sensed the essence of that era, a profound and distant aura enveloping him. 9 beams of light stood tall amid the nebulae, As if they were the arbiters of all rules, Yu Luo gradually felt a semblance of control, attempting to glide forward, yet nothing transpired. How am I to return? He realized a grave concern. What if he remained trapped here indefinitely? He endeavored to approach the beams of light, hoping to glimpse the figures within, wondering if they were indeed the 9 divine beings spoken of in the fateful tablets. However, upon stepping into the light's domain, he felt those figures remained distant, an instinct warning him that he could not approach. What to do? How do I return? Qing Yao is waiting for me. Yu Luo struggled to steady himself, yet he was utterly perplexed about how he had arrived in this place. Feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, fear not. When you truly comprehend the myriad forms of this world, we shall meet again. An ancient voice resonated, its gender indeterminate. As his soul trembled violently. Yu Luo experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Gradually, his spiritual awareness returned, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Su Qingyao's delicate face, marked by concern. Brother, you are awake. I completed my breakthrough and found you still absent. So I came to the garden to look for you, only to discover you collapsed on the ground. Are you feeling unwell? Su Qingyao gently supported his upper body in her embrace, her eyes searching his for answers. Qingyao, I'm fine. It seems I had a peculiar dream. Yu Luo recalled the visions he had witnessed, feeling as though only a fleeting moment had passed, yet Su Qingyao had already achieved her breakthrough. Indicating several hours had elapsed. I am relieved to hear that. You frightened me. Su Qingyao placed her jade-like hand on his forehead as she often did, letting out a sigh of relief, clearly shaken by the earlier scene. Would you like me to assist you back? She asked, tilting her head slightly, her slender arms still encircling him. No need. I can walk on my own. It was merely a strange dream, Yu Luo replied, reflecting on how abruptly he had drifted into slumber, with no time for a response. Fortunately, we are within the academy. Had I been outside, especially in the face of danger, the consequences could have been dire. However, the fateful tablet is also in slumber. Otherwise, I could have consulted that ancient relic. He mused quietly. Let us return first, and then I will explain everything to you. Yu Luo took Su Qingyao's hand as they made their way back to the cave abode. Upon arrival, he recalled a voice that seemed to have spoken to him, and he turned to Su Qingyao. I believe I dreamt of the vast universe, even of ancient times, when the 9 supreme deities still existed. After speaking, he slapped his hand to his forehead, realizing that Su Qingyao was likely unaware of the vast universe. The vast universe? Su Qingyao inquired, her expression one of confusion. Ahem, it refers to this realm we inhabit. Lanfeng Star, followed by the Galaxy Star region. Beyond the Galaxy Star region lies what is termed the vast universe. Yu Luo hastily clarified. I see. And what of the supreme deities? Su Qingyao pressed further. The supreme deities were the true gods of ancient times, wielding immense power, beings that cannot reappear in the present world. As for the latter, I can only recall a phrase, but it eludes me. It feels like a forbidden incantation, a memory I cannot articulate. Yu Luo furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, unable to derive any coherent thought. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao blinked adorably, her concern primarily resting on his well-being, for the vast universe and its supreme deities felt far removed from her reality. Oh, by the way, did your breakthrough go smoothly? Do you feel any fluctuations in your spiritual energy? Yu Luo suddenly recalled, having been so preoccupied with the dream. I'm fine, brother, it feels very stable. Soon, I shall reach the Yuan initial realm at 16. Which would be quite remarkable in Zhujun. Su Qingyao had no obstacles during her breakthrough. The dense ice elements had caused disturbances in the cave abode, but fortunately, the isolation formations prevented the energies from leaking out. After all, this was the Aurora Academy. The resources available to them were unimaginable. Take the 1,000-year spirit-level deep-cold feather flower, for instance. You would be hard-pressed to find even one in Zhujun. The 1,000-year Tian Shan Snow Heart Lotus I refined previously is merely of the common grade. And there are likely only 2 in the entire Huaxian kingdom. Tomorrow is your birthday. Qingyao, have you thought about how you wish to celebrate? Yu Luo calculated the time, relieved not to have missed it due to his cultivation. Anything is fine. I will follow your lead, Su Qingyao replied, a smile gracing her lips, her joy evident. After all, what girl would not hope that her beloved would remember significant dates? Qingyao, you should assert your opinions. You need not always follow my lead just because I am around, Yu Luo remarked, exasperatedly rubbing his head. This young lady had always been like this. When he was present, she would invariably follow his decisions. never straying from his path. How about we go out together, perhaps explore and see what unique culinary delights await us? Su Qingyao pondered, realizing that apart from their missions, they had rarely wandered through other regions and countries. The Aurora Academy's outer city, Aurora City, was home to numerous bustling cities, thriving with prosperity, as the academy itself was nearly at the center of the Kanglan continent, where various factions flourished, and it was said that many powerful beings resided in the Pingtian realm. Then let us venture out. We shall seek a more remote location. But before that, you must rest well today. Are you still planning to cultivate? Qingyao? Yu Luo considered that it was indeed time to show her around. No need. I will check on the Yuanling tree. You should rest, brother. No more fainting like before, Su Qingyao declared, hands on her hips, her lower lip jutting out in a pout. All right, I shall rest. The descent of the feathers was indeed a manifestation of helplessness, as an inexplicable consciousness guided him to a mysterious realm of space and time. That's better. Su Qingyao nodded slightly, her satisfaction evident. Before making her way to the backyard garden she slowly entered the flower bed. The petite blossoms and delicate grasses swayed gently, as if greeting her. The petals of the peach trees also fell gracefully, and she danced lightly among the flowers, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty that no one was fortunate enough to witness. The peach tree was her favorite, for she had heard her mother say that the feathers had fallen beneath the tree in their yard. The blue-green flowers had recently thrived splendidly, and the western loosestrife was also flourishing. Yet the hibiscus seemed to be struggling somewhat. Su Qingyao frowned slightly, beginning to tend to the soil's nutrients for the flowers. She then proceeded to the Yuanling tree's position. After a careful inspection, she nodded in approval that it seemed that the location chosen for the feather's descent was quite satisfactory, albeit not the optimal spot. After meticulously tending to the flower bed, she glanced at the sky, noticing that dusk was gently approaching, and decided to head back, for tomorrow was her birthday, and she must prepare herself. Upon returning, Su Qingyao found Yu Luo seated in meditation, and she pouted slightly. Already cultivating again, we agreed to take a break. After grumbling, she ascended the stairs to prepare for a bath. She understood Yu Luo's psychological burdens, his quest to find his family and protect all that he cherished. Thus he practiced relentlessly, seizing every moment. She too wished to contribute to his efforts in the future, rather than let him bear all the challenges alone. After a considerable time, Yu Luo gradually opened his eyes, having fully awakened all 72 meridians. Achieving the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, with a second-tier fire pulse. He sensed that once he broke through to the Yuan initial realm, he would ascend to the third-tier fire pulse. Perhaps I should consolidate my strength a bit longer before making that leap, he contemplated, aiming for steady progress in each step of his cultivation. In his mind, he believed his family's potential far exceeded the limits of Lanfeng Star. He then entered the life plate space, beginning to perform the soul refinement technique, cultivating his soul power, hoping to soon achieve a spiritual level soul. The next day, Yu Luo slowly opened his eyes. Today was a momentous occasion, Su Qingyao's 16th birthday. He rose and tidied himself, checking his appearance in the jade mirror arranged by Su Qingyao. The youth was strikingly handsome, with a slightly gaunt yet stern-visaged. He chose a light blue long robe, interwoven with delicate white threads, which lent him an air of refreshing elegance. At that moment, Su Qingyao also opened her eyes, her gaze shifting from confusion to clarity as she slowly rose and made her way downstairs. Upon seeing Yu Luo still adjusting his hair in front of the jade mirror, she approached him, wrapping her slender, jade-like arms around his chest, her eyes gently closing to savor his warmth. Did you sleep well? I was just about to wake you. Why Yu Luo was unfazed. He had sensed her presence as she descended. I would like to sleep a little longer, but we need to head to the academy soon. I'll tidy up first. Su Qingyao slowly released him, shaking her head slightly as she ascended the stairs to her room. What to wear? Su Qingyao pondered, her delicate fingers resting thoughtfully on her lips. After much contemplation, she decided to wear a dress similar to Yu Luo's, pulling out a light blue long gown. Once dressed, the chill emanating from the ice element aura made her appear even more ethereal and sacred. In the eyes of outsiders, she was Su Qingyao, a figure one could only admire from afar, revealing a different demeanor solely in the company of Yu Luo, her family, and friends. Sensing the state of her cultivation, she found herself at the early stage of the Yuan initial realm, with 8 cold stars flickering within her Yuan pulse, alive as if breathing. Satisfied with her preparations, she made her way downstairs. The two exited together, and Su Qingyao was about to inform Jiang Wanwan when the door of the adjacent cave dwelling opened by itself. Jiang Wanwan appeared, her brows raised in curiosity. Are you two planning to go out? Taking on a mission? Didn't you just finish one? Su Qingyao quickly explained. No, Wanwan. We're just going for a stroll. It's my birthday today, she reassured her. Hoping to alleviate any worries that I understand now. Happy birthday, have fun. Jiang Wanwan glanced at their attire, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she headed toward the Yuan realm. The weather that day was exceptionally pleasant. As if celebrating Su Qingyao's birthday, gentle clouds shaded the sun, accompanied by refreshing breezes. The two chose not to fly at a low altitude but instead walked leisurely along the ground. Wishing to savor every moment together without the day passing too swiftly, as they passed the arena, two boys emerged, their faces contorted with anger. I can't take it anymore. You. Let us have a duel. The boy who pointed at Yuluo looked bewildered, quickly realizing the hand he was holding. That I'm sorry, but I don't have time today. How about we arrange it for another day? Yuluo replied with a courteous smile. While everyone else is training, you're just strolling around with your girl in the academy. What a disgrace. The boy rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Yuluo glanced at Su Qingyao, who nodded slightly. In her view, further evasion would only invite mockery of his incompetence, especially since they were merely two early-stage Yuan initial realm students who posed no real threat. They wouldn't even land a blow that could damage his attire. Then please, step up. Yuluo gestured towards the arena. Humph. Now that's more like it. A man should act this way. I'm sure man. And this is sure Yuluo. He introduced himself as they ascended the stage. Why don't you two come at me together? He suggested. Arrogant. The two boys, clearly hot-tempered, felt insulted. Moreover, they knew Yuluo's cultivation level was only in the body refinement realm. Then let us make it happen. Fists have no eyes, so if you get hurt, don't blame us. They both leapt onto the stage, preparing to attack. Begin. Yuluo nodded at the referee beside the arena. Charge, manly bull fist, Sherman shouted as he rushed forward, his calloused fist swinging towards Yuluo's chest. Rugged stone palm, Shirley followed suit, joining Sherman in a two-pronged assault, but while Yuluo remained unfazed. Unleashing his fists in response. Burning mountain fist. The impact sent both Sherman and Shirley flying back, their arms trembling uncontrollably. This was with Yuluo holding back a significant portion of his strength. Otherwise, their arms would likely have shattered. Just as the rumors say, quite troublesome. Sherman and Shirley exchanged glances and nodded. If you can withstand our next punch, we'll concede. Sure, family charge punch. They both leapt into the air, earth-colored Yuan energy swirling around them. Charge. They unleashed their synchronized punches towards Yuluo. Heart-burning flame shield. Yuluo spread his arms to create a shield of flames. Calmly awaiting their assault. Boom. Their fist struck the fire shield, causing no tremor or damage whatsoever. They were again sent reeling back. Exhaling slowly, they conceded, we admit defeat. You truly are as strange as Yun-gu described. What did you say? Yuluo inquired, his curiosity piqued. You don't know? Yun-gu is the renowned Yun-ju, ranked 58th on the Earth ranking, a complete mastery of the Yuan initial realm, last year's new student. Yuluo nodded thoughtfully, preparing to leave the stage with Su Qingyao for their outing. Wait, we'll challenge you again once we break through, Sherman declared defiantly, ready to leave with Shirley. But his gaze caught a glimpse of a youth in black attire in the audience. Hello, Yun-gu, Sherman quickly called out. The black-clad youth stood up, an invisible pressure emanating towards Yuluo. Yuluo sensed it but remained unfazed. Having reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, this pressure was insignificant to him. After 10 breaths, the pressure dissipated. Forgive the slight offense. I merely wished to test your strength. Brother you, the black-clad youth said with a charming smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Yuluo, initially frowning, relaxed upon realizing the youth meant no harm. Yun brother, to what do I owe the pleasure? He returned the gesture. Sensing no hostility and deeming it unnecessary to create an unpleasant atmosphere. Nothing much. I was merely curious to meet the legendary duo that has been spoken of in the Earth ranking. His gaze shifted to Su Qingyao, who remained focused solely on Yuluo. Ignoring the attention around her. As for the legendary duo, we can hardly claim such a title. With a gentle smile, Yuluo remarked. There is no need for modesty, brother you. Your performance alongside the Shui Mei during the freshman competition certainly placed you both among the top 10 on the Earth ranking. My intuition suggests that for Shui Mei, achieving my ranking may be quite effortless at this moment. Yunju attempted to gauge Su Qingyao's cultivation but could sense nothing, further solidifying his conviction. Sister Ran asked me to convey a message. She holds Su Mei in high regard. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Sister Ran? Yu Luo pondered, then made his way down from the stage. As he descended, Su Qingyao approached from the audience seats. The Earth ranking? I seem to have overlooked it while examining the celestial ranking earlier. Yu Luo picked up the points card and began to investigate beyond the top 100 on the celestial ranking. Another list unfolded before him. Earth ranking first. Chu Tian, peak mid-stage of the condensation realm, last year's freshman champion. Second, Mo Sun, mid-stage of the condensation realm. Third, Yin Ran, mid-stage of the condensation realm. Yu Luo noted that Yunju was likely referring to this individual. Fourth, Chu Tong, mid-stage of the condensation realm, brother to Chu Tian. Fifth, Sita Lanxin, mid-stage of the condensation realm. Sixth, Qi Qi, mid-stage of the condensation realm. After glancing at the top 10, Yu Luo couldn't help but sigh. All had reached mid-stage of the condensation realm within just a year of enrollment. His and Su Qingyao's progress was equally remarkable, and he believed they too could attain the condensation realm within a year. He wondered what realms they might reach after 4 years of study. What are you so engrossed in? Su Qingyao inquired softly, standing on her toes to whisper in his ear. I was examining the Earth ranking. Look, the top 10 receive 1,000 points each month, with the third getting 1,300, the second 1,600, and the first a full 2,000. The top 100 currently resided in the perfected Yuan initial realm, each receiving 300 points monthly. Yu Luo mused that since they had only been here for a little over 2 months, perhaps they should attempt to rank tomorrow. Indeed, quite impressive. Would you like to give it a try? Brother, let us wait until tomorrow to see. The top 30 on the Earth ranking likely reside deeper in the senior area, where conditions are undoubtedly superior. However, as freshmen, we cannot shed that title within a year. Yu Luo replied with a hint of resignation. There's no rush. We can take our time and focus on our cultivation, Su Qingyao said, naturally linking her arm with his. The innermost area of the freshman zone featured a 5th-level gathering array, providing ample vitality, while the senior area likely began with a 6th-level array, with the deepest levels reaching 8th. I wonder how many points it costs to stay for a day. We currently have sufficient points, so we want to run short for the time being. The two combined had over 40,000 points, undoubtedly making them the wealthiest among freshmen. Well, there will be more activities coming up. Let us accumulate more points. It's settled then. We'll see if we can challenge someone when we return. However, this challenge differs from our expectations. We can only challenge a projection, not a real person, Yu Luo informed her after reviewing the rules. This method is rather unique. When challenged, the Jade token replicates the strength and techniques of the original, he explained, and the challenger need not worry about injuring others. Upon defeat, the loser's token will reveal who defeated them. That sounds quite agreeable. I do not enjoy being touched, Su Qingyao whispered. Yu Luo smiled at her in response. All right, it's time to go. We have already wasted a quarter of an hour. Upon saying this, Su Qingyao took his hand and led him out. After completing the necessary procedures, they stepped out of the teleportation array. Su Qingyao donned a veil, as she put it. For convenience. Brother, would you like to wear one? Su Qingyao asked, blinking her eyes playfully. Me? How could I possibly need one? Yu Luo pointed to himself, incredulous. What kind of boy wears a veil, even if it were black? Wouldn't that make me look like a bandit? He felt a chill as Su Qingyao narrowed her eyes at him. But there are many younger girls in the academy who are observing you. She teased. Yu Luo hastily waved his hands. I can't help it. This is simply an unfounded disaster. The eyes are on others. What can I do? Humph. Su Qingyao turned her face away, looking exceedingly adorable. Miss Su, I apologized if there's blame to be assigned. Let it be to the heavens for bestowing such good looks upon me. Yu Luo earnestly admitted his fault. Su Qingyao couldn't help but laugh at his words. All right, let us go. With that, she pulled him toward the nearby teleportation array, for walking was far less convenient than being directly transported to another city, particularly when they had no tasks requiring manual effort. Greetings, sir. We wish to travel 2,000 miles to the kingdom of Chuaishi. May we utilize the teleportation array? Yu Luo approached the guard with his inquiry. Certainly, the guard nodded, having noticed the two upon their arrival. especially with the Academy's jade token hanging from Yu Luo's chest. Thank you. Yu Luo cupped his fists in gratitude before stepping into the teleportation array with Su Qingyao, while the guard inscribed their destination on the elemental pattern. As a wave of dizziness swept over them, it was not as intense as during their initial entry to the Academy, and their current strength had increased considerably. Moments later, they stepped out of the teleportation array into the sight of a medium-sized city. The nearby guard informed them that this was Storage Light City in the Tianlan prefecture of the Kingdom of Chuaixi, approximately 2,300 miles from the Academy. The Tianlan prefecture is the second largest in the Kingdom of Chuaixi, vastly larger than the Bamboo prefecture, given that the Kingdom of Huixing is merely a border territory of the Zhonglan continent. While the entirety of the Kingdom of Chuaixi lies closer to the continent's center, significantly surpassing Huixing in overall strength. After a brief understanding of the local situation, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao began their delightful exploration. "Brother, let us go check that out," Su Qingyao said, pulling him toward the marketplace, clearly eager to find some delicious treats, particularly sweet ones. "Come and take a look. Fresh sweet candy, malt candy." A vendor's shout caught Su Qinyao's attention, and her eyes lit up as she approached him. "Hello, may I ask how much the malt candy and sweet candy are per piece?" Yu Luo inquired, fully aware that Su Qingyu was not fond of speaking to strangers. As he accompanied her, he understood what she wished to buy. "Greetings, esteemed guest. The malt candy is 3 pieces for 1 yuan crystal, and 10 pieces for 3 yuan crystals. Absolutely fresh, made this morning," the vendor continued. Sweet candy is priced the same. Observing the two, the vendor noted their youthful attire. Yu Luo appeared as a refined young gentleman, while the girl behind, though veiled, exuded an enchanting aura. "All right, we'll take 10 of each," Yu Luo decided, producing 6 yuan crystals to hand to the vendor. "Certainly. What shape would you like the malt candy to be?" the vendor inquired eagerly, ready to craft it into the desired form, such as a spirit butterfly or a jade rabbit. Why Yu Luo turned to Su Qingyao. "Qingyao, what shape do you think looks best?" Perhaps a pair of lovebirds," Su Qingyao replied softly. Yu Luo nodded in agreement, instructing, 2 portions in the shape of lovebirds, and the rest in the shape of peach blossoms. "Understood. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest," the vendor exclaimed before busily getting to work. Carefully shaping the candy with 2 skewers, as Yu Luo and Su Qingyao waited, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. Most vendors in the market were ordinary people, relying on trade for their livelihood. Such poise. I dare say even the daughters of Tian Shui men pale in comparison. "Young man, your taste is rather lacking. I believe the princess of Shui, she may fall short. Mind your words. Tread carefully." The idle chatter reached Yu Luo's ears, prompting a helpless smile. It seems Su Qingyao drew attention wherever they went. Su Qingyao leaned quietly against him, observing the vendor's craftsmanship. "Here you go, esteemed guest. What do you think?" The vendor presented the finished creations for Yu Luo's approval. "It's perfect. You've done remarkably well." Why Yu Luo glanced at Su Qingyao, who gave a slight nod of approval. He then produced 100 yuan crystals, offering them to the vendor. "This is a tip for you, esteemed guest. This is quite generous," the vendor exclaimed, quickly accepting the yuan crystals. "Given your appearance, you must be. This is my significant other. You truly make a perfect match. What a heavenly pairing," the vendor remarked, laughter evident in his tone. The street vendor comprehended the situation in an instant, uttering every word he could muster in his lifetime. This scene elicited envy from the nearby vendors, for typically, cultivators of the yuan realm would hardly deign to regard the wares of ordinary folk. A mere 100 yuan crystals equated to 5 days' worth of income. "All right, Qingyao, it's time to explore the next destination. You have anywhere in mind?" Yu Luo inquired, waving a hand at the vendor while addressing Su Qingyao. "I wish to see the mountains and rivers," Su Qingyao pondered, realizing it had been quite some time since she had enjoyed the scenery with Yu Luo. "Then let us go. We shall find a mountain to climb." Yu Luo promptly began making his way outside the city, seeking a mountain of suitable height with a picturesque view. Upon exiting the city, Yu Luo surveyed the surrounding peaks and spotted a mountain that seemed just right, sensing some water elements nearby. Perhaps there was a waterfall? "That mountain it shall be." "Qingyao, would you like me to carry you?" Yu Luo suggested. "No. I want to hold on to you," she replied, not waiting for his response, and instinctively drew close, her delicate, fair arms encircling his neck. Her head slightly bowed, resting at his collarbone, eyes closed, her ears tinged with a faint blush. All right, let's set off. Yula gently lifted her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, positioning her in front of him. Thus, they began their journey towards the mountain, glancing at the sky, which promised no rain in the near future. They encountered few people on the way, likely due to the midday hour, as most ordinary families were engaged in their meals. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yulawa sensed no imminent danger. The strongest Yuan beast within was merely at the initial stage of Yuan origin, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he did not wish for any Yuan beast to hinder their progress. Yulawa harnessed the air element, propelling himself and Su Qingyao towards the location where he had sensed the water elements. Enveloping her in a protective shield to guard against any sudden ambush from stealthy Yuan beasts as they drew nearer, Yulaw began to hear the sound of rushing water, maneuvering through the crevices of the mountain. They beheld a waterfall that had grown significantly larger than it had been 4 years prior. Su Qingyao opened her eyes at that moment, and Yulaw led her to a small clearing nestled against the mountain. Taking in the surroundings, the harmonious blend of mountain and water, the gentle sound of the waterfall cascading over the green stones, accompanied by the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. "What is this?" Su Qingyao asked, placing her right hand over her heart, feeling her pulse quicken. "This shall do. We should prepare some food," Yulaw announced, laying down a cotton cloth on the ground, then breaking off some branches nearby to clear away any combustible debris before starting a fire. "Qingyao, if you are hungry, have some candy first. The roasted meat will take a while." He offered her some candy he had purchased earlier, then proceeded to set up a grill, taking out the stored meat to begin roasting. Occasionally sprinkling seasonings over it, Su Qingyao quietly gazed at the waterfall as the clouds momentarily lifted their embrace of the blazing sun, revealing a rainbow slowly materializing in the mist of the waterfall. "Brother, look," she exclaimed, her smile radiant as she pointed to the colorful ARC.it is beautiful, a gift from the heavens just for you. Yulawa chuckled, glancing at her while attending to the roasting meat. The scene felt reminiscent of the past, where things remained unchanged. She was averse to the feeling of things being different. "This time, I have prepared the leg meat of a Qingwan from the Spirit Cultivation Academy," Yulawa stated, meticulously managing the heat to avoid scorching the meat. 2 large pieces were skewered and turned over the fire. "Hee, I only want to eat your roasted meat," Su Qingyao replied, her mouth full of sweet candy. Reclining on the cotton cloth, this idyllic life made her ponder how wonderful it would be if they could remain in such bliss forever. Free from the burdens of cultivation and the intrigues of the future, this life is indeed splendid. Yet cultivation extends our lifespan, allowing us to journey further together, Yulawa replied, his outlook leaning towards reality. Believing there was little difference between cultivators and ordinary people aside from longevity. Consequently, whether facing a cultivator or an ordinary person, he treated them with the same lack of hostility, believing that as long as there was no malice directed towards him, he would not look down upon others. His easygoing nature sometimes made him appear indifferent to the world, yet an unyielding will deep within urged him to grow swiftly, compelling him to practice diligently in silence. "The meat is ready. Qingyao, please eat first. I brought some water hyacinth," Yulaw said, setting a small table on the cloth, placing the water hyacinth upon it, and extinguishing the fire. He then took a piece of leg meat and began to gnaw on it, while Su Qingyao, with far more grace, conjured ice into blades, slicing the meat into smaller pieces to savor. After Yulaw finished, he let out an unrefined belch, glancing at the flourishing trees beside the waterfall, some of which grew at odd angles, reaching towards the sky. They found themselves on a small platform surrounded by mountains. To the east lay the waterfall, while below was a serene pool stirred by the cascading water. Unfathomably deep. Once both were satiated, a cool breeze swept through, prompting them to close their eyes and relish this hard-won moment of relaxation. "Let us venture out once more," Yulaw suggested, contemplating that since it was a rare outing, they ought to enjoy it fully. Su Qingyao nodded, extending her hand, which Yulaw grasped, leading her into the skies. Upon returning to the main road, they encountered a few figures, most of whom were merchants visiting Shuguang City for trade, including some cultivators who exploited their power over others. There are indeed those who fear not for their lives. You mere commoners dare not pay your respects to this young master, a pale-faced youth, appearing to be at the initial stage of body refinement, arrogantly pressed down on a merchant caravan of over 20 individuals. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged men at the initial stage of Yuan origin. The middle-aged man at the forefront, having been struck to the ground, desperately pleaded, "I was blind to your status. I implore you, young Master Chu, show mercy. We truly have no excess yuan crystals left. We must provide for our families." "Ha ha. Do you think I would believe you? Speak again. Hand over all your yuan crystals." Chu Li, visibly exhilarated, trembled with excitement. After all, it was rare for him to encounter such lowly folk outside. Oppressing these commoners brought him joy and satisfaction, something he dared not do within the city. Pressured by his elder brother in the sect and unable to hold his head high at home, he could only vent his frustrations through the pursuit of women. To him, the world consisted of two types of people, ordinary folk and cultivators, with the former serving as mere pawns. "Young Master Chu, we truly have nothing left. We have already given you all we could. TSK, then how about this? I shall not force you, but simply hand over that girl." Chu Li pointed at a girl peeking out from behind the cargo. "No, she is my only daughter. I beg you. Spare her. She is only 17. Ha ha. So she is still a maiden. Very well. Do you wish for me to take action myself?" Yulua could no longer endure the scene, glancing at Su Qingyao, who mirrored his icy gaze and nodded. In the blink of an eye, Yulua and Su Qingyao appeared before the merchant caravan. A cultivator, striking at ordinary people. Yulua's voice was cold. Upon his words, the two middle-aged men behind Chu Li finally reacted, rushing forward to shield him. Who are you? Do you not know that this young master is the third young master of the poison sect?" "I have not heard of it," Yulua replied, his expression unchanged as he regarded the two men coming to protect Chu Li. "The poison sect is the sixth sect of Tianlan Prefecture. My father is at the initial stage of Yuan spirit." He refrained from mentioning the branch's name, as the headquarters bore a far more intimidating reputation. His gaze then drifted towards Su Qingyao, and his eyes widened in surprise, a surge of lustful desire welling up within him. "To encounter such a woman," he thought, "even enduring 10 years of humiliation from his brothers would be worth it." He wanted nothing more. Yulua noticed the shift in his gaze and felt a chill run through him. With a flick of his wrist, the twin swords appeared in his hand. Heavenly Flame, sword technique. Second level, Burning Sea. He struck decisively, offering the trio no time to react. Just as the sword light was about to reach them, the two middle-aged men hastily formed a barrier together. Rend, the sword light, imbued with an unparalleled ferocity, tore through their barrier and directly struck the two men. Puffed. Both men spat blood, sent flying by the sword chi, and the residual force struck Chu Li at his waist as he stood in a daze. Wowa! Before him, the protective armor of Chu Li lay shattered, revealing a deep crimson wound across his abdomen. His complexion grew ghastly as he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in agony. "Please, do not take my life. I am the third young master of the poison sect. If you slay me, my father will surely seek vengeance." It was the excruciating pain that jolted Chu Li back to consciousness, his once lustful gaze transforming into one of sheer terror as he struggled to comprehend why his two uncles failed to protect him. "How noisy. Did you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" Yuluo recalled the lascivious glint in his eyes directed at Su Qingyao. Such a menace was better off eliminated. Flame Emperor slash. With a swift stroke of the sword, Chu Li desperately channeled his energy to resist. But to no avail. The thunderous sound echoed as his vision began to dim uncontrollably, until darkness enveloped him entirely. The two middle-aged men, who had been previously knocked aside, now lacked the courage to advance, hastily preparing to flee and report this incident to their sect leader. However, as they turned to escape, they found themselves encased in frost. Su Qingyao had merely flicked her finger, and the two, of equal standing, were utterly subdued. "Qingyao, close your eyes," commanded Yuluo. With a flourish of his sword, the ice statues shattered, and he turned his gaze towards the onlookers. "We owe our utmost gratitude to the two young heroes for saving our lives." The leader among them, a middle-aged man, fervently bowed, tears streaming down his face. For just moments ago, Chu Li had nearly endangered his only daughter. How could he not feel overwhelmed with emotion knowing that this beast had met his demise? Yuluo gently lifted him with his energy, stating, "We simply cannot abide by those who bully the weak. Have you suffered any losses? Merely escaping with our lives is already a blessing, young heroes. You must leave swiftly. The poison sect will likely come looking for us soon." The man shook his head, unwilling to let two youths fall into peril because of them. "We common folk can only survive through such means. Once we enter the city, the poison sect cannot harm us, especially since they remain oblivious to who killed Chuel." Yu Luo retrieved the spatial ring from Chu Li's finger, finding not only hundreds of energy crystals, but also nearly 1,000 heavenly crystals within. These must have been what he seized from you, yes? Take these heavenly crystals to improve your lives. He observed the ragged appearance of some in the crowd, feeling a pang of sympathy. 300 heavenly crystals would indeed allow them to transform their circumstances, ensuring they could stave off hunger for a considerable time. After all, they were merely ordinary folk, not cultivators, and were obliged to pay energy crystals to the Duke's manor each month, a burden that weighed heavily on those with meager incomes. Thank you, benefactor. The crowd erupted in excitement, viewing Yu Luo and his companion as almost saintly figures in no need for such formalities. We shall accompany you into the city, as we too intend to return. Yu Luo contemplated for a moment, deciding to assist these ordinary people fully, as they planned to explore the city further, with ample heavenly crystals at their disposal. In the Star Kingdom, Bamboo County, Zhuguang City. The Su residence. Today marked Qingyao's birthday, and for the first time, she was not celebrating at home. That Su Jun was savoring his tea, seated in the courtyard pavilion alongside Chu Xinliu. 2 months had passed, and he wondered if the children had succeeded in entering the Aurora Academy. What if they were looked down upon by those there? The 2 children were powerless and vulnerable. Should they be bullied? He would insist on bringing them back regardless of the circumstances. Chu Xinliu's anxiety grew with each word. Su Jun, noticing her distress, was about to offer reassurance, for Chu Xinliu had often struggled to sleep over the past 2 months. The children were her dearest treasures, and now that they were far away, she worried they might go hungry or be inadequately clothed. He had grown accustomed to comforting her. Just then, a voice rang out at the entrance. We are the messengers from Aurora Academy. May I inquire if this is the Su residence of Bamboo County? Su Jun's eyes lit up at the words, and he clapped his thighs in excitement. They've arrived? Chu Xinliu, in a state of urgency, rushed to the front door. Upon opening it, she found 3 middle-aged men standing there. Though they concealed their auras, Su Jun still felt an overwhelming presence. We are here. He quickly cupped his fists and exclaimed, Yu Luo, Su Qingyao is your child, correct? The man in the center inquired. Chu Xinliu nodded fervently, her eyes brimming with anticipation. That we have received a command from the dean to inform you. The middle-aged man cleared his throat, and the ensuing revelation left Su Jun and Chu Xinliu dumbfounded. Yu Luo and Su Qingyao have both been accepted into Aurora Academy, and their performance in the entrance examination was nothing short of exceptional. In the subsequent freshman competition, Yu Luo secured first place, while Su Qingyao came in second. Therefore, the dean has instructed us to present gifts and convey this news. They then produced 10 gifts of various heavenly materials, ranging from 500 to 2,000 years in age, along with a jar of assorted elixirs. Additionally, this pill, known as the Revitalizing Spirit Pill, was given to me by Su Qingyao just before our departure. It can be used to restore one's energy channels. The middle-aged man glanced at Su Jun, clearly having noticed his condition from the outset. Su Jun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if all the blood in his body had surged to his head. Chu Xinliu, overwhelmed with emotion, could not contain her tears. Is this truly happening? Xinliu, slap me to see if I am dreaming. Su Jun murmured in a daze. Calm yourselves, please, the middle-aged man said with a voice imbued with spiritual energy, gradually restoring their composure. You have sent 2 remarkable young talents to Aurora Academy. The dean has remarked that they may be the strongest freshmen in history. Please extend our gratitude to the dean. Su Jun accepted the gifts, his expression grave. It is we who must thank you. Our business is concluded. We must now take our leave. The 3 men nodded simultaneously to Su Jun and Chu Xinliu before turning to depart. Summoning their spirit boat, safe travels, Su Jun called out, and then he could no longer contain himself, collapsing into a fit of laughter. His joy was not merely from receiving such valuable treasures, nor from the prospect of regaining his former strength, but rather from the delightful news regarding his children, which nearly overwhelmed him. With the burden lifted from his heart, he maintained a facade of calm, though internally, his worries were no less than Chu Xinliu's. Chu Xinliu, too, felt an immense relief. Knowing her children were safe brought her greater comfort than any news. Get up, June. It is unbecoming to sit here like this. Chu Xinliu's face transformed, shedding the worries of the past 2 months, as a wave of good news rejuvenated her spirit. Ha! This is truly wonderful. Children, your father is immensely proud of you. Su Jun shouted towards the heavens, rising to his feet. Xinliu, I will prepare myself. Today, I will refine this revitalizing spirit pill. His confidence in the pill, sent by Su Qingyao, left him untroubled, demonstrating his unwavering trust in his daughter. Indeed, Chu Xinliu gathered the items and then took Su Jun's arm, leading him back to the courtyard. This 2,000-year-old Earth Heart Fire Lotus will aid in my recovery. There is a chance I could reach the pinnacle of the Yuan martial realm. Su Jun's expression turned serious. He felt uncertain whether this precious resource could fully restore his cultivation after so many years of depletion. After Chu Xinliu handed it to him, she said, "Focus on your recovery. I will wait for you." With the good news about their children and her husband poised for restoration, the clouds of worry in her heart began to dissipate. Her voice taking on a gentler tone. Once inside the Su family's most secure chamber, Su Jun settled into a meditative posture to regulate his energy. After half an hour, he declared, "Now is the time." He swallowed the revitalizing spirit pill, feeling a surge of vitality rush towards his severely damaged energy channels. He sensed the medicinal essence repairing his channels. He felt them gradually rejuvenate, 10%, 20%, 30%, until finally, 100%. With the last fissure sealed, the energy he cultivated surged forth, surpassing even the strength he had possessed before. Without hesitation, Su Jun consumed the lotus seed, fortifying his cultivation as his energy steadily ascended. Prior to his incapacitation, he had been at the late stage of the Yuan martial realm. Under normal circumstances, he would not have fully regained his peak. However, the revitalizing spirit pill was one of the most precious elixirs of the immortal spirit sect. Su Jun shut his eyes tightly, immersing himself in the process of refining the fire lotus. His energy soared once more. He reached the pinnacle of the Yuan martial realm. He had now attained the same level as Su Pingshan. And perhaps he could even attempt to advance further? If he succeeded, he would enter the Xianqing realm. The formidable strength of the two family stemmed from their possession of 6 experts at the pinnacle of the Yuan martial realm. The Yin family comprises 5 members, the Chu family 3, and with the addition of the current individual, the Su family now boasts 4. Once he breaks through to the Xianqing realm, however, the situation will transform entirely. As it represents a significant watershed, it can be asserted that even the combined forces of the Tu and Yin families would struggle to contend with a single Xianqing realm expert. While the energy of the Ningxun realm enhances one's vitality, it concurrently fortifies the power of the soul. The Yuanwu realm, conversely, is a mere elevation of pure energy, while the Xianqing realm allows one to invoke a small-scale affinity with the elements of heaven and earth, intensifying the essence of one's attacks or barriers. Su Jun took a deep breath, stabilizing his mind, and began to reach for that previously unattainable realm. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, the Su family would no longer need to fear the predatory gazes of the Tu and Yin families, unless they too could produce a formidable Xianqing realm expert. Yet, Xianqing realm practitioners are exceedingly rare in the Huaxian kingdom. Were it not for the precious resources bestowed by the Aurora Academy, he might not even have dared to entertain such aspirations, especially in the resource-scarce Zhu County. Breakthrough, grant me strength, and bolster my confidence in safeguarding the children. Su Jun fervently roared within. His years of near disenchantment have been nothing short of harrowing. Had it not been for his father being the head of the Su family in Zhuguang City might have already vanished. He often fretted over the potential bullying of his children. Feeling powerless to intervene, his meridians throbbed painfully under the onslaught of energy, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, even as the pain intensified, threatening to shatter the meridians he had only just begun to restore. Just as his agony was about to reach its zenith, a resonant hum filled the chamber, and the elements surrounding the Su family began to converge upon him, forming a colossal vortex of energy. Causing the pain to dissipate completely, Su Jun realized he had succeeded. He had reached the Xianqing realm. Upon opening his eyes, the world before him had transformed entirely from when he had first entered. The 3 starry points within his meridians flickered, revealing that he had not only maintained his original second-tier fire meridian, but had also advanced further. It is worth noting that even the head of the Tu family is only at the 2nd tier. Meanwhile, at the princess residence, Shiman Ondao sensed something amiss. He glanced toward the Su family's direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. He hadn't anticipated the emergence of a Xianqing realm individual from the Su family. Coupled with those two little ones, the Su family's future is indeed promising. After escorting their guests to Shuguang City, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao intended to return to the Aurora City auction. Yu Luo's motivation was to seek out items of potential use, while Su Qingyao, beaming with delight, readily agreed to accompany him. The duo utilized the teleportation array to return to Aurora City, and owing to their prior visit, they possessed a foundational understanding of the locale. That why Yu Luo led Su Qingyao towards the auction, reassured by the fact that within Aurora City, no one would dare to instigate trouble. Thus, Su Qingyao felt comfortable enough to remove her veil. Navigating with ease, they made their way toward the high tower, for flying was prohibited within the city, permitted only for the elders and guardians of the Aurora Academy. Along the way, Su Qingyao playfully pinched Yu Luo's waist or tugged at his cheek. Radiating joy, while Yu Luo could only helplessly endure her playful antics. Upon arrival, they agreed to enter, with Yu Luo contemplating his ample supply of heavenly crystals, not wanting to attract unwanted attention in the lower levels as they had previously. "Brother, you should take these 20,000 heavenly crystals," Su Qingyao declared, pushing the crystals toward him without room for refusal. "You'll still need them later, right?" After some deliberation, Yu Luo complied, securing the heavenly crystals before ascending to the second level. "Good day. Are you here to participate in the auction?" A gentle-voiced maid inquired as she approached. Why Yu Luo nodded. "We wish to go to the upper-level private room. Are there any conditions? A fee of 500 heavenly crystals is required." The maid replied. "Here are 500 heavenly crystals," Yu Luo stated, handing over the crystals and leading Su Qingyao to the second level. Upon entering, they were greeted by another maid standing by the auction stage. A curtain nearby suggested it could be drawn closed. The seating arrangements were noticeably more luxurious than on the first level. After a brief survey of their surroundings, Yu Luo guided Su Qingyao to their seats. The maid then approached to inform them, "The auction will commence in half an hour. Please bear with us." She then turned to exit, waving her hand toward the opposite end of the corridor. Another maid entered, carrying a tray adorned with exquisite yuan fruit, which she placed before Yu Luo and Su Qingyao. "Please enjoy," the maid said before returning to her position, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Yu Luo, who, with his striking appearance and attire, was undoubtedly captivating to a girl just past her 18th birthday. "Qingyao, you should eat," Yu Luo offered, oblivious to the sidelong glances, placing the fruit platter in front of her. "Brother, I wish to switch seats with you," Su Qingyao declared, abruptly standing and pulling Yu Luo to her side. "All right." Yu Luo seemed puzzled that Su Qingyao, meanwhile, proudly raised her chin toward the maid. The maid quickly bowed her head, recognizing the silent claim. After a brief interval, the ringing of a bell from the auction stage signaled the imminent commencement of the event. That why Yu Luo awakened from his contemplative state, invigorated, pondering whether today's auction might yield suitable gifts. He had ample heavenly crystals now, unlike before when he could only afford meager items through odd jobs. Welcome, everyone, to the Aurora auction. Today's session is dedicated to the spirit level items. For those seeking items of Xian level or Earth level, please proceed to the third or fourth floors. That a soft voice announced, emanating from a mature and charming auctioneer who appeared to be in her early 20s, though not as striking as Su Qingyao. She was nonetheless remarkable in her own right. Ordinarily, spirit level yuan treasures are intended for those at the gathering energy and body refining realms, while those at the yuan initial to yuan martial realms can utilize spirit level treasures. Yu Luo's strength was sufficient to transcend these boundaries. Meanwhile, Xian level items require at least a Xianqing realm practitioner for their use. Thus, the paired twin swords in Yu Luo and Su Qingyao's possession might only exude a fraction of their essence. Yet they symbolically represented that they were beyond the reach of anyone below the Xianqing realm. "Perhaps some unfamiliar faces are present. Allow me to reintroduce myself," the woman with luscious lips spoke, her voice imbued with a soulful resonance. "My name is Mu Shui, the chief auctioneer of the Aurora auction." Clad in a qipao, her alabaster thighs subtly hinted at allure, stirring the imagination. Why Yu Luo discerned that her soul power was not to be underestimated, as her voice seemed to evoke an involuntary desire to earn her favor. It is no small feat to attain the position of chief auctioneer. The items she peddles likely fetch at least 30% more than usual. Without further ado, let us begin. The first item for auction is a low-grade spirit-level yuan treasure, the flying immortal boat, suitable for daily use. boasting remarkable speed, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Those interested should not miss this opportunity, as it is a yuan boat. The starting bid is somewhat steep at 400 heavenly crystals, with increments of 20.420 heavenly crystals. A middle-aged man, having admired Mu Shui for some time, seized the opportunity to showcase his bidding prowess. 450 heavenly crystals. A young man clad in a gray cloak swiftly countered, but Mu Shui beamed at him, her smile seemingly shifting to whoever raised the stakes highest. 490 heavenly crystals. The middle-aged man bid again, his eyes resolute. 520 heavenly crystals. A gaunt man joined the fray. 600 heavenly crystals. In no time, the price surged to 800 heavenly crystals, double the initial bid. Ultimately, a young nobleman from the upper levels secured the item for 900 heavenly crystals. That Yu Luo couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The chief auctioneer truly lived up to her title. Young Master Qi, your bidding is indeed refreshing. I thank you on behalf of the young lady, Mu Shui said, her lips forming a light pout as she directed a sweet breath toward the upper level. Young Master Qi, upon witnessing this, beamed with pride, his face flushing with delight. Now, let us proceed to the second item, a mid-grade spirit-level yuan treasure, the Qian armor. Wearing this item grants protection against soul attacks and incurs no damage from Ningxun realm assaults. Rest assured, all yuan treasures sold at the Aurora auction are authenticated by our top appraisers. Errors are simply not tolerated. The starting bid is 600 heavenly crystals, with increments of 50. This item suits my needs perfectly. 650 heavenly crystals. A man stood up, adorned in resplendent attire, his Ningxun realm prowess evident. I believe this can be reserved for my son. 700 heavenly crystals, seated a few positions away. A burly man burst into laughter, exclaiming, let Qimu join the fray. 800 Tianjing. A figure cloaked entirely in black spoke languidly. 850 Tianjing. The elegantly dressed man raised the stakes once more. 900 Tianjing. By the end, the atmosphere had thickened with tension. Had it not been for the auction, a brawl might have erupted. Ultimately, the elegantly dressed man secured the item for 1,200 Tianjing. Casting a displeased glance at the burly man before taking his seat with a huff, the third auction item was a martial art technique, a high-grade ice attribute skill known as the Heavenly Cold Heart Method. In addition to the primary technique for opening meridians and refining essence veins, there existed another technique exclusive to those above the Yuan initial realm, specifically designed to counter different elemental energies. Its function was such that the higher the grade, the more the color of the energy would shift, accompanied by a slight enhancement. Most importantly, the technique included a set of maneuvers, typically comprising 2 offensive techniques, 1 defensive technique, and 1 evasion technique. It was said that upon reaching the Yuan King realm, one could cultivate a concept known as a domain. Yulu's gaze sharpened. This was precisely the item to secure for Su Qingyao. He steeled himself, instructing a maid to draw the curtain in preparation for the bidding. Starting bid, 2,000 Tianjing. Bids to increase by 200 Tianjing, as Mu Shui announced the starting price. The crowd erupted in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the figure. It was well known that even a spirit-gathering realm practitioner needed several days to amass a single Tianjing, which solitary cultivator, apart from those backed by a sect, could afford to squander thousands of Tianjing so liberally. 2,200 Tianjing. Yulu was the first to bid. There were few present who practiced ice element cultivation. But that did not mean their heirs were devoid of training. 2,400 Tianjing. The man who had previously introduced himself as Qimu quietly raised the price. 3,000 Tianjing. In a surprising turn, Yulu escalated the bid by 600, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Mu Shui's smile widened. In her mind, the upper-class individual was particularly invested, as long as there were others bidding. This technique might far exceed her expectations. Kiba's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth. 3,200 for 1,000 Tianjing. Yulu's calm voice resonated, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The upper-class attendees began casting curious glances toward the private room, clearly eager to identify the audacious bidder. Kiba could only sigh in resignation as he took his seat. 4,400 Tianjing. The latest bid came from the right side room. Young Master Su desires this technique as well. Mu Shui immediately recognized the voice's owner. I just remembered that my cousin practices ice techniques and thought to procure one for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilu interrupted. 5,000 Tianjing. Who exactly is this individual? The lower-tier crowd was utterly bewildered. A single technique had already reached 5,000 Tianjin Jedi in that case. Let us compete. Young Master Su squinted his eyes. 5,400 Tianjing. 6,000 Tianjing. 6,600 Tianjing. Young Master Su thought to himself that this was already his limit. Any further bids would be unwise, especially as he needed to save funds for the final item. 7,000 Tianjing. Yilu sighed inwardly. He had hoped that a substantial bid would deter others, but clearly, someone was willing to spend lavishly. Brother, I concede. You win. Young Master Su slumped onto the sofa, a comical sight. Contemplating the need to introduce himself to this mysterious figure, Yilu glanced at the stage, where Mu Shue's smile shone brightly, clearly satisfied with her haul. For the subsequent items, Yilu refrained from bidding, as they consisted of techniques, spirit coins, and rare materials. The final auction item was a spirit coin, a high-grade item bordering on the mysterious realm. With a mysterious smile, Mu Shue clearly intended to pique the audience's interest. A portion of the crowd gazed with increasing fervor, evidently drawn to this particular item. Yilu, too, readied himself to discover what could elicit such a reaction. High-grade spirit coin. The ghostly cold jade pendant. As the name echoed, anticipation filled the air. Some hoped the price would remain reasonable, while others appeared self-assured. This item had been unearthed from an extremely frigid region by a notable figure, offering substantial benefits to ice attribute cultivators. And though it assisted those of other elemental affinities, its effects were not as pronounced. It could enhance the cultivation speed of ice cultivators by 30%, while others would see a mere 20% increase. Moreover, wearing the pendant could enhance one's beauty, and it possessed a modicum of spiritual awareness, potentially amplifying its effects further if attuned properly, allowing for an incredible 40% increase in cultivation speed. Starting bid, 5,000 Tianjing. Incremental bids begin at 500, Mu Shui announced in one breath, and the response from the audience exceeded her expectations. Almost immediately, the crowd began calling out prices. 5,500 Tianjing. Yilu felt a surge of excitement. Although he already possessed the Yinyang Jade, how could he resist the allure of another enhancing spirit coin? He promptly raised the bid. 7,000 Tianjing, witnessing the despair in the eyes of those in the lower tiers, who had budgets barely reaching a few thousand. Young Master Su declared earnestly, I assure you, I will not yield this time. 8,000 Tianjing. 9,000 Tianjing. Yilu maintained his nonchalant tone, making it impossible to discern his level of confidence. Brother, I let you have the previous technique. Leave me at least one item. Young Master Su exclaimed in desperation, almost losing his composure. 9,500 Tianjing. He shouted, nearly disregarding his image as his frustration bubbled over. Saliva flying. Fortunately, the upper tier was separated from the auction stage by curtains and glass. 10,000 Tianjing. Yilu raised the bid once more, extinguishing any remaining competitive spirit among the lower tier attendees. 10,000. It's exceedingly rare for a spirit auction to see transactions exceed 10,000. Young Master Su's lips quivered. 10,500 Tianjing. Yilu, having already spent 7,000, still possessed around 15,000 Tianjing. However, he felt no regret, as this was a gift for Su Qingyao. Brother, perhaps it would be wise to forego this. Saving for cultivation is also beneficial, Su Qingyao remarked, unable to bear witnessing such extravagant spending. My cultivation speed has always been swift. There is no need for concern, Yilu reassured her, holding her hand gently. Very well, it's yours. I concede, young Master Su said, resigned. Aside from Yilu, who had not bid, there was no one else he could set his sights on. Continuing to compete would sour the atmosphere, and he genuinely wished to make Yilu's acquaintance. Thank you. Yilu called toward young Master Sud At that moment. Mu Shui was in high spirits, according to her estimates. The ghostly cold jade pendant would likely fetch around 9,000, making its sale at over 10,000 a delightful surprise. 10,100 Tianjing. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Mu Shui inquired. Most of the audience bowed their heads, hesitant to raise their bids. At 10,100, who would dare to bid? Surely, the upper-tier bidder would not hesitate to increase the amount further. After a brief pause, there was no response, prompting Mu Shui to announce, 10,100 Tianjing sold. Thank you all for your support. She bowed to the audience before retreating backstage with the ghostly cold jade pendant. Backstage, an elder inquired, Xiaoxue, how did it go? Su Lao, the auction was a resounding success. Not a single item went unsold, especially the ghostly cold jade pendant, which astonishingly sold for 10,100 Oh. Haha, truly deserving of the title of my top auctioneer. Do you know who acquired the ghostly cold jade pendant? The elder stroked his beard with amusement that I do not. I have never encountered this individual before, Mu Shui contemplated, unable to recall the voice. Oh, then it would be prudent to cultivate a connection. Given their lavish spending, I will be vigilant, Mu Shui replied. After the auction concluded, Yu Lu and Su Qingyao proceeded backstage to finalize their payment. Spirit auction. 3rd and 10th items. Yu Lu informed the maid. Certainly. I will retrieve them for you. The maid turned and disappeared into the inner chamber. Upon learning of the payment, Mu Shui immediately resolved to attend in person. The figure that emerged was not a maid, but Mu Shui herself. Greetings, I am Mu Shui. It is a pleasure to meet you both. She addressed Yu Luo, and Su Qingyao in her hands. She held 3 items, a stone, a wrapped jade box, and a card. Hello, Yu Luo. This is Su Qingyao. Yu Luo promptly produced 18,000 Tianjing. Ready for the transaction. In light of your participation in our auction, the Aurora Auction House formally invites you to become a member. This card symbolizes your status. From now on, you will enjoy a 10% discount on auctions, and there will be dedicated personnel for item searches. Yu Luo was taken aback, but quickly composed herself and clasped her fists in gratitude. Thank you very much for your hospitality. No need for such formalities. Please take a moment to inspect your items, and do visit us often, Mu Shui replied with a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Su Qingyao then took Yu Luo's hand directly to Mu Shui. Having met countless individuals, could easily discern the underlying meaning. This girl certainly possessed a strong sense of possessiveness. Yu Luo then examined the stone and opened the jade box, revealing a pair of earrings within. They were pristine white, adorned with delicate ice blue lines, etched with intricate patterns, precisely mirroring the aura exhibited on stage. It was evident that the Aurora Auction House would not engage in such underhanded dealings. No issues here. I shall return in the future. Yu Luo nodded and carefully removed the exquisite jade pendant, adorning Su Qingyao with it. Upon wearing it, Yu Luo found herself momentarily entranced as an ethereal mist of ice enveloped Su Qingyao's already celestial visage, making her appear even more like a divine being descending from the heavens. Mu Shui, too, observed Su Qingyao, feeling a twinge of envy for the first time. In terms of appearance, this girl was indeed a rare gem. Meanwhile, the earrings silently resonated with Su Qingyao's essence, suddenly glowing with a vibrant light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a minuscule ice spirit clinging to the earrings, which, though previously tranquil, now appeared exuberantly animated. Is this a perfect match? Mu Shui murmured. It was worth noting that although she had never worn the earrings, they could still perceive her essence when she touched the jade box. However, the ice spirit's reaction to her presence was barely half of what it displayed now, dispelling any thoughts of competition she might have harbored. Congratulations to both of you. This item is exceedingly fitting for the fairy, Mu Shui said, shaking off her previous discomfort and addressing Yu Luo and Su Qingyao sincerely. May I inquire where you are from? She remembered there was still a question left unasked. We hail from the Aurora Academy. This year's new students, Yu Luo replied, subtly warning those lurking in the background who exuded an air of hostility. Indeed, after Yu Luo's declaration, several individuals, their faces marked by reluctance, discreetly retreated. Provoking the Aurora Academy in Aurora City was an unwise choice, and no one dared to act foolishly. Who knew if guardians would be watching even outside the city? Just as Yu Luo intended to escort Su Qingyao away, a strangely familiar voice called out, Hey, don't go, brothers from Aurora Academy. A robust boy came running toward them. Hello, I am Su Qiyu. You are from Aurora Academy, right? Do you happen to know my sister, Su Qian? This time, it was Yu Luo who was taken aback. Su Qian. Wasn't she the top of the heavenly ranking? Yu Luo pondered. Greetings. I am Yu Luo. Su Qian is indeed the top of our Aurora Academy. We are acquainted with her, though she does not recognize us, being mere newcomers. Yu Luo subsequently replied, Oh, I see. That's fine then. It seems we are not enemies by chance. How about we become friends? Sure. We truly have no other friends here aside from Wan. Yu Luo observed him closely, noting a distinct lack of hostility in his demeanor. Having another friend could only be beneficial. Huh. That's great. I'll write to my sister and have her look after you in the academy. No one will dare to trouble you. Su Qiyu laughed heartily, his voice booming. There's no need for that. We are merely newcomers and require some trials. Yu Luo was unconsciously influenced by his exuberance and smiled. Oh, by the way, I raised the bid earlier, causing you to spend a bit more. Here, take this. Su Qiyu then pulled out 6,000 tianjing, attempting to thrust it into Yu Luo's hands. Really, there's no need. It's quite all right, Yu Luo insisted, firmly resisting his offer. Hey, why be polite with me? I am the second young master of the Su family in Aurora City. If it weren't for the limited tianjing I brought, I wouldn't be lacking in it. Come on, take it. Su Qiyu was insistent, eager to give Yu Luo the tianjing, yet he was only in the initial stage of body refinement, average compared to Su Qian. His father was the head of the Su family, and it was evident that Su family had their own considerations for his absence from the Aurora Academy. Well, if you wish to be my friend, there is no need for such gestures. What has spent is spent, Yu Luo stated, compelling Su Qiyu to halt his insistence. He scratched his head and said, all right then. And who might this be? She is stunningly beautiful, far surpassing my sister. He then glanced cautiously behind him, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before he heaved a sigh of relief. This is my fiancée, Su Qingyao, Yu Luo managed to say, suppressing a laugh. Finding it difficult to utter, should Su Qian hear this, a beating would surely follow so early in your engagement. You're quite impressive, Luo Ge. I'm not even 16 yet, and I can only think about training. Su Qiyu remarked, clicking his tongue, as he was currently devoid of thoughts about pursuing a girl in this world. One could become engaged at 16 and marry at 18. Yu Luo and Su Qinjiao were still a bit away from 16. And given the two youngsters needed to pass entrance exams for the academy, there was no need for rigidity. I have turned 16. You may call me Qiyu. Today happens to be Qingyao's 16th birthday, Yu Luo stated, mentioning their ages to avoid any misunderstandings. Today, let me see if I have anything to give as a gift, Su Qiyu exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he began rummaging through his belongings. No need. Thank you, Su Qingyao interjected, startling Su Qiyu, since Sister Yao has said so. All right, heh. I truly apologize. I shouldn't have tried to take something meant for you. He sheepishly scratched his head, appearing somewhat flustered. Well then, if you wish to be friends, there's no need to keep apologizing. We won't mind these things. Yu Luo could no longer hold back, finding Su Qiyu's innocence somewhat excessive. Okay. Luo Ge, I'll take my leave now. Oh, by the way, this is a communication jade. Next time you come out, feel free to find me. Su Qiyu tossed a piece of communication jade to him, waved goodbye to the pair, and headed out. This person has a rather naive personality, straightforward and genuine. Not bad at all, Yu Luo reflected, having expected another unexpected encounter like the last time, yet the individuals met at this auction were surprisingly amiable. Yes, I can sense he harbors no ill intentions towards us. Su Qingyao nodded slightly, her soul level surpassing even Yu Luo's. As they exited, it was time to return, allowing Su Qingyao to practice this new cultivation method. Let us head back. I hope this gift brings you joy, Yu Luo said to the person beside him. Having you here is already the best gift, Su Qingyao softly whispered as she leaned closer to his ear. The two exchanged smiles, hand in hand, making their way towards the Aurora Academy. As evening approached, the two strolled through Aurora City once more before returning to the teleportation array in front of the academy. The Guardian merely glanced at their information before allowing them entry, for their appearances were indeed memorable. Reflecting on everything that had transpired, Yu Luo pondered the immense pressure ordinary humans faced. Countless cultivators, much like Chu Li, wrought havoc upon the world. Shaking his head, he realized that such thoughts were futile. Only by growing stronger could he have the authority to establish rules. His heart was too kind. Disliking the sight of witnessing the suffering of the populace without the means to offer salvation. Just as they neared the depths of the freshman district, Yu Luo spotted a familiar figure in the freshman square. A head of white hair stood out in the crowd. It was Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, Yu Luo called out. The white-haired girl turned at that moment and walked towards them. Where have you two been? Did Qingyao have fun? You seem even more beautiful than before. Zhang Nuanyuan stepped forward and grasped Su Qingyao's delicate hand. That my brother and I ventured to the tranquil realm of Chusu, specifically Tianlan County, where we strolled and indulged in some leisure activities. The gathering of these two young women certainly attracted the attention of numerous young men, evoking both admiration and trepidation, while the gazes cast upon Yulua were tinged with jealousy and confusion. After all, one of these girls was a freshman ranked second, and the other was third. Their brilliance was simply too dazzling. This afternoon, Jiang Nuanyuan accomplished a significant feat by challenging the 12th rank on the Earth rankings, successfully overcoming an opponent in the mid-stage of the condensation realm. Her strength was indeed evident on the rankings. Jiang Nuanyuan, at the peak of the Yuan initial realm, was a newcomer. This left many seniors astounded. After all, had she truly reached the peak of the Yuan initial realm in just over 2 months since her admission? When they were freshmen, they were still striving for the initial stage of the Yuan initial realm after 2 months. With only a few exceptional individuals advancing toward the mid-stage, what they were oblivious to was that Su Qingyao had already possessed the strength to defeat those in the early stage of the condensation realm when she broke through to the Yuan initial realm. With her 8th tier ice vein, unless she faced an opponent with a 6th tier or higher Yuan vein, she would be left utterly powerless. Yulua surveyed the surroundings, noticing quite a crowd had gathered in the freshman square. Before turning to Jiang Nuanyuan and inquiring, "Is there something we should be aware of after we leave?" The Academy would soon unveil the 10 Realms Secret Realm in 2 months, specifically designed for the trials of newcomers. The 10 Realms Secret Realm involved a series of challenges, each participant encountering different Yuan beasts, with the difficulty escalating on each level. The more challenges one faced, the richer the rewards at the end. However, teamwork was not permitted, thus each individual had to battle alone. Another solo challenge. Su Qingyao pouted, clearly displeased. Jiang Nuanyuan fixed her serious gaze upon her, saying, "Qingyao, you must not dim your own brilliance because of Yulua. I understand that in a relationship, one may unconsciously become somewhat fragile and dependent. However, it is undeniable that you possess the strength to overshadow your contemporaries." Su Qingyao lowered her head slightly, her lack of confidence plainly evident on her face. "Sigh, I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse," Jiang Nuanyuan lamented, realizing her attempts at persuasion had yielded little effect. "All right, Nuanyuan, we should head back. We still have training to attend to," Yulua declared, reaching for Su Qingyao to lead her back. "This jade pendant is exquisite. I have a gift for Qingyao as well." Jiang Nuanyuan noticed the extraordinary quality of the pendant. "Oh, no need for that." Nuanyuan. Su Qingyao was about to decline when a piece of ice jade, exuding a rich aura, manifested and was forcefully thrust into her hands. "What is this?" Yulua's eyes narrowed, clearly recognizing the jade's high-tier nature. But with the command plate dormant, he was unaware of its true nature. "This jade is called Ice Phoenix Jade. It was given to me by my family before my expedition. It is formed from the power of a 10th tier ice vein." Yulua's pupils constricted sharply. 10th tier. This indicated that Jiang Nuanyuan's family was undoubtedly from beyond this realm, as he recalled the command plate stating that the Lanfeng star could not possibly host Yuan veins above the 8th tier. With Su Qingyao being an exception. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Nuanyuan. Su Qingyao hastily shook her head in refusal. "You have no choice. I have declared it a gift, and so it shall be." Jiang Nuanyuan exhibited a touch of her inherent assertiveness. "Moreover, I possess several of such items. Giving you one is of no consequence." "All right. Thank you." Nuanyuan. Su Qingyao, finding her refusal futile, stepped forward to embrace Jiang Nuanyuan. "Wow. Oh ho ho." Instantly, a chorus of young men erupted in sounds of admiration. By the way, Qingyao, I have reached the 6th tier ice water vein. You must strive to catch up, lest I surpass you," Jiang Nuanyuan whispered in Su Qingyao's ear while embracing her. "I never intended to compete with you," Su Qingyao replied softly. Yulua chuckled at the scene, knowing that had he dared to embrace Su Qingyao in such a public setting, he would likely have been met with disdainful glares. After releasing her embrace, Su Qingyao stowed the Ice Phoenix Jade and waved goodbye before pulling Yulua back. "Qingyao, the aura emanating from Yulua is truly astonishing. It is certainly not of this realm. If you wish to stand by his side in the future, you must possess strength that matches his." Jiang Nuanyuan's voice, laced with gravity, reached Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao was momentarily stunned, pondering how even Nuanyuan could sense such an aura. Reflecting on her own pinnacle of the 7th tier ice vein, she realized it was undoubtedly a result of years of exposure to that potent energy. In light of this, she understood that without sufficient strength, How could she muster the courage to confront Yulao's enigmatic parents and family? Her breath hitched, her determination to cultivate intensified further. What's wrong, Qingyao? Yulao noticed her brief hesitation in her stride. That it's nothing. Let's head back. I wish to train, Su Qingyao replied, her expression somewhat unnatural. All right then. Yulao, unable to discern the underlying issue, quickened his pace to return. Upon reaching their abode, Su Qingyao embraced Yulao before hastily ascending to the second floor. Yulao, bewildered, pondered the sudden change. Everything had seemed fine until she became so eager to train that Su Qingyao placed a substantial sum of 10,000 heavenly crystals nearby, then took the ice phoenix jade. Caressing the yin-yang jade at her ear and neck, silently beseeching, "Please, allow me to advance further." The cold jade pendant seemed to flicker momentarily. Subsequently, she entered a state of cultivation, the ice phoenix jade emanating wisps of icy energy that Su Qingyao gradually absorbed. Meanwhile, Yulao first ascended the stairs to sense the air within. The dense, icy elements confirmed that Su Qingyao had commenced her training. That he then descended, returning to his room to prepare for his own breakthrough. As he contemplated the changes that would accompany his advancement to the Yuan initial realm, he arranged 5,000 Yuan crystals, then slapped his forehead, realizing he had yet to procure the necessary materials. Rising, he sensed no anomalies from upstairs, set up a barrier at the entrance of their abode, and proceeded to the points hall that he wished to ensure that his breakthrough would be stable, preparing thoroughly before taking that step. Upon arriving at the points hall, he headed directly to the area for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, seeking items suitable for himself, aiming to cultivate to the Yuan initial realm and stabilize his progress within the next 2 months. 2,000-year tier, Spirit Grade Upper, Fire Soul Lotus Seed 5,000 points, Spirit Grade Upper, Earth Heart Flame Flower 5,000 points. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose the Fire Soul Lotus Seed, without the command plate. It was inconvenient to determine which item would be most beneficial. After completing the transaction and hurrying back, he was evidently concerned that Su Qingyao might face some disturbance, despite the minimal likelihood of such occurrences within the Aurora Academy. Upon returning to their abode, he found the barrier intact and released a quiet sigh of relief. Continuing to maintain the soundproof barrier outside, he then stepped inside, taking out the Fire Lotus Seed. Along with the ample Yuan crystals, he felt assured of stability. Yulao then quietly adjusted his aura, preparing himself for the optimal state. That it's time to begin. Taking a deep breath, he guided the Yuan Qi within. Swallowing the Fire Lotus, while the surrounding heavenly crystals gradually emanated energy, which Yulao absorbed. Thus, both individuals commenced their training, and by the time they concluded, the top 3 positions among the freshmen had effectively been solidified. After all, the competitors who had previously vied for the title of top freshman, such as Lin Chun, had only just reached the late stage of the Yuan initial realm. Undoubtedly, none of them could withstand even a single round against Yo or Su Qingyao. As time flowed steadily, the 2-month mark drew ever closer. Outside the cave, Jiang Nuanyuan gazed at the still-closed entrance, letting out a resigned sigh. These past 83 days had been rather dull without the two, as others lacked the courage to approach her, and she held no interest in anyone else. For on the Earth rankings, she had already attained the initial stage of the condensation realm, at the age of 16. She found herself in the initial stage of the condensation realm. To everyone's surprise, the opening of the 10 Realms secret realm had been postponed, a decision made by the Academy's higher-ups. Yet, many accepted this change. As an extra day of training equated to an extra measure of assurance, in the skies above the freshman district, soaring high, Wan Fai trailed behind a middle-aged man with black hair streaked with white. This man was none other than the renowned principal of the Aurora Academy on Lanfeng Star, Min Qinglan, who was at the late stage of the crossing tribulation realm, possessing both the 7th-tier wind and fire veins. Today, it seems these two little ones may finally emerge. What a delightful surprise that would be. Min Qinglan slowly spoke, his voice resonating through the space like ripples on a still pond. Dean, the quality of this year's new students has improved immensely compared to previous years, to the point that it feels almost surreal. Shall I strike you, or will you strike me? Wan Fuyin chuckled though. Is that truly the case? I suppose I'll strike you then, little Wan, Min Qinglan replied in jest. Clearly accustomed to Wan Fuyin's irreverent demeanor. Let's not. I wish to live a few more centuries, Wan Fuyin retorted with a more serious tone. That girl, Su Qingyao, if given the opportunity, will likely become someone we all look up to in the future. Min Xinglan continued. That boy named Yulaw is also extraordinarily remarkable. His swordsmanship has garnered my attention within the academy. Based on my observations over these past months and his family background, Yulaw is loyal, pure-hearted, and not the type to forget kindness. He is upright and enjoys aiding the weak. Our academy greatly needs individuals like him. Furthermore, Su Qingyao harbors a deep affection and dependency on Yuluo, and their feelings are mutual. Excellent. Min Xinglan nodded, holding high expectations for this couple. Even if the Aurora Academy were to face grave challenges in the future, the former students, Yuluo and Su Qingyao, would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Typically, for students of particular merit, we arrange for discreet observations of their character. Should anyone exhibit a propensity for bullying the weak, engage in severe malicious acts, or harbor dark intentions, they would be deemed inadequate and forcibly expelled. A brief moment of humiliation can serve as motivation for progress. We cannot allow a lack of competition within the academy. Moreover, Yuluo and Su Qingyao are under the direct observation of Wan Fuyan. Considering they are nearly inseparable, making one indistinguishable from two. Dean, how can my old bones endure the sweet nothings exchanged between the youth? Alas, I have lost several pounds. Of course, he only occasionally comes to check during the day. Haha. Dean, you mentioned that Wan Fuyan had noticed Su Qingyao's elemental pulse long ago. Do not worry. She has her own opportunities that as long as she remains one of our Aurora Academy's members. Anyone who wishes to harm her must think twice. Min Xinglan's words stirred the very essence of the heavens and earth. Even some students below, who had attained spiritual levels, sensed an unusual disturbance in the distant sky. The closure is nearing its end. The cave. Yulua's elemental energy had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. A mere hint more would lead to a breakthrough, evidently the result of countless rounds of tempering and compression. The remaining 8 fire lotuses, enveloped in elemental energy, quietly shed their restraints. Bang! A palpable surge of power coursed through Yulua's entire being. He was fully prepared. With all 72 meridians opened, his elemental realm ascended directly to the initial stage of the elemental origin realm. Yet, he did not pause. The 8 fire lotuses silently merged into his elemental pulse, providing yet another potent boost. Bang! Crackling resonated between his bones as Yulua's body underwent earth-shattering transformations, with his elemental realm still on the rise. Creak! Midway through the elemental origin realm. However, Yulua forcibly suppressed it. If he did not, his elemental energy might become unstable. He began to temper himself once more. After a tumultuous surge within, he returned to the mid-stage of the elemental origin realm. Yet Yulua still felt it was insufficient and suppressed it again. Thus, after enduring 4 rounds of tempering, he finally stabilized himself at the mid-stage of the elemental origin realm. Just then, an unexpected anomaly occurred. He noticed that an additional star point had emerged behind the second-tier elemental pulse, and a hint of purple quietly appeared within it. What is this? Yulua's mind was stirred as the purple began to consume the originally red elemental pulse. It gradually transformed into a state of 1 red and 1 purple, with 3 star points on the purple side slowly flickering. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao's realm was also restrained at the mid-stage of the elemental origin realm. She did not wish to hasten her breakthrough to the later stage, employing the elemental tempering techniques Yulua had taught her. Her elemental pulse was even more formidable. The ice phoenix jade surrounding her had vanished. Yet the flickering of the 9th star point within her pulse signified something that should not exist in this world. A 9th-tier ice pulse. Su Qingyao's spirit gradually calmed, granting her a greater sense of assurance. Alleviating much of her unease as she suppressed and tempered her elemental pulse. Her meridians worked tirelessly to strengthen her elemental energy. The cold jade pendant emitted an unprecedented radiance, evidently exerting its utmost to assist her. This phase endured for over 2 full months. Although she had not consumed any food, the abundance of elemental energy had compensated for her nutritional needs, though the toll on her spirit was indeed substantial. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. At last, having exhausted her final vestige of spiritual power, she could no longer suppress her elemental energy. Bang! The late stage of the elemental origin realm. Su Qingyao felt an unprecedented exhaustion. Disregarding everything else, she worked to stabilize her realm before staggering out, where Yulua had just completed his breakthrough, immersed in the joy of his newfound fire and thunder dual pulses. Suddenly sensing something, he quickly rose and encountered the pale-faced Su Qingyao on the staircase. The wave of anxiety washed over him. Had something gone awry during her cultivation? The joy he had felt moments ago dissipated instantly, replaced by a profound fear. That he rushed to support her, trembling uncontrollably, urgently asking, "Qingyao, are you all right? Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" He promptly used his spiritual perception to probe her inner energy, discovering that there seemed to be no significant issues. Yet, he remained unsettled, as she had yet to speak. With her last ounce of strength, Su Qingyao managed to say, "I'm fine, just so sleepy," before she could no longer hold herself up and leaned against Yula. In a flurry, he scooped her up and carried her down, gently placing her on his bed. Upon hearing her words, his anxiety lessened somewhat, but he still could not shake his concerns. Placing his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, which was normal, he then used his elemental energy to examine her for any internal injuries. After meticulously inspecting, he found she was merely excessively weak, evidently exhausted. He finally exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. The panic within him gradually subsiding, he then fetched a warm cloth to wipe her face and carefully tucked her in, ensuring her comfort. At this moment, Su Qingyao had already drifted into a deep slumber, finding tranquility in the familiar aura of Yula. Fortunately, all is well. Yulua patted his chest, his heart still racing faster than usual, a testament to his earlier panic. That as he relaxed, his spirit eased, and soon he too succumbed to fatigue, falling into a profound sleep beside her. 2 days later, Su Qingyao stirred awake. Realizing she was not in her own beds, she turned her head slightly. She spotted Yulua still in slumber, gently caressing his face. She carefully rose, mindful not to disturb him. After getting up, her complexion appeared slightly rosy for unknown reasons. She checked her inner state, finding her realm remarkably stable, which brought her relief. Tidying herself in the jade mirror, she suddenly recalled something. The 10 realm's secret realm. Su Qingyao quickly exited, only to find the white-haired girl standing ahead. "You finally emerged. Qingyao, are you all right? I was so worried," Jiang Nuanyuan exclaimed, her demeanor pitifully sweet. "Nuanyuan, the 10 realm's secret realm. Stay calm. The opening of the 10 realm's secret realm has been delayed. That I do not know the reason. It has yet to commence," Jiang Nuanyuan promptly reassured her. "That's good. I'm relieved I didn't miss it." Su Qingyao sighed in relief. "Your aura." Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes sharpened as she sensed Su Qingyao's energy. "Yes, I've broken through to the late stage of the elemental origin realm, and my ice pulse has stabilized at the 9th tier. Su Qingyao replied slowly. "Thank you, Nuanyuan. If it weren't for the ice phoenix jade you gave me, no need for thanks. We are good sisters." Jiang Nuanyuan interjected, her heart fluttering with astonishment. That in the past, she would have never believed that someone of the mortal realm could possess a 9th tier elemental pulse. But do not be too hasty. It is best to cultivate step by step. Crossing minor realms should be avoided where possible, Jiang Nuanyuan advised. "Indeed, I have been a bit anxious. You know, Nuanyuan, I was genuinely fearful at that time." As Su Qingyao spoke, a tear glimmered at the corner of her eye. "We shall deal with the future when it comes. Focus on yourself. Besides, you are so exceptional that even ancient races might think twice before looking down on you." Jiang Nuanyuan attempted to console, though it was evident that she lacked proficiency in providing comfort. The mention of an ancient race prompted Su Qingyao to ponder the implications should it truly be some ancient lineage. In her imagination, ancient races were exceedingly rigid and conservative, holding bloodlines in the utmost regard, believing that outsiders would only tarnish their sacred heritage. Alas, Jiang Nuanyuan grew anxious at that moment. Yulua emerged from the cave. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an unmistakable aura of rejuvenation. However, upon seeing the tears welling in Su Qingyao's eyes and her dazed expression, he immediately approached her. "What's wrong? Qingyao? What happened?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just tried to comfort her, but it seems the more I tried, the worse it got." Jiang Nuanyuan coughed lightly, interjecting. "Repeat what you said to comfort her. I would like to hear it," Yulua inquired promptly. "Sigh, let us discuss the future later. Nuanyuan, I believe you should refrain from such methods of consolation in the future," Yulua remarked with a hint of exasperation, realizing that even the favored of heaven had their shortcomings. He gently embraced Su Qingyao, whispering softly in her ear, "It's all right, Qingyao, don't worry, I stand by my words. Nothing can deter me from you." Su Qingyao replied, her voice slightly trembling. if you dare to mistreat Qingyao, my Suan will undoubtedly rain down upon your head, Jiang Nuanyuan exclaimed, her face serious as she spoke such coarse words, unable to bear her sister's distress, even though it was her doing. Rest assured, that will never happen, Yuluo assured solemnly. Nuanyuan, come in and sit for a while. Sure, why not? I haven't visited your cave yet, Jiang Nuanyuan replied. With a swift motion, Yuluo lifted Su Qingyao in a princess carry. And Jiang Nuanyuan pouted, following behind, thinking, is this just to feed her dog food? Upon entering, Jiang Nuanyuan surveyed the surroundings, noting the small flower pots brimming with greenery. Not bad. It looks quite appealing, she remarked. These are all planted by Qingyao. I wouldn't know how to tend to flowers and plants, Yuluo replied helplessly. Su Qingyao had always had a penchant for gardening since childhood, while he had admitted to being unable to learn it. Finding no value in mere observation, Yuluo gently placed Su Qingyao on the bed, and Jiang Nuanyuan sat at the edge, leaving Yuluo to fetch a small stool to sit down. So, both of you have simultaneously crossed a minor threshold, Jiang Wanwan noted, sensing that Yuluo's aura seemed significantly stronger than that of the early Yuan initial realm. Simultaneously, does that mean Qingyao? Yes, she has reached the late stage of the Yuan initial realm. Nearly catching up to me, Yuluo responded. Jiang Nuanyuan expressed her astonishment. How can progress be so swift? In a span of 5 months, Yuluo had advanced from the early stage of body refinement to the mid-stage of the Yuan initial realm, while Su Qingyao had progressed from the mid-stage of body refinement to the late stage of the Yuan initial realm. Notably, she herself remained in the early stage of the concentration realm. Realizing that she needed to intensify her training and could no longer afford to procrastinate. And what about your elemental veins? I have manifested another element, Yuluo stated slowly. Jiang Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, Yuluo's fingertip flickered, and a flash of lightning illuminated the air. Lightning? TSK. Yuluo, you seem particularly adept at offense. Both lightning and fire are renowned for their aggressive capabilities, while lightning may be slightly less potent than fire. Its speed is undeniably superior, albeit not as pronounced as wind. You possess both. If you could wield a dual attribute technique, TSK. What level are they? Jiang Nuanyuan subsequently inquired. Both are at the 3rd tier. UVE advanced again? I thought Qingyao's 9th tier was already astonishing. I didn't expect you to also. She mused at this rate. I might struggle to match the two of you together, Jiang Nuanyuan sighed. The sensation of being surpassed growing increasingly palpable. She dismissed the previous remark, for Yuluo was unconvinced. Given Jiang Nuanyuan's background, she surely had her own trump cards. That it was merely that until now, no one had compelled her to reveal them. Nevertheless, Yuluo was genuinely pleased for Su Qingyao, who had advanced her elemental veins as well. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao appeared to have drifted back into slumber, lying peacefully on the bed with her eyes closed. It seems Qingyao has fallen asleep again. Let us step outside, Yuluo suggested, wanting to avoid disturbing her. Jiang Nuanyuan nodded in agreement, and the two exited the cave. Did we miss the 10 Realms secret realm? Outside the cave, Yuluo recalled this matter. You two truly are cut from the same mold. She asked the same thing upon her emergence. That it was postponed due to a decision made by the Academy as higher-ups. And there hasn't been any notification yet, Jiang Nuanyuan replied irritably. That's good to know, but why the delay? Could it be that there's an issue with the secret realm? Yuluo pondered. His brow furrowed in thought. How could that be? The Academy must have its own plans. It can't possibly be just to wait for the two of you, Jiang Nuanyuan stated, initially perplexed, reasoning that once such an event was announced, significant changes were unlikely. Just then, the jade tablet flickered. New students, please prepare yourselves. The 10 Realms secret realm will commence in 10 days. Yuluo rubbed his nose, surprised at the coincidence. All right, enough talk. I must prepare myself, Jiang Wanwan said, her expression oddly casual as she found an excuse and hurried back to her cave. Why do I have the feeling this relates to me and Qingyao? Yuluo inhaled deeply, ultimately deciding to return and check on Su Qingyao for any unusual signs. After a brief examination of her breath, he casually set up a soundproof barrier and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Yuluo's soul level had reached the peak of the mortal realm. It was time to attempt a breakthrough. He took out the life token, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the character seemed to flicker. Life token? Yuluo tentatively called out, I in the sea of souls. The long-awaited 4 words appeared. Little master, I am here. You have finally awakened. I have so many questions for you, Yulua exclaimed with joy, for without the life token, this encyclopedia of knowledge, all his inquiries remained unanswered. Life token, please proceed. Are you all right? I was worried you might remain in slumber indefinitely. Yulua inquired. That I am perfectly fine. Yulua considered his thoughts before asking. That's good to hear. That I want to know the source of that aura. Beneath that seal, in addition to your innate elemental energy, it is crucial to have an additional layer of protection using your innate elemental energy. The mysterious substance at the deepest level of the seal emerged suddenly while your mother was with child, entering her womb. At that time, your father, the revered one, was furious, believing they had been attacked. After probing the nearby star domains and finding no anomalies, he sensed an unfamiliar aura within your mother's womb. That on the day of your birth, the elemental energy of heaven and earth surged restlessly, creating a vast impact. And because it occurred outside the realms, it quickly attracted some uninvited guests. In the ensuing chaos, your father single-handedly repelled all foes and forcibly took you and your mother away. Subsequently, he discovered that mysterious substance deep within your elemental veins and, after contemplation, decided to seal it, for you were far too fragile at that time. Should there be any disturbance, it could lead to your immediate demise. Thus, for safety's sake, he forcibly sealed it with his primordial power. Later on, due to continuous assaults on the way back to the realm, with the enemies targeting your mother and you specifically, they had no choice but to hide you within our clan's unique void realm, which outsiders could never breach. However, your father and mother, being highly skilled, could not follow you inside. Eventually, they encountered formidable enemies, including the king of that clan. In the ensuing attrition, your father could only hold out for so long. After the rescue arrived, they managed to return to the realm with great difficulty before your mother fell into a coma. She ordered someone to retrieve you from the void realm, but unexpectedly, the exit was rather distant from our clan's realm since exits are randomed. In the end, little master, you must have guessed the rest. Yulua's mind conjured the scenes from that time, comprehending his parents' good intentions. So, who exactly is my father? Yulua desperately sought to know, as all clues pointed solely to his parents' well-being and how he had come to this world. Little master, I cannot answer that. The revered one sealed your innate elemental energy for your protection. Should you appear in the world under unknown circumstances and be detected by enemy clans, the consequences would be dire. Sigh, but why do I possess another elemental attribute? Yulua gazed at the enigmatic red and purple energies within the primordial veins, perplexed, and inquired, Mingpai, my conjecture is that it is caused by that mysterious substance. I recall you mentioning that my father would only perceive me upon reaching a certain realm. Which realm is it exactly? Without hesitation, Yulua sought clarification, desiring to establish a definitive objective. Based on my analysis, reaching the Earth origin realm could make me detectable. That I understand the Earth origin realm. Yulua, currently at the mid-stage of the initial origin realm, contemplated the subsequent stages, the spirit concentration realm, the origin martial realm, the profound clarity realm, and the Earth origin realm. 4 significant realms still lay ahead, and he wondered when he would be able to touch upon them. The hope of uncovering his lineage through the Mingpai seemed futile. As it divulged not a single word, I shall focus on cultivating my soul for now. Mingpai, today's training will surely lead to a breakthrough. Yulua then entered the space of the Mingpai. Sitting cross-legged upon the center mat, that a familiar sensation of pain enveloped him, akin to having his soul forcibly torn asunder. After some time, his endurance had markedly improved, evolving from merely managing 8 sessions a day to now sustaining 20. A clear testament to his resilience. Only through perseverance could one witness the fruits of their labor. Such is the path of cultivation. Eventually, Yulua felt a wave of comfort wash over his spiritual sense. A feeling of transcendence cleansing his soul. He had finally broken through to the soul of the spirit level. The range of his spiritual awareness had expanded significantly, and his control over the primordial energy had become exceedingly meticulous. Yulua now stood at the mid-stage of the initial origin realm, with a nascent spirit-level soul and a third-tier thunderfire vein. Su Qingyao had reached the late stage of the initial origin realm, possessed a mid-level spirit-level soul, and wielded a 9th-tier ice vein. Zhang Nuanyuan had already attained the early stage of the spirit concentration realm, with a late-stage spirit-level soul and a 6th-tier ice water vein. The configuration of these three freshmen at the Aurora Academy would surely elicit envy and jealousy from other prestigious academies, transforming their previous disdain. After all, Aurora Academy had languished at the bottom 5 times and second to last 4 times in the previous 9 inter-academy competitions. The 7 notable academies include Sunfire Academy, Shaman Academy, Starry Academy, Tyne Academy, Mingwang Academy, Wanyue Academy, and the well-known Aurora Academy. The inter-academy competition is held every 4 years, with resources pooled from the 7 major academies. And the next edition is set to occur next year. Taking a deep breath, Yulua glanced at Su Qingyao, still lost in her beautiful dreams. After checking that her bedding was intact, he decided to step outside. After contemplation, he resolved to first acquire thunder techniques from the Mingpai space before heading to the martial arts arena for practice. Mingpai, thunder techniques, and thunder cultivation methods, received at a series of incantations materialized in Yulua's Sea of Souls. Heavenly Thunder Tribulation Technique. Yulua immediately focused on this method. What is this? This technique was crafted by the second elder of his clan, derived from insights gained during his own thunder tribulation. One can create techniques during a tribulation? Yulua was astonished, for he believed that even the slightest misstep during a tribulation could lead to utter annihilation. Yet, he realized he might not yet fully comprehend it. However, according to the Mingpai's assertion, the technique should include spirit-level spells. Although he could not yet unleash the full power of the technique, it was evident that the second elder was exceptionally meticulous, incorporating spells from the spirit, profound, and earth levels into the method. What is the name of the second elder? Yulua inquired. His curiosity piqued. Yu Jingqi. Does everyone in our clan share the surname Yu? Not at all. Only the elders and those of the esteemed lineage may bear the Yu surname. Most clan members have various surnames akin to the human race. How stringent, Yulua murmured. This shall be the technique for me. At his current mid-stage of the initial origin realm, he was entirely capable of practicing this technique. Yulua then began to mentally recite the incantation as currents of energy coursed through his designated meridians, accompanied by waves of pain. However, perhaps due to some affinity, the discomfort was not overwhelming. The spirit-level spells within this technique were all of the highest caliber, clearly indicating that the second elder had poured his utmost effort into it. After all, once inscribed on the Mingpai, such techniques could only be transmitted among members of the same clan. Individuals from other races could not hope to learn them. Heavenly Thunder Step, akin to becoming one with lightning, rendering him unmatched in speed within the same realm. Yulua nodded in satisfaction at this movement technique. Thunder Punishment, which gathers myriad thunders to form a miniature sea of lightning, leaving enemies with no avenue of retreat. The more Yulua examined this technique, the more he appreciated it, as the lightning within him gradually ascended, becoming more pure and fierce. Condensed thunder barrier, capable of resisting surrounding assaults, extremely difficult to breach at the same realm. Yet, he pondered whether there existed a combination of thunder and fire elements, recalling Jiang Nuanyuan's dual attributes and the immense amplification they provided. Young master, to master dual attributes, one must first learn the method of fusion. Yulua was taken aback. What is that? It is within the Mingpai. I have located it for you. Yulua glanced once more into his Sea of Souls, discovering the method of fusion. This technique assists the young master in merging primordial energies. Excellent. Yulua felt immense joy, resolving to meticulously clean the Mingpai once he emerged. It was indeed a treasure of great significance. In a different space, at the highest point of a grand hall, an elderly man with a stooped back sat with closed eyes, seemingly in a state of slumber. Report. I pay my respects to the grand elder. A middle-aged man clad in armor, marked with numerous cracks and speckled with blood, presented himself, showcasing his experience as a seasoned warrior. He knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully as his voice resonated towards the elderly figure. Speak. The old man's voice belied his frail appearance, exuding the authority of a superior, instilling fear. We have located the affiliated domain of that clan and obliterated 40% of its inhabitants. Very well. Proceed. Should anyone dare to interfere, other elders will address it. The elder continued to speak with his eyes shut. Understood. I take my leave. The middle-aged man bowed once more and retreated cautiously. Upon reaching the hall's exit, the battle intent in his gaze resurfaced. Their clan had patiently awaited this moment for many years, the moment of retaliation. The injuries sustained by the esteemed leader and his consort had ignited fury among the majority of the clan, who longed to invade that realm. Only a few months prior had they been ordered to commence the search for the enemy clan's affiliated domain. Exterminating all beings within .it was said that even the consort had not voiced significant objections. His name was Su, a commander whose life had been saved by his clansmen, and thus he had pledged allegiance to this clan for several hundred years, leading an army of 100,000 through various small to medium star domains. Hunting down the sense of their enemies. A few months ago, the prince's hard work had finally manifested on the primordial Mingpai, signifying that the prince was indeed safe, albeit temporarily untraceable. This news prompted the clan leader to decide it was time to disperse the clansmen. Seeking both the prince and the enemy clan, they must not allow the prince to fall into peril before their intervention. Of course, this information had also reached that clan, otherwise, they would not have acted so swiftly. The clan was not entirely united. Traitors existed among them, and Su harbored a deep hatred for such traitors. Other races had grown accustomed to the conflict between these two clans and dared not intervene. In just a few months, hundreds of small-scale wars and over 100 medium-scale wars had erupted. That clan was evidently aware of the reasons behind this and had made numerous preparations. Knowing that retaliation was inevitable, Yulua felt he had gained sufficient command over the techniques. Having memorized the incantations and had touched upon the method of fusion, it seemed unlikely he would achieve simultaneous activation of dual attribute primordial energies before fully comprehending it. Mingpai, fire cultivation method, affirmative, purgatory. This technique was created by the fifth elder. Initially perplexed by the name of this technique, Yuluo soon understood its essence. His body felt as if it were ensconced within a purgatory. As the fire origin vein within him made him acutely aware of the searing pain it inflicted, he gasped, the pain overwhelming him, causing his entire body to tremble. The flames felt as if they originated from the depths of hell, mercilessly igniting every meridian within him. His originally white, slightly yellow veins appeared as though they had been scorched to a crimson hue. Yet, the flames continued to dance wildly, coursing through his body from meridian to flesh. Maintain your resolve, adapt. The words of the fate plate gradually surfaced within the ocean of souls, and Yuluo, with a steely resolve, gritted his teeth and persevered. A mere quarter of an hour felt akin to an entire year, stretching infinitely before him. Until the last flicker of flame dissipated, his body lay in disarray, and upon closer inspection, one would discern traces of marks left upon his veins, intertwining to resemble the form of a fiery lotus. After his cultivation, Yuluo, utterly exhausted, was on the verge of collapsing, while Su Qingyao had already awakened, remaining silent and observing his anguished expression. Just as he was about to fall, Su Qingyao swiftly descended from her bed to catch him, gently resting his head upon her pristine thigh. The moment they made contact, she too sensed a faint yet intense warmth emanating from him. After attuning to his internal state, she comprehended what had just transpired. Subsequently, she summoned wisps of icy mist, allowing them to flow into his body to alleviate some of the pain and fire poison he had endured. Generally speaking, it is improbable for one to permit another's vital energy to enter their own body, for even the slightest ill intent could lead to severe injury, especially when one's internal state is so fragile. Yet, it was evident that neither of them harbored such concerns. Both Yuluo and Su Qingyao had previously employed their vital energies to examine one another. During her cultivation of the celestial cold heart method, she too had experienced waves of chilling energy within her body, although not to the extent of Yuluo's torment. While Yuluo's hazy consciousness sensed the cold energy aiding him in dispelling the remnants of the fire poison, and he gradually relaxed into a deep slumber. Truly, Su Qingyao thought, he was quite the handful. After meticulously ensuring that no traces of fire poison remained, she placed him gently onto the bed, removing his garments and attentively cleaning him. She then proceeded to the garden behind, tending to the small flowers and trees. The spirit tree had shown promising growth. Su Qingyao observed that it had noticeably grown taller since her last visit. After tending to the garden, she made her way toward the entrance of the Eternal Snow Domain. "Excuse me, junior sister, are you also heading to the Eternal Snow Domain? How about we accompany each other?" A rather handsome young man spoke gently. Gong Xinyan, ranked 22nd on the heavenly rankings, possessed remarkable talent with a 4th-tier ice vein, and his own strength had reached the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. His appearance was indeed striking, and within the academy, he was surrounded by admirers. However, he had been cultivating in the spirit realm for an extended period, and his last emergence was merely a few days ago. After a brief respite, he wished to return to his training that he had initially believed that his focus on ice attribute cultivation would render him indifferent to worldly desires, but upon encountering Su Qingyao, a mere glance stirred a long-dormant fervor within his heart, which had not been felt in 18 years. While most girls might be swayed by his handsome visage and gentle demeanor, Su Qingyao was not among them. She did not even cast a glance in his direction. Proceeding directly toward the entrance to the spirit realm, Gong Xianyin took a deep breath, realizing that such a girl should not be approached hastily. He maintained his smile and said, "I am Gong Xianyin, ranked 22nd on the heavenly rankings. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out." Yet, Su Qingyao continued to ignore him. Stepping straight into the spirit realm, Gong Xianyin closed his eyes momentarily, his mind filled with the image of Su Qingyao's enchantingly cold and beautiful face. "Brother, is this your first attempt at initiating conversation?" A frail boy beside him murmured, "It's nothing. Cultivating ice attributes can often lead to a cooler temperament." Gong Xianyin replied with a smile, as if it were expected, "Come, let us also enter," although he had not even learned her name. Since they were both headed to the eternal snow domain, there would surely be opportunities to interact. Su Qingyao made her way directly to the 4th level, the cultivation area she had been unable to access during her previous visit when she was still at the body refinement realm. As she approached the entrance, just as she was about to raise her hand to break through the barrier, a voice called out from behind, "Junior sister, please be cautious. If your strength is insufficient and you forcefully attack the barrier, it may result in a backlash." Gong Xianyin had followed closely behind her, contemplating Su Qingyao's background. Undoubtedly, she was not a senior student. She was likely from his next cohort or perhaps a new student. He had even asked someone nearby to check the new student rankings, and upon seeing them, he was taken aback. "Second among new students? She truly is a newcomer," Gong Xianyin exclaimed, realizing that he had spoken just in time as he noticed her attempt to enter the 4th level. Su Qingyao hesitated briefly, not wishing to acknowledge him, and instead pressed her finger against the barrier. In just 2 breaths, with a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and she stepped inside. Gong Xianyin's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly checked the new student rankings. Su Qingyao, mid-stage Yuan initial realm. Such simple information left him in disbelief. How could someone in the mid-stage Yuan initial realm enter the 4th level? Furthermore, her speed was evidently not inferior to his. Leaving him somewhat flustered, he rushed to the now-repaired barrier, which shattered again within moments. "Perhaps she possesses exceptional talent. If such a prodigy were to marry into my family, could my grandfather not directly pass the position of family head to me?" Gong Xianyin mused as he followed her inside. Su Qingyao surveyed her surroundings, noting that the concentration of ice elements had nearly doubled compared to the 3rd level, promising greater benefits for cultivation. With 10 days remaining until the secret realm of the 10 realms, she resolved to cultivate for 9 days. Prior to her departure, she had seen the information on the jade plate. She then ventured into the snowy expanse. Observing the scattered figures around her, aside from herself, all were at the spirit gathering realm, including those on the heavenly and earth rankings. However, compared to the 3rd level, it was noticeably quieter, finding an unoccupied cultivation platform. She sat down, activating the barrier to commence her training. Gong Xianyin trailed closely behind, ensuring that Su Qingyao would not be overwhelmed by the cold, planning to intervene should she struggle. Even the thought of merely brushing against her sent his heart racing. Unfortunately for him, Su Qingyao proved to be far more resilient than he had anticipated, choosing a cultivation platform and beginning her practice without hesitation. You may find a nearby spot. This entire circle of cultivation platforms is off-limits to others. Gong Xianyin instructed his companions, before heading to the cultivation platform closest to Su Qingyao. After all, as the 22nd on the heavenly rankings, those ranked higher had all advanced to the Yuan martial realm. It was illogical for them to remain in the 4th level. Meanwhile, Yu Luo had also awakened, conducting an internal examination. His techniques were fully cultivated. However, the recollection of that pain sent a shiver down his spine. "Let me check the heavenly and earth rankings." Yu Luo retrieved his points plate to view the heavenly rankings. Heavenly rankings. 1.Su Qian, Yuan martial realm perfection. 2. Qi Bufan. Late stage Yuan martial realm. 3. Elan. Late stage Yuan martial realm. 4. Pan Yin. Late stage Yuan martial realm. 5. Ling Xing Tian. Mid stage Yuan martial realm. 6. Tian Xian. Mid stage Yuan martial realm. 7. Tian Qi. Mid stage Yuan martial realm. 8. Qi Cheng. Mid stage Yuan martial realm. 9. Bi Sheng. Mid stage Yuan martial realm. 10. Yu Ting Chuan. Mid stage Yuan martial realm. Yu Luo noted that, compared to 3 months prior, all 10 had indeed advanced a minor realm. Yet, it was to be expected. It could not be that only the newcomers had progressed while the veterans remained stagnant. Su Qian was particularly formidable, nearing the threshold of the profound clarity realm. Is Qingyao not here? Yu Luo sensed her presence upstairs, but she was absent. He then discovered a note left on the stone table. Brother, I have gone to the spirit realm for a few days. I will return before the secret realm of the 10 realms. That was it. Yu Luo understood her whereabouts, picked up the fate plate to clean it, and then continued to comprehend the mysterious technique of merging vital energies. 9 days later, Yu Luo had completely mastered the technique of merging energies, his fingertips surrounded by golden flames that flickered with arcs of lightning. Over the past days, he had set aside all other cultivation pursuits solely to perfect this technique. Everything was now contingent upon the secret realm of the 10 realms. At this moment, he appeared to be quite exhilarated. His perceptiveness had always been remarkable, and the intricacies of these techniques, particularly the fusion technique, did not seem to pose any significant challenges or bottlenecks for him. The familiar aura wafted through the entrance. It was Su Qingyao returning. Yu Luo dashed forward and collided with her as she stepped inside. Su Qingyao exclaimed in surprise as he lifted her and twirled her around twice before pressing her against the wall beside the door. At that moment, Su Qingyao found herself in a daze. From her perspective, Yu Luo, exhaling slightly warm breath, gazed at her with an aggressive intensity, gradually leaning closer. Her heart raced, and a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks. She slowly closed her eyes, her lips instinctively pursing slightly. Just as their faces were about to touch, Jiang Nuanyuan, pushing the door open, caught sight of their intimate stance and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Su Qingyao immediately snapped back to reality, pushing Yu Luo away and fleeing upstairs as if in panic. Aha! The weather is truly delightful today. Yu Luo also regained his composure and awkwardly looked up at the ceiling with a smile. Jiang Nuanyuan, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, ultimately decided against it, realizing she had disrupted their atmosphere. Cough. I merely wished to check if you had forgotten something. Just a reminder that the 10 realms secret realm opens tomorrow. Next time, I will knock, Jiang Nuanyuan said with an oddly expression, then quickly shut the door and fled the scene. Yu Luo exhaled slowly, realizing he could only head to the training grounds now to adapt to the dual elemental powers. He decided to hold off on visiting Qingyao for the time being, as doing so might very well leave him frozen like an ice sculpture. After all, she truly possessed that capability. Fate token. May I ask you a question? Yu Luo inquired solemnly. If I were to be encased in energy by Qingyao, you would certainly assist me in escaping, correct? The fate token, understanding the implications, refrained from answering. Principally, it would only intervene when Yu Luo faced life-threatening situations that as for the designated fated one in its consciousness, it was unable to assist and dared not, as it would, in a sense, transcend the principles it adhered to. If a genuine life-threatening scenario were to arise, the fate token could only turn a blind eye. Alas, Yu Luo sighed helplessly. Why is this fate token so timid, just like me? Buck up. Fate token, are there any techniques that combine fire and thunder? Suddenly, Yu Luo realized that he had merely fused 2 different elemental forces without having a specific technique to wield them. He recalled Jiang Nuanyuan's technique, which appeared far more organized than his somewhat chaotic energy. Yes, there are such techniques. Indeed, our clan has produced several individuals with dual attributes. The fate token responded in its characteristic formulaic manner. Yu Luo was accustomed to this and promptly requested it to present the technique. He suddenly pondered whether, if dual attributes existed, there might also be tri-attributes or even 4 attributes. Since records began, throughout the long ages, there has never been any account of an individual wielding 4 attributes. Tri-attributes have only appeared 7 times, one of whom was from our clan. Each one of the tri-attribute users was a towering figure in our lineage, and aside from 3 who met untimely ends, the rest grew to become the strongest of their respective eras. Oh, Yu Luo mused, acknowledging that such extraordinary talent, if left unchecked, could potentially become a sword hanging over them in any ERAT that moment. The fate token suddenly realized something, inscribing the technique into the soul sea before falling into deep contemplation. Yu Luo, brimming with enthusiasm, began to study this high-grade spiritual technique named Nine Hells Profound Thunder. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao was sprawled on her bed, rolling about restlessly for quite some time before finally coming to a stop, her lips puffed up in a cute pout. Whoa, how embarrassing. The warmth on her face refused to dissipate. Driving her into a frenzy, she decided to bury her head in the blankets. After a while, she cautiously peeked out, sensing he's training again. Humph, how can he act so nonchalantly? With a huff, Su Qingyao began circulating her energy, attempting to suppress the warmth on her cheeks. Always training. I shall train too. In a fit of determination, she sat cross-legged, familiarizing herself with the techniques within the heavenly cold heart method. Yu Luo circulated his energy along the meridian pathways outlined in the technique. Marveling at the subtleties of the fusion technique, everything awaited tomorrow's practical combat in the 10 Realms secret realm, hoping it would present a worthy challenge. If other newcomers were to hear this, they would surely roll their eyes, as many newcomers, even with extra training time, might still struggle to pass through the trials. The following day, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao rose early as they descended. Su Qingyao shot him a reproachful glance, while Yu Luo, somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Hee, Qingyao, let me first check where the 10 Realms secret realm is. He promptly picked up the jade tablet, which indicated that the 10 Realms secret realm was located in the southeastern part of the newcomer square. Within the second mountain range, Lingqi Mountain, at the mountain's base, there was a cave entrance leading to a gathering plaza. Let us go. Qingyao. Yu Luo extended his hand towards her. Su Qingyao puffed up her cheeks and huffed lightly, slightly averting her gaze, yet instinctively grasped his hand. As they stepped outside, Su Qingyao attempted to call out, but the adjacent cave remained silent, suggesting that Nuanyuan had likely departed before them. Subsequently, Yu Luo led Su Qingyao towards Lingqi Mountain, unaware that a young man clad in azure robes was observing them from the peak of the newcomer district. It was Gong Xianyan, whose gaze was fixated on their intertwined hands, his expression growing increasingly grim, fists clenched tightly, emitting a series of crackling sounds. He recognized the boy as the top newcomer, possessing mid-stage Yuan initial realm strength, yet failing to make it onto the Earth rankings. How could that be? Humph. In the newcomer's 10 Realms secret realm, I shall see what qualifications this person possesses to stand beside her. Fuming, he returned to the senior district, where his younger brothers, noticing his foul mood, hurriedly approached. Brother Gong, what has happened? In their eyes, Gong Xianyan was typically unflappable, always wearing a friendly expression, and they had never witnessed him looking so grim. No need for further discussion. I will return to my cave. Gong Xianyan cast a cold glance at them, replying curtly, disregarding their thoughts as he strode towards his abode. Gong Xianyan's cave was situated within an 8th grade gathering Yuan array, which was nearly 8 times more concentrated in energy compared to the 5th grade array at the deepest point of the newcomer district. He settled in the pavilion beside his cave, picking up the jade tablet and beginning to await the opening of the 10 Realms secret realm. As Yu Luo and Su Qingyao approached Lingqi Mountain, they encountered an increasing number of individuals, including several newcomers from the northern region, who nodded in acknowledgement, their presence granting them the honor to hold their heads high in front of newcomers from other areas. The accumulation of points and discounts only heightened their understanding of these benefits. Although many did not comprehend why the two had yet to appear on the Earth rankings, they were acutely aware of Su Qingyao's absolute strength. Yu Luo and Su Qingyao also nodded slightly in return, and several younger girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. Newcomers from other regions regarded them with complex emotions. It would be unreasonable to resent them, especially since their strongest had been defeated. With no honor and no points to enjoy, some from the eastern region even harbored a desire to defect to the northern region, secretly blaming the three for their lack of performance. Though they dared only to voice such grievances in their minds, the two entered the cave and navigated through the crowd. Su Qingyao assertively enveloped herself and Yu Luo in a layer of barrier radiating a chilling aura, preventing anyone from touching them. Some boys, undeterred, pretended to be shoved and attempted to poke Su Qingyao's outer garment, only to have their fingers turn purple and contort in pain. Everyone gathered. We shall commence in 15 minutes. An instructor, his expression stern and at the early stage of the Pingtian realm, stood atop the stone platform in the small plaza, observing the two individuals who stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Enveloped in a protective barrier, I felt a profound sense of helplessness. After all, these two were explicitly designated by the vice dean for special attention. Their peculiarities, such as a distaste for physical contact, were trifling matters. And among the new students, they possessed the confidence to be proud that I was well aware of the intentions of those young students. They merely admired the attractive appearances of others, hoping to seize a fleeting advantage amidst the chaos. Adjacent to the stone platform where the instructor stood, two stone staircases led to the four circular teleportation arrays glowing with resplendent mystical light behind the platform. The instructor closed his eyes in anticipation, while Yuluo and Su Qingyao busily searched for Jiang Wanwan. The striking white hair of Jiang Wanwan was soon spotted by Yuluo, as she sat cross-legged on a small circular platform beneath the left wall of the cave. The two approached, and Jiang Wanwan, seizing Su Qingyao, pulled her away from Yuluo. Yuluo shrugged in resignation and also settled down, gently closing her eyes. The two girls seemed to be whispering to each other, and I had no interest in eavesdropping. At some point in their conversation, Su Qingyao's complexion flushed a rosy hue, her ears tinged with a slight red. Fortunately, they faced the wall, hidden from prying eyes. Otherwise, a portion of the new students would have indulged their eyes. Here, Qingyao, this is for you. Jiang Wanwan, looking pleased at Su Qingyao's rosy cheeks, took out a veil and handed it to her. Su Qingyao nodded, donning the veil. There were no regulations against concealing one's face within the academy. All right, the 10-realm secret realm is about to commence, so I will outline the rules. The instructor's deep voice reverberated throughout the cave. The 10-realm secret realm consists of 12 trials. The first trial involves beasts at the initial stage of the body refinement realm. The second trial features beasts at the mid-stage, and so on. The final trial presents a beast at the peak of the spirit concentration realm, which I do not recommend you challenge. From my perspective, the current new students, those of lesser talent, have only reached the mid-stage of the body refinement realm, while those of average aptitude have attained the early to mid-stage of the initial realm. Only Jiang Wanwan, with her exceptional talent, has entered the early stage of the spirit concentration realm, and she can defeat those at the mid-stage of the initial realm with her complete mastery of the initial realm. As for Yuluo and Su Qingyao, I cannot gauge their capabilities, and I am curious to see where their limits lie. The rewards primarily consist of points, supplemented by rare treasures. Students who succeed in the body refinement realm will earn 2,000 points and 2,000 years worth of high-grade treasures. Those who complete the initial realm will receive 4,000 points and 1,000 years worth of mid-grade treasures. The rewards for the spirit concentration realm are particularly substantial: 8,000 points and 2,000 years worth of high-grade treasures. Completing the mid-stage will grant a choice of a high-grade technique. For each small realm conquered, a reward of 1/4 is given. Clearing 2 grants half, and each major realm comprises 4 small realms. Do you all understand? Yuluo smacked her lips. Compared to points, she valued the treasures more highly. After all, the last time she purchased a 1,000-year-old frost spirit flower at a 10% discount, it still cost her 7,200 points. For 2,000 years worth, she estimated it would require over 10,000 points to acquire, indicating the Academy's willingness to invest heavily. The new students nodded repeatedly, signaling their comprehension. Additionally, entry must be in one's true form. Severe injuries will result in being teleported back, with scores calculated based on the last completed trial. The consumption of pills and any form of cheating is strictly prohibited, with instructors monitoring at all times. All right, prepare to begin. The new students lined up by region, with Yuluo and her companions standing at the front of the leftmost queue, voluntarily allowing the 3 of them to proceed first. As the 4 teleportation arrays radiated mystical light, the instructor promptly declared, "Commence." Yuluo was the first to step into the array, followed closely by Su Qingyao, and then Jiang Wanwan, accustomed to the teleportation arrays. Yuluo gently closed her eyes, and after a moment of spatial turbulence, she found herself on solid ground. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she was in a forest, facing a beast exuding the aura of the initial stage of the body refinement realm. A surge of energy burst forth from her, and the beast collapsed in response. A small teleportation array materialized in the center of the arena. Yuluo quickly understood. This was a teleportation array leading to the next trial area. And she stepped into it. The environment shifted to a desert, and another beast's aura emerged ahead, prompting her to repeat the previous actions. She continued this pattern until reaching the peak of the initial realm. Only then did she gather her wits. Facing a colossal beast, the golden-horned rhinoceros, assessing her surroundings, she realized she was situated on a small island amidst a vast ocean that appeared each trial's environment varied. Were she in a volcanic area, it would provide subtle enhancements and restorative effects to her energy. With a swift motion, she activated her thunderstep, rapidly closing the distance. The golden-horned rhinoceros sensed the presence of a human and opened its blood-red eyes. Charging forward. Previously, Yuluo had struggled against a complete initial realm adversary, but now, boom! The golden-horned rhinoceros was sent flying by her sheer force, crashing violently to the ground. An enraged roar echoed as it quickly regained its footing. Desperately searching for Yuluo but unable to locate her. Above it, Yuluo hung upside down, her wrist flicking to summon the twin flames. Heavenly Flame Sword Technique, 2nd level. Burning Sea. She descended from the sky. And by the time the golden-horned rhinoceros sensed her presence, it was already too late. With one stroke, she cleaved through its thick hide, severing its spine. The golden-horned rhinoceros let out a mournful wail before collapsing into nothingness. The instructor, seated on the stone platform, observed the projection displayed on the jade tablet. Watching Yuluo swiftly dispatch the golden-horned rhinoceros, he nodded repeatedly. I wonder how far she can go in the spirit concentration realm. Meanwhile, all the upperclassmen watching were equally intrigued. They were only concerned with the top 3 new students, finding little else of interest. Some senior girls laughed. Look at how impressive junior Yuluo is. Isn't she? I told you, didn't I? Hee. Indeed, she's quite charming, but don't get too infatuated. I want you to focus on her strength. Look at the second one. That's his girlfriend, Gong Xianyan, expressionless as he observed Yuluo's battle projection. Mused to himself, slaying a complete initial realm beast at the mid-stage. Such skills pose no threat to me. After all, I am at the peak of the spirit concentration realm. Once the 10 realms secret realm concludes, I might need to teach him a lesson. Upon stepping into the teleportation array, the surroundings transformed into a snowy expanse. This environment was suited for Su Cheng, but Yuluo still had the leisure to ponder these thoughts when suddenly, a pair of eyes from a hidden beast in the snow snapped open. Appearing to be nonchalant, she had already sensed the stirrings beneath the snow. She feigned closing her eyes, as if in recovery. While her energy quietly circulated within her, a large, pure white cat suddenly leapt from the snow, its claws aiming directly for Yuluo's throat. Instantly, she opened her eyes, summoning a massive fire lotus accompanied by rumbling thunder from her hand. Hurling it towards the snow shadow leopard, still mid-attack, the leopard, taken aback by the rapid response of this human, found it too late to evade. Boom! The fire lotus exploded beneath its belly, followed by a series of smaller explosions. Confounded, the snow shadow leopard wondered why the fire lotus had traveled so swiftly. It was flung through the air, and upon landing, a bloody hole appeared in its underbelly before Yuluo's eyes. This power surpassed even the Heavenly Flame Sword technique by several folds. It was her first time employing the 9 Hells Thunder in combat. This technique possessed multiple forms, with the Red Lotus being merely one. Yuluo slightly closed her eyes, realizing that the 9 Hells Thunder had consumed over half of her internal energy. She anticipated that using it again would leave her nearly depleted. Great power came with significant consumption. And she sighed in resignation, now understanding the formidable foundation Jiang Nuan possessed. That Heavenly Frost Shadow Sea had not left her breath unstable even after 2 uses in the Immortal Spirit sect. Thanks to the effects of her 72 meridians, her previously expended energy gradually recovered. With her chosen techniques at the ready, Yuluo turned her attention to the small teleportation array. Her target was the mid-stage of the spirit concentration realm. To assess whether she could handle the late stage, she needed to observe the mid-stage beasts. If she could defeat them easily, she would consider advancing. However, should she find herself struggling against even the mid-stage, it would be prudent to refrain, as returning severely injured would undoubtedly upset Su Qingyao. After regaining her composure, Yuluo stepped into the trial of the mid-stage spirit concentration realm. This time, she was fully alert. Her energy operating at full throttle, she found herself once again on an island, and upon seeing the guardian beast, her lips curled slightly. You again, the Xianjin bear, the first source of points during the entrance examination. However, this one was unlike the previous beast from the body refinement realm. This magnificent creature is a mid-stage Xianjin bear, a formidable presence whose size dwarfs that of the body-refining stage bear, which now appears as a mere cub in comparison. The Xianjin bear lies in repose, seemingly slumbering, but after a mere 2 breaths, its eyes snap open. Featherfall, seizing the moment, employs the thunderstep technique to close the distance rapidly. Aiming to take the initiative, solar eruption, a sphere of primal fire, akin to a miniature sun, gathers with astounding speed and hurtles towards the bear's head. The Xianjin bear effortlessly raises its forepaws to block the attack. The fire erupts, resulting in a minor wound upon its paw. I am eager to witness just how resilient this bear truly is. Featherfall swiftly darts to the side, but the bear, enraged, swiftly lifts its paw to strike back. Featherfall contemplates whether he can withstand the force of the bear head-on, renowned for its might. Supreme Spirit Technique. Hell's Fist. In an instant, flames of a deep obsidian hue envelop Featherfall's right hand, the spectral flames intensifying as he charges at the Xianjin bear. The impact resonates like thunder as man and beast collide. Featherfall stumbles back 5 steps, while the bear is pushed back 10. Roaring in fury, the Xianjin bear's forepaws shimmer with a golden glow before it strikes down once more. Featherfall, harnessing his energy, performs a graceful roll in midair, evading the attack. Burning Heaven Sword Technique. Second layer, Sea of Flames. In the air, Featherfall wields his sword, cleaving towards the bear. The clash of metal rings out as his blade strikes the bear's forepaw, sending shockwaves through him. The recoil reverberates within him, making him feel as though the tides of a tempest are crashing inside. At this moment, an epiphany strikes Featherfall. The elusive third layer of the Burning Heaven Sword Technique seems to reveal its method to him. Burning Heaven. He bellows as he channels nearly 30% of his energy through his meridians into the sword, delivering a devastating strike towards the Xianjin bear from afar. The bear senses the impending danger, but, consumed by rage, refuses to retreat, its golden aura deepening as it attempts to intercept the lethal sword energy. The blade descends, the paw shatters, the bear, with a thunderous roar, raises its forelimbs in a futile defense. Boom! The Xianjin bear is felled, yet its life force remains tenaciously intact. Featherfall, gathering the remnants of his energy, channels it into his hands. Ninth Hell Thunder. Wing Slash. A blazing wing materializes, crackling with violet lightning. Featherfall expends every ounce of his strength, causing 3 radiant star-like points to appear upon him. What is this? A dual attribute of fire and thunder at the 3rd tier. The instructor bellows in astonishment as several new students, either retreating or being teleported out due to injuries, are taken aback by the outburst. As those resting with closed eyes hear the instructor's roar, they are momentarily stunned, only to behold the projection before him. The blazing wing, even as a mere projection, sends chills through them. The fiery wing descends upon the Xianjin bear, which can only watch helplessly as it strikes downward. The massive creature is cleaved cleanly in 2, while Featherfall plummets from the sky. Coughing, he realizes this may reveal him, collapsing onto the ground, aware that the battle was projected in full view. And as the top new student, he would undoubtedly attract significant attention in the outside world. Directly before Wan Fuyan lies Featherfall's projection. This young man possesses dual attributes, concealing his true potential. It is known that he lacks dual attributes, not just in Kanglan continent, but across the entire Lanfeng star. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. The Academy head, Jiang Nuanyuan, and now Featherfall. If he remembers correctly, both the head of Luyang Academy and the top of the heavenly ranking possess dual attributes. Meanwhile, Gong Xinyan, filled with fury, abruptly shuts off the projection, trembling with rage. Why does he have dual attributes when I do not? Why does Su Qingyao favor him? Gong Xuanyan's usual composure shatters, his expression contorted with malice as he bellows. Disregarding his image, his subordinates would surely find this unfamiliar sight disconcerting. Jealousy distorts one's visage. Continuous setbacks leave him feeling inferior to Featherfall in every aspect, save for cultivation. This gnawing realization is what troubles him most. Given Featherfall's current performance, if he were to enter the mid-stage of the concentration realm, Gong Xinyan would have no means to contend with him. After his outburst, he forcibly inhales deeply, attempting to regain his composure. It seems he must confront Featherfall before he fully matures, crush him while he remains vulnerable. Ultimately, Featherfall chooses to continue his challenge, daring to confront the mid-stage Xianjin bear with his mid-stage Yuan initial realm strength. Under different circumstances, he might not have to exert himself so greatly. Featherfall believes that the ninth Hell Thunder could assist him in slaying a late-stage concentration realm beast, though the only drawback is the immense energy consumption. However, he is tempted by rare treasures. The mid-tier ones are already a millennium old, while the late tier could be as much as 1,500 years, suitable for preparing for Su Qingyao, despite their recent breakthroughs. They could gradually cultivate, waiting for a few months until they are ready to break through before utilizing them. As Featherfall gradually restores his energy with no time constraints, he aims to regain his peak state before assessing whether to engage with a late-stage beast of the concentration realm. Should a robust Earth-type beast appear, he may find himself truly outmatched. Unbeknownst to him during his recovery, Su Qingyao and Zhang Nuanyuan have already concluded their battles. Su Qingyao's arena is also an island where the ocean within 10 miles has transformed into impenetrable ice. And before her stands a colossal ice sculpture housing a blazing red mammoth. In contrast, Zhang Nuanyuan's battlefield is even more terrifying, a massive scar etched across the ice plain, so deep that even a blizzard cannot fill it. The guardian beast, the scale-horn steed, has long been reduced to ashes. Both have successfully completed 12 challenges, rendering all observing upperclassmen speechless, whether it was Su Qingyao's technique that enveloped the surroundings in ice fog, revealing 9 dazzling stars, or Zhang Nuanyuan's dual-hued eyes transforming into one sky blue and one deep blue. They come to a realization. Should these 3 continue to grow over the next year or 2, they will undoubtedly become the most radiant figures in Aurora Academy. The top 10 of the heavenly ranking remain uninterested. To them, watching the antics of these new students is less appealing than dedicating themselves to cultivation, lest they be surpassed by some rival, or to prepare for the academy competition. Typically, upon their return, others inform them of the happenings during their absence. After a period, Featherfall finally completes his recovery, determined to resolve the situation swiftly. Time is of the essence. As Su Qingyao may have already emerged, and he cannot allow her to wait anxiously. Veil of Heaven technique. Featherfall recalls this, opting to conceal himself from the start, waiting for the opportune moment. Upon entering the teleportation array, Featherfall refrains from activating his energy immediately, instead carefully ensuring he makes no sound. His previous mistake of revealing his energy to the Xianjin bear had been costly. He observes his surroundings, finding himself within a volcanic realm. The solidified lava forming the ground beneath his feet. The guardian beast here is an ice crystal deer, its crystalline spikes chaotic yet reflecting the glaring sunlight. Fortune smiles upon me. Featherfall feels a surge of exhilaration, as both the environment and the beast are decidedly in his favor. The ice crystal deer excels at burrowing underground to form icy spikes for ambushes, and its call carries a soul-affecting attack. Presently, the deer lies prone, seemingly in slumber. Perhaps due to the challenge mechanism, all beasts within the trial grounds only awaken upon sensing an intruder. Featherfall gradually ascends into the air, activating his technique. Ninth Hell Thunder, Wing Slash. This time, he prepares a pair of blazing wings, his meridians fully opened, his eyes transforming into a mesmerizing red and purple. Just as his presence is about to be revealed, 2 blazing wings solidify. With his energy completely expended, with his final reserves of strength, Featherfall swings his arms downward toward the ice crystal deer. The deer, sensing the disturbance, opens its eyes just in time to witness the intersection of the 2 blazing wings crashing down upon it. The fiery wings not only embody the ferocity of fire, but also the swiftness of thunder. The combined onslaught of the 2 was nothing short of formidable. With a single call of the deer, the ice crystal deer was swiftly severed of all its vitality, dissipating into the ether before it even had a chance to rise. This scene was particularly striking for Su Qingyao and Zhang Nuan, who had just emerged. The former's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with starlight, instantly filled with his silhouette. Zhang Nuan nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the folly of underestimating Yulua. Otherwise, one might find themselves unaware of the manner of their demise. I withdrew. As Yulua descended, he picked up the jade tablet, and beside him, a teleportation array materialized. With the departure of the last individual, the array gradually faded away. The moment Yulua emerged, Su Qingyao hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Immediately sensing his frailty and removing his veil, applause erupted in the small square. As Yulua turned to look, he saw that the majority of the new students were cheering and clapping for the 3 of them. Sister Yao and Sister Nuan, unmatched in both strength and beauty. Brother Luo, so valiant and majestic. Su Qingyao, I am your devoted follower. The person who shouted this caused a momentary silence among those nearby, leaving the three of them both amused and exasperated. Then I must be Jiang Nuan's loyal dog. Brother Luo is so handsome. Sob, sob, sob. Ha ha, Sister Yao smiled. The mentor, observing this scene, could not help but smile and join in the applause for the trio. After the waves of cheers subsided, the mentor felt compelled to suppress the cacophony. Congratulations to the top 3 new students. I believe your talents may very well be the strongest we have ever seen among newcomers. Yuluo, with a score reflecting the late stage of the concentration realm, would receive 6,000 points, along with a high-grade spiritual material worth 1,500 years and a set of self-selected high-grade spiritual techniques. Su Qingyao, having achieved perfection in the concentration realm, would garner 8,000 points, along with a high-grade spiritual material worth 2,000 years and a set of self-selected high-grade spiritual techniques. Jiang Nuan, also at perfection in the concentration realm. That concludes the scores for the top 10. The remaining students can proceed to the Hall of Points to claim their rewards according to the information on their jade tablets. The mentor glanced at the information in hand. Aside from the 3 of them, there was 1 from the White Tiger Battle Zone, 1 from the Vermilion Bird Battle Zone, and 2 from the Azure Dragon Battle Zone who had passed the early trials of the concentration realm. The rest were at various stages of the primordial realm. All new students bowed to the mentor in farewell and exited in an orderly fashion. Surrounding Yuluo and the others was a throng of admirers. But those who had been shouting about being someone's dog now fell silent, for they had come to realize the intimidating aura of the 2 women. Those who had previously sought to take advantage had quietly dispersed. Instead, what remained were gazes of admiration directed towards the trio, unifying in their awe. After all, these 3 newcomers shone brilliantly, compelling even some of the older students to temper their disdain for newcomers. Previously, many new students had endured the oppression of older students, being forced to surrender their points, and could only seethe in silence, relegated to sleeping at the fringes without points, upon exiting the cave. They made their way to the Hall of Points, with Su Qingyao taking the initiative to hold Yuluo's hand, while Jiang Nuan walked ahead. Yet, as they progressed halfway, a figure accompanied by several unfamiliar individuals blocked their path. It was Gong Xianyan. Hello, I am Gong Xianyan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Junior Yuluo. Unlike before, he was not hysterical but donned a more typical expression. Yuluo furrowed his brow, seemingly not recognizing him. Hello, Senior Gong. May I ask what brings you here? Yuluo replied politely. Nothing much. I merely wish to commend Junior Yuluo for your remarkable performance in the 10 Realms Secret Realm. The individuals behind me are eager to spar with you, Gong Xianyan said with a smile. Devoid of any malice, in truth, the individuals behind him were arranged by him, and if Yuluo agreed, it would provide an opportunity to incapacitate him, but if not, he would bide his time for future chances, as it would not be unusual for a student to perish during the Academy's grand competition. However, it was paramount that this transpire away from Su Qingyao's gaze. At the very least, he could not be the one to strike. Though he yearned to do so personally, Yuluo was about to respond when Su Qingyao's cold voice interjected, stepping forward on his behalf. This was the first time Gong Xianyan had heard her voice, and the fact that she was speaking for Yuluo rendered his expression momentarily stiff before he quickly regained his composure. Gong Xianyan's changing demeanor did not escape Jiang Nuan's notice, and after a moment's contemplation, she deduced the underlying tension. Indeed, I had not considered that. Gong Xianyan nodded nonchalantly. Let us discuss this another time. I am currently ranked 22nd on the heavenly list, and if Junior Yuluo has any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to seek me out. With a smile, Gong Xianyan then led his companions towards the senior student area. Yuluo watched his retreating figure, sensing an uncomfortable aura. He encountered me in the primordial realm, and I never exchanged a word with him, yet he clings to me like a stubborn adhesive. Su Qingyao whispered softly to Yuluo. Although she had not mentioned it before, she felt it unnecessary. Yet now that he had sought her out, she felt compelled to address it. I understand that I will be cautious, Yuluo replied. Acknowledging the situation, he would need to acclimate to this. Oh, how do you plan to handle this individual? Should I go and give him a good stab? Jiang Nuan's brows arched, for both Yuluo and Su Qingyao were her friends, and she could not abide such petty machinations. It is best to remain vigilant within the academy. Adhering to the rules, Yuluo said with a wry smile, if he wishes to overreach, I shall not hesitate to respond, he contemplated, recognizing that although he had not yet mastered the perfection of the concentration realm, he was not intimidated. Moreover, once he reached perfection in the primordial realm, such a petty individual would pose no threat. With that, the three continued on their way, yet their news spread rapidly in a brief span of time. In the senior student area, a tall and graceful girl leaned against the window, seemingly lost in thought. Sister Ran, I've brought the intel, a boy's voice called from behind her. If Yulaw were present, he would recognize him as Yunju, whom he had met in the arena at that moment. She turned, her red lips parting slightly. Speak. Just as you predicted, the top three newcomers are each extraordinary, particularly Su Qingyao. Yunju recounted what he had observed and heard. Su Qingyao possesses a 9th-tier ice vein and, at the late stage of the primordial realm, managed to slay a beast at the peak of the concentration realm. This is indeed verifiable. The senior students on the heavenly list will surely be unsettled by this news. Yulaw is equally gifted at the mid-stage of the primordial realm, yet capable of defeating a concentration realm beast at the late stage, albeit under circumstances that allowed him to strike without detection. He possesses both fire and lightning veins. While outwardly appearing to be merely 3rd tier, he emanates an aura of profound depth, and Jiang Nuan, with her ice and water veins, at the 6th tier, that single strike could likely surpass even Chu Tian. With these three, it would not be long before significant upheaval occurred on the heavenly list. Yunju sighed, reflecting that it had only been 3 months since he last encountered Yulaw, yet now he had already reached the strength to slay beasts at the late stage of the concentration realm. Though he himself was nearing a breakthrough to the concentration realm, he understood that he could scarcely endure 3 exchanges with Yulaw. How about it? My judgment has always been astute, hasn't he it? Yin Ranran smiled. Indeed, your perception remains as sharp as ever. I had even considered questioning it earlier. Haha, Yunju replied, a flicker of affection hidden in his gaze. He had once attempted to muster the courage to express his feelings, but the cold elegance of her eyes made him retreat, fearing that such an admission would shatter even their current camaraderie. Sister Ran, what shall we do now? Yunju inquired. Let us find an opportunity to invite them over for a visit. That Chu Tian always boasts of his disdain for women, does he not? I may not be able to contend with him, but Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuan certainly can, Yin Ranran stated disdainfully, clearly harboring a strong aversion to Chu Tian's condescension towards women. What does it matter that he has reached perfection in the concentration realm? The upcoming expedition to seek Spirit Mountain will include all members of the Earth list and the top newcomers. The 10 Realms Secret Realm is the most direct display of a newcomer's strength. As Yulaw made his way, he picked up the Jade Tablet to review the rankings of the Heavenly and Earth lists. Heavenly List, 1st place, Su Qianan, early stage of the Xianqing realm. Yulaw inhaled sharply, recalling the words of her younger brother, Su Qiu, who was merely 2 years her junior and had awakened his abilities a year earlier than she did. This meant he had an additional year of cultivation time. Is this the privilege of those raised in the resource-rich Aurora Academy? He had already reached the Xianqing realm, and his gaze towards the 2nd place made one feel a sense of suffocation on their behalf. Despite his diligent efforts, he found himself perpetually in pursuit. 2nd on the heavenly rankings, Qi Bifan, at the pinnacle of the late Yuanwu realm, he had yet to achieve completeness, and the gap had widened. The last time they had met, it had merely been a small boundary apart. Yulaw felt a twinge of indignation for this elder brother. She then turned her attention to the next contender. 3rd on the heavenly rankings, Elan, also at the pinnacle of the late Yuanwu realm. It seemed curious that 2 of the top 3 were girls. It almost felt reminiscent of the freshman rankings. Yulaw scratched her head while observing the 2 girls chatting amiably in front of her. She soon noticed that Yu Tingchuan, who had previously held the 10th position on the heavenly rankings, had now ascended to 6th, while Tian Xin had plummeted from 6th to 10th. The competition was fierce. Speaking of which, both Qingyao and I had yet to participate in the Earth rankings. Once we collect the heavenly materials and treasures, we shall take a moment to rest, and then give it a try tomorrow. Yulaw cast a glance at the nearly visible score hall and quickened her pace to catch up. As the 3 entered, a mentor promptly approached them, for they were strikingly prominent, being the top 3 freshmen and frequently seen together. Follow me, the mentor instructed. Yulaw regarded his Jade Tablet. Qi Chu, early phase of the Ping Tian realm. Mentor of the score hall. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Mentor Qi, Yulaw said, bowing respectfully. Haha, No trouble at all. Chi-Chu waved his hand and led them deeper into a secluded chamber. Upon entering, Yulua, being in a region designated for 1,500 years, had to temporarily part ways with the two girls. She made her way towards the ice element section with an ease born of familiarity, as the layout of each chamber was quite similar. Mipai, it's time to get to work. Which one? Yulua called out internally, preferring to let the ancient relic Mingpai choose, rather than dawdling herself. Mingpai, after a silent scan, it identified a match for Su Qingyao. Third row, second from the right, Peach Blossom Frost. Yulua immediately headed to the designated spot and decisively made her choice AS for breaking through from the Yuan Chu realm to the Ningxin realm. That would likely require purchasing with points. Fortunately, aside from the 3,450 points deducted for accommodation, the 1,450 points spent in the Tianhua realm, and the 7,002 points used for the deep cold feather flower, along with the 2,000 points spent on a technique for Qingyao and the 6,000 for the Mandarin duck twin swords, he had entered school with 10,000 points, earned 20,000 from the freshman competition, and added 6,000 just now, leaving him with a little over 15,000. Reflecting on the relatively low price of the Mandarin duck twin swords, it was likely due to the rarity of finding individuals with similar auras. Even twins might not achieve the same synergy as he and Su Qingyao. In essence, he had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. Yulua then approached Mentor Chi, who was slightly taken aback by her swift choice. Typically, students would take a quarter of an hour, if not longer, to navigate these areas. Shall I wait for them here? Yulua asked. Standing aside, Chi-Chu noted that even in the presence of a formidable Pingtian realm expert, Yulua's aura remained undisturbed, and her respect for him seemed devoid of fear. This child is destined for greatness. Chi-Chu mused inwardly. Shortly thereafter, the two girls emerged, and after confirming their selections, Chi-Chu inquired, "And the techniques? We'll return tomorrow to choose with Qingyao," Yulua replied promptly. Jiang Wanwan nodded in agreement, indicating her alignment with their decision. "Understood. Come find me at noon tomorrow," he instructed, and the three exited the grand score hall together. "Shall we head back? The sky has darkened somewhat," Yulua suggested to the two girls. "Brother," Su Qingyao extended her delicate hand towards him, and Yulua naturally grasped it. "You too," Jiang Wanwan protested, feigning the act of drawing her sword. "Haha, Qingyao, let us make a run for it," Yulua exclaimed, pulling her along as they dashed away, eliciting a chorus of melodious laughter from Su Qingyao. Tisich, Jiang Wanwan, though not genuinely drawing her sword, wore a playful smile as she pursued them at a similar pace. The trio soon arrived back, where Su Qingyao and Jiang Wanwan bid farewell before entering the cave dwelling with Yulua. "Speaking of which, I haven't checked the Earth rankings yet. Let me take a look," Yulua said, settling on the edge of the bed and picking up the jade tablet. Su Qingyao, seizing the opportunity, leaned on his back, tilting her head to rest on his shoulder as they perused together. Yulua's heart raced unexpectedly. The softness against his back left him somewhat flustered. Taking a deep breath, he forced his focus back to the jade tablet. This little girl has certainly grown up. First on the Earth rankings, Chu Tian, at the pinnacle of the Ningxin realm. Second, Mo Sun, in the late Ningxin realm. Third, Yan Ranran, also in the late Ningxin realm. Fourth, Chu Tong, late Ningxin realm. Fifth, Sito Lanqin, late Ningxin realm. Sixth, Qi Qi, late Ningxin realm. Seventh, Shan Qingyi, late Ningxin realm. Eighth, Wu Sandao, late Ningxin realm. Ninth, Ning Chang, mid Ningxin realm. 10th, Mu Siqiu, mid Ningxin realm. Yulua observed that, compared to 3 months prior, the average rank had increased by a small boundary. Given his and Su Qingyao's strengths, he anticipated he could challenge the second position, and if Su Qingyao wished, even the first was within reach. "Qingyao, which position do you wish to challenge?" Yulua inquired. "I would like to aim for the top 10 first. Maybe that Wu Sandao," Su Qingyao replied, her beautiful eyes half closed. "Then I shall select the 4th position. I am not particularly interested in the top 3 for now." Yulua glanced at the rankings, deciding to keep a low profile for the time being and secure a place in the top 10. Since they were not on the Earth rankings, it meant that those they defeated would directly drop off the list. "Qingyao, it's time for you to go up. Prepare for your bath," Yulua said gently. "Feeling a bit overwhelmed that I asked that your way of saying you find me bothersome?" Su Qingyao tossed a playful question over her shoulder, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could that be? I simply feel a bit fatigued and need to rest early today," Yulua replied, his demeanor slightly awkward. "All right, It is indeed time to rest early. After all, I have exhausted my energy today. Su Qingyao pondered for a moment before gracefully dismounting from his back. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered in a voice that seemed to resonate from her very soul. Brother, remember to rest early. Don't tire yourself out. Upon hearing her gentle murmur, Yulua felt a warmth enveloping his soul. Fear not, Qingyao. Tomorrow, I shall return to you revitalized. Yulua lifted her up, and she allowed him to hold her. Wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering with affection as they locked onto his face. After carrying her upstairs and placing her on the soft, plush bed, he playfully pinched her cheek. I shall head downstairs now. You must also rest early. We have already made significant progress in our cultivation. It's wise to take some time to relax, Yulua said reluctantly as he made his way downstairs. Back on the lower level, Yulua donned a bathrobe and slowly settled into the water basin. Habitually, he picked up the Ming pie and began to wipe it down with a heated towel. Ever since he learned that the relic housed the remnant soul of an elder, he had maintained this practice daily. Aside from his cultivation, it was one of the few things he could do for that elder, aside from ensuring his own safety and not disturbing the remnant soul. Min Qinglong gazed intently at the projection of Su Qingyao, the 9 stars igniting tumultuous waves in his heart, for such a presence ought not to exist in this world. Shaowan, Fu Xing. By Su, he murmured. 3 figures materialized behind him, 2 men and 1 woman, namely Wan Fai, Yu Fuxing, and Bai Xu. Yu Fuxing, Vice President of the Aurora Academy, mid-phase of the Doer Realm, 7th stage water pulse. Bai Su, Vice President of the Aurora Academy, mid-phase of the Doer Realm, 7th stage wood pulse. President, Xiao Wan, extend the observation period by 6 months that if there are no issues within a year, we can withdraw. Keep an eye on the Academy. I shall make a trip back to the Star Realm. Without waiting for a response, he tore open a spatial rift and stepped inside. It has been a long time since I have seen the President so anxious. One of them remarked. Yu Fuxing gazed at the lingering spatial rift and sighed. 9th tier. To be honest, I was quite taken aback. Little Wan, is this the young lady that the former dean instructed you to observe? The woman on the right wore a light green garment brimming with the essence of life. The reason everyone referred to Wan Fai as Little Wan was that he was over 300 years younger than Bai Su. Yu Fuxing and Min Qinglong. Is indeed this young girl, along with that lad named Yulua. This girl had always seemed to possess a profound sense of awareness. She may not have exerted her full strength, perhaps even concealing her true capabilities at this very moment. Wan Fai lamented. The source of her power is deeply concealed within her body, such that even a practitioner at the crossing tribulation stage cannot forcibly delve into it. Had I known this earlier, I would have approached our mission with greater seriousness. Rather than rushing over after Yulua activated the Academy's Jade token, he was supposed to accompany them the entire way. Yet when the 3 entered the ruins, he found himself unable to follow and thus occupied himself in the vicinity. However, when Yulua utilized the command token, he sensed something amiss. An invisible domain unfolded before him, and he dared not approach even from dozens of miles away. Based on his judgment, should he intrude, he would likely be immobilized. Upon later observing Yulua and the others, he recognized that the 3 little rascals were behind the disturbance. As for the subsequent predicament faced by the 3 children trapped within the barrier, Wan Fai had been an onlooker throughout. He would not intervene unless it was a matter of life and death, as he wished to witness the extent of the children's potential. In situations of life and death, the darker aspects of human nature are most easily awakened, such as betrayal of friends or even family. Yet, the performance of Yulua and his companions remained impeccable, truly flawless. Even when faced with peril, Yulua never considered sacrificing the 2 girls, nor did the girls contemplate abandoning Yulua to flee on their own. In the kingdom of Huaxing, Xinguang Prefecture, within the imperial palace, dusk had begun to envelop the sky. A middle-aged man, clad in a dark dragon robe, his features sharp and striking, emanating a formidable aura, was seated in meditation upon a piece of inferior-grade black jade. This man was Qin Tian, the emperor of the kingdom of Huaxing, at the early stages of the Ping Tian realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes and rose to his feet, having sensed an unusual presence. In an instant, he recognized the owner of that aura, having encountered them many years prior. Min, your unexpected visit is quite a surprise, he said. Qin Tian hastened towards the palace door, which was being held open by Min Qinglong. Elder Min, what brings you here? Qin Tian inquired with a hint of astonishment, before bowing in respect as a junior. Your return to Huaxing has indeed brought me considerable delight. Min Qinglan waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for excessive formalities. Oh, what do you mean by that? Qin Tian's brow furrowed as he pondered, recalling two young individuals he had sent over approximately half a year ago. I have come merely to greet you. It would be remiss of me to enter Huaxing without prior notification. No need for concern. I am well aware, Qin Tian replied, shaking his head rapidly. From this year forth, Aurora Academy will annually provide a batch of resources to the kingdom of Huaxing, though 30% must be allocated to the Su family. Min Qinglan's words widened Qin Tian's eyes in astonishment. That I understand, Elder Min, Qin Tian said, bowing deeply in acknowledgement that I shall take my leave. Min Qinglan nodded and gradually vanished from sight. Qin Tian remained in place, murmuring to himself, what peculiar little monster has the Su family produced? He then reflected carefully that it seemed that he would have to take Westgate Ondao more seriously. Had it not been for Westgate Ondao's request, the two young individuals might well have been lost in this small kingdom of Huixing, the Inju prefecture. At the Su family residence, Min Qinglan hovered above. Attuned to the local energy, Su Jun had just finished his dinner and was about to invite Chu Xinliu for a stroll, as the children were not at home, leaving the two of them with little to do apart from discuss matters concerning the trading association. Glancing up inadvertently, he caught sight of a figure suspended in midair. Su Jun's heart skipped a beat, for although he could see the figure, he sensed not a trace of aura, indicating that this being's cultivation far surpassed his own. May I inquire who you are? Su Jun halted abruptly, cupping his hands in greeting to the figure above. Do not be alarmed. You must be Su Qingyao's father. The voice, calm and soothing, seemed to resonate right before Su Jun. Despite the figure remaining aloft, in the next instant, Min Qinglan had already set foot within the Su residence. My surname is Min. You may call me Dean Min, from Aurora Academy. At this moment, Su Jun was utterly bewildered. The Dean of Aurora Academy? Why would he come to see him? Was something amiss with the children? His heart raced with anxiety. There is no need for worry. Your children are all well. I am here to gain a better understanding of Su Qingyao and Yulaw. With a subtle shift in his gaze, two projections materialized before Su Jun. Upon hearing this, Su Jun gradually exhaled. Having feared the worst, his heart settled somewhat, as he noted the dean's voice possessed a calming effect. Su Jun recognized the projections immediately as those of his daughter and Yulaw. Quick, Xinliu, come here. There is news about the children, he called out to the parlor. Chu Xinliu rushed over in haste, her attention drawn solely to the projections. Not even noticing Min Qinglan's presence beside her, her eyes reddened instantly, for these must be the latest projections of the children. Their numerous images around the house had alleviated her longing. Please, come in and speak. Su Jun suddenly realized he had left their guests standing. Min Qinglan nodded slightly, and with a flick of his finger, the three of them found themselves in the parlor. What kind of ability is this? Su Jun marveled inwardly. Soon after, the three took their seats, and a maid gracefully presented tea. Min Qinglan placed the two projections before the couple. Only then did they begin to observe the projections seriously. The battle between Yuluo and the ice crystal deer, as well as Su Qingyao's combat against the crimson flame mammoth. Meanwhile, Min Qinglan quietly savored his tea. The children have grown, Su Jun remarked. Xinliu, look at Qingyao's expression. This is the first time we have seen her like this. Isn't it? She was rather restless at home, yet seems to have become so composed after her awakening. Chu Xinliu watched intently, while Su Jun clasped his hands towards Min Qinglan and inquired, Dean Min, may I ask what you wish to know? Do not be so formal. I merely wish to hear more about the childhood of the two children, Min Qinglan replied, taking a sip of tea before looking at Su Jun. Ah, I see. Then let me begin with their early years. Yulaw is not our biological child, but he is akin to one that he appeared in our courtyard when my wife was 7 months pregnant. Soon after, Qingyao was born, and Yulaw took on the role of her elder brother. The two of them played together frequently as children. Qingyao relied heavily on Yulaw, who never quarreled with her over candy or food. Most of the time, it was Qingyao who was being unreasonable. From the moment he could remember, Yulaw often protected her. Even when Qingyao caused trouble, she would drag Yuluo into taking the blame, which was the only time Yuluo ever told a lie, insisting it was all his doing. Yet Yuluo was undoubtedly very sensible. At 6 years old, he expressed a desire to assist me in the trading association, but I told him he was still too young for such matters and should instead focus on watching over Qingyao. After that, The two of them were nearly inseparable, sometimes even sleeping together. By the time Yulaw was 8, he began studying some records on elemental beasts and herbs, showing a keen interest in them. At 10 years old, when that boy from the Yin family attempted to bully Qingyao, Yulaw gave him a good thrashing, which was quite amusing when the Yin family came to demand an explanation. Then, starting from the age of 12, Yulaw began to train physically, while Qingyao delved into the study of flora. It wasn't until he was 14 that Yulaw unexpectedly awakened his abilities. At first, I thought it was an illusion, as we had measured their bone age and found that Yulaw was only about 5 months older than Qingyao. Min Qinglan listened attentively, gaining a foundational understanding of Yulaw and Su Qingyao. Information gathered from their parents was undoubtedly more credible than what he had previously learned through inquiries. Although he had conducted investigations before, they were based on third-party accounts, lacking the clarity and detail he now received. The two children were already betrothed before heading to the academy. I wonder if they have had any disputes, Su Jun reflected. There is no need for concern. These two children, despite stirring up quite a commotion, behave like young lovers in their everyday lives. Wherever Yulaw goes, Qingyao follows. A commotion. Su Jun seized upon this key point, inquiring further. Rest assured, they are now truly among the top 3 new students, and the depth of their talents and love is astonishing, prompting me to come personally. Having gained a clear understanding, Min did not wish to intrude any further. With that, Min Qinglan placed the projection stone upon the table, leaving it for the parents to attend to. Surely, there would be no sense of intrusion. Rather, it would be the academy that would be burdened with the care of the two children. Su Jun promptly rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. We merely provide resources and protection of identity. You need not worry. Min Qinglan refrained from mentioning that he had discreetly arranged for the vice dean to watch over them, believing that unless they faced life-threatening danger, it was best for the two children to confront challenges on their own. After all, youth must be tempered. As long as there is breath in their bodies, interference should be minimized, lest they become dependent and fearless in the face of adversity. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the academy and to you, esteemed Dean. Min Qinglan nodded in acknowledgement before his figure dissipated. He returned to the skies, and while Su Jun continued his ceaseless chatter, he discreetly assessed the cultivation levels and auras of the two children several times. Logically speaking, how could such unremarkable parents produce children whose talents were astonishing enough to leave even him, the mightiest of the Kanglan continent, somewhat taken aback? After this encounter, he gradually came to realize that the only variable was Yuluo's appearance in the Su family and their subsequent adoption of him. Moreover, Yuluo and Su Qingyao had grown up together, their auras intertwining seamlessly. Could it be the influence of Yuluo? Min Qinglan pondered. Yet why does Yuluo possess only a third-tier elemental vein? Meanwhile, Su Qingyao, simply by being in his company, has already attained the 7th tier and later ascended to the 9th tier upon entering the academy. He had not heard of anyone awakening at the 7th tier before. Shouldn't Yuluo be even more remarkable? He speculated that either external forces were intervening or it was a matter of Su Qingyao's extraordinary fortune. After much contemplation with no fruitful conclusions, he tore through space and returned to the Aurora Academy. After a refreshing bath, Yuluo could not resist stretching his arms wide, and with a flicker of his gaze, the moisture on his body and bathrobe evaporated rapidly. Tomorrow at noon, I shall select a cultivation method and assist Qingyao in her choice. That he mused to himself that with the existence of the life token, there was no need for him to expend points or elemental crystals to acquire techniques. Then, a thought struck him. Does the life token have any body refining techniques? Yes, that Yuluo suddenly recalled, almost forgetting that body refining techniques were exceptionally rare, to the point that he had yet to truly encounter one. Soon, 2 body refining methods materialized in his soul sea. Spirit level upper grade, Flame Demon body, Spirit level upper grade, Song Lei body. Point 1 method required the use of 53 meridians, while the other needed 60. I shall first cultivate the Flame Demon body. Yuluo examined the method, which was best practiced in a hot environment, utilizing natural elemental energy through the 53 meridians. Is that so? He then turned his attention to the other technique. His lips twitched slightly as he summarized, to be struck by lightning, and the more intense, the better. After stowing these thoughts away, he intended to ascend to inquire about Su Qingyao's chosen technique for the next day, so he could better assist her selection. Just as he was about to push the door open, He remembered it was evening and decided to knock instead. It would be rather awkward if she were in the midst of bathing. He tapped lightly on the stone door. Qingyao, do you wish to choose an internal method or a body refining technique for tomorrow? At that moment, Su Qingyao was unadorned, her flawless form ensconced in the warm spring. Startled by the sudden voice, she quickly realized it was Yu Luo outside. That do not come in. I shall choose an internal method. Oh, you need one, brother? Su Qingyao called out, raising her head towards the stone door. I do not require one. I have the life token. Let us settle on that. See you tomorrow. Qingyao, sleep early. With that, Yu Luo descended the stairs. Su Qingyao, feeling a sense of relief mixed with shyness, did not seal the door entirely. For Yu Luo was downstairs. Thus, she felt little sense of danger. Instead, she sealed the side and upper openings, casting a barrier within her room to prevent any soul probing. That why Yu Luo silently memorized the operating pathways of the body refining techniques and unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next day, Yu Luo awoke early and checked on Su Qingyao, who remained in deep sleep. Resigned, he ventured outside. Yes, they were in the first battle district. Their accommodation fee had decreased from 25 points to 22.5. For the foreseeable future, they need not worry about insufficient points, having instead acquired an abundance of previously unattainable rare materials, showcasing the Academy's profound heritage. The Academy could only sell items of the mortal, spirit, and mysterious levels, as those who reached the Elemental King realm had already graduated, and Earth-level treasures required at least an Elemental King to utilize. The morning air felt exceptionally refreshing, washing away the lingering fatigue of yesterday. Yu Luo strolled around the freshman plaza, encountering several early-rising newcomers. Some greeted him, and he reciprocated their salutes. Indeed, the time spent at the academy was delightful, and it would take years after graduation to realize the distance from such a life. Brother Yu, you're up early. A somewhat familiar voice rang out while Yu Luo turned to see Yunju. What brings you to the freshman district, Brother Yun? Nothing much, just wanted to consult you, Su Xuemei, and Jiang Xuemei regarding a matter. Yunju replied with a gentle smile as he approached. What matter? Yu Luo asked, intrigued as to why they, being upperclassmen, sought out a freshman. Brother Yu, there will be a collective external mission in 2 months. Destination, Sunling Mountain. All members of the Earth ranking can participate. Only then did Yu Luo notice that Yunju's aura had strengthened significantly since their last encounter, likely having broken through to the concentration realm. Do Earth ranking tasks require freshmen? Yu Luo questioned, puzzled. Haha, Brother Yu, you may not be aware, but this mission allows the top 10 freshmen to be chosen as teammates. I came to inquire about your thoughts, as I believe Su Xuemei would accompany you, and Jiang Xuemei is familiar with you both. Thus we wish to invite the 3 of you. Yunju pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I understand. What does the team composition look like? One team consists of 11 members, 1 captain and 10 team members. The top 10 of the Earth ranking can select any of the remaining 10 as teammates. Thus, for instance, the first, Chu Tian, cannot team up with the 4th, Chu Tong. I will discuss this with Qingyao. Please relay the message. Yu Luo promptly comprehended. Haha, should you be willing, you may bring Su Xuemei and Jiang Xuemei to the upperclassmen's district to find Ranjia. I shall give you 3 tokens, which will allow you temporary access to the upperclassmen's area for discussion. 3 luminous points emerged from Yunju's jade plate and merged into Yu Luo's. As Yunju departed, Yu Luo pondered for a moment, relieved that he had not directly challenged the Earth ranking, as Nuan was currently ranked 12th. Otherwise, the 3 would have to separate to participate. He turned back, intending to check if Qingyao had awakened. Upon returning to the entrance of his cave, he found Jiang Nuan about to step out, but Yu Luo called out to her. Nuan. Regarding the Sunling Mountain expedition in 2 months, with all Earth ranking members plus the top 10 freshmen, will you participate? Will you participate? Jiang Nuan countered directly. My inclination is to participate, as such a grand mission must have substantial rewards. Just as Yu Luo was about to inquire further, she walked away. Since you wish to participate, Qingyao will undoubtedly join as well. I cannot simply abstain. Yu Luo chuckled helplessly. Oh right, for these 2 months, avoid challenging the top 10 of the Earth ranking, for they cannot team up together. Jiang Nuan waved her hand, indicating her understanding. It seemed that the challenge for the Earth ranking would have to be postponed. He felt that with ample points, the loss of 2 months' worth of ranking points was not significant. Pushing open the stone door in front of the cave, he entered the hall, which was his room. With a bathing pool to the side, capable of channeling hot spring water, the stone staircase leading to the second floor spiraled upwards against the mountain wall at the innermost part of the hall. This detail provided Su Qingyao with an unparalleled sense of security, for ascending to the second level necessitated passing by Yu Luo's presence, thus alleviating any apprehensions. The outer layer of the cave was fortified with protective barriers, exceedingly robust and likely insurmountable without the strength of a practitioner at the Pingtian realm. Yu Luo ascended the stone staircase and gently pushed open the small stone door to the chamber on the second floor. Su Qingyao, still enveloped in slumber, exhibited signs of awakening as her sleep grew shallower. Upon entering the boudoir, Yu Luo unsealed the openings at the mountain's peak and sides, instantly illuminating the space. He then settled beside the grand plush bed Su Qingyao had procured from the Point's hall, gazing at her serene visage. His own resting place merely consisted of a basic stone bed adorned with 3 layers of thick bedding, a matter he typically regarded with indifference. That moment, Su Qingyao sensed the presence of another nearby, yet the aura exuded by Yu Luo eased all her reservations. With her eyes still closed, her delicate lips parted slightly. "Brother, why are you here so early?" she murmured in a soft, drowsy tone. Yu Luo smiled warmly at her and replied gently, "I merely wish to see you. Go ahead and sleep a little longer." "Oh dear, since you're already here, how can I possibly sleep?" Su Qingyao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, propping herself up with a look of feigned resentment. "Qingyao, there's no need to challenge the Earth ranking for the next 2 months. In 2 months, there will be a task, and the top 10 cannot form a team together. I will heed your guidance," Su Qingyao replied, her voice soft as she languidly fell back onto the bed. Clearly still in need of rest. "Sleep a bit more. I shall step outside first." Yu Luo, seeing her state, felt a sense of helplessness, noting how she sprawled across the bed in a haphazard manner as she slept. After closing the door, he decided to return downstairs to cultivate for a while, as he still had several techniques of the 9 prisons profound thunder yet to master. It was only after an hour had passed that Su Qingyao, still in a daze, descended the stairs in search of a hug. Yu Luo enveloped her in his embrace. Perhaps due to her icy veins, her body temperature felt slightly lower, yet she exhibited no discomfort. After a lengthy embrace, Su Qingyao reluctantly ascended to make herself presentable, as they would need to visit the Point's hall again at noon. Yu Luo waited patiently below when Zhang Wanwan knocked on the door. "Are you ready? We're heading to select techniques shortly," Zhang Wanwan called from outside. "I am ready. Please wait for Qingyao," came Yu Luo's response. Zhang Wanwan glanced around, noting that only their 2 cave dwellings were inhabited, creating an unusually tranquil atmosphere. After all, not everyone possessed the wealth of the 3 of them. Many had expended their points on cultivation, housing, heavenly materials, and techniques, depleting the limited points available to the new arrivals. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao emerged, both clad in identical pure white long robes, with Su Qingyao's upper garment and forearms adorned with shimmering ice crystals. Yu Luo, influenced by Su Qingyao, exclusively wore light-colored attire, never having donned darker shades. Su Qingyao had a particular fondness for pure white and pale blue hues. Zhang Wanwan's expression remained neutral, clearly accustomed to the silent but impactful presence of the duo. "Let us be on our way." The 3 set off together, a well-known trio in the new arrivals district. Provoking one was akin to inciting all 3, and those who sought trouble had wisely refrained, as they understood that any confrontation would result in their own downfall. It was not only the newcomers who felt this way. Even some of the older students believed they could not rival the trio, whose prowess was evident in their track record. Upon arriving at the Point's hall, Qi Zhu spotted them from a distance. "Teacher Qi, we apologize for our tardiness. We appreciate your patience." Yu Luo addressed him with a respectful gesture. "Not at all, not at all," Qi Zhu replied cheerfully, waving his hand. "These 3 must be treated like treasures. This is a direct order from Director W. And as long as it isn't too excessive, I want to pursue matters too rigorously, and the rules can be adjusted slightly for the 3 of you. Come now, let us proceed to select techniques." Within the Point's hall, there are both energy techniques and body refinement techniques. Any of the superior quality within the spirit rank can be chosen. At this moment, Su Qingyao softly inquired of Yu Luo, "Brother, what are body refinement techniques?" Body refinement techniques, as opposed to energy techniques, which are often referred to as internal methods, focus more on cultivating the physical form. For boys, it can enhance their strength and robustness, while for girls, it can accentuate youthfulness and beauty. Qingyao, you should select an internal method. I will choose a body refinement technique for you, Yu Luo stated, taking her hand as they moved toward the private chamber. Go ahead. Once you are finished, simply find me, Qi Zhu instructed the trio. Yu Luo and Su Qingyao nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wanwan, unusually serious, began selecting her body refinement technique. Su Qingyao ventured into the internal techniques area, while Yu Luo, this time, chose not to consult the fate plate. Wishing to see if he could discover the most suitable technique for Su Qingyao on his own. Yunxue immortal body, he mused. This technique was more suitable for female practitioners, capable of warding off cold toxins, harboring snow veins, and nurturing ice-like skin. Yet, Yu Luo still felt a twinge of self-doubt. If it were for himself, he would have been more daring, but he tentatively consulted the fate plate. Is this suitable for Qingyao? He inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, it is suitable. It seems my judgment remains sharp. Did you see the fate plate? This is what they call a meeting of minds, Yu Luo exclaimed proudly, waving the plate. Jiang Wanwan shot him a disdainful glance from behind. As if regarding a fool, it was evident that he was searching for techniques for Su Qingyao. She found it curious that Yu Luo had never sought fire or thunder-type techniques for himself. Perhaps she should find a moment to ask Qingyao. Knowing that these two likely held no secrets from one another, Jiang Wanwan decided it would be simpler to inquire directly with Qingyao. Yu Luo, brimming with enthusiasm, selected the Yunxue immortal body. Qi Zhu, recognizing it was intended for the young lady. Couldn't he help but reflect on the nature of young people today? Generally, they would opt to cultivate an additional technique for themselves to enhance their strength. In contrast, Yu Luo and Su Qingyao were entirely the opposite. It was common to see Su Qingyao in the fire element materials area, while Yu Luo frequented the ice element materials and techniques sections. After a while, Su Qingyao and Jiang Wanwan completed their selections, and Yu Luo handed his chosen technique to Su Qingyao. Once Qi Zhu confirmed everything was in order, he led the three of them out. As they exited, the barrier of the private chamber activated instantly, prompting Yu Luo to glance back. It seemed to sense his thoughts, as the words from the fate plate echoed in his mind. This barrier can withstand all attacks from below the Ping Tian realm. Why Yu Luo nodded in realization. As for why it was set at the Ping Tian realm, the points hall was discreetly guarded by at least 20 instructors of that caliber. Furthermore, this was the Aurora Academy. Who would dare brazenly attempt to snatch techniques? Why not simply stay in the for 50 days? Yu Luo pondered, considering that returning to the cave would leave him with little to do. He grasped Su Qingyao's hand and asked, "Are you all right? Since we went to El Chao last time, shall we venture to the 10,000-year snow domain together this time?" Jiang Wanwan contemplated for a moment before responding. "Yes, having you by her side gives me greater peace of mind." Why Yu Luo reflected that this arrangement was indeed best, as it would deter any persistent older students from harassing Su Qingyao. Knowing they would likely be met with Jiang Wanwan's formidable defense. In the past 2 months, those who had dared to bother Jiang Wanwan had returned to the instructors with complaints, only to receive reprimands in return. They could not justify their actions. It was unreasonable to force attention upon someone who clearly showed no interest in them, and if anyone deserved a beating, it was them. Moreover, Jiang Wanwan was the most powerful newcomer on the surface, and the instructors had no reason to penalize her for such trivial matters. Su Qingyao, on the other hand, exhibited an icy demeanor towards outsiders, likely lacking even the inclination to retaliate. The training barriers in the 10,000-year snow domain also provided soundproofing and visual obfuscation, rendering her indifferent to any potential disturbances. Very well, Su Qingyao acquiesced, though she had yet to voice her agreement, as the two had already decided. This time, they would be apart for another 50 days. The last separation had lasted only 28. She recalled the dates of their separations with clarity. Su Qingyao did not act out, instead intertwining her fingers with his warm hand. The primary objective was to complete the body refinement technique within the 50-day time frame, though she wondered if that would be sufficient. The cultivation of body refinement techniques is somewhat distinct from other martial arts, for while the latter may become obsolete as one's realm advances, the effects of body refinement techniques persist unwaveringly once mastered. Should an individual cultivate numerous body refinement techniques, their strength would indeed become formidable. capable of shattering the defenses of those merely a minor realm above them with a single strike. The trio ambled leisurely toward the elemental realm, with Su Qingyao deliberately slowing her pace, evoking a sense of reluctance in Yu Luo. Zhang Nuan observed this scene, her keen eyes glinting with understanding, and she too slowed her steps, trailing behind the two. Regardless of the pace, they would eventually reach their destination. Being outdoors, surrounded by a throng of passers-by, the two felt somewhat awkward expressing their farewells through an embrace. Moreover, Su Qingyao had now gained considerable notoriety, having been recognized by many. Upon releasing her hand, Su Qingyao proceeded toward the elemental realm, turning back to softly say to Yu Luo, "Brother, we shall meet again in 50 days. 50 days later, indeed." Qingyao, Yu Luo waved to her before stepping into the realm of heavenly fire. As Su Qingyao watched him enter, her expression gradually settled into an air of tranquility. "Qingyao, here." Zhang Nuan donned a veil herself, while handing one to Su Qingyao. Once both had adorned their veils, they ventured into the 10,000-year snow domain, where the first layer held the fewest practitioners, the second layer was teeming with those in the body refinement realm, and the third layer, representing the Yuan initial realm, had significantly fewer participants compared to the previous one. That the two made their way directly to the fourth layer, where only about 20 individuals resided. Is this the place? I have chosen an ice-based body refinement technique, as I intended to cultivate in the snow domain. However, it seems the ice element here is somewhat lacking. Come, Qingyao, let us see if we can breach into the fifth layer. Zhang Nuan suggested, pulling Su Qingyao toward the barrier. Allow me to go first, Nuan. Su Qingyao's gaze sharpened as she condensed snow into ice, forming a sword of ice. Wings of the Snow Phoenix. A wave of chilling energy transformed into the ancient wings of the Snow Phoenix, cleaving toward the barrier with great force. The barrier held for a mere 10 breaths before shattering with a resounding crash. The commotion was considerable, but fortunately, nearly everyone was engaged within their own cultivation barriers. Otherwise, it might have startled many. Su Qingyao nodded at Zhang Nuan and stepped through the opening. Zhang Nuan summoned her own sword. Moonlit Abyss. The sword in her hand emanated an incredibly terrifying aura, its blade rippling with intensity. Even those at the early stages of the Yuan martial realm would likely retreat from this sword intent. This very strike reduced a perfected Yuan beast to mere ash. Naturally, within the confines of the elemental realm, unleashing full power akin to the 10-realm secret realm was inadvisable. Thus she controlled the intensity to avoid shattering the barriers of others. Gripping the moonlit abyss, Zhang Nuan gently slashed at the barrier. A crescent-shaped blade of light tore through space at blistering speed, striking the barrier within a breath. The poor barrier emitted a series of mournful cries, once again enduring for 10 breaths before proclaiming its demise. Subsequently, Zhang Nuan stepped through as well, where Su Qingyao awaited her. Allow me to select a spot, Qingyao. Zhang Nuan surveyed her surroundings, noting that all present in the Yuan martial realm were undoubtedly among the top 50 on the celestial rankings. At this hour, there were scarcely any participants, totaling less than 10, including the 2 women. Zhang Nuan soon settled on 2 adjoining cultivation platforms nestled within a valley. The 2 women flew over, and just before commencing their cultivation, Zhang Nuan voiced her curiosity. Qingyao, why have I never seen Yu Luo seek fire-based techniques or methods? This pertains to a significant secret, one I shall need to inquire with my brother about before I can disclose it to you. Su Qingyao replied somewhat bashfully. Very well, I understand. Since you say so, I shall refrain from asking further, Zhang Nuan acknowledged, aware that everyone harbors their own secrets, just as she too kept certain matters from the two. All right, Qingyao, do not be disheartened. Since we entered, your aura has been somewhat disordered. 50 days is merely a blink in the grand scheme of cultivation, Zhang Nuan reassured. Grasping her hand. I know, Su Qingyao murmured, the mention of the 50 days weighing heavily on her heart. Come, let us embrace. I find I am not one for verbal comfort, Zhang Nuan said with a hint of resignation. Su Qingyao naturally leaned into her embrace, indeed needing this moment to alleviate her emotions. So fragrant, so soft, Zhang Nuan sighed, noting Su Qingyao's delicate scent, a subtle yet enchanting fragrance. Her body felt slightly cool, yet beneath the surface lay a hint of warmth. Su Qingyao's skin was as soft and smooth as water, her figure slender and perfectly proportioned. As Zhang Nuan placed her hand on her back, she felt only a refreshing and gentle touch. All right, Wan. That is sufficient. Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, aside from Yu Luo. Only Chu Xian Lu had embraced her before, and while Jiang Wan had held her previously, it had never been as prolonged as this. Jiang Wan's presence exuded a calming energy, a sense of trust that allowed Su Qingyao to relinquish her burdens. Through their months of acquaintance, Su Qingyao had gradually come to understand Jiang Wan's character. She remained unflappable in the face of adversity, composed and courageous in the face of challenges. Though she was not one to offer verbal comfort, she could swiftly discern the nuances of any situation that to outsiders, the moment they expressed intentions to strike. The sword intent would already be upon them. Let us begin our cultivation, Jiang Wan said nostalgically. Pinching Su Qingyao's cheek before activating the cultivation barrier, Su Qingyao took a deep breath, gradually entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Yu Luo found himself in the 4th layer, fully aware that he stood no chance against the barrier of the 5th layer. It would be impossible for a practitioner of the Yuan initial realm to break through the barriers of the Yuan martial realm. However, should it be Su Qingyao, he could comprehend the situation. Similar to the snow domain, this layer was sparsely populated, with only 10 figures in total, including Yu Luo himself. 3 senior students, seasoned in the realm of heavenly fire, had just concluded their cultivation, and upon witnessing Yu Luo's presence in the spirit-gathering realm with his Yuan initial realm prowess, they were inwardly astonished, as it was indeed the first time they had seen someone breach realms to arrive here. Clearly, he had been isolated here for at least 6 months, devoid of any external news. That why Yu Luo utilized his spiritual sense to gauge the elemental convergence in this area, choosing a reasonably suitable direction to pursue. However, he soon detected something amiss. Beneath his spiritual perception, the remaining individuals appeared to be meandering through the elemental realm, their paths erratic, yet deliberately converging toward his location. After pondering for a moment, a name surfaced in his mind, Gong Xianyan. He realized that quiet cultivation would be impossible, for aside from the 3 departing seniors, the rest had begun to move. It was evident they were willing to expend considerable effort. Engaging in conflict within the elemental realm would incur severe penalties. Yet these individuals were clearly in Gong Xianyan's employ, intent on eliminating him through their means. That why Yu Luo's gaze darkened. With Su Qingyao absent, he felt no lingering concerns. He wished to shield her from witnessing any unpleasantness. Sitting down, he slowly closed his eyes, simultaneously using his spiritual sense to explore the positions of all individuals within this layer. That a gaunt figure atop a mountain glanced his way, noticing Yu Luo's closed eyes and his apparent state of cultivation. But why hasn't he activated a cultivation barrier? After dismissing the thought, he chuckled to himself. What a rare opportunity to take down Gong Xianyan, merely a fledgling to be disposed of. Haha, once I ascend to the spirit-gathering realm, it shall be the dominion of my 7 brothers. He, along with the rest, belonged to the same faction. This statement was also overheard by Yu Luo. The 7-man gang had been stationed in the 4th level of the Tianhua realm for 6 months. Completely oblivious to the outside world, they were only aware that Gong Xianyan had approached them the previous day, demanding they eliminate a new student, promising that he would utilize his family's resources to assist all 7 in breaking through a minor realm. It was understood that all 7 were in the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. This would save them a significant amount of points, and what could a mere newcomer possibly achieve? The academy would surely not hold them accountable for the actions of a mere first-year student. This tremendous opportunity nearly led him to believe it was an illusion, even more to his astonishment. The newcomer actually arrived the very next day, seemingly walking to his demise. As he scaled the backside of the volcano, Yu Luo opened his eyes, a hint of darkness flickering within. One by one, he resolved to dismantle them. This was the only method he could conceive for resolving the situation, for if all 7 were to join forces, he genuinely did not have confidence. Exhaustion alone could be his downfall. At present, there were only 8 individuals left in this level, including Yu Luo, and they all bore a common insignia on their chests. Alleviating worries of collateral damage, he concealed his aura with a life token. Stepping lightly as he rushed toward the emaciated man, just as the frail man had scaled the mountain's rear, he retrieved a red stone, his mind still reveling in blissful dreams. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him, compelling him to turn instinctively. Yu Luo had appeared behind him without him realizing that in the instant he turned. The aura emanating from Yu Luo's sword sent chills down his spine, almost instantaneously. the second level of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, Burning Sea. A single strike cleaved the emaciated man, granting him no time to react. The man's right arm was severed cleanly. Before he could even erect a barrier, he was sent tumbling to the ground. Rolling down the mountain amidst cries of anguish, Yulaw observed this scene with an expression devoid of emotion, and with another surge of sword energy, he bisected the rolling figure in an instant. In just 2 heartbeats, a life was extinguished. Yulaw swiftly concealed his aura once more, setting his sights on the next target. The man's screams had alerted 2 nearby individuals, who soon converged. "Third brother, did you hear anything just now?" "I did, but I feel it must have been a mistake. No, you did not miss here." Just as the 2 stood together, Yulaw's figure had already materialized behind them. Point 2 at once would save him time. The third level of the Burning Heaven Sword technique, Burning Heaven. In an instant, a sword strike aimed at the heads of the 2, one of whom dodged swiftly, while the other was not so fortunate. The man who had just called out to his third brother found his head severed. Soul suppression. Yulaw's spiritual force erupted violently, leaving the third brother, who had just attempted to scream for help, momentarily stunned for 2 heartbeats. 2 heartbeats were enough. Yulaw infused the sword with the power of fire and thunder, then thrust it forward. The blade pierced through the man's neck. He slowly began to regain consciousness. But his vision darkened, his head drooping helplessly, revealing the blade mere inches away. Yulaw's gaze remained impassive as he withdrew his sword. He continued to suppress his aura. The recent strikes had consumed nearly 40% of his spiritual energy. But he was in the Tianhua realm. The most plentiful resource here was spiritual energy. He swiftly recuperated his energy. He proceeded towards the next target. The remaining 4 seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, merely sensing something was amiss. Why had the eldest not signaled yet? However, the bad news was that 3 individuals had already gathered together, evidently engaged in discussion. He had to quickly eliminate the remaining 4. Yulaw surged forward at full speed, the next target directly before him. That individual seemed to sense something, turning just in time to spot Yulaw racing towards him. "Hey, you've come to deliver yourself." A large knife appeared in the man's hand. Yulaw chose not to conceal his intentions any longer, a blazing wing of fire manifesting by his side. Wing slash. The man, upon witnessing this, initially thought to scoff, but was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of danger. "Ha!" The man bellowed, simultaneously alerting his companions. Gathering his strength, he positioned the large knife defensively in front of him, attempting to withstand the oncoming assault. Yet, it was evident that he had vastly underestimated Yulaw's true prowess. With a resounding clang, the large knife shattered into 2 pieces, and his robust form was likewise cleaved in half. Yulaw did not look back, proceeding straight toward the 3 figures that had entered his spiritual awareness. Upon seeing their fallen comrade, one of them erupted in fury. "I'll kill you." Yulaw remained unfazed, undeterred even by the 3 late-stage spirit-gathering realm warriors. Feeling no hint of pressure, he drew forth another sword, a mid-grade, ordinary tier Qiang sword. Faced with multiple adversaries, he had to exercise caution, wielding both swords. The central figure charged forward, a long spear materializing in his grasp. Thrusting violently toward Yulaw's gaze sharpened as he leaned back to evade the strike, then unleashed another Burning Heaven Sword strike. The man, clearly agitated, chose to confront it head-on with his spear. Slicing through the air, the low-grade spiritual spear shattered as easily as if it were made of paper, and the man was sent sprawling by the sword's energy. Meanwhile, another individual discreetly readied a crossbow, its green-tipped arrows signifying lethal poison. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 shots were fired in quick succession. Yulaw, intending to leap into the air to evade, found another man closing in. This one was even more robust than the previous. Wielding a massive axe, he swung down towards Yulaw, who had no choice but to deftly shift his position, narrowly dodging the poisoned arrows before retaliating. 9 Hell's profound thunder. Crimson Lotus. The fire lotus detonated before the burly man. But the temporary barrier he erected absorbed half the damage. Even so, he was still sent flying. The small fire lotus scattered explosions, inflicting wounds upon him. Another tall, thin figure equipped with a poisoned crossbow continued to shoot at Yulaw from a distance. Yulaw's eyes hardened. The Qiang sword, enveloped in lightning, shot forth. The thin man swiftly dodged to the side upon seeing this. Yulaw felt his spiritual energy depleting rapidly. quickly swallowing a recovery pill and a pill to hasten his energy restoration. The advantage of having all 72 meridians open began to manifest in combat. He discovered that most late-stage spirit-gathering realm warriors lack the resilience of spirit beasts of the same realm. But it was understandable. Spirit beasts inherently possessed superior physical attributes compared to humans. The man who had wielded the spear now charged at him barehanded. Yulua's lips twitched slightly as he unleashed a strike infused with thunderous energy from the burning sea. The man erected a barrier, but Yulua's sword struck hard against it. Nonetheless, given Yulua's slightly diminished energy, it did not shatter as effortlessly as it would have at full strength, holding firm for 2 heartbeats. Ha! The man suddenly chuckled ominously, causing Yulua to feel a sense of foreboding. He saw a massive axe swinging toward him. Yulua sidestepped to evade, but his back was exposed, just as he attempted to dodge. 3 poisoned arrows pierced into his back. Yulua felt a surge within him, gritting his teeth as he expelled the poisoned arrows along with the tainted blood. The barbed arrowheads left 3 bloody holes in his back. Soul suppression, Yulua bellowed, freezing the 2 men before him, then swung his sword at the unarmed assailant. With a resounding sword hum, the man collapsed to the ground. However, the soul suppression only lasted a fleeting moment, clearly indicating that Yulua's spiritual power was waning. The burly man, seeing Yulua within reach, grinned widely, bringing his axe down with force upon him, and a massive gash appeared on Yulua's left shoulder, nearly severing his left arm. The wound exposed bone, while the energy surged violently within, threatening to tear apart his insides. Yulua winced in pain, pivoting to unleash his final remnants of spiritual energy in a burning heaven strike. The burly man, still grinning sinisterly, had not anticipated that Yulua would have any strength left. With no time to erect a barrier, he was struck by the sword at his neck, collapsing to the ground. Clutching his throat in agony, only one adversary remained. Yulua's dark gaze shifted backward. The thin man, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of dread wash over him. 4 of his 6 brothers had already perished. Gritting his teeth, he thought perhaps Yulua was now out of energy, and if he were the last one standing, he dared not imagine the reward Gong Xinyan would grant him. Suddenly, he drew forth his crossbow once more. Yet the poisoned arrows had been exhausted, leaving him with only ordinary bolts. Yuluo gradually regained his strength, but upon seeing the crossbow bolts hurtling towards him again, he instinctively sought to evade. However, the robust man sprawled on the ground, grasped his leg tightly. Whooshed as the bolt struck his right leg and abdomen. Pain etched across Yuluo's face, yet he gritted his teeth and severed the man's hand. With a fierce stomp of his left foot upon the man's head, the once vibrant figure fell silent. Meanwhile, the tall, slender man shifted positions and unleashed 3 more crossbow bolts, while Yuluo felt waves of exhaustion wash over him. Despite his vitality steadily replenishing, thud. 2 more arrows lodged into his back, and he coughed up blood. He turned to gaze at the tall man, who remained at a distance, infusing his arrows with energy. Striking him twice more, each hit erupting in sprays of crimson mist. Yuluo spat out blood twice, his complexion paling, and just when the slender man believed victory was within his grasp, Yuluo raised his hand. Pouring all his remaining energy into the Yao he held, with a speed beyond comprehension, the arrow pierced the man's heart amidst his horrified gaze. Thus, all 7 foes were vanquished, while Yuluo sank slowly to the ground, drained of energy, strength, and even the power of his soul. That on the other side, Su Qingyao felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, and after a while, she even experienced a fluttering in her heart. She sensed that something might have happened to Yuluo. Without hesitation, she took out her Yao, only to find that the once vibrant energy it emitted was now flickering ominously. Realizing something was amiss, her heartbeat quickened. The unusual aura around Su Qingyao roused Jiang Nuan from her slumber. "What's wrong, Qingyao?" Jiang Nuan inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Su Qingyao felt a sharp pang in her heart, losing all control. Boom! A violent energy enveloped Su Qingyao, scattering the snow in a radius of several miles. She had no time to respond to Jiang Nuan, instead racing toward the exit. This moment, Su Qingyao was in utter turmoil, unable to comprehend why Yuluo would encounter trouble in the Yuan realm. Though she lacked concrete evidence of his danger, she trusted her instincts. Jiang Nuan hastily followed her, having never witnessed such intense emotion from Su Qingyao at the entrance to the Yuan realm. Su Qingyao burst forth, exuding a ferocious aura, toppling several individuals who were about to enter. Those who intended to reprimand her were silenced by the cold glint in her reddened eyes. "What is going on?" a mentor asked, brow furrowed at that moment. Su Qingao was beyond caring, charging directly toward the Tianhua realm. "Wait, fellow student." He swiftly sealed off the Tianhua realm, intending to admonish her, only to be met with a chaotic chill that surged toward him. Bold. As the mentor attempted to subdue her, he was astonished to find that the chill was capable of icing over the barrier he conjured effortlessly. "Is that you, Su Qingao?" The mentor, who had been on the verge of anger, now regained his composure. Su Qingao remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sealed Tianhua realm, her breathing growing increasingly labored and her aura more turbulent, sending waves of frost throughout the hall, causing layers of ice to form within. Just as the mentor was about to speak again, he received a voice transmission. "Release it and follow her inside." The mentor instantly recognized it as the voice of Vice Dean Wan. He promptly opened the Tianhua realm. Fearing that if he delayed any longer, Su Qingao might unleash her fury upon him, Su Qingao rushed into the Tianhua realm, disregarding the layers within, her senses fully alert as she searched for Yu Luo. Her heart was in disarray. After only a brief pause on the first layer, she proceeded to the second, forcefully breaking through barriers and pausing only momentarily. No, the third layer yielded nothing. Upon reaching the fourth layer, she finally detected that familiar energy. Her vitality surged toward that direction. Within a mere 10 breaths, she beheld Yu Luo, bloodied and collapsed on the ground. Her complexion paled as she descended in a disordered manner. She quickly knelt beside him, trembling hands transferring her energy into him, staunching his wounds. Star-like droplets fell upon his face as Yu Luo slipped into unconsciousness. The mentor and Jiang Wan, who followed closely behind, were taken aback by the scene. The mentor, now understanding the situation, realized this was none other than the trio of new students. The male mentor swiftly teleported to Yu Luo's side, applying healing elixirs to the large wound on his left shoulder. The effects took hold quickly, at least halting the flow of blood. Su Qingao was now in such a state of panic that she could not utter a word, tears streaming silently. Jiang Wan stepped forward to extract the crossbow bolts, tearing flesh as she did so. She then applied the healing elixir she had reserved for herself and produced a life-infused pill, placing it in his mouth. Even the mentor cast a sidelong glance at the pill. "Qingao, remain calm. He is merely unconscious." Jiang Wan spoke softly. Su Qingao, seemingly deaf to her words, continued to channel her energy to staunch Yu Luo's internal injuries. The mentor, seeing Yu Luo stabilize, breathed a sigh of relief, only to notice those lying on the ground around him. "This matter can wait until he awakens for investigation." The mentor then lifted the two closely entwined figures with his energy and made for the exit. With Jiang Wan trailing closely behind, Su Qingao gradually calmed down along the way, repeatedly whispering his name in his ear. Later, upon hearing Wan Fai's voice, the mentor personally escorted the two back to their dwelling. With Jiang Wan following closely, Su Qingao laid Yu Luo upon the large bed on the second floor, while Jiang Wan leaned against the side, her brow furrowed in thought. After returning, the mentor examined the projections from the fourth layer. He quickly grasped the situation. Rewinding to the previous day, he discovered that Gong Xianyan, ranked 22nd on the heaven ranking, had visited these 7 individuals. Wan, he's all right now. Jiang Wan turned her face towards Su Qingao, whose eyes were still red. "I can't rest easy like this. How about this? You stay here to care for him while I move the bed downstairs." Jiang Wan wasted no time. Heading straight for her dwelling, Su Qingao opened her mouth to protest, but found only an icy afterimage left in Jiang Wan's wake. Subsequently, she gently removed Yu Luo's clothing, turning him over with utmost care, revealing the wound on his left shoulder, which made her choke up once more. She delicately stitched the wound shut, applying another layer of healing elixir. Afterward, she dressed him and kept vigil by his side. 2 hours later, Yu Luo gradually regained consciousness. As his awareness returned, he sensed Su Qingao presence, a bittersweet pang filling his heart. Knowing he had caused her worry and sorrow, he opened his eyes to find Su Qingao gazing at him, tears brimming in her eyes. "It's all right now. No need to cry," he said softly, gently caressing her face with his functioning right hand. Tears fell from her eyes onto the bed, yet it felt as though they had landed deep within his soul. Su Qingao wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. feeling increasingly aggrieved. However, given Yu Luo's injuries, she hesitated to embrace him. Come now, this minor injury. Ah, I can still bear it. He understood the unspoken message in her gaze. Brother, Su Qingyao cautiously enveloped him in her embrace, her delicate arms carefully avoiding his wounds as they wrapped around him. Qingyao, it's all right now. Yu Luo gently patted her back. Meanwhile, the Tianhua realm had been temporarily sealed, and all students were evacuated. This moment, Yu Changming, the head of the Yuan realm hall, stood with his head bowed before Wan Fai. You have one day to ascertain the truth behind this matter. Failure to do so will cost you your position. Wan Fai's voice, laced with anger, echoed. Yes, Vice Dean. Yu Changming felt wronged. A key student had suffered serious injuries in the Yuan realm. This was no trivial matter. Additionally, record the students from the first 3 layers of the Tianhua realm. Each will receive a compensation of 500 points, as will those mistakenly injured at the entrance. Des Wan Fuyin concluded his words. He gracefully waved his sleeve, and his figure dissipated into thin air. Indeed, Yu Changming promptly commenced preparations for an investigation, as the mentor at the entrance of the Tianhua realm arrived to report. What on earth is happening? Is it not the case that misfortune has befallen me while I am at home? Yu Changming lamented. Yesterday, the Tianbang student Gong Xianyan sought out the 7-man gang. And subsequently, the next day, the gang seemed intent on targeting Yu Luo, only to have their plot uncovered and be completely countered. The mentor spoke slowly. Gong Xianyan? Humph, the audacity of the youth these days, daring to commit murder in my realm. It is evident to any discerning individual that there is a problem. He sought out the 7-man gang, and immediately afterward, Yu Luo appeared, clearly fixated on him. I shall investigate personally. Meanwhile, Jiang Duan had already prepared a bed in the previously vacant room of the hall. Yu Luo would likely be unable to move freely for at least 20 days. Had it not been for the pill she provided, the recovery period might have extended by another 30 days. Jiang Duan contemplated, noting Yu Luo's severely damaged organs and the grievous nature of his wounds. Yet he single-handedly eradicated all 7 assailants. Such decisiveness in killing. It is worth mentioning that although Jiang Duan occasionally brandished her sword in the academy, she had yet to truly conclude the life of anyone. She anticipated that the academy would provide a response to the 3 of them by tomorrow, and Yu Luo would likely face no repercussions. As a certain understanding had developed over the past few months, Yu Luo was evidently not the type to instigate trouble. The only possibility was that those few individuals sought to harm him. And as for the reason Gong Xianyan, Jiang Duan instantly deduced the identity of the instigator, combining it with his earlier feigned humility and the fleeting change in his expression, along with Su Qingyao's mention of his persistent harassment towards her. Humph, these mortals delight in such petty schemes. Had it been in my home, they would have long since met their demise. Jiang Duan promptly ascended to the upper floor, pushing the door open to find Su Qingyao completely composed. Softly conversing with Yu Luo, I advise you to take it easy and refrain from overexerting yourself. The academy should be arriving shortly. No sooner had Jiang Duan spoken than a voice echoed from below. You 3, the outcome has arrived. Just as the words left his lips, Jiang Duan turned to Su Qingyao. Let us head down. Yu Luo, you should remain here quietly. Jiang Duan then took Su Qingyao by the hand and descended the stairs. Young ones, I am the esteemed head of the Yuan realm. Yu Changming. A short man entered the hall, followed by the earlier male mentored. Su Qingyao and Jiang Duan both bowed in respect. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our Yuan realm hall, and the causes have been made clear. Yu Changming recounted the events, detailing the compensations and resolutions. Each of you 3 is entitled to a year of cultivation in the Yuan realm without deductions in points. And your accommodation points will be covered by the Yuan realm hall until graduation. This incident was instigated by Gong Xianyan, who incited the 7-man gang to assassinate Yu Luo. The 7 have met their just deserts, and the academy will pursue responsibility for their actions. Yu Luo shall face no punishment. He had previously discussed this with Wan Fuyin, who indicated that Gong Xianyan need not be concerned, allowing the 3 young ones to resolve the matter themselves, as a little pressure would be beneficial. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Yu Changming thought to himself, hoping fervently that they would not express dissatisfaction. If they did, he would have to take his leave. Qingyao, what are your thoughts? Jiang Duan inquired. Looking at Su Qingyao, that we can accept this. The other mentor has my apologies. Su Qingyao bowed to the mentor behind her. No harm done. No harm done. I understand the urgency to save lives. The male mentor quickly waved his hand, indicating it was of no consequence. These three are undoubtedly treasured by us mentors, and should they be provoked to the point of expulsion, it would be a calamity. Especially since they are esteemed by Vice Dean Wan. In truth, it was not only Wan Fuyin who held them in high regard. They had never anticipated that even the dean had been observing them from the shadows. That is good. The year of free cultivation means that even if you are not in the Yuan realm, your free time will not diminish. Yu Changming sighed in relief. We shall take our leave now. Do ensure that the little one is well cared for. As the two departed, Su Qingyao returned upstairs to continue watching over Yulao. A cold glint appeared in Jiang Wan's eyes as she made her way to the senior student area. With the head of the Yuan realm statement, she no longer needed to worry about having misjudged the situation. Jiang Wan slowly approached the entrance of the senior student area, while the nearby mentors could only turn a blind eye. The presence of any tokens was irrelevant, as all mentors had just received a message. As long as these three did not make excessive demands, they would be accommodated as much as possible. Jiang Wan flipped her jade hand, and Su Han appeared in her grasp, drawing the attention of the surrounding senior students. Isn't this Jiang Wan, one of the top 3 new students? What is she doing here? She is so beautiful, far more so than in the projections. If only I could look like that. Jiang Wan feigned ignorance, searching for Gong Xuanyan's presence, found him. Her eyes flickered as she made a beeline for Gong Xianyan, who stood beside a tree basking in the sunlight. Gong Xianyan was in high spirits, having heard of a major incident occurring in the Tianhua realm, though the details had been sealed off afterward. Surely, Yulao would be incapacitated, if not dead. The thought of it released the pent-up frustration he had been feeling for days. Suddenly, he sensed an aura rapidly approaching. Isn't that the white-haired girl from earlier? Gong Xianyan exclaimed in surprise, and as he noticed her fierce approach, he thought, she wouldn't be here seeking revenge for Yulao, would she? He was now in the early stages of the Yuan martial realm. Completely unfazed, and quickly composed himself, adjusting his demeanor and expression, Jiang Wan stood directly before him. Dear junior sister, have you encountered some issues in your cultivation and come to seek my guidance? Gong Xianyan donned an alluring smile. Speaking in a notably gentle tone, Wang Yimingchuan. Without a change in expression, Jiang Wan unleashed a swift strike with her sword. Gong Xuanyan's pupils constricted violently as he shouted and swiftly erected a barrier. He never imagined Jiang Wan would dare to attack him in such a public setting. The crescent-shaped, pale blue sword energy tore through his barrier amidst his incredulous and terrified gaze, striking Gong Xianyan and sending him flying. Yet Jiang Wan had no intention of stopping at a single blow. Once more, she unleashed a spell, Tian Shuang Yu Hai. The sky erupted with blood mist as Gong Xianyan, drenched in blood, fell unconscious, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. This is what awaits you. Jiang Wan cast a cold glance at him before turning to leave. The surrounding senior students were left utterly dumbfounded, only regaining their senses once Jiang Wan had departed. Quick, call for a mentor. Why? Why did Jiang Wan maliciously injure Gong to go? Where are the mentors? Are they just going to ignore this? A few individuals who typically followed Gong Xianyan shouted, while the surrounding senior students remained in shock, unable to comprehend. The new student struck down one of the top 30 on the Tianbang with 2 sword strikes. This must be a joke. Surely I am hallucinating, some senior students mumbled to themselves. The nearby mentors, feeling helpless, could not stand by idly and could only initiate basic treatment. Jiang Wan had left, and there was nothing they could do about it. They all clearly understood the reasons behind this. Upon returning to her cave, Jiang Wan recounted the events to Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao had initially intended to confront Gong Xianyan herself, but since Nuan had already taken action, she felt it was best to avoid losing control and potentially endangering Yulao and Nuan. For the time being, you should stay here and take care of him. I will be downstairs, should anything arise. Call for me. Jiang Wan pinched her cheek affectionately. Thank you. Nuan, there is no need for formality. We have been together for over half a year now, Jiang Wan replied with a hint of exasperation. Now, go and ensure Yulao gets ample rest. You should too. If you can't hold on, take a nap. After closing the door behind her, Jiang Wan descended the stairs. Unbeknownst to her, night had already fallen after today's events. Su Qingyao felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet she feared falling asleep and missing Yulao's awakening. Thus, she forced herself to stay awake until midnight, ultimately unable to resist any longer. She shed her outer garments and lay beside Yulua, entwining her hands with his right arm as she drifted into a deep slumber in the dean's office, for individuals gathered as Wan Fuyan recounted the day's events. How could these young people harm their fellow students? Yu Fuxing slammed his palm on the table in anger. Bai Su, please check on that little one tomorrow, Min Qinglan suggested, relieved that nothing serious had occurred, though it seemed the academy's rules must be enforced more stringently. Understood, Dean. Bai Su nodded slightly. Fuxing, the academy's new regulations are entrusted to you. Yes, Dean at Yu Fuxing also nodded with conviction, evidently believing it was essential to impose stricter penalties on students who harmed their peers. Phi. You remain as usual, Min Qinglan remarked from the front seat, addressing the last row where Wan Phi Saturday indeed, deemed if it weren't for my inability to enter the Yuan realm, I would certainly go in and retrieve those rascals. They had already become formidable practitioners at the crossing tribulation stage, and the Yuan realm was simply incapable of withstanding such power, which could lead to spatial turmoil. This posed no threat to them. But for the students trapped inside, it would be a catastrophe. Should they be swept into the chaos of space, they could be transported anywhere, and worse, might be crushed by the very fabric of space itself. Hence, they would never contemplate entering the Yuan realm unless absolutely necessary. The following day, Su Qingyao swiftly opened her beautiful eyes, shedding her previous languor. Her first instinct was to glance at Yu Luo, still deep in slumber beside her. After a brief moment of sensing, she noted that his injuries had somewhat healed and had not worsened. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, she carefully rose, tucked the blankets around him, and donned her outer garments. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuan returned from outside, having just bought some breakfast from the cafeteria. You two really are a source of worry. I feel like a caretaker, Jiang Nuan remarked with a pout. How could that be, Nuan? You've worked hard, Su Qingyao said, stepping forward to embrace her, prompting Jiang Nuan to slightly raise her head and huff in response to tea that moment. A jade tablet began to glow, indicating an important announcement. From today onwards, students who maliciously injure their classmates will have half their points deducted and be confined to the Yuan prison for 6 months. Those who severely harm their peers will forfeit all points and be imprisoned for 2 years. Upon release, they will be immediately expelled from the academy, and their families will be held accountable. Furthermore, private duels within the Yuan realm are strictly prohibited. Engaging in private combat will result in a 6-month confinement in Yuan prison. After release, entry into the Yuan realm will be barred for 2 years. The announcement stirred a wave of astonishment within the academy, as many were taken aback by the severity of these measures. They all understood the significance of the Yuan realm. Being barred from entry for 2 years would severely hinder their progress. Especially given the challenges of the gathering Yuan array, some perceptive students recalled the events of the previous day, speculating that these rules had been amended on account of a single individual. The new and returning students who had gathered at the entrance to the Yuan realm were equally shocked, recalling Su Qingyao's explosive outburst the day before, during which she had not hesitated to confront even the instructors. They repeatedly warned their acquaintances not to provoke the three of them under any circumstances. As the two girls continued to review the new regulations, a green figure silently appeared at the bedside. It took Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuan a moment to react, and they quickly bowed, asking, "Esteemed senior, may we inquire your name?" "No need for such formality. You may call me Vice Dean Bai." The woman's voice was gentle and soothing, radiating a sense of purity. "Vice Dean Bai." The two girls bowed once more. "That I have come to see this little fellow." With that, she summoned a wave of green energy, and Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuan watched quietly. Bai Su's fingers moved slightly, and Yu Luo's body turned to float in midair. The green light then flowed toward his wounds, visibly accelerating the growth of new flesh and blood in just a few moments. All external injuries had healed, leaving no trace of scars, and even his left shoulder had returned to its previous state. "All right, you 3 little ones must take care," Bai Su nodded at the 2 girls and, without waiting for their response, her figure gradually faded away. Su Qingyao hurriedly approached to inspect Yu Luo, finding that both his external and internal injuries had completely healed, leaving behind a vibrant aura of life within him. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Su Qingyao bit her lip, finally able to set her mind at ease. In just half a year, she had encountered 2 vice deans. Some people never met even one until graduation. Jiang Nuan remarked, filled with amazement. "All right, Qingyao, once Yu Luo awakens, I will return home," she said, squeezing Su Qingyao's little hand before heading downstairs. See you in a bit. 1-1, Su Qingyao replied hastily. She rearranged Yu Luo's blankets, ensuring everything was in order before heading downstairs to assist Jiang Nuan with some small items. Upon reflection, achieving such a remarkable feat, slaying 7 late-stage practitioners while still in the mid-stage of the Yuan initial realm, was indeed quite terrifying. Jiang Nuan commented to Su Qingyao that I would rather he had none of those accomplishments. I simply do not wish for him to be harmed. Su Qingyao shook her head, aware that her sentiments might appear selfish to others. She would prefer to live as an ordinary couple with Yu Luo, as the world of cultivation felt overwhelmingly vast to her. The thought of potentially needing to seclude herself for years, unable to meet him, or the possibility of him falling into a coma due to injuries, weighed heavily on her mind. She remained uncertain about his true nature. The mere existence of a life plate transcended the understanding of the mundane world. An ancient and mysterious artifact, seemingly belonging to a lineage long forgotten. When that time arrived, would she truly possess the courage and confidence to face his parents? She did not know. This uncertainty was also the reason behind her clinginess. She feared that his parents would oppose their relationship, putting Yu Luo in a difficult position. What if such a moment truly arrived? Therefore, until then, she wished to selfishly remain by his side at all times. At least there were still 3.5 years left, for Yu Luo had mentioned that once he reached a certain realm, his family would inevitably take notice. Jiang Nuan seemed to understand her thoughts and sighed. Qingyao, since Yu Luo is fine now, I shall return to the Yuan realm to cultivate that we are to embark on an external mission in a little over a month, and I need to at least reach the mid-stage of the condensing spirit realm. She embraced Su Qingyao as a farewell. Go ahead. Once your brother awakens, I will come find you. Su Qingyao nodded slightly. Same place. Jiang Nuan turned to leave. Su Qingyao returned to her cave dwelling, casting a glance at the still slumbering Yu Luo. With a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, she removed her clothing and positioned a screen beside the hot spring. She stepped into the water, the warmth washing over her, and with Yu Luo safe and sound. She felt an overwhelming sense of comfort that Yu Luo had actually awakened when she began to undress. Yet upon hearing the soft sounds, he chose to feign sleep, suppressing his spiritual senses. Jiang Nuan resumed her previous position, continuing her body refinement practice. After some time, Su Qingyao finished dressing, and Yu Luo too chose the perfect moment to awaken. You're awake, Su Qingyao exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. That I worried you. Qingyao, Yu Luo held her close. Next time, do not push yourself so hard. Why didn't you escape? Su Qingyao chided It that moment. I was the only one left on that floor. There was no way to flee, and besides, look, everything is fine. Yu Luo felt her slightly cool body temperature. And what if something had happened? All right, I truly am fine, Yu Luo replied, exasperated, as Su Qingyao continued to probe his condition with her spiritual energy. No. I must examine you thoroughly once more. Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes widened as she glared at him. All right, you can check. Yu Luo relented, knowing he had to wait for her to finish her examination before he could prepare to return to the Yuan realm. Under Su Qingyao's meticulous inspection, every organ showed no signs of injury, and only then did she release Yu Luo. Humph, next time, remember, if you can run, run, do not always put yourself in harm's way. Su Qingyao placed her hands on her hips, pouting adorably. Understood, Miss Su. That lesson is firmly etched in my mind, Yu Luo replied, mimicking her stance. Suddenly, Su Qingyao floated closer, an enticing fragrance wafting through the air as she gently pressed her lips against his in a fleeting kiss before swiftly darting away, leaving only a chill in her wake. That little girl, Yu Luo mused, recalling her playful escape as he stood up, stretching his limbs before stepping out of the cave to head toward the Yuan realm. Su Qingyao, silently approaching from the side of the cave, felt her cheeks flush as she averted her gaze. Yu Luo felt a mischievous urge rise within him. Shall I do it again? What now? I am unsure. So Su Qingyao directly took him towards the entrance of the Yuan realm. The entrance. Su Qingyao gently bid farewell to Yu Luo, while the mentors observed the two with complex expressions. Recognizing that these two little prodigies had returned once more, Su Qingyao donned her veil as she stepped inside, having grown increasingly accustomed to wearing it over time, nearly forming a habit, when beside Yu Luo. She felt no urge to wear it. However, the moment he departed, she would naturally put it on to avoid unwanted attention from individuals like Gong Xianyin. Yu Luo, on the other hand, headed towards the Tianhua realm. intending to continue his cultivation of the flame demon body. Upon returning to the 4th level, he was surprised to find an even greater number of people than before, besides those in training. Newcomers, or those preparing to leave, all greeted Yulaw with nods of respect, for this formidable individual had slain 7 even stronger than themselves here. They were mostly at the early and mid stages of the concentration realm. Hastening to witness Yulaw after the recent incident on the 4th level of the Tianhua realm, that he, in turn, acknowledged them with nods. Exercising caution, Yulaw extended his spiritual awareness but sensed no hint of hostility from anyone present. He then sought a place rich in elemental energy to cultivate. After enduring the trials of his recent battles, his vital energy had somewhat increased in intensity, and he was becoming increasingly proficient in his techniques. The more adept he became, the better he could manage their consumption. For instance, during his initial attempt at the wing slash, he expended a full 50% of his internal energy, whereas yesterday, he had only used slightly over 40%. His meridians were continuously forging vital energy, and aside from Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuanyuan, he had yet to encounter anyone else with fully open meridians. After all, those of ordinary talent likely opened only 1 to 5 meridians upon awakening. 49 days later, Yulua's realm remained at the mid-stage of the Yuan initial realm, yet his body bore intricate patterns resembling molten lava, seemingly infused with destructive power. As he slightly restrained himself, the patterns faded. And upon opening his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of profound darkness flashed within them. He speculated that he could now easily obliterate an early-stage concentration realm expert with a single punch. It was time to leave. Yulua dispelled the barrier and turned to survey his surroundings. A few individuals still remained there, engrossed in their training. Exiting through the portal, he found Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuanyuan seated at a round table on the left side of the palace. Su Qingyao noticed him at once and waved. "Brother, over here. How are you both?" "My cultivation has reached the 1st level," Yulua reported the results of his 49 days to the 2 girls. "I've also reached the 1st level," Jiang Nuanyuan chimed in. Yulua scrutinized Su Qingyao closely. Her appearance had indeed changed for the better, though it was somewhat obscured by the cold jade pendant she wore. With just 10 days remaining until the expedition to Xuanling Mountain, he wondered what they might encounter this time. Upon recalling this, Jiang Nuanyuan hurriedly opened the heavenly ranking to check. She soon breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we haven't directly made it onto the heavenly ranking. The 22nd position still belonged to Gong Xianyin, indicating that advancement could only be achieved through challenges using the Jade tokens. It seems that, despite the apparent novelty of the Earth ranking, we 3 are somewhat out of place in this context, Yulua remarked with a wry smile. In our cohort, it appears we have become the strongest existences. Indeed, just look at who I am, Jiang Nuanyuan replied with a raised eyebrow, adopting a very proud expression, and rightly so. Let me take a look at the Jade token to understand the specifics, Yulua said, retrieving the token to examine the tasks related to Xuanling Mountain. Xuanling Mountain would open in 10 days. The top 10 of the Earth ranking would each choose 10 teammates, but the top 10 could not form teams together. Participation was not mandatory. Those wishing to join could register, while those uninterested could disregard it. Due to the unique circumstances, newcomers could be selected as teammates, allowing for self-formed teams, located in the northernmost region within the 9 Nether Ravine. Xuanling Mountain was a sacred site established 9,000 years ago by the sect known as Xuanyao Pavilion, which once dominated the Kanglan continent. It appeared every 200 years, and entry was forbidden to those in the Yuan martial realm, as it posed a risk of the spiritual mountain collapsing. The mountain range was rich in heavenly materials and treasures, encompassing both mortal and spiritual grades. Each of the 7 mountains would feature a pool containing water diluted 1,000-fold with the blood of divine beasts. The medicinal spirit bath, the dual realms of ice and fire, and the ultimate thunder abyss were all present. However, dangers lurked, and students venturing forth must exercise caution, as it was known that there were 24 fully realized Yuan beasts in the concentration realm. They would inevitably encounter disciples or students from top-tier sects or large academies. This venture bore no rewards. Everything depended on one's own fortune. After thoroughly absorbing the information regarding this undertaking, Yulua realized that the lack of rewards implied that the academy was merely providing students with an opportunity for practical experience. If they were confident in their ability to reap substantial benefits from Xuanling Mountain, there was no need for the academy to offer additional rewards. Conversely, if overconfidence led to a lack of gains, They could not blame the Academy, as it merely facilitated an opportunity. The Academy clearly looked down upon such trivialities, leaving students to assess whether they could shine in the endeavor. All right, Nuanyuan, brother, let's go find Yin Ranran. Su Qingyao thoughtfully noted that they had yet to respond to Yin Ranran. Oh no. Yulua smacked his forehead, evidently remembering the oversight in my eagerness to cultivate in the Yuan realm. I completely forgot about this matter. Let us go, we mustn't keep her waiting, Jiang Nuanyuan declared, her fiery disposition unchanged as she sprang into action. Yulua retrieved the coordinates given by Yunjiu and led the two girls towards the senior student area. Upon arriving at the entrance of the senior student zone, Yulua produced 3 tokens from the Jade token, and after the mentors verified their validity, they allowed the trio to enter. What is that? Jiang Nuanyuan inquired, puzzled, recalling that she had not previously been asked to present anything when entering the senior student area. This little trinket is called a token, exclusive to senior students. One must possess it to temporarily enter the senior student area. With a maximum stay of 6 hours, Yulua explained, then turned his gaze around the environment. There were caves and tree houses, and the concentration of vital energy in the outermost areas was incomparable to even the deepest parts of the new student zone. Witnessing this scene, Yulua couldn't help but exclaim, "We still have 4 months before we can leave the new student category." The energy-gathering formations in the senior student area seem to start at level 6. With the middle sections at level 7 and the deepest parts likely at level 8, I do wish to move in here sooner. Su Qingyao found the layout of the cave she currently occupied quite appealing. As each cave in the Aurora Academy had a unique arrangement, Jiang Nuanyuan, however, was puzzled, realizing that her previous entry into the senior area could be considered a direct breach, yet no one had asked her for a token. Yulua led the two girls to a treehouse, where to the left lay an enormous lake, surrounded by lush greenery teeming with vitality. He approached and knocked on the door. New student Yulua. Is this the residence of Yin Ranran? I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. A voice filled with surprise emanated from within the treehouse. Come in, Yulua nodded to the two girls, and then pushed open the wooden door. The interior of the treehouse was not as simplistic as its exterior suggested. It was furnished with various items, primarily procured from the Points Hall, including soft sofas and more. A girl appeared before them. Tall and graceful, with exquisite features, exuding an air of cold elegance. Hello. I thought you might not come. Yin Ranran greeted the three with a wave of her hand, then gestured for them to take a seat. I apologize for the delay. I've been cultivating in the Yuan realm for over a month. In matters of negotiation, Yulua often took the lead, while the two girls listened attentively. You're quite beautiful and very polite. Not at all like the fierce reputation that precedes you, Yin Ranran remarked with a smile. Ahem, we are primarily here to discuss the team arrangements for Xuanling Mountain, Yulua stated, sensing Su Qingyao casual yet scrutinizing gaze upon him. Has Senior Yin already formed a team? Not yet. There are still 3 spots available, Yin Ranran replied with a smile, before producing a piece of jade and activating it with her vital energy. The remaining 7 will arrive shortly. Yin Ranran set down the jade stone in her hand and turned her gaze towards Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuanyuan, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes. She had heard a few whispers about recent happenings in the Yuan realm involving the 3 of them, including some ill-intentioned individuals spreading rumors that Yulua was an exceedingly ruthless person, one to be avoided at all costs. That Su Qingyao's actions against their mentor and Jiang Nuanyuan's ambush on senior students had cast a veil of mystery over the trio. However, the majority of the new students expressed disbelief and engaged in verbal sparring with the seniors, which even escalated into a chaotic brawl involving hundreds, only halted by the intervention of the mentors. Yulua and the others fell silent, deciding to wait until everyone had arrived before continuing. Let us have some tea, Yin Ranran suggested to the 3, indicating that the tea was freshly brewed and purchased from the Points Hall. Not long after, Yinju and 6 others entered. Let us introduce ourselves, Yin Ranran proposed. A somewhat short and chubby boy grinned and said, I'm sure Mo. At the mid-stage of the condensing spirit realm. Following him, a girl in a green skirt, perhaps a bit shy, timidly introduced herself. I'm Lu Xining. At the initial stage of the condensing spirit realm, next was a serious-looking boy whose voice boomed. Lu Xinyue. At the late stage of the condensing spirit realm, Fei Chanya. Mid-stage of the condensing spirit realm. Ji Juefeng. Mid-stage of the condensing spirit realm. Menghua. Mid-stage of the condensing spirit realm. Lastly, There was Yunju, who introduced himself symbolically, as Jiang Nuanyuan seemed not to recognize him at a glance. Yulua gained a foundational understanding of the team's strength. 2 at the late stage of the condensing spirit realm, Yin Ranran and Lu Xinyue. 4 at the mid-stage, Shi Mo, Ji Juefeng, Fei Changya, and Meng Hua. 3 at the initial stage, Jiang Nuanyuan, Lu Xining, and Yunju. And the 2 at the Yuan initial realm were Yua and Su Qingyao, representing their outward strength. Since the 3 of you are here today, may I interpret this as your willingness to join forces with us? Yin Ranran asked with a smile. Having arrived at this place, I believe Senior Yin has long since had an answer in her heart. Yulua replied with a smile of his own. Then I would like to propose that the position of team leader be entrusted to you. Yulua stared at her, unable to discern any hint of jest in her eyes. Why? He found himself somewhat puzzled. As it was customary for the strongest to assume the role of leader, I have gathered some insights into your accomplishments and understand that decisions are primarily made by you 3. I am not adept at engaging with outsiders. Should my negligence lead to any harm to anyone, I would carry that burden in my heart. Yin Ranran explained candidly, if it were you, I believe you could excel in the role. Does anyone have any objections? Yin Ranran addressed the 7. Whatever Sister Ran says goes. Yunju was the first to respond at US2. We trust Sister Ran, came the chorus of agreement. See, no one disagrees. Yin Ranran remarked with a smile directed at Yulua. Yulua felt helpless. He could accept the role of leader, yet his outward strength was somewhat lacking. Assuming the position would undoubtedly draw everyone's attention. Exposing himself to the gaze of all in an unclear situation seemed exceedingly unwise. After some contemplation, he resolved to decline, but just as he was about to speak, Yin Ranran interjected. Since Yulua does not wish to take on the role, I propose we create a new position called Vice Captain within the team. While I am absent, Yulua's words shall carry my authority. With her words laid out so plainly, he could hardly misunderstand. This was Yin Ranran's strategy of retreating to advance. Perhaps she valued the strength of Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuanyuan, who seemed to defer to him in most matters. As for the 2 women, Su Qingyao spoke for herself, while Jiang Nuanyuan was disinclined, if not dismissive, of engaging in psychological warfare. She preferred to draw her sword directly and handle matters with a swift stroke. At least when facing those outside the academy, she bore no psychological burden in wielding her sword. Since my senior has spoken thus, I shall respectfully comply. Yulua declared with a clasped fist. The time will be 10 days hence. Gathering at the teleportation array to the right of the task hall on the morning of the 10th day. After Yin Ranran finished speaking, she nodded, and the other 7 withdrew. See you in 10 days. We bid you farewell for now, Yulua said to Yin Ranran. Until 10 days hence. Once outside the senior student area, Yulua mused. Yin Ranran seems to be of the wood vein, more proficient in healing than in combat. He sensed a strong presence of wood elements emanating from her. Wood veins are rather rare, Jiang Nuanyuan noted, admitting she had scarcely encountered them in this realm. Let us head back to the cave. It would be wise to rest more in the coming days. Brother, you go back first. I wish to revisit the large bed I saw in the Points Hall. Su Qingyao had 2 objectives in visiting the Points Hall, to collect rewards and to purchase furniture. Very well, return swiftly, Yulua said, affectionately pinching her cheek. Off I go. Su Qingyao turned, and an ethereal veil of ice appeared over her face, obscuring her features. Nuanyuan, what are your plans? Yulua inquired, looking at Jiang Nuanyuan. Jiang Nuanyuan indicated that he should return first, as she intended to make a trip back to the Yuan realm to test whether she could advance to the mid-stage of the condensing spirit realm within these 10 days. Previously, in the Yuan realm, she had managed to cultivate her energy while simultaneously refining her physical techniques, demonstrating the intricacies of her training since childhood. Then I shall return first, Yulua nodded and headed towards the new student area. Upon returning to the cave, Yulua immediately made his way to the rear garden, which had been neglected for nearly 50 days, primarily overgrown with the plants Su Qingyao had tended to. He worked for nearly an hour, clearing away weeds and supplementing the small flowers with trace elements. When he looked up, he found Su Qingyao observing him with a smile playing on her lips. All right, brother, let me take over, Su Qingyao said as she approached along the dirt path. Honestly, I feel as though I lack any talent for this, Yulua mused, pondering that while he faced no bottlenecks in techniques, methods, or cultivation, he could never achieve excellence in gardening. It's all right, I can handle it. You need not worry too much, Su Qingyao reassured him, stepping forward to embrace him. Their shared warmth seemed to coax the surrounding flowers into a quiet bloom. After some time, Yulao returned to the cave. Ready to indulge in a long soak. Clad in a bathrobe, he casually sank into the water, his somewhat lean physique revealing well-defined muscle lines, harboring an astonishing strength within Su Qingyao. Upon returning and seeing him bathing, chose not to disturb him, as both needed time to rest and retire early for the night. The next day, with 9 days remaining until the opening of Xuanling Mountain, Yulao decided to take Su Qingyao on a tour of all areas outside the senior student zone. After all, they had been here for over half a year, yet there were still places they had yet to explore. Did I miss our parents? Su Qingyao sat on a stone bench, gently entwining her arm with his. It's hard to believe so much time has passed. Perhaps after we return from Xuanling Mountain, we could request a brief visit home. Yes. How could you still want me to carry you at this age? Why not? Now that I'm like this, will you resent me for getting older in the future? Never. How could I? Carry me. Come on, Su Qingyao chimed, playfully pouting as she effortlessly climbed onto his back. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Gong Xianyan had lain for nearly 2 months before finally recovering. He learned that Yulao and his companions would be participating in a mission at the Earth ranking. Xuanling Mountain. Gong Xuanyan's expression darkened as he began to plot that moment. His target had shifted from Su Qingyao to ensuring Yulao's demise. Thus, he concocted a flimsy excuse to be away for a week. Returning home 9 days later, Yulao and Su Qingyao rose early, for today marked the day of their journey to Xuanling Mountain. They had made ample preparations during the past 9 days. Well, rather, it was Yulao who had done the preparations. Investigating potential factions and the academy with thoroughness, this had always been his habit. Understanding his opponents while concealing his own identity, trusting the academy's news blockade, his information should not be accessible to others. Apart from clinging to him, Su Qingyao had little else to occupy her time. As the two stepped outside, Jiang Wanwan was already waiting nearby. Your aura is heavy, and your gaze is solemn as you look at her. Still no breakthrough. Merely at the peak of the initial stage of the concentration realm. Just barely. Let's go, Jiang Wanwan said casually. The 3 of them set off again, arriving at the teleportation array where the other 8 had already gathered. Finally, you've arrived. I thought I would have to wake you up, Yin Ranran joked. Senior sister, please do not jest. When are we departing? Yuluo glanced at the teleportation array, and at that moment, a mentor approached. You are the last batch of students for this mission. 6 teams have already departed. In a moment. All of you will stand within the teleportation array, and I shall transport you to Juyo City. Located outside Juyo Gorge, Yin Ranran and Yuluo responded in unison. Yes. Following this, Yuluo turned to Yin Ranran. Who else is going on this trip? Chu Tian, Imo Sun, Chu Tong, Sita Lanqin, Wu Sandao, Ning Chong, and with me. That makes 7 teams. That understood why Yuluo nodded. It was to be expected that the Chu brothers would participate, though he had not anticipated 3 out of the top 10 to decline. He had thought all 10 teams would gathered if sensing his thoughts. Yin Ranran explained. Chi and Mu Siqiu are unable to come due to other missions, while Dan Qingyi is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. I see that this moment. The mentor gestured, and the 11 stepped into the teleportation array. After inscribing the coordinates, with a hum, the 11 opened their eyes to find themselves in Juyo City. The atmosphere here felt somewhat oppressive. For some reason, the sky was overcast, and Juyo City was not large, barely half the size of Aurora City. Let us move, stay close to me, and do not engage with anyone, Yin Ranran said, her cheerful demeanor from the academy replaced with a serious expression as she addressed her 7 teammates. Yes, Ranjia. Junior brothers, you 3 be cautious. Juyo Gorge is said to be quite peculiar, with people mysteriously disappearing without a trace. Furthermore, Sunling Mountain appears within a spatial node in Juyo Gorge, manifesting only once every 200 years and lasting at most 3 months. As Yuluo entered, he immediately sensed a discomforting aura in this place. And more importantly, the life token exhibited unusual activity. We should head to Juyo Gorge, ensuring everyone stays close together, remaining within each other's sight. Yin Ranran instructed. She took the lead, followed by Yunju, who was at the initial stage of the concentration realm, and then those at the mid-stage. Lastly, Lu Xinyue, who shared the same realm as her, brought up the rear. The trio of Yu Luo positioned themselves with Yu Luo in front, Su Qingyao in the middle, followed by Lu Ximing at the initial stage of the concentration realm. And Jiang Wanwan at the back. They divided into two groups to proceed together. It was evident that Yin Ranran was particularly concerned about her teammates' safety, placing the two weakest members between the strongest ones or behind them to ensure timely rescue in case of any unforeseen circumstances. This gesture moved Yunju. Despite being weaker, he still wanted to protect her back. Life token. What is happening? Yu Luo inquired internally. This place is strange. The young master must remain vigilant. After that, there was no further response. As if it were preparing for something, the 11 advanced according to Yin Ranran's arrangement, in a corner of Juyo City. Unbeknownst to them, Gong Xianyin observed with a malevolent glint in his eyes as he slowly emerged from the shadows. He chuckled, 3 have indeed come. I hope there will be 2 fewer when they emerge. With that, he silently retreated into the darkness. Jiang Wanwan had embarrassed him thoroughly, and Yu Luo had become a thorn in his side. This had turned into an obsession for him, believing that if he could suppress Yu Luo, Su Qingyao would inevitably be drawn to him. After traversing a rather rugged path, they came upon a clearing where numerous tents had already been erected. Clearly, forces preparing to participate in the Sunling Mountain were present, along with the academy. Let us set up camp here and await the manifestation of Sunling Mountain space, Yin Ranran said. Summoning 10 tents with her energy, glancing at Yu Luo and Su Qingyao. You two will share a tent. How does that sound? A flicker of something unusual passed through her gaze. All right, before Yu Luo could respond. Su Qingyao's soft voice echoed. This piqued the curiosity of the remaining few. Even the shy Lu Ximing gazed at the pair with wide eyes. Jiang Wanwan wore a knowing expression. Su Qingyao's cheeks gradually flushed with a hint of pink as she hurriedly pulled Yu Luo into the tent. All right, everyone, let us all go in. If anything happens, shout. Yin Ranran set up a green barrier around the tent, impenetrable to those below the late stage of the concentration realm. That why Yu Luo sat cross-legged inside the tent, attempting to inquire about the peculiarities of this place from his life token. Yet, no matter how he asked, the life token remained silent. Reluctantly, he gave up. Approximately 2 hours later, a luminous ring suddenly appeared in the sky, expanding and emanating energy that illuminated the previously dim clearing. All right, everyone be cautious. Once inside, make sure to check if anyone is missing immediately. Yin Ranran reiterated that while Yu Luo looked up at the luminous ring. Noticing that many had already entered, groups upon groups of people. Among them, he spotted dozens clad in Aurora Academy attire, presumably from the other teams. Let us go. Yin Ranran ascended first, with the 10 following closely behind. As they stepped into the ring, a teleportation array-like formation appeared beneath their feet. They looked at one another, and Yin Ranran sighed in relief, noting that no one was missing. However, just as she relaxed slightly, a dark gray beam suddenly shot out from the spatial rift. It directly shattered the core of the teleportation array. The array crumbled, and Yin Ranran shouted, expending all her energy to pull Yunju and Ji Juefeng closer. Su Qingyao, wanting to grasp Yu Luo's hand, suddenly turned pale. That while Yu Luo had vanished without a trace, in an instant, unnoticed by anyone, he was gone. Jiang Wanwan reacted swiftly, catching Su Qingyao as the teleportation array collapsed. The group fell from the sky, managing to stabilize themselves upon landing. Yin Ranran's expression soured. Within her spiritual perception, Yu Luo, Lu Ximing, and Mo were missing. Su Qingyao took a deep breath. Perhaps Yu Luo had been transported elsewhere. Since several of them had entered, it meant that even if the teleportation array shattered, they would still reach Sunling Mountain, for the sky was no longer overcast but a bright sunny day. Qingyao, stay calm. We'll find him soon, Jiang Wanwan reassured her. Ranjia, you too, remain composed. With Yu Luo watching over those two, they will be fine, she added, maintaining her calm analysis. Yes, you're right. Our top priority is to locate the 3 of them. Immediately, Yin Ranran led the group, choosing a direction to set off. After all, they could not afford to be further scattered. They had to search together. Meanwhile, as Yu Luo stepped onto solid ground, his energy began to circulate. Above, 2 auras approached while Yu Luo focused, and saw that they were his teammates. Lu Ximing appeared quite frightened, her face pale. Mo looked around with a grim expression but relaxed upon seeing Yu Luo. After all, his teammates were aware of Yu Luo's capabilities. Despite being merely at the initial realm, he could still take on opponents at the late stage of the concentration realm. You too. Come closer, don't stray more than a step from me, Yu Luo commanded swiftly. Yes, Vice Captain, Lu Xining replied with newfound confidence as she hurried to Yu Luo's side. Shirimo, you take the left. And Lu Xining, you take the right. For now, let us find senior sister Ran Ran and the others. As Yu Luo finished speaking, a surge of highly toxic energy surged toward Lu Xining. Swiftly, Yu Luo conjured a fiery shield, which crackled with hissing sounds as the poisonous energy was seared by the flames. Subsequently, Yu Luo flung a stream of energy towards a tree, causing a massive serpent to crash down. Thank you, Vice Captain, but Lu Xining was rendered speechless, paralyzed by fear, as she had always been timid and was particularly terrified of snakes. That's why Yu Luo decided to envelop both of them in two protective barriers to guard against any sudden attacks. After orienting himself, Yu Luo swiftly moved the trio upwards. Just as they crossed a small stream, 5 figures came into view. The 5 individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards the 2 men and 1 woman. And a glimmer of greed flashed in the leader's eyes. However, upon noticing their attire, it was clear they belonged to the Aurora Academy. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them. You lot, hand over your heavenly crystals. The leader commanded, possessing the strength of a mid-stage spirit concentration realm. His companions were also 2 mid-stage spirit concentration cultivators, while among Yu Luo and his companions, only one possessed a similar level of power. It seemed the Aurora Academy was not all that impressive after all. The 4 individuals nearby began to advance slowly, forming a tight encirclement. Sigh, Yu Luo exhaled, and a pair of blazing wings gradually emerged. He then traced a circle around them. Shimo promptly advised Lu Xining to close her eyes. Following this, Yu Luo led the 2 onward, and Shimo glanced at him, his eyes reflecting not only admiration but also a hint of fear. In an instant, the 5 adversaries were bisected. Was this truly a 16-year-old boy? While guiding them in search of Yen Ran and others, Yu Luo remained vigilant for any rare treasures that they passed a cave. An unusual sensation coursed through his body. If it weren't for Yu Luo being on high alert, he might have missed it altogether. Follow me inside, he instructed the 2. Shimo and Lu Xining nodded eagerly. They had already encountered numerous ambushes along the way, some from beasts and others from humans. After all, there were no rules in this place, and all evils were laid bare. Thus, they dared not stray even a step from Yu Luo. Having journeyed thus far without Shimo needing to intervene, Yu Luo had efficiently dealt with every threat, leaving no opportunity for delay. However, it appeared that they were the only trio separated from the main force. Others had groups of 5, 7, or even 10. Why Yu Luo was eager to encounter a fully realized spirit concentration cultivator, especially since he had yet to unleash his inferno demon body. The 3 entered the cave, where the passage was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only 1 person at a time. Why Yu Luo led the way, with Lu Xining in the middle and Shimo bringing up the rear. Be cautious. Yu Luo re-established a barrier around the 2. After completing this, a flame surged in his hand, illuminating their path. After walking a few steps, he felt a disturbance beneath his feet. Sandworm, Yu Luo murmured, then stomped his foot forcefully. A searing bolt of lightning surged into the ground, and upon dissipating, dozens of sandworms that had been lurking below fell silent. Within less than half a day of entering, they had already encountered dozens of varieties of beasts. Yu Luo silently lamented the wonders of this mysterious space. He had disregarded the rare treasures they encountered, deeming them unnecessary for Su Qin Yao and simply tossing them to the 2. Thus, the 2 now held unwavering trust in Yu Luo. After traversing a lengthy passage, he heard distant rumblings of thunder. Thunder? Yu Luo pondered, perplexed by the sound echoing within the cave. Continuing forward, he kept an eye on the 2 behind him while remaining alert for any disturbances beneath. Above, or in the cavern walls. He rounded a bend. A glimmer of purple light caught his attention. Moving closer, he looked down and his gaze sharpened. Beneath his feet lay a chasm, filled with flickering bolts of lightning. This was a realm of thunder. Fortunately, the small platform they occupied was sturdy enough to support all 3 of them. Yu Luo carefully sensed the interior of the thunder chasm, feeling his own lightning veins gently pulsating. Clearly, something within the chasm was immensely attractive to them. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the 2. Stay here. I will create a barrier. Yu Luo. The surroundings felt secure, as he had not sensed any creature's presence. "Please be careful," Vice Captain Lu Xianning implored, having guessed his intention to leap into the thunder chasm, temporarily distracted from watching over the two. Yes, just avoid stepping outside the barrier, and you will be safe. Unless you are at the fully realized spirit concentration realm, it would be difficult to break through, Yu Luo explained, casting the advanced spirit tier thunder barrier around the two. Then, he positioned himself at the edge, where he could no longer sense anything from outside. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, and upon opening them, his irises shifted to a striking purple. Shimo watched in awe as Yu Luo's form transformed, transitioning from flames to a body crackling with arcs of lightning. Truly, he was an impressive vice captain. Although he had always known Yu Luo possessed dual attributes, witnessing the transition from fire to lightning evoked a wave of envy. Under Lu Xianning's concerned gaze, he plunged into the thunder chasm. Upon entering, the lightning veins within him began to uncontrollably absorb the surrounding electricity that seemed necessary to visit the Academy's thunder domain in the future. Yu Luo mused, while meticulously sensing his surroundings. In the thunder chasm, he detected no signs of life. Naturally, without his lightning veins, even a fully realized spirit concentration cultivator would struggle to endure for long. Yet Yu Luo felt as though he were a dragon swimming through the sea, experiencing no discomfort as he swiftly circled around. This way, he noted, feeling a slight tremor in his lightning veins as he approached the right side. Surrounding him were several arcs of lightning, dancing like serpents and seemingly drawn to his essence. He quickly swam towards the right, and as he delved deeper, the surrounding lightning grew increasingly intense to a depth of approximately 2,000 feet. The pressure exceeded what a spirit concentration cultivator could withstand. If Shimo were to descend, he would likely disintegrate within moments. Continuing deeper, at 3,000 feet, Yu Luo began to feel the strain. The absorption rate of his lightning veins could not keep pace with the influx of lightning elements entering his body. At that moment, the previously silent life token manifested a dark membrane of light, granting Yu Luo a sense of relief. "Are you awake, life token?" After a brief pause with no response, he scratched his head, puzzled by the situation. Never mind. Let's see what lies at the bottom of the thunder chasm. He sensed that it might be a rare treasure immensely beneficial for his azure thunder body. With the protection of the life token, Yu Luo's speed increased significantly as he reached 5,000 feet. His foot seemed to land upon a surface radiating white light. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a ground surface, but rather an intensely condensed mass of lightning. If it weren't for the life token, it would have been impossible to enter this place, he thought, proceeding cautiously toward the massive cluster of thunderous light. Each step was taken with utmost care, for he understood that if it were indeed a top-tier treasure, there would surely be guardians nearby. However, sensing no presence of life, it could only be the thunder spirit. As he gradually approached and stepped into the cluster of thunderous light, he beheld a colossal thunder lotus upon which a heart-like orb of lightning pulsated rhythmically. Yu Luo quickly deliberated, and an answer emerged in his mind. 9-turn thunder heart. Moreover, the heart bore 9 intricate lightning patterns, signifying its existence for over 9,000 years. An additional pattern formed for every 1,000 years. Soon, he regained his composure, realizing that this was far beyond his current capability to refine. Should he attempt to do so, it would likely shatter his physical body and energy veins in an instant. At that point, no one would be able to save him. However, he could collect it for later refinement. He estimated that the object would require at least the resilience of a martial origin realm cultivator to be refined successfully. Resolute, he began to channel his energy at full throttle, cautiously approaching the 9-turn thunder heart. Even as he drew near, no anomalies occurred, and he maintained his vigilance. Even as he was about to touch the thunder heart, everything remained calm. Have I overthought this? Yu Luo decisively resolved to capture both Lei Lian and Lei Xian in one swift motion. As the spatial ring shimmered, Lei Xian and Lei Lian transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the confines of his spatial ring, he then turned and, with utmost speed, ascended upstream. Just then, a resounding thunderclap echoed throughout the thunder abyss, drowning out all other sounds. Yu Luo felt the hair on his body stand on end. He slowly raised his gaze, and before him appeared a thunder dragon, towering at least 10,000 feet, entirely composed of crackling electricity. The dragon writhed violently, unleashing blinding arcs of lightning. and Yuluo was struck by the smallest flicker. Instantly sent crashing to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Yuluo assessed his condition. His body bore numerous lightning marks, and the thunder veins within him gradually dimmed, clearly having absorbed a vast amount of energy in an instant. Just as he thought he had miscalculated, perhaps triggering the Elder's remnant soul, and feeling a pang of guilt, the Thunder Dragon seemed to catch a whiff of something, gradually calming down to Yuluo's surprise. It was not an attack that awaited him, but rather the dragon's eyes appeared to be fixated on him. The dragon, under the weight of his intense gaze, began to approach him slowly that it came within mere inches of him, and then lay down. Yuluo observing it as it seemed to struggle to contain its own lightning. Uncertain of what possessed him, he instinctively extended his hand towards the dragon's snout. The dragon remained tranquil, watching his every move. His palm tingled with a strange sensation, yet it was not painful. In an atmosphere charged with peculiar tension, the Thunder Dragon not only refrained from resisting or attacking Yuluo, but allowed him to touch it. Yuluo himself was taken aback. When the dragon first emerged, he had already considered where to bury it, for the oppressive aura it exuded was clearly beyond his capacity to withstand, at the very least. It belonged to the realm of celestial beings. This thunder dragon had likely existed in this thunder abyss for an unfathomable duration, the Xinyu Pavilion having endured for 17,000 years, collapsing over 9 millennia ago. The Seeking Spirit Mountain was established 2,000 years after the founding of Xinyu Pavilion. If the dragon had been here since the beginning, it must be over 20,000 years old. He was tempted to consult the life token, but for reasons unknown, it remained silent, disregarding even his commands. Never mind, he thought. I shall first ascertain the nature of this thunder dragon. That he circled its head, keeping his palm pressed against its mouth and whiskers. Yet the dragon exhibited no sign of agitation, instead allowing the diminutive human to caress it. May I sit upon you? Yuluo inquired, observing the dragon's reaction, which was surprisingly subdued. It merely opened its maw slightly. The mere act of parting its jaws could have swallowed him whole, but with a surge of determination, he leapt atop its head, positioning himself between its two horns. The dragon maintained its composure, and Yuluo attempted to command it, ascend. Initially, he presumed it would ignore him. However, in the next instant, it abruptly shot upwards, and Yuluo clutched its scales tightly to avoid being thrown off. Had he truly tamed it? What force had compelled such a phenomenon? He recalled that this thunder dragon had once behaved like a living creature, confirming some scent that it had taken him half an hour to descend 5,000 feet. Whereas the dragon had surged out of the thunder abyss in a mere 20 breaths, Shimo sensed an overwhelming pressure, stronger than any mentor he'd encountered. He immediately spread his arms to shield Lu Xinning, watching in awe as a colossal dragon erupted from the thunder abyss, swirling in midair. After a few rotations, the dragon's head turned downwards, fixating on the two insignificant beings below. Do not harm them. Yuluo commanded. Deputy Captain? Lu Xinning, hidden behind Shimo, looked up at Yuluo atop the dragon's head. Deputy Captain, Shimo exhaled heavily, relief washing over him upon seeing Yuluo, for he had feared the worst, that Yuluo had encountered this terrifying thunder dragon within the abyss, and that neither of them would escape unharmed. Yet, he quickly realized the implications, his eyes widening in shock. The deputy captain rides the dragon. Yuluo leapt down from the dragon's head and dispelled the barrier. Addressing the two, all is well. They nodded vacantly, as if still processing the situation. Yuluo, feeling a headache coming on, gazed at the enormous dragon, contemplating how such a colossal creature could possibly exit through the narrow passage. Can you shrink? He ventured to ask. His astonishment. The dragon's form gradually compressed until it resembled a small serpent. With a resounding crash of thunder, it darted towards Yuluo. It seemed to hesitate. Or perhaps it was awaiting his next command, affectionately rubbing against his hand. I am beginning to lose my grasp on this world, Yuluo lamented. Where could this thunder dragon possibly reside? The elemental veins. He suddenly pondered, yet remained uncertain whether the dragon harbored any malice. If it were to go berserk within the elemental veins, he might not even comprehend how his demise would unfold. Let us conceal you in my sleeve for now. The dragon obediently dove into his sleeve at the command. Yuluo felt a searing warmth against his forearm and, upon pulling up his sleeve, discovered a lightning-shaped mark emblazoned upon it. All right, let's depart. He mused over his recent acquisitions. Lei Lian could ride atop him while cultivating the azure thunder body. yielding twice the result with half the effort. Xian was invaluable as well, but he had an inkling that this thunder dragon was his greatest boon. The trio retraced their steps, the gazes of the two companions upon him akin to that of observing a strange creature. I say, you two, cease your incessant staring and pay attention to your surroundings, Yu Luo said, his voice reverberating through the passage. Meanwhile, with Jiang Wanwan present, any ill intentions directed at them were swiftly eradicated. The surrounding area was well aware of this harbinger of death. Su Qingyao, however, remained anxious for Yu Luo's safety, devoid of any inclination to engage in combat. They had been tirelessly searching for the trio, but had yielded no results. Isn't that the person from Aurora Academy? The strongest aura emanates from a woman. A man draped in a black scarf smirked. Du Erqiang, a late-stage condensation realm cultivator and an elder of the Qian Dao Society near Juyo City. Harbored a grudge since 200 years ago when his father was slain while attempting to seize the Aurora Academy's celestial crystals and young maidens. You should rename Aurora Academy to Sissy Academy. Ha 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 ha. However, Ji Juefeng and his companions had grown accustomed to such mockery. Their journey to seeking Spirit Mountain had unveiled the treachery of many hearts. For instance, two individuals, upon discovering a treasure, feigned delight while secretly plotting against one another, only to strike a fatal blow and abscond with the spoils, or, due to differing opinions, a single group would split into two factions, engaging in brutal conflict. Lu Xiyue was engulfed in self-reproach and concern for her sister, Lu Xining. She regretted not having held her back, even though Yu Luo was present. After all, he was an outsider. Jiang Wanwan, disinterested in further dialogue, summoned Su Han and, with a single stroke of her sword, sent a shockwave through the air, resuming her journey. Their ultimate destination was the mountaintop, so encounters were inevitable. Qing Yao, do not fret. Yu Luo is not one to easily fall into danger. You must be aware of his cautious nature, Jiang Wanwan reassured her to him. Su Qing Yao replied absently. Jiang Wanwan sighed in exasperation, noting how even in his absence, she remained preoccupied as the day waned. They had yet to uncover any signs left behind by Yu Luo. Though they longed to continue their search, they acknowledged the necessity of rest. I will keep watch tonight. You all should take some rest, Yin Ranran declared, seamlessly assuming the responsibility of the first night watch as the captain. Thank you for your hard work, Ranran. Yin Ju stepped forward, acknowledging her burden, for his strength did not permit him to stand guard. He wished to assist, but felt powerless. I can only hope that Yu Luo is faring well. The three of them could easily attract the attention of some hostile factions, Yin Ranran sighed, lamenting the disbandment of their group upon entering. Moreover, from the circumstances they had encountered along the way, it appeared that only their team had become separated, having even crossed paths with Mo Sun's group, which remained intact. Mo Sun had even offered assistance, presuming their missing members had already met their demise. We shall continue our search tomorrow, she concluded. Yin Ranran slightly furrowed her brows, then took a deep breath and gazed at the makeshift campsite. Jiang Wanwan and Su Qing Yao shared the same tent, the reasoning being Jiang Wanwan's worry for her, fearing that she might not endure the situation and run off to seek him out alone. If Su Qing Yao were to escape, she truly would not know where to find her. The circumstances over at Yu Luo's side were akin to those here. He had been leaving coded signals, a form of runes comprehensible only to Su Qing Yao. That night, he had allowed Xian Ning to sleep in the tent, and after Yu Luo erected a barrier, he kept watch for the first half of the night, while Shi Mo rested outside the tent within the barrier. They would switch roles for the latter half, with Shi Mo staying vigilant until dawn. After all, in the darkness of night, humans can be more perilous than the primal beasts. The barrier set by Yu Luo exuded a potent aura of thunder. While he perched on a branch of a nearby tree, it seemed he had yet to name the dragon. That why Yu Luo softly called out, a miniature white thunder dragon flickered with lightning as it emerged from his sleeve. It flew around Yu Luo twice before coiling itself on his shoulder. Let us call you Xiaobai. With a low rumble, the mini thunder dragon emitted a faint thunderous sound, as if this were its form of communication. Following this, Yu Luo meticulously pondered its nature, flipping through the creatures in his mind. It appeared to resemble none, until he reached the last possibility. Elemental spirits, typically birthed from the environment. For instance, countless volcanoes might not necessarily yield a single fire spirit. The probability of their generation is exceedingly low, and among 100 fire spirits, it is rare to find one with sentience. less than 1%. Yet, the creature perched on Yu Luo's shoulder evidently possessed a considerable degree of intelligence. Capable of comprehending human speech, as for why it chose Yu Luo, that could only be determined once the life token was restored. However, he keenly speculated that it might be something sealed deep within his father's elemental vein. Xiaobai possessed intelligence but lacked flesh. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. The advantage was that as long as the environment was present, it would never deplete, and unless completely annihilated, it could always be restored. Thunder spirits, fire spirits, and water spirits exhibited remarkable resilience. The downside was their rarity, and regardless of their growth, they would never speak, unlike primal beasts, who could articulate human language and assume human forms upon reaching the earth element realm. Yu Luo set aside his thoughts and scanned the vicinity with his spiritual sense that it seemed somewhere indeed seeking them out. He detected several presences, well concealed, yet he had memorized all the nearby auras before their arrival. He could sense even the slightest changes. The additional presences were moving very slowly, seemingly hesitating whether to approach. In the spirit-seeking mountain, taking a life felt akin to squashing a mere insect. In the absence of rules, this place became a paradise for those harboring malice. There was no need for pretense. One simply needed to eliminate anyone who witnessed their wrongdoing. Once they exited, the next opening would be 200 years later, by which time the bones would have long since decomposed into the nutrients of this land. 1 late-stage spirit concentration realm, 3 mid-stage, and 4 early-stage. Yu Luo revealed himself before the 8 individuals. No need to hide. Yu Luo spoke calmly. Noticing their lack of reaction, he stamped his foot on the ground. Lightning shot directly at the 8. They swiftly changed positions, dodging the strike, but then boldly faced Yu Luo. "Kid, how did you discover us?" The leader, shrouded in black, bore a bandit-like appearance but lacked the essence of a true outlaw. I advise you to refrain from such activities. It would be far more beneficial to seek out some heavenly materials and treasures. Despite being a mere youth, Yu Luo calmly lectured these individuals in their 20s that it was evident they were inexperienced in such matters. Today's little brats are truly amusing. Do you think we haven't tried before? We entered with over 20, and now, after a day, only 8 remain. We initially intended to gather some heavenly materials, but those ruffians indiscriminately slaughtered our companions. We did not provoke them. The black-clad leader's emotions seemed to surge as he spoke of those individuals. His eyes filled with hatred. Sighing, Yu Luo lamented his inability to assist everyone. He had already encountered several instances of theft regarding heavenly materials and spirit crystals on his journey today. After calming himself, the black-clad man feigned ferocity and declared, "You, a mere kid in the initial element realm, do not attempt to stand in our way. We only seek heavenly materials." Yet, Yu Luo observed clearly that these individuals gripped their weapons unsteadily, trembling as if they were embarking on their first adventure. Having heard rumors of a mysterious space opening, they came here with treasure-seeking intentions. Perhaps just yesterday, they celebrated their entry, envisioning the treasures they might find and the sects they would join. Now, with so many companions lost, their aspirations may have shifted from mere treasure hunting to seeking vengeance through the enhancement of their powers. I can offer each of you a portion of low-grade heavenly materials. But do not entertain thoughts of revenge. Yu Luo's words rang like thunder in their ears, causing them to doubt their hearing. "Are you serious?" the black-clad leader queried, astonished. Indeed, Yu Luo casually tossed a few low-grade heavenly materials he had picked up by the roadside to them. Selecting those suitable based on the elemental energies surrounding them, they hurriedly caught them, with 2 even bursting into tears. "Leave this space. It is not suited for you. This young brother, I have one more request." The black-clad leader removed his mask, eyes reddened, then suddenly knelt before Yu Luo with a thud. His name was Chong Ao Tian, a late-stage spirit concentration realm practitioner, yet 2 of his guards were of the same realm. "I beseech you, should the opportunity arise, please help avenge my brothers." Before he could bow his head fully, Yu Luo swiftly lifted him up. "That I will remember. Now you should leave." The glint of unusual light flickered in Yu Luo's eyes before he turned to walk away. The few black-clad individuals clutched the heavenly materials tightly, fearful of being discovered by others, lest they face theft again. They quickly dispersed, seeking the teleportation array that connected to the outside world. Yu Luo had marked the heavenly materials, faintly sensing their conversations and locations. If these individuals chose not to depart, but instead sought to harm others, he would send Xiao Bai to resolve the matter, though the hatred in their eyes appeared genuine. He would always exercise caution, especially regarding Su Qingyao, the Su family, and Jiang Wanwan de Ayin, the spirit-seeking mountain. The principle of the survival of the fittest was even more pronounced. The weak became mere corpses while the strong ascended atop the heaps of bones. In the academy, where high-grade heavenly materials worth thousands of years were commonplace, he had grown indifferent to what once seemed precious. Low-grade heavenly materials that Yu Luo returned to the tree, playing with Xiao Bai. And before he knew it, it was already the latter half of the night. Mo awoke. "Vice Captain, you should rest. I will take over. Stay safe within the barrier, and if there are any issues, awaken me." After speaking, Yu Luo returned to the barrier, laying down several layers of bedding to rest. The second half of the night passed peacefully, and Yu Luo awoke. Currently, only Mo and Lu Xianning were aware of Xiao Bai. He had no intention of revealing this trump card. Perhaps it might prove life-saving in the future. Disclosing such a secret too early would only lead to caution from others. He continued onward with the two. And whenever he encountered acts of bullying, he could not refrain from stepping in to help. "Vice Captain, you are truly wonderful. So powerful yet so kind." Lu Xinning couldn't help but whisper, "You wouldn't understand." "Xiao Ning, this is called having the world in mind," Mo replied, feigning profundity. Yu Luo merely smiled. Part of his character was self-derived while another part stemmed from the teachings of his parents. Especially from Chu Xian Lu, who would tell him every day as a child to be a good person and never to bully others. This is a choice any decent person would make. Most villains have merely led unfortunate lives, seeking fulfillment through the humiliation of others. Such individuals remain oblivious to how others perceive them, only concerned with their own gratification. Yu Luo elucidated, "At last, I comprehend why Su Xuemai, despite her stunning beauty, has chosen you." Lu Xinning recalled Su Qingyao's words from the open space prior to Xuanling Mountain. Yu Luo touched her own facial features and, with an earnest expression, made a statement that left Lu Xinning both amused and exasperated. "Am I not handsome? Handsome, handsome. Our vice captain is the most handsome, even a tad more than my brother." Just as Yu Luo contemplated changing the subject, she sensed a lingering aura from Su Qingyao in the northeast direction, causing her heart to race. "Let us proceed in that direction. I believe I have an inkling of where Ranin and the others might be." With that, she led her companions at an accelerated pace toward the northeast. "Really?" Shimo exclaimed, excitedly following suit. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao intermittently extended her spiritual awareness to the farthest reaches, hoping to detect any trace of Yuan or places he might have lingered if he had paused there. She would certainly be able to sense it. "Ranin, do you know what the ultimate rewards of Xuanling Mountain are?" Jiang Wanwan pondered, believing that visiting such a place without acquiring the final reward would be in vain. "I have perused some records left by previous participants. There are medicinal baths favored by the wood vein, and also the ice and fire duality." "Wait, what is this ice and fire duality?" Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, and promptly inquired. "Ice and fire duality refers to the ancient flame dragon and the ancient ice phoenix, two divine beasts that deliberately left their divine blood in this location, transforming into a hot and cold Tai Chi spring. It is beneficial for both fire and ice systems." Jiang Wanwan nodded, indicating her understanding. "Now I sincerely hope the ultimate reward is this. If it is something else, then we can only see if there are any high-quality spirit materials from the past 2,000 years. It would be a pity to have made the journey without any gain." Su Qingyao conducted another round of spiritual probing, yet still found nothing, which inevitably dampened her spirits. Initially, they were in good spirits, able to search for treasures together, but an inexplicable matter had caused them to disperse. Just as she contemplated taking a break, she decided to extend her spiritual awareness once more. As she neared her limit, she suddenly detected a familiar aura that resonated deeply within her. Su Qingyao quickly opened her beautiful eyes and flew southwest. "Hey, Qingyao, where are you going?" Jiang Wanwan immediately noticed and followed suit. While Yin ran and looked on helplessly, they had just come from the southwest. Why were they suddenly heading back? "Let us follow her." Yu Luo also sensed Su Qingyao's aura and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was well. Soon, they caught sight of each other, and ripples of joy danced in Su Qingyao's eyes as she moved toward him. The two embraced in midair, gently descending to the ground, while those behind bore witness to the scene. "Sister," Lu Xinyu saw that Lu Xinning was unharmed, her expression relaxing. Yin Ranin beamed at the scene, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Everyone is safe." Jiang Wanwan pouted. Having suspected Yulua's involvement, as the two parties drew closer, the complete team finally reassembled after a day and a half. Yulua and Su Qingyao walked together at the rear, discussing the events of the day. Yin Ranin led the way at the front, while Jiang Wanwan flanked the left side for protection. And Lu Xingyu took the opposite side. As night fell, the group was compelled to set up camp. The day's harvest was quite satisfactory. 1 high-quality spirit material, 3 medium quality, and 11 low quality. Regrettably, all were merely a few hundred years old. They had only discovered one over 1,000 years old in the past 2 days. Yin Ranin reported the day's gains. Generally, items over 1,000 years old are predominantly found at the mountain's summit, where the vitality is most concentrated, allowing spirit materials to rapidly catalyze. There are 7 summits in total. One could only wonder if the chosen location would be the summit of the ice and fire duality. Inside the tent, Yulua and Su Qingyao remained entangled in each other's embrace, sharing their feelings of longing despite only being apart for a day. "All right, Qingyao, summon Wanwan to come in. I have something to show you," Yulua said, feigning mystery. "Okay." Su Qingyao stepped outside, where Jiang Wanwan awaited nearby. After Jiang Wanwan entered, Yulua cleared his throat. "Xiaobai, come forth." To the astonishment of Su Qingyao and Jiang Wanwan, a miniature thunder dragon emerged from his sleeve. "Thunder spirit?" Jiang Wanwan expressed mild surprise, noting that there was only one at her home, and it lacked intelligence. "Correct. In fact, there's more than this. There's also a rather advanced spirit gem and a spirit material. But I can't take them out now. The tent is too small." Yulua instructed Xiaobai to perch on his shoulder. "Your luck is remarkable. I sense this thunder spirit is the most significant," Jiang Wanwan remarked, gazing at Xiaobai. "Can it come to my side, brother?" Su Qingyao, filled with curiosity, asked, for it was her first encounter with such a creature. "Go to Qingyao. From now on, you must heed her commands," Yulua instructed Xiaobai. The little creature then flew towards Su Qingyao. After a moment, Yulua called out, "Xiaobai, return, come back. Have you stopped listening to me for just a while?" Yulua wondered aloud. The thunder spirit seemed exceedingly joyful upon encountering Su Qingyao's aura, rendering Yulua's commands temporarily ineffective. "Ha! This little creature is quite amusing, but based on what you said, its power might reach the realm of spirit kings." Jiang Wanwan chuckled, clearly entertained by the scene. "Realm of spirit kings. Do you know where this little fellow can stay? I can only keep it in my sleeve that I don't know. I prefer water spirits. I haven't interacted much with thunder spirits." "I wonder if elemental spirits have genders," Yulua pondered. "They do, and this one is male," Jiang Wanwan teased with a mischievous grin at Su Qingyao. "Ah, what? That's outrageous," Yulua protested vehemently. "Haha, I was joking. Elemental spirits do not possess gender distinctions, as they aren't even classified as living beings." Jiang Wanwan laughed at their reactions. "That's a relief. You gave me quite a scare," Yulua remarked, observing Su Qingyao joyfully playing with the thunder spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Qingyao, let Xiaobai stay with you. Since it likes you, just keep it in your sleeve. It has a protective talisman, so now you have a safeguard." "MHM," Su Qingyao nodded enthusiastically. "By the way, brother, can I tell Wanwan about the talisman?" Su Qingyao suddenly remembered that Wanwan had inquired about this matter. Jiang Wanwan also turned to him. "That it's fine to tell Wanwan. I trust you. That's more like it." Jiang Wanwan nodded slightly. Once Su Qingyao finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan gazed at Yulua with astonishment, for according to Su Qingyao, this object was something even she had never heard of at home. This revelation elevated Yulua's family in Jiang Wanwan's esteem. If such a thing could not be produced in her own homeland, then Yulua's family must be exceptional. Jiang Wanwan studied him closely. The talisman was invisible to anyone other than Yulua and his family. Even if it were hanging visibly from his chest, Jiang Wanwan could see nothing. This could be considered a sort of rule, the implications of which were profound. Su Qingyao's family could not fathom such elevated realms. "What a pity that I can't see it. Otherwise, I would love to study it myself." Jiang Wanwan expressed her regret. After a while of conversation, she took her leave. Yulua felt fatigued, noticing Su Qingyao still engrossed in play with Xiaobai, and he drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Yulua awoke early, while Yin Ranin had kept watch for the latter half of the night. "Ranin, if I recall correctly, the 7 summits of Xuanling Mountain will open on the 3rd day, right?" "Yes, That's correct. After that, those with the courage can challenge it, while those lacking the courage may choose to return home. Yin Ranan explained. Before entering, one cannot know what the pools at the summits contain, and each time the pools are opened, the order is shuffled, preventing subsequent visitors from discerning which summit holds which pool. Once one enters, one must either meet a dignified demise or humbly beg the mightiest for a morsel of resources, for if the energy within the pool is fully absorbed and the rare treasures of heaven and earth have been depleted, those who fail to acquire any resources shall be trapped therein for 2 centuries, only to find that when the gates reopen, all that remains is mere sustenance. To put it plainly, it is a matter of luck at the mountain's peak. To see if one can select what is suitable for oneself, do you understand? Yin Ranran gazed at Yu Luo, whose expression remained unchanged. Understood. Will it be necessary to disperse when the time comes? I believe that Qin Yao, Nuan Wan, and I are all aiming for the ice and fire dual realm. Yu Luo then inquired, as the ice and fire dual realm is not suitable for those outside the ice and fire attribute. No need. I do not trust you. Even without the medicinal spirit bath, I can accept that. Moreover, I suspect they will undoubtedly follow you. Yu Luo scratched his head in frustration, realizing that it seems not everyone can reap rewards. For each individual's elemental vein attributes differ. Of course, he currently lacked confidence in selecting the ice and fire dual realm, primarily because the fate plate had only uttered one phrase since entering the 9 Nether City. This place is peculiar. Yu Luo had yet to comprehend the meaning of those 4 words. What could possibly render such a divine artifact as the fate plate to deem it peculiar? Shaking his head, he decided to ponder it no further. Just then, the 7 mountains trembled, and 7 barriers appeared at the summit. Has it been activated? Yes. Wake everyone up. Yu Luo hurriedly called out to the still slumbering Su Qin Yao, while Zhang Wan had already awakened with the activation of the 7 mountains. Those wishing to depart still have time. Shortly, I will ascend the mountain with Yu Luo and the others, Yin Ranran said with a serious expression. Ranjia, let me reiterate, we all heed your words. Fleeing midway is hardly a skill, Ji Ju Feng chuckled. Indeed, we came here to repay the favor you extended to us in the past. Abandoning our post now would be ungrateful, the Lu siblings said with solemn expressions. You all, Yin Ranran felt a sense of satisfaction. At least she had not chosen the wrong allies. Previously, when they were fresh students, they had been bullied by the Chu Tian and Chu Tong brothers. Unable to tolerate it, she had confronted them once, resulting in a victory and a defeat. She had aided countless new students, and had it not been for the restriction of bringing only 7, while needing to reserve spots for Yu Luo and his companions, she might have been able to lead hundreds or even thousands to safety. Yu Luo, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. He had thought Yin Ranran was organizing some kind of gang, only to realize she, like him, could not abide the strong oppressing the weak, and no wonder Yin Ranran's popularity remained high within the academy. As for Yu Luo, Su Qin Yao, and Zhang Wan, they were the shining stars among this year's newcomers. After experiencing the 10 Realms secret realm, who would dare bully a new student anymore? Not to mention that even some older students were hesitant to bully newcomers, for they might not stand a chance against this trio. Who knows if those newcomers might recognize this trio? Encountering them would mean preparing for a beating if all 3 were to descend together. It was common knowledge that Yu Luo despised bullying. As long as one did not intend to provoke him, no one dared to act that way. Well then, I am pleased you all remember, but this must be considered with caution. After all, what if we encounter an extraordinarily powerful foe? No need to deliberate, Ranjia, let us charge ahead. The typically taciturn Ming Hua had become enthusiastic. Yin Ranran was both amused and exasperated, turning her gaze toward Yu Luo. Yu Luo nodded at her, then pointed towards the summit of the 4th mountain. This time, the formation was as follows. Yin Ranran and Lu Xinyue took the lead, as they would encounter numerous elemental beasts along the way. Meanwhile, Yu Luo and his companions were forcibly placed in the middle. Even Lu Xining, at the initial stage of the concentration realm, declared, "This time, I will protect you." They understood that these 3 were the main force, and they must not exhaust too much of their vitality along the journey. As they forged ahead, Yu Luo noticed that the number of people had significantly dwindled compared to the outset. It was evident how many had fallen in despair or deserved their fate within the past 3 days. Upon reaching the halfway point of the mountain, a group of figures appeared within Yu Luo's sight. A man stood proudly, his half-closed eyes seeming to look down upon all, flanked by two late-stage concentration realm guards that Yu Luo instantly recalled Chang Aotan. He then noticed that someone had seemingly been following him from behind. Not giving it much thought, perhaps they merely wished to accompany them for ease. Upon closer perception, he found it was indeed 3 individuals. Finally reaching the mountaintop, Yu Luo took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the barrier. Upon entering, a blue and red pool appeared before him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had made the right gamble. Remarkable. You actually guessed it. Yin Ranran exclaimed joyfully that it's merely good fortune. Now we shall see who else will enter, Yu Luo replied, closing his eyes in tranquility. Once all had chosen their mountaintop or opted to retreat back to the outside, the interior of the barrier would transform into an arena akin to a beast fighting ground. The pool was bordered by a barrier, ensuring that no one could recklessly rush in and seize energy. 3 figures approached from behind. Standing still, Yu Luo sensed them and turned to look. Was it an illusion? He felt as though these 3 had been watching him intently. Better to remain vigilant, Yu Luo thought to himself. 3 days prior, outside world, Gong Xian Yin observed the 3 death servants before him, whom he had summoned from his home as a precaution. He had procured 3 broken essence pills, displaying the projections of Jiang Wan and Yu Luo to the 3. He then carefully produced an image of Su Qing Yao. Speaking with utmost gentleness, his eyes filled with fervor and a tremor in his voice. Apart from this girl, not a single hair on anyone else must be touched. The 2 projections immediately engaged in combat. The broken essence pill could temporarily grant a fully realized concentration realm individual the peak cultivation of the initial stage of the elemental martial realm, at the cost of having their lifespan. Since they had chosen to become death servants, he did not mind sacrificing a few years of life. The reason he did not select those of the elemental martial realm was that this place did not allow their entry. Though temporarily elevating their status to the elemental martial realm within should pose no issue, he certainly did not wish for a few elemental martial realm individuals to cause the spiritual mountains collapse, endangering his beloved Su Qing Yao. He understood Jiang Wan's predicament. What about those 3 elemental martial realm individuals? Would she be able to take down another, holding 3 orbs in his hand? He knew that should all 3 shatter, it would signify the loss of all 3 death servants. At that point, he would need to devise another plan. Returning to the present, more and more figures appeared at the mountaintop. Yu Luo conducted a thorough examination and found no encounters with other teams from Aurora Academy. Precisely 7 teams arrived, coinciding with the 7 spiritual mountains. If even one more team had arrived, it would mean that a mountaintop would host 2 teams from Aurora Academy. This led him to suspect that the other 3 must have harbored similar thoughts. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to break through and accept tasks so close to the 2-month preparation period. Su Qing Yao stood beside him, quietly grasping his hand. Su Qing Yao's right arm bore no adornments, as Xiaobai had hidden itself when Su Qing Yao found it unappealing, leaving Xiaobai feeling rather dejected. Jiang Wan, meanwhile, observed the powerful presences around her. After a few glances, she found it tedious and opted to close her eyes to rest. Ding! Ding! But a series of bell-like chimes rang out, and all present began to quietly circulate their vitality. The mountaintop was a perfectly circular formation, with a pool at its center that a beam of light then divided the entire circle into 10 zones, where individuals within each zone must engage in combat until sufficient numbers were reduced. Yu Luo slowly glanced back, finding Chang Aotian standing carelessly, casting a sidelong glance at the others. Qing Yao, Wan, attack him. Yu Luo initiated the assault, the pair of swans appearing in his hands. While Su Qing Yao's swan materialized gracefully, Jiang Wan summoned her frost cold. You bumpkin, what do you want? 2 beauties for yourself? You'd better end it here. Chang Aotian maintained his carefree demeanor. In that moment, Yu Luo recalled the several black-clad individuals who had been embroiled in this kind of trouble. Burning Heaven, Wing of the Snow Phoenix, Moonlit Abyss. The sound of the 3-toned sword chant echoed. And soon after, the world was devoid of the presence of Chang Aotian. The trio of Yu Luo immediately began to regroup, preparing to face the next challenge. Yu Luo cast his gaze towards other arenas. Yin Ranran and Lu Xinyue were currently besieging a late-stage condensation realm individual at Ji Juefeng. Meng Hua, Fei Changya, and Shi Mo were attacking 2 mid-stage condensation realm opponents. Liu Xining and Yunju were exerting themselves to distract the enemy. Before long, a bell chimed, signaling a division into 5 distinct zones. Fortuitously, Yin Ranran and her companions converged with Yulaw and his team. Opposing them stood 10 students from Qingchuan Academy. The three once more fought side by side, their 3 swords effortlessly tearing through the enemy's formation, prompting a resounding cry of surrender. Kneeling with bowed heads symbolized their submission, while Ling Mountain recorded the event and sealed off the individuals from Qingchuan Academy, intending to lift the seal only upon the emergence of the ultimate victor, after all energy had been absorbed. Subsequently, Yulaw and his companions resumed their meditative state. After all, the students from Qingchuan Academy were not inherently malevolent. There was no need to eradicate them entirely. Yin Ranran provided support from the rear, utilizing wood element spiritual veins that not only healed, but also offered slight restorative effects. To Yulaw's surprise, the 3 enigmatic figures concluded their battles with remarkable swiftness, instilling within him a sense of vigilance. Ultimately, the arena was divided into 2 sections, with the 3 figures positioned on the opposite side. That Yulaw's team swiftly secured victory, seemingly in synchrony with the other side. Soon, their attention turned towards the 3 shadowy figures, who suddenly performed a synchronized action before seemingly consuming something. Almost instantly, Yulaw and his companions sensed an explosive surge in the shadow's aura, indicating they had reached the peak of the initial stage of the martial essence realm. Do you feel confident? Yulaw's gaze was fixed on the 3, though his words were directed towards the 2 women. Tisich, it's merely a pill. 1 strike will suffice. Jiang Wanwan scoffed, eyeing the 3 figures disdainfully. I am not worried as long as you are here, Su Qingyao replied with a gentle smile. Then, let us proceed. Yulaw leaped high, his sword pointing skyward. 9 Prison's mystic thunder. Heaven cleave. The sword, imbued with the essence of fire and thunder, radiated a blinding light as it ascended towards the heavens, this strike consuming nearly all of his energy. Jiang Wanwan shed her pretense, her eyes transforming into extraordinary orbs, embodying the full power of the moonlit abyss. Frost mist enveloping the sky. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao's 9 stars began to flicker, emanating a chilling aura that instilled fear. Observers were left awestruck by the scene. Are they really freshmen? They seem capable of ranking among the top 10 on the celestial leaderboard. Ji Juefeng remarked in a hushed tone. I am certain that even mid-stage martial essence realm individuals would find it impossible to withstand the combined might of these 3 strikes, Yin Ranran observed. Gazing at the towering sword lights, those confined nearby were dumbfounded, trembling at the thought that, should such an attack land upon them, even 30 of them gathered would face annihilation. Fortunately, there was a barrier. O ancestors, save us! As their energy coalesced, the 3 unleashed their attacks in unison. The frost arrived first, immobilizing the limbs of 5 adversaries. The sky seemed to split in 2, one side ablaze, the other icy blue, as 2 colossal sword lights descended upon the 5. Boom, boom, boom. A series of energies erupted, blinding all but Yulaw and his companions, causing some within the barrier to scream in terror when the blinding light subsided. Those who remained conscious were left in shock. The 2 sword strikes had carved intersecting gashes into the mountaintop. The sword marks displayed a deep and shallow contrast, with the deeper cut attributed to Jiang Wanwan and the shallower one to Yulaw. Reduced to mere ashes, it was noteworthy that since the inception of Ling Mountain, the mountaintop had remained largely unscathed despite numerous battles. Thank goodness we didn't provoke these 3, a student from Qingchuan Academy mused. Utterly subdued, kneeling in heartfelt submission, the trio had expended considerable energy. Yulaw nearly drained to the last drop, Jiang Wanwan at 70%, and Su Qingyao at 50%, even in their weakened state. The others harbored no audacity to provoke them. We only have 3 spots for the water pool. Yulaw glanced back at Yin Ranran, expressing a hint of regret. It's fine. We lack ice and fire. Yin Ranran replied with a charming smile. Yulaw then realized that Yin Ranran was of the wood element, Yunju of wind, Lu Xinyue of earth, Meng Huo of thunder, Ji Juefeng of wind, Lu Xining of water, and Fei Changye of earth. Clearly, these arrangements were orchestrated by Yin Ranran. Had they chosen ice and fire, it would have spared them from occupying any of their spots. Why is that? Yulaw pondered silently for a moment before casting a puzzled glance at Yin Ranran. Because I believe the 3 of you are exceptionally suited to be my friends, Yin Ranran replied, her lips parting slightly. We can acquire rare materials. There are plenty to go around, sufficient for us. Thank you. I shall remember this favor. Yulua nodded in acknowledgement. Now, they awaited the conclusion of the 7 mountaintops, as everyone anticipated the results. 1-1. I recall that Ling Mountain cannot withstand the presence of martial essence realm individuals. Why does Xiaobai's emergence not cause the mountain to collapse? Yulua suddenly posed a question. If it can't withstand martial essence realm, then what about Xiaobai? Is it possible that Xiaobai was born alongside this place, thus facing no restrictions? Jiang Nuan shot him a glance of disdain. All right then, Yulua scratched his head, observing as various rare herbs began to flourish within the arena. You 3 desire anything? Yin Ranran inquired, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the rapidly growing exotic flora. That I don't need anything. Qingyao, Wan, please choose something. You gestured dismissively, having already found joy in the 9 turns thunder heart. A 9,000-year-old high-grade material was something he could hardly have imagined obtaining previously. That I don't need anything either. Wan, you choose. Su Qingyao quickly waved her hand with a soft voice. If you all don't want it, how can I accept it? I absolutely refuse. Jiang Nuan pouted, outright rejecting the offer. Since we all decline, you should keep the precious items, especially those suited for you. Some lower-grade ones can be given to the others. Otherwise, they won't be able to leave. Yulua stated helplessly. No problem. We hadn't intended to neglect them. Yin Ranran responded, looking at those still confined within the barrier. They are not inherently evil. They merely seek treasures. The individuals within the barrier were deeply moved, some even tearfully expressing their gratitude for the salvation. Many of the older individuals were relieved to find that the students from Aurora Academy were kind-hearted. Had they been cold and ruthless, even tears and pleas would not have guaranteed them any mercy. Truly, they were the products of a noble institution. Before long, with 7 chimes signaling the conclusion of the mountaintops, and with no visibility into the outcomes of the other peaks, Yin Ranran could only fret, eager to learn of the fates of her companions from Aurora Academy. As the barrier of the water pool dissolved, Yulua and his companions nodded at the others. Yulua approached the red zone, resembling molten lava from the Earth's core. Stepping into the water, he was met with an overwhelming heat that made him grimace. Enduring the discomfort, he quickly seated himself and began to cultivate his body refinement technique. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao and Jiang Nuan luxuriated in the cool waters, feeling utterly at ease, as both possessed a high affinity for ice elements. With the key factor being the material's grade, though Yulua's strength was considerably higher than the surface temperature, it was primarily due to his continuous refinement of his spiritual veins. Additionally, upon awakening, he had been forcibly suppressed back to the first stage by the life token, allowing him to maintain dominance even against spiritual veins of the same level. As the 3 entered the water pool, the barrier reactivated, remaining until the energy within was nearly depleted. Outside, Gong Xinyan stood atop a high tower in Juyo City, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at 3 shattered orbs in his hand. Another failure. The fury within him found no outlet, and he could only fixate his gaze on the entrance of Ling Mountain, which emitted an otherworldly glow. Why? Before encountering the trio of Yulua, he was filled with exuberance, steadfast in his belief that he possessed the capability to secure a place within the top 10 of the celestial rankings. Even his usual gentleness was a facade he imposed upon himself, all in the pursuit of becoming more alluring, garnering greater popularity, and earning the adulation of others. Prior to entering the academy, he was tempestuous at home, relishing in trampling upon the dignity of others. Even servants were not spared from his torment, as he derived satisfaction solely from witnessing the fear in their eyes. This was in stark contrast to his demeanor within the academy. You harbor hatred that is quite delectable. Who? Gong Yin swiftly realized that a voice had just resonated from the depths of his soul. I can assist you in achieving your desires. The voice intermittently echoed, re-emerging just as he was engulfed in panic. Upon hearing these words, he recalled how all his dignity had been shattered by 2 swords, rendering him a mere jest within the academy. The memories of Yulua and Su Qingyao's intimate interactions slowly conjured a sinister, dark glimmer in his eyes. Simply proceed to this location and retrieve the key, and I shall help you fulfill your innermost wishes. He silently departed the city. Within the spirit-seeking mountain, Yin Ranran and Yunju were exuberantly gathering precious herbs and materials. This must be a high-grade mystic rock, right? Judging by its quality, it is approximately 1,200 years old. Xianyu remarked, Sister Ran, we've finally found it. The 1,000-herb gourd, 1,500 years old. Yenju excitedly approached Yan Ran. Sister, I have secured the Jade Spirit Spring for you. Thank you, brother. I will first assist Ju Feng in finding the Azure Wind Kite. And I will come to collect it later. Some scattered cultivators within the barrier looked on enviously, but lacking the skill to compete, they could only lament the beauty of youth, while others sought to hoard the rare materials for themselves. Constantly wary of enemies and even their own kin, this group demonstrated a camaraderie that was rare. They lamented their insufficient talent at the time, which had barred them from entering the academy for training. I was born and raised on the fringes of a continent. By the time I learned of the Aurora Academy, I had long surpassed the age limit. Alas, I am different from you. I truly underwent the assessment. I merely failed and was then assigned to Qiyuan Academy for cultivation. The trapped individuals exchanged words. Not everyone had the fortune to enter the Aurora Academy as Yulaw and his companions had, with benefactors like Shiman Anda to aid them. Once all the rare materials were collected, they awaited the trio to absorb their gains before dissolving the barrier. The spirit-seeking mountain would remain open for 3 months, with opportunities at the summit on the 3rd day. After confirming all the spots, the collection and distribution of materials concluded, and the remaining time was primarily devoted to allowing the individuals in the pool to absorb their gains. 2 months passed quietly. Yulaw gradually opened his eyes. On the surface, he appeared unchanged, yet only he was aware that his physical form had grown significantly stronger compared to 2 months prior. The flame demon body had ascended to the 2nd realm, and his vital energy had reached the later stage of the Yuan initial realm. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao and Zhang Wanwan also began to awaken, with Su Qingyao's rhythmic snow fairy body advancing to the 2nd realm and her vital energy achieving perfection in the Yuan initial realm. Zhang Wanwan's heavenly frost divine body also reached the 2nd realm, with her vital energy attaining the peak of the mid-stage of the concentration realm. That it seemed that everyone had reaped substantial rewards. As Yulaw exited the pool, the barrier gradually faded to transparency. This pool indeed possesses some mysterious qualities. However, it is ultimately just the divine blood of an ancient beast, and without the ancient beast itself, it shall eventually be depleted, Zhang Wanwan remarked. The trio gazed outside, where Yan Ran and the others were also cultivating. As the 3 departed the pool, the barrier dissipated, and the others began to awaken. Seeing that you have all fared well puts my mind at ease, Yan Ran said. Turning her attention to those who had been trapped, the barrier was lifted, and they began distributing some of the surplus materials to them. Just as laughter and joy filled the air, outside, Gong Xianyan's eyes were shrouded in gray and black. He stepped into the array, but it reacted not at all, as it only eradicated that which did not belong to this realm. Gong Xianyan was not possessed by a strange aura. He had willingly embraced it. Slowly, he approached the stone tablet at the center of the array, before which lay a sword long shattered and dilapidated. Channeling his vital energy, he exerted all his strength and, after several breaths, drew forth the sword. Just as he found himself in a haze of confusion, a chilling wind began to stir. "Ha! I am finally free," Gong Xianyan exclaimed with exhilaration, as though envisioning the terror in Yulaw's and Zhang Wanwan's eyes at the moment of their demise. Yet, while he was still lost in his fantasies, a voice echoed, "As the one who released me, I shall undoubtedly assist you in fulfilling your wish, but you shall need to descend into hell to meet those you despise." What? Before he could finish his words, Gong Xianyan's form suddenly disintegrated into a wisp of ash. Subsequently, that eerie aura plunged into the depths, heading straight for the spirit-seeking mountain, no longer concealing its presence in the realm of the divine void. It was said that upon reaching the completion of the crossing tribulation realm, one would step into this domain, a realm untouched by any for thousands of years, while the spirit-seeking mountain remained undying. It could never escape the confines of the 9 nether gorge. It had been discovered and sealed by the Xianyuan Pavilion a millennium ago. The resentment it harbored was palpable, yet the Xianyuan Pavilion had long since vanished, leaving it with nowhere to seek vengeance. However, it was ultimately not of this world. The seals of millennia had not extinguished it, but rather provided it with ample nourishment, for with every life lost within the spirit-seeking mountain, it could siphon a fraction of death energy to aid its recovery. With the loss of the sword, the array slowly dissipated. Within the spirit-seeking mountain, Everyone began to make their way down the mountain toward the teleportation array connecting to the outside world. Midway through their descent, Yulua suddenly felt an unsettling sensation surge within him. He immediately positioned himself in front of Su Qingyao, activating his vital energy and flame demon body, clearly entering a state of combat readiness. How? Just as Su Qingyao spoke, the entire spirit-seeking mountain seemed to tremble. While the crowd remained puzzled, outside, Wan Fuyan suddenly sensed something amiss from high above and instantly teleported to the entrance of the spirit-seeking mountain, intending to forcibly extract everyone inside. Just as he reached out, the entrance to the spirit-seeking mountain sealed itself and vanished from sight. His expression darkened as a pressure emanating from the crossing tribulation realm radiated outward. Those nearby the Nine Nether Gorge suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, and instinctively, they knelt in the direction of his presence. Wan Fuyan sensed an aura stronger than that of the Academy's headmaster. Leaving him uncertain about the situation within the spirit-seeking mountain, three figures gradually materialized beside him. Min Xinglan, Yu Fuxing, and Bai Su, the four formidable crossing tribulation realm experts of the Aurora Academy, had gathered. Even those from other continents who had attained the crossing tribulation realm cast their gazes this way, evidently sensing a hint of an otherworldly presence. Why does such an aura of the divine void manifest here? Min Xinglan's expression grew grave. It had been a long time since he felt such a suppressive sensation. Within the spirit-seeking mountain, Yulua observed the once bright sky being enveloped by a layer of gray and black. Since my benefactor loathes this individual so, let us consume him first. The eerie gray-black aura gradually morphed into a humanoid form, and with a mere flick of its fingers, it commanded, "All retreat." Yulua suddenly sensed a terrifying attack aimed at him. Forcefully dispersing those around him, Su Qingyao and Zhang Wanwan were also caught off guard, pushed away by the shockwave. Just as he attempted to shield his companions, a gray-black shadowy beam struck directly at his chest. Pooh! Yulua was pierced through by the attack, his body sent flying, shattering numerous tree trunks in his path. His soul teetered on the brink of shattering, 90% of his internal organs damaged, as the gray-black aura wreaked havoc within him. Unleashing a potent wave of death energy as he crashed against the mountainside, Su Qingyao finally reacted, unleashing an intensely frigid wave of energy that surged towards him. Brother, Su Qingyao, in a state of panic, hastily lifted him, a grievous wound piercing through his chest vivid before her eyes. Her gaze trembled violently, and without a moment's hesitation, she forcibly drew upon her own life force from her vital essence, swiftly transferring it to him, for Yulua's life energy was dissipating rapidly. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Despite the futility of her actions, knowing that the inevitable outcome would be their mutual demise, as the rate of replenishment was far outpaced by the rate of dispersion, Dio not leave. Her mind was a blank slate. Instinctively driven to prolong his life, her complexion growing increasingly pallid and unhealthy at that very moment, as she cradled him, a shadowy figure of ash and black once again flicked a finger. Boom! A thunder dragon materialized before the attack. Yet before it could unleash its aura, it was instantly reverted to its original form upon contact, reappearing on Yulua's arm, though the lightning mark now appeared exceedingly dimmed. Another finger pointed forth. This time it was no longer a thunder dragon, but rather a barrier cast forth by Jiang Nuanyuan, enveloping Yulua, Su Qingyao, and herself. The shadowy energy collided with the barrier, sending shockwaves rippling through it. This was the first instance Jiang Nuanyuan gazed gravely towards the shadowy figure beyond the heavens. She never anticipated that remnants of an otherworldly calamity could exist in this realm, although it was but a fragment, possibly no larger than a grain of sand from an ancient disaster. It was undoubtedly beyond the capacity of beings from this world to contend with. She foresaw that if she used the teleportation stone to whisk Yulua and Su Qingyao away, this planet and the surrounding celestial bodies would be rendered barren until her family arrived to contain the situation. The critical question was how long Yulua could endure in his current state. She sighed. Even the swiftest reinforcements would take a day to arrive. How intriguing, to encounter beings from the higher realms. Then, it would be prudent not to consume you just yet. The shadowy figure directed its gaze towards the fleeing crowd. That moment, it turned sharply, incredulously lifting its gaze towards the void. If the eerie presence possessed eyes, they would likely be filled with sheer terror and despair. for it had witnessed the utterly impossible. A figure clad in black, obscured from view, materialized within its line of sight. No. No. Even if my entire otherworld collapses. This cannot be. The instant the figure from beyond appeared, the entire galaxy began to tremble with unrest. The order of all nearby galaxies disintegrated, elements became chaotic, and celestial orbits were thrown into disarray. The entirety of the cosmos seemed to shudder, as countless ancient beings opened their eyes in that fleeting moment. With a mere thought, the figure altered the flow of time within the galaxy and the affected realms to a pace less than 1,000th of the usual. Leaving only Su Qingyao unaffected. It then cast a glance at the calamity. In that instant, the calamity felt utterly unworthy of being in the presence of such an entity. The eerie energy was obliterated, vanishing without a trace, as even the fragments were devoured by invisible rifts in space. The figure extended a fingertip, releasing an aura finer than a hair, directed towards the realm of Xuanling Mountain. The essence slowly merged into Yulua's body before forcibly retracting the life energy Su Qingyao had imparted, simultaneously adding an extra portion of energy in reality, as the aura made contact with the realm of Xuanling Mountain. The entire spatial barrier had already been shattered, only to be restored in the next instant by the figure, repeatedly fracturing and reconstituting itself. Su Qingyao remained oblivious to these occurrences, merely watching as Yulua blinked back to life in an instant. Subsequently, the realm of Xuanling Mountain was returned to the Geo Gorge, the figure dissipating like starlight, akin to a fleeting dream. Remaining here any longer would only lead to widespread devastation in the galaxy and its neighboring realms. For at the moment the figure appeared, at least half of the smaller celestial bodies in the cosmos could not withstand the ensuing disorder. Another sin has been added, thought Jiang Nuanyuan, gazing curiously towards the heavens, only to find that the calamity had inexplicably vanished. It is known that the very nature of calamities is their tenacious vitality, even in remnants. She had witnessed her father suppress a calamity of the same realm for 3 months during her childhood. She could hardly fathom that a calamity could be annihilated instantaneously, for that was beyond comprehension. Even in the higher realms, it would take days for beings of the same realm, including the so-called divine and demonic races, to eliminate a calamity of divine emptiness, with other races requiring several times that duration. Could it have fled? Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head, deeming it necessary for her mother to come to this world for further investigation. Turning her attention to Yulua and Su Qingyao, she noted that Yulua's aura had returned to normal. Su Qingyao gazed in astonishment, as within the span of a heartbeat, Yulua's injuries had entirely healed. Yet he remained unconscious, his soul sea exhibiting an uncharacteristic stability, devoid of any turbulence. Jiang Nuanyuan began to doubt the authenticity of this world. It was filled with phenomena beyond her understanding. Nuanyuan, thank you. Su Qingyao expressed her gratitude upon realizing he was unharmed, meticulously checking him several times before calming down. How many times must I say it? Jiang Nuanyuan pouted, recalling the recent calamity. Qingyao, did you see how Yulua recovered? She could not help but inquire, for in the brief moment she turned away, Yulua had returned to health. I do not know, Su Qingyao replied, feeling as though an eternity had passed in that fleeting instant. All right, as long as all is well, let us depart quickly, Jiang Nuanyuan called out to the gathering crowd. The Geo Gorge. Before the 4 of them, the entrance to Xuanling Mountain reappeared. Min Qinglan decisively sprang into action, forcibly extracting all beings from within, whether human or spirit beast, as if they were dumplings being dropped into water. Subsequently, Min Qinglan filtered out the students of the Aurora Academy, nodding to the 3 beside her. The bewildered spirit beasts still floating in the air were returned, and the 4 of them slowly vanished along with the crowd. Min Qinglan first assessed the condition of Yulua, Su Qingyao, and Jiang Nuanyuan. They were all unharmed. Yulua was merely unconscious. Min Qinglan exhaled in relief, then escorted the 3 to the entrance of the cave. Jiang Nuanyuan felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and when her vision cleared, she found herself at the cave's entrance. Today has certainly been eventful. Jiang Nuanyuan gazed helplessly at the sky, realizing that it must have been the mysterious headmaster's doing. She had thought she might leave the mortal realm today, only to find everything had returned to normal. That Su Qingyao had already cradled Yulua back to the cave, yet she no longer felt frantic. She possessed an inexplicable sense of trust in that energy. Placing Yulua gently on the bed, she sat quietly at his side, Waiting for him to awaken, it was not long before Yulua stirred awake. Qingyao. As soon as he opened his eyes, he called her name. For he remembered a surge of life force entering his body before his consciousness faded. Clearly, he was worried she might have done something foolish. That I am fine, brother, Su Qingyao reassured him as she pressed down onto him. Seeing her safe brought Yulua immense relief, his hands encircling her slender waist, their breaths mingling in silence. All right, Qingyao, how did we return? Yulua inquired as he set her aside. That I do not know. That black thing suddenly vanished. And in the blink of an eye, you had fully recovered. Su Qingyao recounted the events during her unconsciousness. It feels like so much happened in an instant. Yulua pondered, but as long as they were safe. That was all that mattered. By the way, is there anything unusual with the life token? Yulua suddenly recalled, fearing there might be another complication.